Rosa Luxemburg's doctrine of imperialism was necessarily based on certain assumptions about democracy which we must now sketch briefly if we are to understand her whole theory of action. They will be examined in greater detail later in relation to the Russian and German revolutions. Mass action was never a purely formal concept. Rosa Luxemburg's long-standing emphasis on class consciousness predicated an important role for the conscious or educated masses. The example of the First Russian Revolution increased her estimate of this role even further. Thus, the concept of mass action in Rosa Luxemburg's mind existed long before the development of a polarity between the leaders and masses after 1910. She never formalized the masses into an abstraction to the extent that the Bolsheviks did. Nor was there any trace of a doctrine of substitution of party leadership for mass action. The role of the masses could never be assumed. During the war, when a choice between secret organizational activity and mass propaganda under difficult circumstances had to be made, the Spartacus Bund chose the latter. The reason for remaining in the party, for avoiding an organizational break, was again and always the need to keep open the channels of approach to the masses which they believed could only be done within the official organization of the SPD. Much incidental light is shed on this problem in Rosa Luxemburg's comments on the Russian Revolution. One of the main reasons for acclaiming the Bolsheviks was that they had solved the problem of obtaining a majority. Only through their dynamic and active policy had they built themselves up from being a small hunted and despised minority to the leadership of the revolution in the shortest possible time, and with this had solved the famous question of the majority of the people, which has oppressed German social democracy from the beginning. During the German Revolution, Rosa Luxemburg specifically emphasized that there could be no question of seizing power without the clearly expressed support of a majority of the people. There was therefore no contradiction but only the strongest dialectical connection between a revolutionary policy on the one hand and the resultant approbation and support by a majority on the other. A majority, moreover, that had to be real and could not merely be assumed. What were these masses? Clearly not numbers trooping through voting booths to scribble on bits of paper. Equally not, as has just been explained, proletarians by definition with no choice but to support the party which spoke in their name. Rosa Luxemburg never explained the positive content of the word masses, but since she most frequently used it in connection with dynamic physical action, it is probable that her view approximated to the sort of visible manifestation of mass support which Rousseau may have had in mind, at least potentially in a revolutionary situation or period. Rosa Luxemburg's view of revolutions coincided perfectly with such a concept. Revolutions were long-term, not short seizures of power. Like Mering, she was deeply anchored in history. Its revolutionary examples, the English 17th century Revolution and the Great French Revolution, always played themselves out over long periods of time, hence Mering's phrase about revolutions having a very long breath. We shall see this doctrine applied in practice during the German Revolution. Here it concerns us particularly as a necessary consequence of Rosa Luxemburg's preoccupation with the masses and the question of majority. Though she occasionally accepted the need for armed uprising, she saw this entirely as a further manifestation of mass action, not as a coup by armed conspirators. This was her conclusion from the Moscow uprising of December 1905. In her analysis of the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917, Rosa Luxemburg never investigated the technical seizure of power. The ex post facto majority support had clothed it in the necessary aura of legitimacy. The need for a majority was thus an essential part of Rosa Luxemburg's doctrine of imperialism and of revolution. This particularly has been the cause of an almost unique situation in which two utterly opposing socialist camps continued mightily to document their claims on her allegiance. Such tenacity cannot be based entirely on fiction. The communists emphasize the revolutionary aspect of her thought. The socialists rely on her preoccupation with a majority, democracy for short. Because of the deep division between them, both parties insist on their possession as exclusive. For the communists, her revolutionary determination precludes vulgar democracy, whilst for the socialists, her deep feeling for democracy would eventually have counteracted her impatience for physical revolution. In this respect, the date of her death is important, for the choice, if indeed it is a choice, did not have to be made during her lifetime. But Rosa Luxemburg herself certainly did not see any exclusiveness in these two ideas, but believed them to be interdependent. Her communist critics have never belabored her for any excessive preoccupation with democracy. The theoretical attack on spontaneity carefully avoids any disagreement with her concept of democracy as such, and concentrates on the automatic and excessively objective features of the accumulation of capital. Lenin himself did not even mention spontaneity expressly or by implication in his summary of Rosa Luxemburg's errors in 1922. Rosa Luxemburg's view of democracy did for a short period in the 1920s assume critical importance. The German Communist Party was being disciplined to accept Russian control. Since she had specifically opposed the foundation of the Third International for that very reason, and had warned the new KPD in the few weeks before her death against importing the oligarchical traditions of the SPD, the prestige of her name was an important weapon for those resisting the Bolshevization of the German Communist Party. It was from that moment on that Rosa Luxemburg's views were subjected to an overall systematic criticism. But even then there could be no overt disagreement with the concept of majority support as such. Her view of the masses as the repository of final authority was attacked as leading to indiscipline, an unnecessary inheritance from the bad days of the SPD. An attempt was made to identify such indiscipline with the failure of the SPD and its betrayal of the real cause of socialism, leading to the absurd proposition that it was the SPD's inability to maintain discipline and cohesion which caused its failure in 1914. And out of this practical need to counteract Rosa Luxemburg's undisciplined influence eventually grew the onslaught on the more sophisticated notion of spontaneity which has already been discussed. Whatever the polemics against the doctrines of Rosa Luxemburg, however, they were never classed as reactionary. There was no attempt to make any specific identification of her writings with opportunism until Stalin's famous letter to Proletarskia Revolutsiya, in which he brought his chorus of ancillary analysts to the point where the German left was identified as its half-unconscious and half-deliberate ally. At the same time, the criticisms of Rosa Luxemburg's ideas were knit together into the coherent doctrine known as Luxemburgism: national question, spontaneity, poor arithmetic, failure to understand opportunism in organizational matters. It is always easier to build on the ruins of a whole system than merely to contradict individual deviations from orthodoxy. The final question remaining is the extent to which Rosa Luxemburg's theories, as they developed between 1906 and 1914, add up to any coherent system. That she produced a coherent theory of imperialism and a consistent policy for social democracy cannot be doubted. But was this all? Her later communist critics certainly credited her with a total system Luxemburgism. To what extent was this an artifact for purposes of demolition, and how much of it, irrespective of content, can really be called a system? No one in the Second International, and certainly not Lenin and his supporters, ever tried to work out a formula of government for the post-revolutionary state. In all this time there was only one article in Neue Zeit which even posed the problem, and then it dived away from all modern political contexts by analyzing the various utopias of the past. Speculation on this subject was frowned upon as romantic. Even the form and nature of the revolution which would usher in the socialist future was not discussed except in a purely formal context and then strictly with relevance to present problems. After the Bolshevik Revolution, Lenin, an extremely empirical tactician, was therefore able to act without fear of counteracting any established doctrine. But then he was less bound by tradition, as opposed to Marxist orthodoxy, than almost anyone in the Second International. Rosa Luxemburg followed established practice in avoiding any overt speculation about the future. But in her case, this was no mere sin of omission. Instead, it became a doctrine full of positive content. Believing as she did in the creative force of mass action, she stated more and more specifically that the creative aspect of action would solve not only the immediate problems which had called it into being, but also those that would arise as the revolution moved forward. This followed logically from the belief that organizations grew out of mass action, that class consciousness was increased by it. If such organizations and consciousness grew in a healthy way, they would automatically be equipped to deal with the problems of revolutionary technology and the problem of power after victory. Her criticism of the Bolshevik Revolution contained strong elements of this theory. Not only did she criticize the Bolsheviks for specific mistakes in the face of accepted socialist doctrine, distribution of land, but she believed that any oligarchical tendencies must by themselves prevent the right solutions or at least make them more difficult. This was one of the most important and at the same time disastrous criticisms of the Russian Revolution. Disastrous because she and those who looked to her for inspiration in Germany became burdened with an obstinate lack of realism with regard to revolutionary technology. We shall see how the consistent refusal to face up to problems of power, the postponement of these problems till they would be solved by action itself, ultimately helped to make Spartaku's success impossible even if objective circumstances had been more favorable. Her system consisted of an emphatic refusal to construct a system. But even in her criticisms of others within or without the SPD, Rosa Luxemburg never tried to build one system in order to oppose another, like medieval assault troops with their towers of the same height as the besieged fortress. More and more her answers to unsatisfactory systems were not alternative systems, but movement anti-system. She came to see systems as static and movement as dynamic, so that the very existence of an accepted system of society was already a fault. In her criticisms of Kautsky, a system builder par excellence, she carried the distrust of complete panaceas to its furthest possible limit. This applied not only to her refusal to construct a theory of socialist government with which to confront society, but also to her unwillingness to meet the unsatisfactory system within the SPD by any alternative. Though she was one of the first to do so, she only recognized the systematic nature of German social democracy in 1912, deducing it from the party's excessive preoccupation with itself. In this respect she was unique, for nearly everyone else had some pet system up their sleeve to substitute for existing reality. Lenin had his detailed scheme for party organization on which he had been working since 1902. Karl Kautsky had a whole constellation of systems according to the circumstances of the moment. Finally, the SPD executive had its own definite notions on how a party should be run and put these into practice behind a veil of theoretical window dressing. Rosa Luxemburg had nothing like this. The more closely she felt herself surrounded by systems, the more she emphasized the importance of her anti-system philosophy of action and movement, spontaneity, in modern communist terminology. In her view, systems were reification, one of the nastier features of alienation adumbrated by Marx and elaborated in detail by those like Max Weber who took up his sociological techniques without their political content. This strong opposition to system building naturally had its roots also in her personality. A highly articulate and independent individual, Rosa Luxemburg reacted unfavorably to intellectual discipline imposed from outside. When she did accept it, it was a matter of sacrifice almost in the Polish party verging on masochism. Nearly all those who founded the Spartacusbund were strongly driven by their hatred for the SPD bureaucracy. Rosa Luxemburg was by no means the fiercest opponent of party discipline. As her correspondence in 1915 with Karl Liebknecht shows, he went much further in his negation of discipline than she did. None of these German left-wingers was ever able to envisage socialism in static terms again or feel at ease in a static situation. This goes a long way to explain the constant fever among the Spartaku's leaders, at least for the first 12 months after the war. In the last resort, Rosa Luxemburg was a critic, albeit profound and acute, rather than a political theorist. Through her writings we learn a great deal about society and about socialism, but we do not see a coherent alternative system to the ones she was criticizing. Luxemburgism, if it exists at all, is at most a tendency, a way of thought, an attitude to existing societies. Never the system which the imperatives of communist analysts have made out of it. It cannot exist in a vacuum, in the rarefied air in which pure political speculation takes place. It needs strong meat on which to fasten its teeth. The great difference between Lenin and Rosa Luxemburg was that the former could have taken himself off to the moon and produced exactly the same thought and action from there. Rosa Luxemburg, on the other hand, needed not only society and social democracy as humus for her thought, but the specific society of Imperial Germany, and particularly the German Social Democratic Party that had grown within it. Once more we are back to the problem of the relationship between socialism and society. To what extent did socialism then, and does communism now, need hostile societies within or without in order to survive and flourish? Rosa Luxemburg's socialism is unthinkable except in terms of an imperialist society pressing closely upon social democracy. And it is precisely this sense of continuous involvement with society in its widest context, rather than any retreat into internal party preoccupations, which infused Rosa Luxemburg's socialism with its strong glow of humanity. Unlike Lenin, she could not theorize about the First World War in abstract terms as history's contribution to revolutionary midwifery. Nor, like Mussolini and other socialist admirers of action first and foremost, could she welcome the war as a personal escape route from preaching into doing. Hence the immensely painful contradiction of the first war years, the disorientation which Lenin was to seize on as a sign of weakness. Society must indeed be transformed by revolution, but if millions bled to death in a holocaust of mutual butchery, there would be little left to transform. Society for Rosa Luxemburg always consisted of people first and foremost. They might, most of them, be playing the roles in which capitalism had cast them, but the whole point of social revolution was precisely to reallocate their roles. Rosa Luxemburg's whole notion of revolution can only be understood in this light, one that was steeped in morality and humanitarianism. 13. Poles and Russians, 1907 to 1914. The Russian Revolution, which had burst so unexpectedly into the red face of the unprepared revolutionaries, was now ebbing away almost as fast. From the spring of 1906 onwards, apart from a few major factory lockouts and some peasant outbreaks, the manifestations lost their spontaneous mass character. Small groups of conspirators were still active, the armed squads of Pilsudski in Poland and the Bolshevik raiding parties in the Caucasus. Reaction advanced fast on retreating revolutionary heels, and a wave of police counterterror began. Each one of the émigrés had friends or family to worry about. Rosa Luxemburg knew nothing of Jagish's fate until January 1907, when he was finally put on trial. She was indicted alongside him but naturally refused to appear. No doubt she was kept informed through party channels of the sentence of forced labor passed on him as a deserter and a revolutionary leader, and of his subsequent escape. No official notification seems to have reached her with regard to her own sentence in absentia. But personal anxieties were a continuing feature of the next few years. Her own family was not molested, though she feared for them, until 1908. Nonetheless, many SDKPL members were captured and suffered from that particular blend of cruelty and neglect which characterized the Okhrana. One particular case roused her to a desperate flurry of activity. Someone whose survival she described as a vital piece of my own life, who was sick and, as she feared, unlikely to survive imprisonment. As in her own case 2 years earlier, the security of the Russian state could, on medical advice, be satisfied by a cash transaction. Rosa bombarded her German friends for loans to supplement the pathetic resources of the boy's own family, after pledging all her liquid cash. And she succeeded, for a month or so later her own boy was in Berlin, safe and sound. These personal tragedies, the inevitable aftermath of failure, took place in an atmosphere of disillusion in Russia and indifference abroad. The German socialist leaders, after their early enthusiasm, had already lost interest by the summer of 1906. Revolution in Russia was a fine foreign venture, but strictly to be deplored if liable to catch on at home, and the imperial authorities contributed their own warning. There was even talk, baseless as it turned out, of supporting the Romanov cousin with arms. In Russia itself, hopes for legal agitation dimmed as Duma succeeded Duma with a progressively restricted franchise, and in June 1907 the Social Democrat deputies were arrested en bloc, pour décourager les autres. With very few exceptions, all the SDKPL leaders got away during 1907. Dzerzhinsky and Hanecki helped Jagishes to escape. They themselves were caught and deported to Siberia several times between 1907 and 1909, but managed to escape on each occasion. Marchluski, whose alibi had not been broken during a short period of arrest, was with difficulty dissuaded by Jagishes from returning to Poland after the 1907 International Congress and finally settled in Germany once more. By the end of the year, even Finland was no longer safe, and the Bolshevik leaders split into little groups and flowed away westwards to Paris. By 1908, the pre-war revolutionary pattern was re-established. The leadership in exile, a hard core of militants underground, and rapidly dwindling membership. Police activity did not end at the border. They penetrated the émigré organizations with their own agents disguised as revolutionaries and tried to catch the couriers and delegates as they crossed the frontier. The existence of a legal socialist delegation in the Duma made the police task of identification much easier. Through all the socialist parties, Polish as well as Russian, tried hard to keep the legal organization as watertight and separate from the clandestine groups as possible. The nervous awareness of successful police penetration at almost every level made the leadership abroad suspicious and intransigent. Opponents in the party were all too quickly labeled as police spies or at least as their unwitting tools. After 1907, the party atmosphere abroad, in the SDKPL as much as in the RSDRP, deteriorated to one of extreme nervousness and irritation. Unable to influence events at home, all the considerable energy of the leaders was concentrated once more on internal party affairs. Every dispute was pursued to the bitter end. For the next 7 years, the history of both parties, jointly and severally, is only comprehensible within this atmosphere of suspicion and disillusion. Nonetheless, the effect on the two parties was very different. The SDK-PIL split up, while the RSDRP was torn apart. Active participation in revolution was now replaced by elaborate postmortems. The returned revolutionaries threw themselves into this important Marxist task with zeal. As usual, it was a battle on two fronts, for all Marxist analysis is essentially a battle, a creative contribution to the very struggle which it is supposed to analyze, for analysis is struggle and criticism even more so. On the one hand, there was the relationship between proletariat and society, the broad confrontation of classes. On the other, the struggle for a correct tactic against opponents within the party. This latter aspect was especially important in Russian and Polish socialism, where the division between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks, between SDK-PIL and PPS, was sharp and permanent. In practice, the two elements of struggle were closely connected, and Rosa Luxemburg was particularly well qualified to concentrate on this continuing two-variable analysis. Her writing for the next few years brilliantly formulated the SDK-PIL view, both on intra-party tactics as well as on the socialist confrontation with resurgent Tsarism. In addition to these two aspects, we have to disentangle the specifically Polish from the general Russian context. At the Fourth or Unity Congress of the RSDRP at Stockholm in 1906, the SDK-PIL had at last become an autonomous member party of the reunited RSDRP. Following the Fifth Congress, there were two Polish representatives on the Russian Central Committee and one on the Central Party organ, Social Democrat. For the next 3 years, Rosa Luxemburg wrote as freely and frequently on Russian as on Polish affairs. The first major postmortem on the revolution was staged at the Fifth Russian Congress in London from May 13, 1907. Perhaps calling it a postmortem is hindsight, for many of the participants still believed in the vitality of the revolution and intended to return to their secret hideouts in Finland and Poland. The Congress was a more sober, practical affair than its predecessor at Stockholm the year before. The impulse of events, which had compelled even the Bolsheviks to submit to everyone's heartfelt desire for an end to émigré squabbles, was fast losing its hold. The old alignments were hardening once more and, though the Congress was representative of all the groups, there were continuous caucus meetings of the factions behind the scenes. The Bolshevik Center, within the officially united RSDRP, which had been formed in great secrecy at Stockholm in April 1906, was now agitating actively for support among the uncommitted delegates. The Bund, the Poles, and the Letts, all of whom had joined the Russian party as separate groups at Stockholm. Rosa Luxemburg, Jagishes, and Marchluski attended the Congress as Polish delegates. Warsawski and Dzierżynski, who represented the SDK-PIL on the Russian Central Committee, did not. The Bolsheviks negotiated with these outstanding personalities individually as well as with the Poles as a group. Rosa Luxemburg had at least 2 conspiratorial encounters on the day before the Congress and on the opening day, at an address which proved to be a dubious public house in the East End. It was raining outside and wraiths of smoke pervaded the sleazy public rooms, a backdrop which corresponded with Rosa's alternating mood of depression and excitement. The convening of the Congress itself had been largely inspired by the Bolsheviks, who hoped to marshal a majority and thus gain control of the reunited party. There were no major problems before the delegates, many of whom grumbled that the whole effort was a waste of time and money. The actual Congress showed up once again the sharp edges of the split between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks. While the latter believed in the prophylactic properties of public discussion and reason, like the SPD, the Bolsheviks pulled their hidden strings and reaped mysterious rewards in the voting. With one significant exception, they achieved small but consistent majorities during the meetings. Social Democrat, the party central organ, now passed into the hands of the Bolshevik majority, and Warsawski was voted on to the new editorial board as the representative of the SDK-PIL. He also took one of the 2 Polish places in the newly elected Russian Central Committee together with Dzierżynski, while Jagishes, Marchluski, Malecki, and Hanecki became candidate members. All were personally known to Lenin. The qualities of Hanecki, Warsawski, and Dzierżynski had already been noted for future reference. At the Congress, the Poles supported the Bolsheviks fairly consistently, since they had begun, in return for support against the PPS, to identify themselves increasingly with Lenin's policy and with opposition to the Mensheviks after the last major flare-up of the revolution in January 1906. But this support was not total or automatic. The big exception was the overwhelming adoption of the Menshevik resolution condemning armed raids and expropriation of captured money. In general terms, though only the Bolsheviks could be affected. Jageshes as well as Rosa Luxemburg voted against Lenin, who obtained only 35 votes against 170, with 52 abstentions, which included such prominent Bolsheviks as Zinoviev. As far as Lenin was concerned, Polish support was invaluable in view of the almost even balance of the factions. But he resented his dependence on a group over which he had no control and for whose goodwill he had to negotiate on each occasion. The official Polish position on the internal questions of the RSDRP was expounded by Rosa Luxemburg in 2 long speeches. Russian congresses did not suffer from the need of the annual SPD Congress to get through a heavy agenda quickly so that the delegates could return to their normal duties. The Russians had no normal duties, and Rosa, like all the others, held forth at length. There was no PPS delegation. The SDKPL had adhered in 1906 on the condition that it should be the sole representative of the Polish proletariat. Rosa thus spoke in the exclusive name of the most advanced, prosperous, and revolutionary area of the Russian Empire. In addition, she spoke for herself. She was now a distinguished figure in her own right, whose writings were known to many of the delegates. An obscure Caucasian Bolshevik and disciple of Lenin's, sitting quietly at the back of the hall, found Comrade Luxemburg's speech especially impressive, and noted with pleasure that she, as the fraternal delegate of the SPD as well as a leader of the SDKPL, fully supported the Bolsheviks in the most important tactical problems of the revolution. Her formulations were sufficiently striking for the young Stalin to reproduce some of them verbatim. But though Rosa Luxemburg always spoke for herself, her analysis was also that of her Polish party. It had been discussed with Jageshes just before the Congress, in spite of the harrowing difficulties of their relationship. The Poles supported the Bolsheviks particularly in their emphasis on the primary and self-orientated function of the proletariat in the revolution. Rosa Luxemburg's analysis of class roles corresponded exactly to that of the Bolsheviks, the achievement of constitutional democracy but through the self-conscious action and determined primacy of the proletariat. Instead of pressing, or worse still, begging, the liberals for efforts to screw democratic concessions out of the autocracy, the proletariat had to achieve these by itself, dragging the reluctant liberals in its wake even though the latter would be the immediate and prime beneficiaries. The analysis hinged on a different evaluation of liberalism by Mensheviks and Bolsheviks. The former saw the Russian liberals as a belatedly developing force with revolutionary or dialectic potential, the equivalent of Western middle classes at the time of emergence from feudalism, while the Bolsheviks had already written the liberals off as puppet figures of the autocracy, willing to make noises but falling over towards the government for fear of the left as soon as they felt the slightest pressure. A full analysis belongs more to Russian history than Polish. But in accepting the Bolshevik indictment of Russian liberalism, the Poles, and particularly Rosa Luxemburg, committed themselves to a view that was to have far-reaching consequences. In the immediate context, it provided useful ammunition against the Polish National Democrats, the equivalent of the Russian Cadets, just as the PPS was pretty much a Polish version of the Mensheviks, admittedly without the poison teeth of Polish patriotism. Thus, the Russian situation provided a happy skeleton model for use in Poland, and again emphasized the interdependence of Polish and Russian developments, so important for those who believed in the all-Russian revolution. But the analogy did not end there. As Rosa Luxemburg pointed out at the London Congress, her interest was not to make merely a local contribution, but to draw lessons on an international scale. According to her, liberalism was defunct not only in the East but in the West as well, in Germany, in France, in England. This meant far brighter proletarian perspectives for revolution in the West than had hitherto been supposed, not because the liberals were strong and therefore an effective barrier to dialectical change, but because they were weak and socialism could therefore leapfrog a whole stage of the dialectic. Now this analysis lacked sophistication and subtlety. It was far too broad and arbitrary. It ignored the real strength of the bourgeoisie in France and England, and in Germany the very existence of the class which would come to political power by inheriting the tradition of state authority and strength, the lower middle class. It was admittedly early days for this, in a Germany still flushed with imperial strength. But was it too much to ask that those who anyhow claimed to see collapse as an integral function of such great strength should also see the realities of that collapse? Was not the Reichstag election of 1907 a clear warning? What was clear to Trotsky 25 years later was already stated by Rosa Luxemburg in 1907. The German, like the Russian, classical bourgeoisie had neither past nor future, but in Germany the lower middle class had. These latter would turn their backs on the liberal attempt of their unsuccessful ancestors to restrict the power of the state, and use that power, even increase it, for their own ends till they reached the superstates of Nazi Germany and Fascist Italy. As far as England and France were concerned, however, the bourgeoisie did have the capacity for survival, but at the cost of their own liberalism. By resuscitating the power of the state against the political onslaught of the workers, and at the same time using the state to fulfill some of their economic demands, the bourgeoisie survived, minus their own traditions, a conservative and no longer a liberal force. Thus, the Bolshevik Polish view, crude as it was also not wrong. Its very crudity saved it from the later Stalinist Trotskyite failure to understand fascism. But to any Englishman or Frenchman listening to this exposition, which arbitrarily insisted on sweeping in their own societies, the picture of the democratic rulers blotted out as a spent force must have sounded strange and foreign indeed. Where Rosa Luxemburg's analysis and that of the Polish party differed from the Bolsheviks was in the evaluation of armed uprising. This part of the speech naturally earned the ungrudging applause of Plekhanov and Axelrod. Interestingly enough, Rosa Luxemburg to some extent went back on her own previous evaluation of the Moscow December days. Presumably she was carrying out agreed party policy. In fact, the Poles were in a quandary here. Apart from their reluctance to accept the validity of Lenin's concept of organization, the only way a revolutionary situation could sensibly lead to armed uprisings, it was difficult to find a consistent argument for supporting the Bolsheviks on the one hand while strenuously and violently opposing the armed raids of Pilsudski's revolutionary fraction on the other. To say that the Bolsheviks were good Marxists and Pilsudski was not good enough to settle the point in the necessarily theoretical framework of an RSDRP Congress. A choice had to be made, and the SDKPIL decided that its primary duty lay in emphasizing mass action as against armed uprising, in taking a stand against Polish opponents even though this must mean disagreement with the otherwise more acceptable wing of the Russian party. In the course of her argument, Rosa Luxemburg developed a theory of causality between left and right which was to appear again in different circumstances. You comrades on the right wing complain bitterly about the narrowness, the intolerance, the tendency to mechanical conception in the attitudes of the Bolsheviks. And we agree with you. But do you know what causes these unpleasant tendencies? To anyone who is familiar with the party conditions in other countries, these tendencies are quite well known. It is the typical outlook of one section of socialism which has to defend the independent class interests of the proletariat against another equally strong section. Rigidity is the form adopted by social democracy at one end when the other tends to turn into a formless jelly, unable to maintain any consistent course under the pressure of events. This argument had been heard before, as early as 1902, in defense of Gued's well-known lack of flexibility, due above all to the opportunism of the French socialist right in its relations with bourgeois parties. It would eventually be transposed to German conditions too, when the left would defend its alleged flirtation with anarchism against the strictures of the executive and the trade unions by claiming that anarchism in Germany was no more than an extreme reaction to Bernstein and the revisionists. Rosa Luxemburg attended the London Congress not only as a Pole but as a German. She was the German fraternal delegate, and her opening speech was entirely devoted to an analogy between German and Russian conditions. For the first time before a Russian audience, the primacy of the Russian Revolution over developments in Germany was openly admitted, part of the same reversal of the flow of experience and advice since 1905 which had already been demonstrated in the mass strike pamphlet. She refused categorically to admit any longer that German conditions were more advanced. On the contrary, she went to considerable historical trouble to show that the weakness and unreliability of the liberals was the same in Germany as in Russia. The recent Reichstag elections illustrated this, at least in Rosa's mind. Neither she nor Kautsky nor anyone else would admit that the class war could even temporarily be exorcised by a wave of nationalist sentiment. That there was one appeal which was irresistible to all classes if made strongly enough, to the radical lower middle classes who had hitherto supported the SPD, to the workers themselves if it came to the crunch of war. To see the liberals scurrying away from the left and towards the right was simpler and more convenient. Part of her opening speech at the Russian Congress was reported in the German press. It is doubtful whether the SPD executive enjoyed the interpretation of its fraternal delegate and her evaluation of the status of German socialism vis-à-vis the Russians. Her self-confident tone and the easy and on the whole consistent flow of ideas successfully covered up the extreme turmoil of Rosa's private life during the 12 days she spent at the Congress. The Congress itself went on from May 13th until June 1st by the Western calendar. She had not seen Jogashes since they were taken away to the Warsaw Citadel. The relationship round which Rosa's life had effectively revolved, though in closely guarded secrecy, had now collapsed. Though the physical presence of the man she had loved so intensely frightened and probably disgusted her now, and particularly the obstinacy with which he continued to press his claim, Leo Jogashes was the acknowledged party leader, and Rosa accepted this role without question. Her letters show that the need to confer, to appear smiling together in public, was painful for her. Her public performance at the Congress thus bears witness to the strength and discipline of her intellect. But the applause was wasted. She longed to be away, though twice she was obliged to put off her departure. London had never pleased her less, and this paradoxical relationship with Jogashes, personal antagonism and party subservience, dominated not only Rosa's own role in the SDKPL for the next few years, but also that of Jogashes. His strength and blindness were to be firmly imprinted on the history of the Polish party. Though Rosa Luxemburg personally stood outside the Russian organization and had no direct voice in its policies or feuds, her contact with the Bolsheviks and particularly with Lenin was not confined to public speeches of support. The consensus reached during the long sessions with him, Zinoviev and Bogdanov at Kwakala in the summer of 1906 were confirmed by the meetings in London and at the International Congress at Stuttgart the following August. Their collaboration at Stuttgart culminated in the Luxemburg-Lenin Amendment to the Congress Resolution on War. Lenin displayed enough confidence in her, a rare event, to leave the draft entirely to her, and armed her with a Russian mandate in the Commission on Militarism. In return, Rosa proudly displayed Lenin to close friends like Clara Zetkin. Lenin's wife, Krupskaya, who knew how tactical Lenin's friendships were, and in her memoirs rarely allowed any personal qualification to warm up the dry procession of names and dates, nonetheless admitted that since Stuttgart, Rosa Luxemburg and Vladimir Ilyich had become very close. On their way to Paris in January 1908, Lenin, registered as a Finnish cook, passed furtively through Berlin, and one of his few evenings was spent with Rosa. But Lenin was none the less careful not to put all his Polish eggs in one basket. He also nursed his friendship with Dzierżynski and Hanecki, both of whom were to prove so valuable to him in 1917. Warsawski, too, was favored by his attentions, and did his stint for the Bolsheviks up to 1911. Traces of Lenin's hand appear in some of Rosa Luxemburg's activities in these years. She represented the RSDRP at the funeral of the SPD secretary, Auer, her old but never unfriendly sparring partner, in April 1907, and made a solemn speech on their behalf, with her tongue at least partially in her cheek, for Auer particularly had always appreciated her many different guises. Just now the element of charade in her official relationships was especially strong. She was representing Russia or Poland in Germany, the Germans at functions of the RSDRP, finally and always the Poles within the heaving bosom of the Russian movement. During the state visit of Edward VII to Reval in the summer of 1908, Jowers lapsed into an obvious piece of Francophile diplomacy with an article praising incipient Anglo-Russian friendship, and Rosa Luxemburg, after consulting with Lenin, answered him with an open letter in which she accused him of helping to sabotage the Russian Revolution. Lenin hoped to have gained a permanent recruit for Bolshevik causes. He commissioned an article for the new Bolshevik paper Proletarii in which Rosa Luxemburg denounced the current, left, deviations in the party, Otzevism and ultimatism. In writing to thank her for the article, he half-humorously upbraided her for not devoting more time to the RSDRP and its publications. Her tendency to relapse all too easily into the fleshpots of the SPD was understandable but a matter of regret all the same. We were all very pleased with your articles. Pity that you are writing so little for the Russians, that you prefer the rich German social democracy to the poor social democracy of the Russians. None the less, all the best. Greetings to Tishka, Jogashes. A handshake. A joke, of course, but meant to be taken seriously like all Lenin's infrequent jokes. Under cover of this letter, he sent her his book Materialism and Empirio-Criticism, which Rosa passed on to Kautsky for review in Neue Zeit, with a special request to treat it with great respect and await her recommendation of a suitably sympathetic reviewer. It was a far cry from 1904 when she had brushed his work contemptuously aside. After the Great Break in 1911–12, she would have to work hard to undo the very reputation with prominent German Social Democrats which she was now assiduously helping Lenin to build up. Certainly they were close collaborators during these years, and much of their mutual respect was to survive even their renewed political enmity. How far was all this a personal compliment to Rosa Luxemburg, and how far Polish, or for that matter Lenin's, policy? The jockeying for position inside the RSDRP was already rocking the flimsy craft of unity, but only reached and surpassed the pre-revolutionary level of savage recrimination in 1909, when it came to apportioning money. SDKPL policy, which meant in the main the policy of Leo Jagish's with some contribution from Warsawski in Paris, was to support the Bolsheviks within the Russian party. That is, on all issues save those which patently led to organizational disintegration, the much-feared split. Polish attitudes to the re-emerging factions in the RSDRP were not left to any spontaneity. They had to be cleared with Jagish's. Rosa accepted the discipline. When she was asked by Gorky and Bogdanov to lecture at the new party school in Capri, which was opened in the teeth of Bolshevik hostility, she at once consulted Jagish's. Will this, do you think, affect party policy in view of the dispute between the colony in Capri and Lenin? Lenin, who knew most of what was said or done at Capri, may not have liked the idea, which anyhow came to nothing since the general intention never materialized into any concrete invitation. But he noted the connection, in the context of the SDKPL more than with regard to Rosa personally, even though he did invite one Pole to his own party school at Longjumeau 2 years later. In the Polish movement itself, Rosa's position was of course much more important. The revolution had greatly increased the strength of the SDKPL, both absolutely and relatively, in relation to the PPS. The latter was now split into two mutually hostile camps, the unashamedly nationalist revolutionary fraction, dominated by the granite figure of Pilsudski, and the more socialist majority of the PPS left. The latter had undergone a considerable transformation since 1906, when it first evicted the fighting squads. Having specifically rejected them as well as their emphasis on Polish independence, the PPS now occupied a middle position. But the uncompromising pressure towards polarity in Polish socialism necessarily brought it closer to the SDKPL. There was as little organizational or intellectual room for any consistent middle position in Polish socialism as in Russian, with all the available no-man's land long absorbed by one or other of the competing extremes. The undermining of a viable middle position was inherent in the attitude and policy of the SDKPL, as it was in that of the Bolsheviks in the RSDRP, the creation of a separately organized and intolerant left in the same year as the foundation of a united party absorbed, aggregated, and articulated all potential opposition to the main party leadership. Where in other countries, Germany, France, Italy, a distinct and coherent left was precipitated gradually and painfully out of a variety of opposition groups within the party, this was to be especially noticeable in France, and only achieved an autonomous separate existence after the October Revolution. The Poles and the Russians had their left ready-made, the former even before the latter. The PPS left in some respects resembled the later USPD as a doomed attempt to establish a middle position, though the analogy must not be carried too far. Its life, 1906 to 1918, was longer and more robust than that of the USPD 1917 to 1922. Partly because splits were anathema in Germany and common in Poland, and partly because of the split within the SDKPL in 1911. Besides, Pilsudski's rape of the nationalist cause was far more brutal and obvious than the flirtation and humble courtship of the German revisionists. The circumstances of 1906 in Poland, which brought about the creation of the PPS left, were reproduced in Germany only after 1914. In this way, Rosa Luxemburg fought a curious war on two fronts between 1907 and 1911, against Pilsudski, Frak, as the revolutionary fraction was known, and against the PPS left. The former was an obvious task for the SDKPL's chief propagandist and theorist. In her eyes, Frak now became part of the bourgeois alliance against socialism, together with Dmowski and his National Democrats in Decha, all of them more or less conscious agents of Tsarism. More important and obscure was the attitude towards the PPS left. Personal antagonism still ran deep between the respective leaderships, which made each interpret the other's motives as unfavorably as possible. Such almost spiteful dislike prevailed right into the First World War, though by that time it had become meaningless in terms of policy. Rosa, too, obtained visible pleasure from the difficulty of the PPS left in establishing its proper orientation and program in the changing circumstances since the revolution. For someone who could claim with justice a consistency which the PPS had previously always belittled as sheer blind pigheadedness, it was now gratifying to watch former opponents crawling towards one's own interpretation with regular, painful reviews of the party line. Whatever possibilities of cooperation might have existed, Rosa Luxemburg certainly extended no encouragement to the PPS. And it was not mere personal pique but the agreed SDKPL party line on the subject. Mere schadenfreude might be suitable for popular propaganda in Germany Stander, but the differences between SDKPL and PPS left went deeper than this, and it was Rosa's particular task to articulate them. At the instance of her party leadership, she set out to do this in a long article in February 1908, which appeared in the party's important theoretical review. Every revolution is an epoch of political elimination, promoting healthy and virile foci of success, sweeping aside all relics of the past and all ideological fictions, like social patriotism. In 3 years of revolution, a party of numerous workers, intellectuals and writers, a party rich in material resources, unlimited energy and perseverance has been ruined. Out of this ruin had grown 2 bastards, one the old uncompromising Pilsudski fraction, the other an opportunist party which, like Bernstein's or Jouwers's followers, but Rosa did not draw the parallel, tailored their unprincipled policies to every political boom or slump as it appeared. For the departure from the commitment to Polish independence was not from one principle to another, but into an opportunist void. The real significance of the Polish question for socialism in our country is that the new PPS, rejecting all theory and all attitudes based on principles, has suspended, so to speak, its socialism in thin air. In the process, the reconstructed PPS has become neither one thing nor the other, neither fish nor fowl, an I pies, an I widra. Rather than this, Rosa Luxemburg almost preferred Pilsudski, who at least had a program and not merely a bundle of tactics. But worst of all, the renunciation of nationalism was false. Though it should not be part of the minimal program, Polish independence was still the ultimate PPS solution. Thus, the difference between FRAC and PPS left was one of emphasis only. Once more, Rosa Luxemburg used the best of both worlds argument, lack of principles and wrong principles, with which she had overenthusiastically berated the French and Belgian revisionists, and did the same violence to her logic. But by now another element had crept into Rosa's polemics, or perhaps it was peculiar to the Polish question and had always been there though couched in policy terms. Her argument was really ad hominem. Because her opponents had for so long been members of the PPS, they could not have principles whatever they believed, did, or said by definition. The underlying assumption of this article, which was to be repeated in the future by Rosa Luxemburg and her colleagues, thus was that nothing had fundamentally changed in the PPS, that the eviction of FRAC was but a little step compared with the big one across to the camp of genuine SDKPL socialism which the PPS left was not willing to take, that the PPS leadership was still wedded to the evil traditions of Dasinsky and the London Congress of the International. After all, the remedy was at hand: self-abasement and mater peccavi, unequivocal adherence to the SDKPL. Unwillingness to perform such ablutionary rites surely justified the Skpil's skepticism to the hilt. That these demands were humiliating and impractical was beside the point. More serious, however, was Rosa Luxemburg's refusal to see a new, younger, and more radical leadership emerging behind the old stalwarts, one which represented aspirations that really did approach those of the SDKPL. The problem of bridging a gap cannot arise until at least a minimum of bridge construction is undertaken on both sides. And when the time came, the operation of merging center with left actually proved easier than in any other country and took place far earlier. The Communist Party of Poland was quickly welded together out of these hitherto inimical components before the last year of the war had ended, 2 whole years before similar operations could be carried out in Germany and France. But then Warsawski, representing the SDKPL, whose former leaders were now scattered between Berlin and Moscow, was able to put his back into the effort, so much so that he was accused of going too far to meet the PPS left leadership. Though the relationship between SDKPL and PPS left was the typical product of Polish conditions in the post-revolutionary period, it also represents a much more general principle governing the relationship between socialist parties, or any parties for that matter. The immediate rival or opponent in a radical context is the party next door, the one which appeals fundamentally to much the same class of supporters. Thus, socialists cannot usually expect to make much impact on the supporters of right-wing agrarian parties in a multi-party system, but they do compete with communists and radical liberals. Within the world of socialism before 1914, the SDKPL was unlikely to steal much support from Pilsudski, therefore denouncing FRAC in general terms sufficed, but it had to compete with the PPS left for popular socialist support and was therefore preoccupied with this rivalry. Paradoxically, the closer the program of two parties, the more extensive and violent their rivalry, especially when tradition and the self-interest of the leadership militate against fusion. We shall find the same phenomenon even more glaringly exposed in the relationship between Spartacus and the independents in Germany during and after the war. It is an occupational hazard of politics with its own self-generating energy. As so often, Marxism merely sharpened the vocabulary of conflict but did not create its conditions. All these are valid if extraneous reasons. There was one fundamental but specific factor which made any collaboration between the existing SDKPL and PPS left well-nigh impossible. The national question had been toned down. It had not disappeared. The PPS left decided that Polish independence had no priority or a low one in any socialist program, but they did not oppose it as basically wrong. The difference was vital. The PPS left had gone a long way in abandoning Polish patriotism, but they did not accept the SDKPL's own very different patriotism, that of the international proletariat. This socialist fatherland was as real to Rosa Luxemburg as Poland was to Pilsudski, a substitution of references, not a denial of concepts. It was the cement of the SDKPL peer group, binding together such diverse personalities as Rosa Luxemburg, Marchluski, Dzierżynski, and Hanecki. Thus its importance went far beyond mere policy, something like the natural law of the 18th century philosophers. How then could such a group work with the PPS left, for whom patriotism was a mere tactical consideration, a matter for opportunistic program juggling in accordance with the requirements of the moment? The more the PPS left decried the tactical assertion of Polish independence, the more opportunistic they showed themselves. Hence Rosa's contempt for their many programs when the SDKPL never had or needed more than one, socialism. As long as Rosa was there, the gap was unbridgeable. Only Zalewski or Warsawski could have overcome it, and in 1918 only the latter was left to do it, with the help of a PPS left leadership now approaching socialist totality. Having participated in the general Russian postmortem on the revolution at the London Congress, though everyone still strove officiously to keep the patient alive, the SDKPL set about polishing its own analysis of these great events and drawing lessons for the future. Once more Rosa wrote one of her major policy summaries for the Polish Review, a broad explanatory justification of her party's policy in combating the liberals, Russian as well as Polish, in order to achieve a liberal monarchy. More important, and certainly livelier, because not for publication, were the proceedings of the SDKPL's Sixth Party Congress, which in retrospect were to assume such importance after the split in the party. This Congress took place in semi-secret in Prague in December 1908, the Polish version of the Fifth Russian Jamboree, though a much smaller and tighter affair. Rosa Luxemburg did not attend, apparently by her own wish. She was in a highly nervous state, and the prospect of lengthy claustrophobic confinement with Jogashes was too much for her. But her influence at the Congress was strong. Her article was the Central Committee's brief for its report to the Congress. Jogash's keynote speech had been discussed with her at length and had her full approval. As early as July 22, 1908, she had written to a friend with evident self-satisfaction that the Slaventag Polish Congress will be a resounding triumph for my views. Jogash's speech was a curious hodgepodge of Bolshevik and Menshevik ideas, with much self-conscious emphasis on a distinct Polish approach separate from either Russian view. On the peasant question, the Poles showed the same neoclassical Marxist incomprehension of tactics as the Mensheviks. The government, solemnly intoned Jogash's, does the work of the revolution for it by getting rid of obsolete agrarian forms, creating a landed proletariat, and, by causing the accumulation of land ownership in the hands of the village bourgeoisie, will actually bring about greater class contradictions and an increase in the overall revolutionary potential. This prognosis need only be contrasted with Lenin's on the same government's policy as expressed by Stolypin's land reforms. If this continues for long, it may well force us to renounce any agrarian program whatsoever. Agriculture will become capitalistic, and any revolutionary solution of the agrarian problem, radical or otherwise, will become impossible under capitalism. It is all the more surprising since there was present at the Congress the one man who really knew something about the peasant question, and particularly the extent to which Polish agrarian relations differed from those in Russia in generating a far lower revolutionary potential on the land. But Julian Marchluski delivered his report on the agrarian question in his usual rather involved and learned style without making much impact. The SDKPL was never specially interested in or practical about peasants, and neglected this question almost disdainfully. Already in London, Rosa Luxemburg had been challenged by the Russians on this score. Dżugasz's formulations now were surprisingly similar in tone and content to Rosa's speeches 3 years earlier. Nonetheless, the challenging slogan of the Bolsheviks could not simply be ignored: revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry. Not least because there was too much that was admirable and worth supporting about the Bolsheviks as a group. So the Poles produced their own slogan. This was Dżugasz's rather than Rosa Luxemburg: the dictatorship of the proletariat supported by the peasantry. When the proletariat comes to try and exploit the achievements of the revolution, its allies, the peasantry, will certainly turn against it. The political makeup of the peasantry disbars it from any active or independent role and prevents it from achieving its own class representation. By nature, it is bourgeois and shows its reactionary essence clearly in certain fields. That is why the proposition before the Congress speaks of the dictatorship of the proletariat alone supported by the peasantry. Peasantry must assist proletariat, not the proletariat the peasantry in the achievement of the latter's wishes. Whatever concessions to the role of the peasantry had been made in the keynote speech, they were largely obliterated in the discussion. In the Bolshevik conception, the peasantry plays the role of a third man in bedroom farces, whom the author produces whenever he is in trouble and unable to resolve his situation in a natural way. The peasantry cannot play the autonomous role alongside the proletariat which the Bolsheviks have ascribed to it. One speaker did briefly recognize a distinctive feature of the peasant in Poland, only to dismiss him altogether from the revolutionary stage. All this meant emphasis, even overemphasis, on the role of the proletariat, not only at the expense of the peasant but at the expense of the middle classes as well. Here the SDKPL followed the Bolsheviks closely, and Dżugasz's again borrowed extensively from Rosa Luxemburg. The earlier reservations about armed uprising had largely disappeared. As one speaker put it, the proletariat has to impose its own solution by an uprising and fighting at the barricades, by reaching a class dictatorship, by capturing the heights of power in order to lift up and help to extend the power of its own eventual antagonists, the bourgeoisie. This was the Bolshevik line exactly, except for Lenin's one famous but isolated pledge to continuous revolution in 1905: "We shall, straightaway, pass on to the socialist revolution. We shall not stop halfway." And it differed sharply from the daring projection of permanent revolution on a moving belt worked out by Trotsky, supported by Parvus. The Poles acknowledged Trotsky's work. It had after all appeared in their house magazine of which they were so proud, but admitted that they could neither fully understand it nor agree with it. When it came to the question of organization, however, Dżugasz's remained faithful to the principles enunciated by Rosa Luxemburg in 1904. We are a mass party, we try to increase the proletariat's consciousness of its role, we can lead it but we cannot, and in no sense must we try to be a substitute for it in the class struggle. On the other hand, we must equally not obliterate the distinction between the party organization and the politically shapeless mass, like the opportunist wing of the RSDRP suggests. Without any specific pointer, this was clearly a sideswipe at the Bolsheviks, only slightly tempered by the formal warning against the dangers of shapelessness. And as a statement of policy, it had its share of savage irony, for nothing was further from the way the SDKPL leadership worked in practice. Dżugasz's was of course referring to the mass following the party had acquired during the revolution, which it was desperately anxious to retain, and to the need to associate the entire membership in the class struggle. To his listeners, however, some of whom were on the edge of revolt against his personal arbitrariness and the whole oligarchical leadership abroad, these words must have appeared cynical in the extreme. Not being present at the Congress, Rosa Luxemburg was unaware of the overtones of coming trouble, but it is easy to see why she considered the Congress to have been a triumph for her views and guiding principles. On one subject, however, there was almost complete consensus of opinion in the SDKPL, the national question. There was no need for any long elaboration of views that were well established. Nevertheless, this subject too was given a brilliant theoretical polish by Rosa in the review, in the form of an up-to-date and complete statement of the SDKPL position. So much had previously been said about the national question that we should not expect to find anything new. Her article Autonomy and the National Question was nonetheless the most complete and sophisticated statement of her own point of view ever to come from her pen, and the one that Lenin later used when he took up the subject as a weapon against her. The fact that the article provided one of the classic texts on the national question, and the sophisticated and elaborate form of the discussion in the course of later polemics, make it preferable for us to examine the problem separately, see Appendix 2. It will have become obvious that the SDK-PIL, apart from matters of policy and conscious attitudes, had undergone other more subtle but profound changes. For the first time since its foundation it had achieved its desire, indeed its official raison d'etre, of gaining mass support. The decline of revolutionary possibilities in Russia made great inroads on SDK-PIL support, but though no figures are available, the party was never again reduced to the straits of being a leadership without a following. Nonetheless, the emphasis of policymaking, the entire political center of gravity, shifted abroad once more, partly to Krakow, the nearest point of contact with Russian-occupied Poland, and partly back to Germany where Jagish's, Rosa Luxemburg, Marchluski, and other leaders lived. The role of the SDK-PIL within the Russian party created a third Polish center of gravity in Paris, where the Russian headquarters were established from 1908 till 1912 when Lenin moved his Bolshevik committee to Krakow and split the RSDRP. This, however, did not lead to any loosening of the SDK-PIL organizational structure. Far from submitting itself to more democratic control as a result of the revolutionary accretion, the leadership actually tightened its grip on policy and organization. To some extent this was a normal, if hidden, process which always accompanies the growth of parties, and corresponded, for instance, to developments within the SPD. But apart from any relationship between leaders and members, the tendency also affected the relationship of the leaders with each other. Unlike the Bolsheviks, the SDK-PIL had before the revolution been much more of a loose association of brilliant individuals cooperating for certain purposes and going their own way in others, the peer group we have already described. Rosa Luxemburg had provided much of the intellectual stimulus and Jagish's the organizational control, but neither ever dominated the party in the way that Lenin dominated the Bolsheviks. Since his return from Warsaw, however, Jagish's had tightened his grip on the party to an extent which closely resembled Lenin's. The history of the SDK-PIL from 1907 to 1914 cannot be understood without drawing a picture of its boss, Leo Jagish's. To the historians of socialism, he is one of the lost figures. His almost complete disappearance from history is made all the more ironic by the fact that many of those who served under him for a time later became prominent in the Bolshevik Party in Russia. Some turned against him in 1911, and thus had no cause to pay homage to him or his role. A certain amount of work on Jagish's was produced in Moscow in the 1920s, mostly by those who had remained loyal to the main leadership of the SDK-PIL in 1911, had joined the Polish Communist Party and later taken refuge in Russia. As with the Germans, the main effort lay in publishing collections of documents to highlight present controversy. Biography was not a licensed pastime. The last of these historians were silenced when the Polish Communist Party fell into disrepute and was dissolved by Stalin in the 1930s, and its entire leadership wiped out. Jagish's wrote practically nothing himself and therefore, unlike Rosa Luxemburg, did not benefit from the automatic self-advertisement of survival in print. Yet from 1907 to 1911, for all intents and purposes, the SDK-PIL was Jagish's. The flat tone and formal argument of his speeches should not deceive us into confusing appearances with reality. He could be an extremely harsh and intolerant leader who brooked little opposition. His methods of dealing with opponents, if less polemical than Lenin's, were at least as effective. His behavior had already put the cat among the Grupa Osvobozdeni Truda pigeons in Switzerland 20 years earlier. Those who disagreed with him found it simpler to resign, and between 1908 and 1911 several prominent members of the SDK-PIL Central Committee, the Polish executive, quietly dropped out. Those who remained were subjected to increasingly rigid discipline and cavalier treatment. The choice was to put up and shut up or go. Jagish's bore down with a particularly heavy hand where he detected personal weakness as well as policy disagreements. At the end of 1912, Rosa Luxemburg reproached him, "Julek Marchluski, in spite of his faults you know how to treat properly, but Adolf Warsawski, you insist on treating like a servant. He suffers from this and does not deserve it." Later still, Marczlewski and Rosa Luxemburg, who out of loyalty and conviction both supported Jogashes in the struggle against the breakaway organization, nonetheless insisted on sharing in the formulation of policy, particularly when it came to dealing with the dissidents. On October 4, 1913, Rosa Luxemburg wrote sharply, "I insist on a weekly conference à trois with Julek and me about party affairs, failing which I simply will do no more work." And to ensure that the point was well taken, Marczlewski wrote a postscript joining in the demand for regular meetings. These two glimpses among many indicate a situation quite different from the outward appearance of uniformity presented by the SDKPL, which made the split in 1911 seem so utterly incomprehensible to all spectators. The essential feature of a peer group is its partly voluntary nature, based on a self-esteem expressed through the group. Therefore, a purely political association, a party, may survive the ascendancy of a charismatic or merely ruthless tyrant. A peer group, by definition, cannot. The circumstances which crystallized these inherent dictatorial qualities in Jogashes, and those who had known him long were well aware of them, were first of all the success of his and Rosa's policy in the 1905 revolution after so many years of uphill struggle and neglect. At long last, Jogashes actually had something to organize. From 1898 to 1905, he had suffered increasingly from the feeling of uselessness. Watching Rosa's success through her writings on Polish affairs and even more within the German party, he felt the more useless and finished. His long visit to North Africa in 1901 showed that the party did not suffer materially through his absence. At heart, he probably begrudged Rosa her success. Then came the unexpected revolution, and with it a new feeling of self-confidence which brought all his innate authoritarian habits to the fore. Rosa Luxemburg knew him better than almost anyone else, and her own words give a clear description of this process. Leo, for example, is totally incapable of writing in spite of his extraordinary talent and intellectual sharpness. As soon as he tries to put his thoughts down in writing, he becomes paralyzed. This was once the curse of his existence, especially since he had to leave the practical work and organization in Russia. He felt completely rootless, vegetated in constant bitterness, finally even lost the capacity for reading since it seemed anyhow pointless to do so. His life appeared completely wasted, and he was already in his late 30s. Then came the revolution, and quite suddenly he not only achieved the position of leader of the Polish movement, but even in the Russian. In addition, the role of leading editor of the party fell into his lap. As before, he doesn't himself write a single line, but he is none the less the very soul of our party publications. We have already described Rosa's relations with him, and they are a vital factor in judging her own position in the Polish movement at this time. Jogashes for a long time refused absolutely to accept the change in their relationship from personal to formal party allegiance. His relations with Rosa, supplemented by glimpses of his relations with other leaders, show him to be something of a sadist. Yet Rosa Luxemburg, with all her attempts to prise herself loose from him personally, never for one moment denigrated his political importance or the vital role that he played in the SDKPL. Her letters to him during this period carefully avoided personal references. They were couched whenever possible in the passive tense and have neither address nor salutation. "It is necessary?" or "one must try." Occasionally, when the pressure became too great, the letters necessarily stood their personal ground as well, though she admitted to Konstantin Zetkin that she hated even raising this issue. At the end of 1909, she was still obliged to protest against his unexpected calls for alleged party reasons. "I simply cannot support this constant shoulder-rubbing." Rosa Luxemburg's position in the Polish movement during these years, therefore, showed evidence of an unusual, for her almost unique, submission to a discipline which intellectually she respected, but which she personally disliked and despised. The physical presence of Jogashes was painful to her, yet at the same time she never tried to avoid any necessary meetings or refuse any party task. To Louise Kautsky she complained half-humorously on several occasions about the imposition of her duties to my Poles, yet she knew that her role in the Polish movement was vital. Until 1911 she was the main spokesman for the SDKPL in matters of theory. The octopus grip of the police reduced the circulation of the popular party press in Poland, eventually making the continued existence of many of the new publications impossible. But the main concentration of talent was centered around Przegląd Socjaldemokratyczny, the Polish Theoretical Review, and here Rosa Luxemburg's role was particularly important. She was not only the most important contributor, but Jagish's main advisor on editorial policy. Every article passed through her hands, and the bulk of her letters to Jagish's during this period are concerned with editorial comments. To a large extent, the reputation of the SDKPIL in the Russian Party and beyond was due to the quality of this review. For a time, it was probably the most interesting and stimulating of all socialist publications in the Second International. The subjects treated ranged as widely as those in Neue Zeit, but without the latter's pedantry and often excessively academic atmosphere. The Lenin-Trotsky debate on the nature of the revolution took place partly in the pages of Przegląd Socjaldemokratyczny in the course of 1908. In fact, every major question of the day was covered. If not by outside contributors, then Rosa Luxemburg was called upon, often at short notice, to step into the breach. The paper was peculiarly hers and Leo Jagish's. At the 6th Polish Congress, it became clear that even many of the delegates there were not familiar with all the arguments which marched through its pages, and had regretfully to confess their ignorance of many of the issues involved. It was a fate which all the more theoretical socialist papers, good or bad, suffered in common. Neue Zeit, too, was more often quoted than read. The only difference was that the Polish delegates expressed regret, while the SPD congresses reported speech after proud speech of ignorance about the contents of Neue Zeit. Jagish's and Rosa Luxemburg made every effort to maintain the more popular party paper for clandestine distribution in Poland alongside the theoretical heavy. Czerwony Standard continued publication, though intermittently, until just before the war. In 1910, a new paper, Mlot, the Hammer, was followed in 1911 by a further new venture, Wolny Głos, Free Voice, and by 4 others at various times before 1914. The best of Polish talent wrote also for these more popular papers. The SDKPIL was better served with papers, both in quality and in successful distribution at home, than any other Russian or Polish organization. Rosa Luxemburg was also peculiarly the representative of her Polish party in the SPD. This was a logical consequence of her position in the German movement. She and Marczlewski were the only Poles who were persona grata and personally well known to the German leaders. But there was a danger in exploiting this position indiscriminately. So much so that she was obliged to point out to Jagish's after the split in the Polish party that, "I cannot run to the Germans with every major and minor party scandal without endangering our entire position." Yet on the whole she carried out these orders punctiliously too, and it is a measure of her success that her attrait to the German executive was apparently not diminished by her own increasingly oppositional stand in German party affairs. Yet all these activities were to some extent marginal. Her role in formulating SDKPIL policy, as opposed to elaborating it in writing or negotiating with the Germans, was obviously less than it had been before the revolution, and it was decreasing all the time. The suggestions contained in the letters to Jagish's were ignored more often than not, and Rosa Luxemburg was not the person to accept such a situation forever. In the end, therefore, her interest in the Polish movement declined. From the beginning of 1911, the tone of her writing changed, and she concerned herself increasingly with problems of a general nature and less with specific party affairs. She dutifully served her stint in the dispute with the party opposition. Her sharp and clear pen was essential for the public battle in the Polish and German press and to defend the Central Committee's case before the International. But significantly, the quantity of her writing on Polish affairs was much reduced after 1911. In 1913, she published only 1 article in Polish and thereafter nothing more. By this time, a new low point in the revolutionary movement in Russia had been reached, but this alone will not explain her silence. We must accept that her ties of interest to the SDKPIL had loosened considerably by that time. Frequent reference has been made to the split in the SDKPIL, and we must now launch into one of the most obscure and difficult episodes in the history of Polish socialism, even though Rosa Luxemburg was herself not directly concerned. It was not entirely a parochial squabble. The split of the SDKPIL into 2 separate and noisily polemical groups had wider repercussions in the Russian movement, and also obtruded itself into the German consciousness, mainly through the Radek case, although they never really understood what it was all about. It greatly affected the stability and development of Polish socialism, in which Rosa Luxemburg was an important figure. It also accelerated her own disillusionment with the SDKPIL and indirectly concentrated her attention more firmly on the affairs of the International and of the German party. But as Jagish's advisor, increasingly self-appointed since he consistently ignored her advice, Rosa Luxemburg could not escape private or public participation in the polemics generated by the affair. Though she was not a member of the Central Committee, the pre-war self-denying ordinance remained in force. Her name appears on several of the public broadsides which headquarters fired at the opposition. Two distinct factors contributed to the split. The first was Jagish's leadership of the SDK-PIL. At the 6th Congress in December 1908, a certain amount of dissatisfaction blew up in the face of the leadership. This took the form of policy criticism. As in Germany, the personal and social antagonisms within the party tended to find expression in arguments over policies rather than actions or even roles. Between 1908 and 1911, three important Polish leaders resigned from the executive in turn: Malecki, Hanecki, and Nettl. The actual questions of policy over which there was disagreement centered at first round the problem of trade unions. The revolution had created a largely spontaneous extension of trade union activity and, in spite of a rapid decline of members after 1907, some organizational cohesion was maintained. Government legislation had established the possibility of legal trade unions, provided that these were not connected with any political movements. The debate in the SDK-PIL was focused on the alternative of supporting, at least in part, independently organized and legal trade unions or relying on illegal but closely controlled and necessarily much smaller organizations. Radek, Nettl, and others supported the idea of legal trade unions, just as there was a body of opinion in the Russian party in their favor. The executive was firmly against this proposal. Jagish saw little point in mass organizations which he could not control, while Rosa had seen quite enough of the activities of trade unionists free from party control in Germany to insist that any such organization in Poland must be strictly subordinated to political social democracy from the start. She wrote to Jagish that she was firmly against independent trade unions, saw no point in letting such a proposal gain ground in the Polish party, and did not even want it discussed. Another contentious item was the relationship with the PPS. There was a quiet but growing sentiment among many party members in favor of the PPS left. The conviction that since the expulsion of the revolutionary fraction, the combat position of the two parties had lost much of its meaning. Instead of continually attacking the PPS, efforts should be made to bring it more firmly into the social democratic orbit. Here again, both Leo Jagish and Rosa Luxemburg thought alike, and their views were strictly negative. To them, the differences had a content far deeper than was apparent to the newer members, those more closely involved with the daily problems of confrontation in Poland itself. It was noticeable that the opposition was forming round a geographical nucleus in Krakow, which in turn had the closest relations with the organizations at home. Both the support for legal trade unions and the desire for a rapprochement with the PPS were to some extent the expression of practical workers, who faced the daily conflict with the PPS as well as the harassment of indiscriminate police activities, while the intransigence of the party leadership dated partly from old and alien experiences, Switzerland and Germany, and was largely a refusal to budge from a well-founded theoretical position. But there was more to it than a mere rivalry between Krakow and Berlin, between practical activists and intellectual émigrés. Those like Radek and Nettl, who reflected the opposition's views among the émigrés, necessarily propagated their opinions informally. Even a few carefully worded articles in the party press before 1911 are hardly evidence for the existence of any real opposition. In the summer of 1910, Jagish could still succeed in persuading Radek to withdraw an already accepted article for Czerwony Standard on the ground that it was opportunistic in spirit, and that its publication could only do harm. Jagish's high-handed refusal to give way to the mounting pressure for more general discussion of these policy matters brought things to a head. In the course of 1910, Hanecki traveled round Germany and Austria and discussed the possibility of a more outspoken opposition with various well-known party members. This journey by an important party leader who had been a member of the Central Committee since 1903 and whose connections with the organizations inside Poland and Russia were second to none, proved decisive. The vague, inchoate, and largely personal feelings of resentment precipitated into an organized attempt to oppose the policy of the Central Committee and soon to challenge the actual authority of that body. Only recently party unity had been strained in a dispute with Trusewicz, who had created an oppositional group, Solidarność, within the SDK-PIL to counter the intransigent anti-PPS attitude of the Central Committee. It was to prove a harbinger of more serious events. On top of these Polish problems came the backwash of the factional maneuvering in the Russian party, in which the SDK-PIL had become heavily involved. On the whole, the SDK-PIL supported the Bolsheviks, as we have seen. In a letter to Jagish's, Rosa Luxemburg characterized the Polish party's preference for the Bolsheviks as a matter of principle as well as tactics. Even though there were aspects of Tatar Mongolian savagery about Lenin and the Bolsheviks which were bound to make the relationship uncomfortable at times. As long as it was a question of assuring Bolshevik ascendancy in a united party and the success of Lenin's policy, the Bolsheviks could count on Polish support. In the course of 1910, however, this supremacy, which required constant negotiation with allies and maneuvering within the RSDRP, no longer satisfied Lenin. He had become determined either to throw the Mensheviks and the so-called liquidators out of the organizational framework of the RSDRP altogether or to establish an entirely separate organization for the Bolsheviks. But being Lenin, he did not intend to be left as an isolated splinter movement. He would not only leave but take his opponent's clothes as well. His Bolsheviks were to be the RSDRP and the others the isolated splinter group. But this intention was not clear at the time, and Lenin of course did his best to disguise it. Moreover, the maneuvers and negotiations throughout 1910 and 1911 were not only highly complicated but took place in a profusion of committees and organizations of a purely temporary and tactical nature. Each group tried to proliferate such organizations and claim legitimacy for them within the party. Once more, we must try to disentangle the personal from the political. In matters of policy, the SDKPL mainly supported the Bolsheviks, but by no means automatically or exclusively. The Poles had played a particularly important role in the struggle for control of the central organ of the RSDRP, Social Democrat. Jagish's had been active in the editorial commission and after 1907 handed his function to Warszawski, who lived permanently in Paris and was almost wholly involved in Russian affairs. He fell under the spell of Lenin. To a considerable extent, he began to stand for the Bolshevik point of view in the SDKPL Central Committee more than he represented the latter in the councils of the Russian party. As such, he was made to feel the shortcomings of the Berlin Troika whenever there was any air of disagreement between the Bolsheviks and the Poles. The Berlin Troika was Jagish's, Nettl, and Marchluski. As Lenin's tactics became more openly centrifugal, the attitude of the Central Committee hardened and Warszawski's letters hardened too, in protest against this change of direction. In the end, Warszawski was recalled by the Central Committee in September 1910 and his place taken by the harder Nettl. Soon Nettl seems to have fallen under the same spell. In the course of 1910, he had often voiced anti-Bolshevik views in the editorial commission which were against his own conscience. But contacts between the two parties were not confined to this. The maneuvers inside the Russian party were largely a confrontation of power, based on votes and funds. In return for their support for Bolshevik policies, the SDKPL was subsidized by the Bolsheviks out of the accumulated takings from the armed raids in Russia and other sources. Towards the end of 1910, we find Jagish's at various meetings in Paris called by Lenin of his close supporters, together with Kamenev, Zinoviev, and Rykov. When the Mensheviks and Bund delegates had been maneuvered into leaving the Central Committee of the Russian Party, Jagish's again figured among the remaining Bolshevik supporters. But now there emerged from among Lenin's own Bolshevik supporters a body of opinion that was not willing to go through to the final and official split. These became known as the Bolshevik conciliators, one of Lenin's contemptuous designations of opponents or lukewarm supporters. In accordance with the established SDKPL policy to preserve at least the appearance of unity, Jagish's was one of the leading figures of this group. Confronted with the clear alternatives of one Russian party or two, the conciliators and Lenin's loyal Bolsheviks faced each other in open disagreement. In the late summer of 1911, the Russian maneuvers, as Rosa Luxemburg put it, resolved themselves into a head-on conflict between Lenin and Jagish's. Jagish's strength came from two main sources. One was the support for the Polish point of view expressed by a growing group of conciliators. These controlled the organizations which Lenin had himself helped to set up to break the power of the Central Committee, in which the Mensheviks were strong. Now these creations, the Organizing Commission and the Technical Commission, became the organs in which the strength of the conciliators was marshaled against him. The other base from which Jagish's mobilized against Lenin was his German connection. This was currently of great importance in the Russian party. A sum of money, the so-called Schmidt inheritance, which had been willed to the RSDRP by a young Social Democrat sympathizer, had to be placed under the control of three trustees: Kautsky, Mering, Klarozetkin, pending agreement between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks. Easy access to these trustees and the power to persuade them became a vital weapon in the Russian struggle for power. Here Jagishes could rely on Rosa Luxemburg, who was personally very friendly with Clara Zetkin and knew Mering well, though in the summer of 1911 she was still on indifferent terms with him, and of course locked in dispute with Kautsky. Nonetheless, all three trustees, reluctant custodians of what proved to be a hornet's nest, were only too glad of the advice of anyone who appeared disinterested and could save them from the buzz of self-interest which emanated from every Russian quarter. Jagishes was in a strong position. The type of close infighting in prospect was congenial to both of them. It was Jagishes who lost the fight, a combination of bad luck and inferior generalship. His most important supporters in the Russian party, who had gone to Russia to prepare for an all-party conference, were promptly arrested, Nagin and Lindov in April 1911, Rykov in August of that year. The Russian police at that time had a particular interest in supporting the Bolsheviks who stood for disunity. In order to prevent a united and therefore more dangerous social democracy, Okhrana instructions were to concentrate on the arrest of the conciliators. With the number of his supporters thus depleted, the organizations in which Jagishes was entrenched could not survive. In October 1911, Jagishes openly showed his hand. The Technical Commission refused to provide further funds for the publication of Social Democrat, and the Bolsheviks had to borrow. Lenin was determined that both the organizing and the technical commissions should cease to exist. In November he recalled his members and they walked out of both organizations, taking the cash assets with them. All that Jagishes could now do was to denounce Lenin in public, which he did. But in this he was only one of the many whose sole means of revenge for Lenin's objectionable but successful splitting tactics was a recourse to literature. It is difficult to reconstruct Rosa Luxemburg's position in all this. She confessed to Louise Kautsky that she did not know much about the events in the Russian battlefield in Paris, in which Leo is immersed up to his neck, with daily telegrams and letters. Her suggestions for dealing with the fractious Russians reflected his own faithfully enough, without the element of personal involvement. A conference by all means, but of the party members in Russia, and not merely the incorrigible fighting cocks abroad. But probably this ignorance of detail was partly feigned. She did deal with Clara Zetkin and Kautsky about the money on Jagish's behalf, though she took care not to importune or appear too obviously partisan. But when Martov published a pamphlet exposing the Bolsheviks' financial skullduggery, she joined the chorus of outraged protest, for the benefit of German ears, and Kautsky no doubt took his own cue of condemnation from her. To the Mensheviks, Rosa Luxemburg was quite simply Lenin's most active partisan in Germany, and for all practical purposes she also drew the naive Clara Zetkin in her wake. Axelrod and Trotsky came and slipped in behind the scenes of the SPD Congress at Jena in September 1911 to wheedle a favorable decision about the money out of Kautsky. Hasse too was solicited. The main thing was not to be spotted by any delegates close to Zetkin and Luxemburg. As late as February 1912, when relations between Lenin and Jagishes had already been broken off, Rosa Luxemburg still got Lenin's emissary Poltev an introduction to Kautsky. Most important of all, she begged Jagishes on at least 2 occasions not to use the money as blackmail, once with regard to the trustees, and the second time when the Technical Commission under Jagish's chairmanship refused Lenin funds to publish Social Democrat. But she phrased her warnings dispassionately and coldly, without much expectation of being listened to. As we shall see, she was not prepared to follow Jagishes into unbridled condemnation of Lenin after the dust-up in Paris, not even when Lenin attacked her openly and specifically in 1912. These events had their effect in the Polish party itself, which since 1910 had been on the brink of division. The details of the maneuvers in Paris were known only to those directly involved, like Letter and Jagishes, and of course to those like Hanecki whom Lenin chose to keep informed. Though in the main Jagishes acted within the established policy of the SDKPL, most of the Polish leaders felt that his involvement had a more personal aspect in pursuit of private aims and ambitions. The virtual eviction of the SDKPL from the councils of the Live section of the Russian party provided useful ammunition for an already restive leadership against Jagishes. The Berlin section of the SDKPL wrote a strong letter of protest to the Central Committee in which they spoke of the latter's gross neglect in failing to keep the party informed of these events. But we should not take this document too literally as evidence of neglect. It was mainly an offensive weapon. The opposition in the party did not intend to force any Lenin-style breakaway. With their particularly close relations with the local organizations in Warsaw and Lodz, Hanecki and his colleagues were able to manipulate their supporters into positions of authority. But when two representatives of the opposition came to Berlin to negotiate with the Central Committee, they were promptly handed over to a party court. After this, in the autumn of 1911, the two local organizations, particularly the Warsaw one, openly challenged the Berlin leadership and organized an oppositional conference in the capital in December. After some heated public exchanges, the Central Committee declared both local organizations dissolved. They refused to accept their own dissolution and announced their intention of remaining in existence, independent of the Central Committee. Thereupon the latter circularized the International Bureau as well as the German and other parties to the effect that a dissident organization now existed which had no standing in the party. The break was now official and public. It split the organizations in the two main towns and elsewhere into two. One continuing to owe allegiance to the Central Committee in Berlin, Zarzadowsi, and the other supporting the splitters, Rozlamosi. Or, as they were sometimes known, the SDKPL opposition, Opozycja. Early in 1914, the opposition organized an executive committee of its own, known as the National Committee, Zarzad-Krajowy, in Krakow, while the executive in Berlin continued to be known by its old title, Zarzad-Glony. Nothing shows the SDKPL more clearly as a peer group than the way its leaders divided over this issue. The decision was almost entirely personal, and few valid political conclusions can be drawn. The loyal supporters of the Central Committee did center round the nucleus of those who had founded the original SDKP and nursed it through its infancy before 1900. The four musketeers remained together: Jagiełł's, Rosa Luxemburg, Marchluski, and Warsawski. Apart from old loyalties, it is hard to see why. Marchluski and Jagiełł's did not get on personally, though they always treated each other with circumspection. Warsawski had been drawn into the Bolshevik orbit in Paris and was recalled for that reason. Jagiełł's treated him very offhandedly. And Warsawski, in fact, could certainly never bring himself to feel as strongly about the opposition as Jagiełł's. But, like the others, he did have a very real love for the party which he had helped to found, and it was he who was to be primarily instrumental in reunifying it during the war. More than the others, Warsawski stood for the practical realization of working-class unity, not only in the divided social democracy but with the PPS left as well. Among those who pledged their support to the Central Committee was Felix Dzerzhinsky. It was only after the arrest of this fanatic personality and devoted organizer that the National Committee could be established on home ground. His adherence was all the more surprising since Lenin, who had a very sharp eye for potential revolutionaries and supporters, had known Dzerzhinsky since 1906 and wooed him relentlessly, and was in fact to obtain his wholehearted allegiance in 1917. For the few months he remained at liberty after the open split, Dzerzhinsky played an oddly schizophrenic role, supporting the Central Committee on the Polish question, but equally firmly supporting Lenin in Krakow in his own Russian-splitting tactics. Against the old leadership were ranged Hanecki, Unslicht, Malecki, and Ettinger, together with a host of younger recruits like the Stein brothers and of course Radek. Hanecki was the undisputed leader of the opposition. Neither their past history nor future careers provide any satisfactory general explanation of their alignment. Hanecki became Lenin's confidential agent, which was much more than being just a Bolshevik. By 1917 he had practically severed his connection with the Polish movement and was in Stockholm conducting Lenin's top-secret negotiations with Germany for funds and support. Some of Lenin's close associates viewed his role with suspicion, and did not take to his debonair appearance, which included an ostentatious, invariable buttonhole, but Lenin always defended him stoutly. Unslicht, too, joined the Bolsheviks after the revolution and was for some time Dzerzhinsky's assistant in the Chayka, Soviet security police, later serving as a Bolshevik diplomat and official. But both Dzerzhinsky and Marchluski also joined the Bolsheviks in 1917 and 1918 respectively, so it is wrong to read too much into this connection between the Polish opposition and the Bolsheviks. A few leaders took up neutral or intermediate positions similar to that of Trotsky in the Russian Party before 1914. The most important was Nettl, who worked in Vienna during this period. Condemning the Central Committee for its intolerance and particularly for its handling of the Radek case, Nettl none the less refused to countenance the split and gave his allegiance to neither side. It was no wonder that the split in the SDKPL remained incomprehensible to the rest of the socialist world. The polemics and accusations, which included accusations of harboring and shielding Okrana spies, flew back and forth in the next few years in all languages and only helped to confuse the issues still further. The events inside Poland itself, interesting and little known though they are, do not concern us here. Rosa Luxemburg had nothing to do with them, and her activity in the Polish movement was confined to émigré aspects. She, too, disapproved of Jagish's tactics but, like Warsawski, felt deeply attached to the SDKPL, her first political home. To break away meant renouncing the work of 20 years. It is doubtful whether she was given any option. As far as the SDKPL was concerned, she and Jagish's were in complete harmony, and no attempt was even made to solicit her support against him. From 1911 onwards, Rosa Luxemburg was therefore in the unusual position, for her, of enforcing a policy with which she had little sympathy. She drafted many of the Central Committee's public statements on the subject of the split, the announcements to the International Socialist Bureau and to the German Party. The task of liaison with the German executive was not always easy. If Jagish's had had his way, she would have been at the German executive offices every second day with the latest aspect of the scandal, a proceeding which would soon disgust the Germans, as she well knew. Printing polemics costs money, which was especially scarce now that Bolshevik support had been cut off, as had a substantial part of the dues-paying membership. Rosa Luxemburg therefore had the unpleasant task of squeezing money out of an SPD leadership to which in German affairs she stood in vocal opposition. Nevertheless, she succeeded, though the sums were less than had been hoped. Jagish's wanted to send one donation back to the Germans with a contemptuous note, and it was only when Rosa remonstrated at the pointlessness of such a gesture that he desisted. She was necessarily involved up to the hilt in the Radek case. This was less troublesome for her conscience since she disliked Radek herself, though again she did not fully approve of the severity of Jagish's action. The latter had decided to make an example of the hapless Radek, who was within target range in Germany and whose position in the SPD was tenuous. Radek had a sharp and lively pen, and his destruction would silence one of the Central Committee's most persuasive critics. An old scandal, or rather string of scandals, was dug up, and in December 1911 the evidence was placed first before a commission to look into the charges of theft, charges against which Jagish's, Rosa Luxemburg, and Marchluski had indignantly defended Radek in September 1910 when they were raised by Hacker, Rosa's old PPS opponent in Germany, and Niemojewski in the very hostile paper, MYSL Niepodlegla, as part of an anti-Semitic onslaught against the SDKPL leadership. The commission dragged on and was repeatedly hustled by Jagish's, and finally dissolved amid its own protests on July 30, 1912. The next step was the hard-working party court. It met in August 1912 and with little ceremony sentenced Radek to expulsion. The German executive was officially informed of the decision on August 24, in a document signed, not by Rosa Luxemburg, but by Marchluski, one of the court's conveners. In doing so, the Polish Central Committee used Radek's real name and thus broke his pseudonym. According to him, his departure for Bremen in 1912 was due to the danger from the police in the capital. Since the first charge against Radek had been laid in the spring of 1911, and no final action taken until the court in the summer of 1912, it is obvious that what had originally been a preventive threat had now been carried out largely for reasons of revenge. Rosa was against the whole proceeding. "I consider Radek's potential as a center of opposition grossly exaggerated and am against your plan of a party court." Jagish's reply does not exist, but in any case he took not the slightest notice. As expected, Radek got the explicit support of all the Rozlomosi as well as Letter, who now came out strongly against the executive. As the Polish support for Radek increased, Jagish's pressed ever more strongly for parallel action against him from the German party, and it was Rosa who had to press the SPD executive to expel him. Circumstances in Germany helped her considerably, though here too the very action which made Radek unpopular in Germany helped to assure him of the support of the Radical Party organization in Bremen, itself in opposition to the SPD executive. As a result of their support, Rosa Luxemburg now fell out with her old friends in the north, Haenke and Neef, as well as Panikok. At one stage her position was almost schizophrenic. Polish pressure was forcing her into a German attitude of which in the end she could not but disapprove. At the 1913 German Congress in Jena, where Radek was formally expelled from the German party, she voted against the measure of automatic expulsion, because it set a dangerous precedent for all nonconformists in the German party. At the same time, the Polish decision had to be validated and respected. She and Marczlewski had to fight hard with Jagishes to obtain his approval for offering the German party at least a review of the Polish evidence against Radek at the party court, if it was called for. But it never was. Part of the campaign conducted by Rosa Luxemburg against Radek in Germany was to show that he was an outsider with no significant support. Among the Russians, only unimportant and out-of-date personalities like Plekhanov and Axelrod supported him, only the ruins of the former Russian party. She wrote in a letter to Vorwärts, who reluctantly printed it at the second attempt as the statement of the best-known representative of the SDK-PL. But Radek now got strong support from an unexpected quarter. The person who replied to Rosa Luxemburg was not one of those contemptuously referred to as a ruin, but none other than Lenin. He sent a blistering letter to Vorwärts entitled Rosa Luxemburg and the Polish Central Committee in Martov's Footsteps, which the paper did not print but which remained to gather dust in the Vorwärts archives. Though he made a point of not enthusing too openly about the merits of Radek's case, he compared the Central Committee's action to the underhand revengefulness of Martov's public exposures. The suggestion that the SDK-PL were no better than the Mensheviks was harnessed to repeated assertions that both were empty shells, without revolutionary guts or, for that matter, any following. The intended audience for these dramatics was, of course, the SPD leadership. From then onwards, Lenin became Radek's strongest supporter outside Polish socialism and the Central Committee's most vituperative opponent. The extent of Lenin's responsibility for the Polish split is an intriguing question which can only partially be solved from the available evidence. His attempts to draw the Poles individually into his orbit in Paris have already been discussed. When the split came, he failed with some, succeeded with others. But even his closest allies among the Poles were never merely his creatures. For one thing, he found the Roslamosi just as adamant on the national question as Rosa Luxemburg. In 1914, Lenin openly admitted this disagreement and even engaged in public polemics with Radek on the subject during the war. The split in the Polish party was at least partially connected with the breakup of the Russian party. Having outmaneuvered Jagishes and his conciliator supporters, Lenin moved to the offensive in his opponent's territory. He was not the man to let Jagishes polemicize against him without retort. In the summer of 1912, he moved his headquarters to Krakow and, as his wife charmingly puts it, Vladimir Ilyich had there the opportunity of coming into closer contact with the Polish Social Democrats and of studying their point of view on the national question. The move to Krakow had long ago been suggested by Dzierżynski, but now it was the Roslamosi who welcomed him. Since the Warsaw Committee of the Opposition demanded that the Polish party take up a more definite position in the internal party affairs of the RSDRP, Vladimir Ilyich took the side of the Warsaw Committee. He could not remain an onlooker to an important part of the general struggle within the party which was so acute at the time. Outside the RSDRP, the most obvious assistance which Lenin could give the rebels was on the international plane. Like Rosa, he was a member of the International Socialist Bureau. It was as one of the RSDRP representatives, Plekhanov was the other, that he replied to the Central Committee's announcement with one of his own. Rosa Luxemburg had written on July 8 that a splinter group has established itself in Warsaw, and a small group of organized members have committed a series of severe violations against the statutes, discipline and unity of the Polish party and would not submit to the proceedings of party justice against two of their representatives. This is not the result of any political differences of opinion, but merely the fruit of indiscipline and disorganization by a few individuals and agents provocateurs. They have been formally excluded both from the Polish Social Democracy and from the RSDRP, of which the former is an autonomous member. Lenin replied on August 31st. He denied the SDK-PL Central Committee's entire version of the split. 1. The Central Committee has no right to decide or to announce who belongs to the RSDRP or not. The Polish Central Committee has no connection with and does not belong to our party, whose Central Committee I represent. 2. The split has already been in existence since Hanecki was excluded from the Polish Central Committee in 1910. The organ of the dissidents printed this statement with gleeful comments. Lenin offered Radek collaboration on Social Democrat and a limited amount of financial support, But the matter of Radek's personal affairs was soon lost in the welter of polemics. Lenin now threw the whole weight of his attack against the Central Committee, which he described as a committee without a party. The split in Polish social democracy was entirely the Central Committee's fault, a directly criminal act. Jagoshes and Rosa Luxemburg, faithful supporters of the Bolsheviks for so long, were speedily promoted from conciliators to liquidators, the blockbuster accusation of the immediate pre-war period. Lenin now harked back to the proceedings of the 1908 Polish Congress and claimed to find evidence even then of advanced decay, both political and moral, in the Polish party. The final insult was that even Kautsky has finally come to the conclusion that Rosa Luxemburg and Tishka's group do not represent the Polish Social Democratic workers and that he must take into account the views of the Warsaw and Lodz organizations. Naturally, Jagoshes replied in kind, with a whole batch of pamphlets denouncing Lenin's splitting tactics in the Russian party and his iniquitous influence on the Poles. Having bombarded Kautsky with letters in favor of his technical commission in the summer of 1911, Rosa's activities were not decisive enough. He now berated him for not being financially firm enough with Lenin. The dispute blared its way across 1912 and 1913, deafening those whose ears were attuned to Russian or Polish, with even a number of assiduous translations into German. For the Central Committee, Lenin was the particular enemy. But the latter was not content with beating Tishka alone. As we have seen, Rosa Luxemburg's defense of the Polish action against Radek brought her into the field of Lenin's fire, and once in, she remained. But while Radek had no hesitation in blaming Jagoshes and Rosa Luxemburg equally and looked to Lenin for protection against both, Lenin did Rosa Luxemburg the courtesy of extending his polemics with her to matters of principle, an implied compliment to the status of his opponent. It should therefore not be wholly surprising to find that in 1912 personal contact between Rosa Luxemburg and Lenin still existed. At the end of February of that year, Lenin came to Berlin personally to succeed where Poltev had failed, and carried out an assault on Kautsky for further payments of the trustee monies. He took the opportunity of calling upon Rosa Luxemburg several times in 2 days. Lenin was here yesterday and has been back 4 times today. I like talking to him, he is clever and educated. I like seeing his ugly mug. He found Mimi, Rosa's cat, whose approval of visitors was an essential preliminary to her mistress's sympathy. Very imposing, a Barsky cot, a lordly cat. It was not until the row in the International Bureau at the end of 1913 that personal animosity really grew between them. One should never take Lenin's polemics as an automatic guide to his personal attitudes.
Russian Abbey were the exact opposite of German. C'était la musique qui faisait le ton.
There is evidence, too, of the present distance between Rosa and Jagoshes. We need see no opposition in Rosa's attitude, but only indifference to the vengeful policy of the Central Committee leadership. In meeting Lenin, Rosa was following a personal inclination rather than official policy. But, equally, a few discussions with Lenin, his annoyance with Kautsky was in Rosa's eyes already a good mark, and the odd introduction are not significant evidence of anything except that alignments over issues are never as simple or as conclusive as they appear. The break and the opportunity for a Polish counterattack came when Lenin carried out the final split in the Russian party by insisting on a division, not only of the respective party organizations, but of the Social Democratic representation in the Fourth Duma. The RSDRP Duma representatives, though divided into Mensheviks and Bolsheviks, were loosely controlled by the respective group leaders, and in the course of 1912 developed an institutional pull of their own towards unity. It was the old dichotomy between local activists, legal or illegal, and foreign leaders. Throughout 1913, Lenin planned to split his parliamentary delegates off completely. It was only a matter of waiting for a favorable opportunity. This, with suitable maneuvers for blame-throwing, came in October 1913. The Russian Social Democratic Parliamentary Group was now split formally into 6 Bolsheviks and 7 Mensheviks. Whatever the mysteries of the internal struggle, which even Rosa Luxemburg confessed made her head swim, this was a public act of disunity for all to see. The dismay was universal. Towards the end of 1913, the reluctant International Bureau had the Russian question on its agenda once more. At the meeting in London in mid-December, the last occasion on which Rosa Luxemburg visited that city, plans for reunification were to be discussed. The formal motion for including the Russian split was Rosa Luxemburg's. She cited the split in the Duma delegation as the last act in 2 years of compromising the growing labor movement in Russia on the part of Lenin's group. As a special sideswipe at Lenin, the motion emphasized the irregularity of Russian representation in the International Bureau, one of whose 2 representatives merely represents a splinter group created by himself. Rosa Luxemburg called for steps to bring about unity, failing which the problem was to be submitted to the International Congress in Vienna in 1914, in the same way that French reunification had been dealt with at the 1904 Amsterdam Congresses. Lenin replied by getting some of his Roslomosy supporters to write to the Bureau and urge priority for the question of the Polish split, but Rosa was able to prevent this from being adopted for the agenda. At the meeting of the Bureau, even Plekhanov, who had been an unexpected but redoubtable ally of Lenin's for the last 2 years, now deserted him and resigned his mandate, the second RSDRP mandate, to the Bureau, who gave it to an Orthodox Menshevik. Unfortunately, Kautsky, though he was heartily sick of Russian affairs after his experience as trustee, still made it his business to oppose Rosa's formula, where she proposed that only those parties represented in the Bureau and who were members of the RSDRP should be called upon to get together to prepare for a general conference on reunification. Kautsky called for a broader base of all interested parties who consider themselves social democrats. We must avoid any judgments about the past and concentrate only on the future. On the face of it, this was a repetition of Lenin's and Martov's tight and loose versions of socialist membership at the famous Second RSDRP Congress in 1903. But in reality, Rosa's rather obstinate defense of her tighter definition had another purpose. Her formula was meant to exclude the Roslomosy, who were not represented in the International Bureau, while Kautsky's plan would have included them. Though probably Kautsky's motives were in the main a sincere desire for unity and not any great interest in prejudging contending groups, the sharp exchange between him and Rosa Luxemburg showed clearly that the personal element between them was still smoldering. Kautsky reported with glee to Victor Adler afterwards that he had been able to spike her guns. But in fact, a compromise was reached. Without being impeded from eventually dealing with anyone it pleased, the Bureau was to take soundings from those parties affiliated to the International before a more general conference is called. As Rosa Luxemburg specially emphasized in one of her perpetual corrections to the press, the principle was to reunite an existing party, not to found a new one. The main issue, involvement of the International in the affairs of the RSDRP, had been achieved. Meantime, she made every effort to seal off Lenin's influence on the German party in preparation for the next round of talks in the International. In this respect, Rosa assured Jagishes that Radek was a poor ambassador for Lenin. The Germans think of him only with irony, and the German executive will certainly take no great notice of what Lenin says either. But it was circumstances more than any effective action by Rosa which aligned opinions in the International Bureau when the problem of Russian unity next came up for discussion in July 1914. Early in that year, Vandervelde, chairman of the Bureau, had visited Russia on its behalf and had discussed the problem of unity with all factions. He carried out his functions with impartiality, even though his personal sympathies were with the Mensheviks. Nonetheless, his report inevitably showed that the main obstacle to unity was Bolshevik intransigence. The meeting in July was called to consider it and the next steps to be taken. It took the form of an enlarged conference of all interested groups in accordance with the Bureau resolution of December 1913. Apart from the 2 Russian groups, once more including Plekhanov, the Bund, the Letz, and both sections of Polish social democracy, as well as the PPS left, were represented. Unfortunately, no official record of the discussions and speeches exists, except for the reports of Russian police informers who attended under their respective Bolshevik and Menshevik disguises, and a part of the Bureau secretary's handwritten notes. Though a member of the Bureau, Lenin did not himself attend. He sent his trusted supporter and close personal friend, Inessa Armand, with an enormous and detailed memorandum which instructed her to block every effort at unity and to meet all persuasion with the now familiar NEAT. Inessa Armand found herself almost completely alone. Plekhanov, who never did anything in moderation, now turned against the Bolsheviks as incontinently as he had recently supported them, and indulged his sharp tongue to such an extent that the chairman had to call him to order.
Rosa Luxemburg also spoke.
She represented not only the view of the Polish Central Committee, but carried all the authority of a long-standing protagonist of Russian unity with acknowledged expertise in this difficult question. It was her insistence which prevailed upon the conference to submit the report of the meeting to the forthcoming International Socialist Congress due to meet in Vienna in August 1914. This would make continued Bolshevik refusal to agree to the conditions of unity proposed by the conference nothing less than open defiance of the entire International. Rosa could be well satisfied with the achievements of the conference. The long-standing Polish desire for unity had received the official stamp of international approval. Even the Roslomosy representatives voted for the resolution and against the Bolsheviks. Russian unity was as much their policy as the Central Committee's, provided that it did not involve their own diminution. Rosa's activities for Russian reunification could not but raise the prestige of the SDKPL Central Committee in the eyes of the International. Moreover, the question of the Polish split had once more been kept off the official agenda in spite of Lenin's strenuous efforts to focus attention on it. To many outsiders, the whole purpose of the meeting had been to discuss the present situation of social democracy in Russia and Poland. Dżugasz's had been prepared to denounce the proposal for the conference in Brussels if it meant a participation of the Roslomosy. But Rosa dissuaded him. "I am for this conference even if it does bring difficulties with it, and I would be in favor of admitting them, Roslomosy, under clearly defined conditions." And finally, Lenin had been exposed as the single obstacle to unity. He himself was well aware that the moving spirit was Rosa's. Now he no longer bothered with Dżugasz's. The polemics of 1914 on the national question were directed entirely against Rosa Luxemburg. Throughout 1914, Lenin fulminated against the Polish view with substantial animus. At first sight, the far-reaching and general implications of the arguments might induce their later reader to suppose that this was some contemporary issue, or at least an old issue recently warmed up by events. But no. The text against which Lenin was polemicizing was Rosa's article in the Polish Review 6 years earlier. The people he was thundering against were third-rank liquidators of no great consequence. To start with, he was kind enough to admit that one must not bring Rosa Luxemburg down to such a level, but the fact that she has such people clinging to her is a measure of the extent of her descent into opportunism. Undoubtedly, he was enraged. Even his collaborators in the preparation of the Zimmerwald Conference of 1915 were well aware of the temperature of his animosity against Rosa Luxemburg. But behind the immediate targets of early 1914, more formidable opponents rose up against Lenin. After the outbreak of war, when Rosa Luxemburg was unable and unconcerned to engage in this polemic, some of the Roslomosy, close associates of Lenin at Zimmerwald and elsewhere, took up the traditional Polish cudgels. For on this one national issue, Central Committee and opposition were as one. Radek, Bronsky, and Stein in Gazeta Robotnicza were every bit as uncompromising over self-determination as Rosa had ever been. When war broke out, the Polish leaders in Germany were automatically cut off from contact with the organizations in Russian Poland. By strenuous efforts, Dżugasz's managed to retain a limited amount of contact during these early years via Scandinavia, the classic secret route by which Russian émigrés kept in touch with their homeland. In any case, the labor movement in Poland as well as in Russia had fallen into a parlous state by 1914, which not even the sudden wave of massive strikes in the summer of 1914 could revive. The declaration of war anyhow poleaxed this rally completely. For a brief moment, all Polish and Bund socialist groups decided to collaborate, but the attempt did not last long. Soon organized socialism broke once more into its inimical constituent parts. Pilsudski backed the Central Powers to the hilt. Not until the German offensive of 1915 overflowed the greater part of Poland was it possible for the émigré leadership of the SDKPL and PPS left to re-establish contact with local organizations. In this respect, the Roslomosy, most of whom were in Switzerland, were better off than the Central Committee in Berlin, limited by the severe restrictions on all socialist activity in wartime. Rosa Luxemburg anyhow had her hands more than full with the birth pains of an effective left opposition in the SPD, while Dżugasz's increasingly took over the vacant role of organizer for the Spartacusbund. But the bleak issues of the war had irrevocably made nonsense of the largely personal differences between the two Polish groups. It fell to Warsawski in Switzerland to undertake reunification, a task close to his heart. He traveled to Warsaw in the summer of 1916, and by November of that year the local organizations of the SDKPL were once more merged into one. For Warsawski, it was only a preliminary step to the more difficult task of bringing together the SDKPL and the PPS left, though he only achieved this when the Communist Party was formed at the end of the war. Warshawski was known to favor this strongly, and had to pay the usual communist penalty for enthusiasm when he failed to be elected to the first Central Committee of the new Polish Party because he was considered to have been too soft in the negotiations with the PPS left. But he had Rosa's approval. The program of the new Communist Party of Poland was sent post-haste and under difficult conditions to Berlin and obtained the approval of the two great leaders. Fittingly, this last act of Jagiełł's and Rosa Luxemburg for Polish socialism was one of unity and approval. Rosa Luxemburg had other things to think about in November 1918, but we may assume that this great achievement, particularly the acceptance by the PPS left of all that the SDKPL had stood for, caused her satisfaction. By the time the curtains parted at the end of the war, most of the actors had emerged in new and different roles. Many were attracted by the magnet of the Russian Revolution. Marchluski had been bailed out by the Bolsheviks after the Peace of Brest-Litovsk and joined the Russian Party, though he still continued to speak with authority on Polish affairs. Dzierżynski, too, was released from prison by the Revolution of March 1917 and henceforward devoted his fierce talents and loyalties entirely to the Russian Bolshevik Party. Hanecki was Lenin's secret confidential agent in Stockholm. But none made such a dramatic reappearance on the scene as Karl Radek, who traveled to Germany illegally in December 1918 as the representative of the Bolshevik Party, wearing the mantle of enormous prestige which membership of Lenin's entourage now commanded. It was a moment of mixed feelings for Jagiełł's and Rosa Luxemburg. The momentary resuscitation of their old political community, and the somewhat nostalgic atmosphere in which the brilliant post-revolutionary careers of so many friends and comrades were discussed, provide their own ironic contribution to the end of Rosa Luxemburg's story. It is clear that from 1909 onwards Rosa Luxemburg's influence and interest in the Polish movement began to decline. The blind alley into which Jagiełł's personality and policy was leading, and her inability to do much about it, produced an almost unconscious disengagement easily absorbed in the new welter of activities in the German movement. Were it not for our knowledge of Polish affairs from documents and, particularly, from her letters to Jagiełł's, we might well suppose that there simply was not enough time for her to devote herself to both parties. But previously Rosa had always combined full participation in the SPD with a full complement of work in the Polish movement. Until 1910 she was certainly writing as much for Poland as for Germany. The real choice was not between Germany and Poland so much as a subtle shift of emphasis from the internal miseries of the SDKPL to the more rewarding affairs of the International. Her participation in the work of the International Socialist Bureau was not, of course, confined to the Russian question and her efforts to keep the Polish question off the agenda. The task of the Bureau was to review all disputes. It acted as an unofficial Supreme Court for most of the affiliated parties. Like any judge, Rosa, together with her colleagues, dealt with these affairs on a factual basis. The tedious disputes between Czech and Austrian trade unions, the mandates of Hungarian delegates, the seating of American representatives from different parties, did not call for much exposition of socialist principles. But at the same time there was an undercurrent of disillusion with the International itself which any conscientious biographer must note, however little it fits in with the extreme international position which Rosa Luxemburg was to take after the outbreak of war. Her comments in private letters about the Copenhagen Congress in 1910 and the Extraordinary Congress in Bâle in 1912, she reluctantly attended both, were not complimentary. There was much hysterical effusion about war and much corresponding euphoria at the magnificence of so many socialists gathered under one roof. But resolutions with the sharp bite of the Stuttgart Declaration of 1907 were noticeably lacking. Rosa's legacy to Polish socialism was thus very different from, though not less than, that to German socialism. She was directly associated with the left wing in Germany until her death. As we shall see, the creation of the German Communist Party was in large measure due to her, and its policies were shaped for many years by her ideas. In Poland, on the other hand, there was a break. The creation of the Polish Communist Party had nothing to do with her. Many of the personalities associated with the party after the war did not even know her personally. Even though her influence in the creation of the SDKPL and the emergence of its mature policy was acknowledged to be great, it was that of an historical figure. Thus, in the report of the meeting of the organizing committee of the new Communist Party of Poland in December 1918 no mention is made either of Jagiełł's or Rosa Luxemburg. But, at Warshawski's instigation, a man called Szyszewski, a member of the PPS left, traveled to Berlin before the Congress and submitted the unity proposals to Rosa and Jogashes, who approved them with few alterations. Even if it was a mere formality, the new Polish Communist Party therefore had the official blessing of Rosa Luxemburg, while she in turn had the satisfaction of seeing it created even before the German party, a product of fusion with the PPS left and not of separation like the KPD. Polish socialism divided sharply into the periods before and after the war. To connect the two is the task of historians and political philosophers, not of contemporary politicians. The sense of a clean start in 1918 was far greater in Polish than in German communism. The Stalinist assault on the pre-war left did not therefore touch the Polish past or Rosa Luxemburg as directly as in Germany, and after the death of Stalin the Poles took out her reputation almost unaltered from the casket in which it had been stored for the duration. All that was needed was interest enough to polish and brighten it with research, and this has now been amply forthcoming. In Germany, however, she was and still is a disputed figure not only historically but in terms of present policies. The continuity of her influence, the fact that she was indisputably linked with modern German communism, makes any discussion of Rosa Luxemburg both controversial and dangerous. Hence the flood of Polish publications and the limited and highly selective treatment of Rosa Luxemburg in East Germany. But Russian acknowledgement of a contribution to the RSDRP in general, or to the Bolsheviks in particular, has yet to appear. 14. The war. In the Marxist calendar, August 4, 1914 is a watershed date, and later history, instead of flattening the divide, has done everything to make it sharper. The cathartic events of that day could naturally not be foreseen, yet immediately afterwards they began to seem inevitable, a relief or a disaster, depending on the point of view. For a decade one had only to mention the 4th of August in German socialist circles and everyone knew what was meant. Not the declaration of war so much as the SPD's official support for it. While everyone later agreed that this was not the outcome of a sudden shock but a natural reaction, or in hostile eyes the culmination of a long process of decay, we must not be dazzled by hindsight. At the time, the vote of the SPD Reichstag delegation for the war credits was a momentous decision, and a shock to all but the immediate participants. As with most profound innovations, inevitability was a plea of immediate psychological defense. "We couldn't help it," is the classic cry of all conservatives who carry out a revolution. The first real confrontation of the European socialist leaders with their own impotence was at a meeting of the Bureau of the Socialist International in Brussels on July 29, 1914. Rosa Luxemburg was present as usual on behalf of the SDKPL. She had been in Brussels since mid-July in search of the perennial but elusive panacea for unifying the centrifugal Russian party, and only knew what was going on in Berlin at second hand. The newspapers, however, spoke clearly, and the German delegation was able to complete the picture when the members arrived in the course of July 28. And the other national delegations told the same story, from Vienna and from Paris. It was a distinguished but very gloomy meeting. The tone of the resolution adopted was familiar enough. The International Socialist Bureau charges proletarians of all nations concerned not only to pursue but even to intensify their demonstrations against war. But most of the speeches in private session were cold and much more realistic. Victor Adler declared his party's complete helplessness. He implied that the only choice was between the destruction of organized socialism or alignment to the furor of the Vienna crowds. All his hearers were struck by the ghastly realism of his resignation, which none the less bore the usual stamp of his authority. In retrospect, Jean Jouwers and Rosa Luxemburg seemed to me the only delegates who, like Adler, realized fully the inevitability of the World War and the horrors it entailed. Jouwers gave the impression of a man who, having lost all hope of a normal solution of the crisis, relied upon a miracle. But most of the delegates would not accept the full implication of his words. The meeting considered a change of locale for the coming International Congress, due to take place in Vienna in August. This city, heaving with popular nationalism, was obviously unsuitable for a peace meeting. Rosa Luxemburg and Jean Jouwers pressed the alternative claims of Paris. There the Congress would be accompanied by monster demonstrations against war. All the hopes of the delegates now focused on this Congress. It was the last, indeed the only time that Jouwers, the great French humanitarian, and the sharp and mobile Marxist were to collaborate wholeheartedly. But the result was useless and ironic. 2 days later Jouwers was to be assassinated in Paris. That evening, a representative group of participants spoke to a huge crowd in the Cirque Royal, which literally shook at the end of Jouwers's magnificent speech. No record of the speeches exists, but in the echoing fervor of their own passionate denunciation of war, the speakers may have found both strength and hope, however short-lived. The Brussels gathering was the epitome of all that was best and most hopeless in the Second International. The belief that idealism, public opinion, popular goodwill could be summoned at will by the leaders and would engulf or at least divert the course of history. Rosa was exhausted by her Russian negotiations and by the apparent hopelessness of the last meeting of the International Bureau. She took no part in the desultory small talk of the delegates, but sat silent and withdrawn. Nonetheless, the occasion was charged with drama, private as well as public. For 10 years we, Huysmans and I, were both members of the International Bureau, and for 10 years we hated one another. Why? Hard to say. Perhaps he could not abide politically active women. As for me, his impertinent Flemish face probably got on my nerves. The whole time at the restaurant Huysmans looked at me silently, and the 10-year-old hatred was transformed into a glowing friendship within the hour. Laughable, in a way. I suppose he finally saw me in a moment of weakness. The Brussels meeting was distinguished not only by those who participated but by those who did not come. Significantly, some of the realists kept away. The right wing of the PPS could see nothing but good for Poland in a war between Russia and the Central Powers, while the Bolsheviks too had no interest in powerless public squawks about unity and war. The revolutionary forces had recently been growing and fermenting in Russia, and the prospect of war was almost too good to expect. Franz Joseph and Nikolasha won't do us the favor, Lenin commented, with an optimistic glint in his eye. He had gone climbing in the Slovakian Tatra to mark his contempt for the International Bureau's unity meeting. Hasse, Rosa Luxemburg, and the other German delegates returned to Berlin on July 31st. There, too, the speed of events had obliterated realistic perceptions. In a manifesto of July 25, the SPD executive almost preempted the call of the International. All the weakness and hesitation of 1911 seemed to have disappeared. The class-conscious German proletariat raises a flaming protest against the criminal machinations of the warmongers. Not a drop of any German soldier's blood must be sacrificed to the power hunger of the Austrian ruling clique, to the imperialist profiteers. Similar denunciations followed daily, but in less than a week the senior members of the executive had returned from the last holiday of peace and decided jointly and severally that there was precisely nothing that the SPD could do against war. The automatic phrases of defiance pumped out by their juniors under Hasse's influence, "No holiday for this busy lawyer," had lost all point, for war abroad and military government at home loomed certain and imminent. Indeed, they could only do harm to the SPD. The executive issued a new manifesto, apologetic and quietist in tone, whose urgent message was, "No risks." At the same time, with a furtive backward glance at history, one of its members was sent to Paris to talk to the French. It will not have been for want of trying. The crucial question of voting for the inevitable war credits in the Reichstag was already being discussed, as yet inconclusively. Some sections of the party press were still faithfully echoing the anti-militarist sentiments so painfully hammered out during the years of socialist self-sufficiency, with Vorwärts in the van. For a while the press ran on in its well-accustomed grooves. It knew, after all, no other language, while the leaders hesitated. All depended on the hope that the German government would not back the madmen in Vienna. But it did. And once Germany was in, the whole perspective changed. On the one hand was fear of isolation from the masses, Bebel's old fear of the all-powerful military dictatorship. The party had had a glimpse in 1910 of what the military commanders were simply longing to do to social democracy. Also the knowledge of complete impotence in case of war, which Bebel had also foreseen in private 4 years earlier. On the other side was the practical legacy of so many years of isolation, firmly established after the victory over the revisionists. In its present need, society stretched out its hand and social democracy seized it. For some it was a catharsis, the end of a dark period of useless penance. As in France, a small group of left-wing radicals now became the most vociferous supporters of the war. For most of the others, it was a welcome byproduct of an unhappy situation. The ruling classes, it turned out, were not bloodthirsty monsters. They were merely people with a rather different background and views, but one could work with them. No reader of Scheidman can miss the genuine pleasure which he felt in being invited to discuss matters on an equal footing with the ministers of state. Noski was even more blatant. The same sentiment, a little better disguised, appears also in the memoirs of Ebert and Kiel, the Württemberg leader. But it would be unfair to see all these men as merely social democrats faute de mieux. There were two crucial new factors in their life: a war which they had opposed but could not prevent, and, more important still, a defensive war against the old bogeyman of progressive Europe, Tsarist Russia. With a queer mixture of arrogance and historical conservatism, they suddenly saw themselves as helping a relatively progressive Germany to destroy Tsarism. We now know that this was a more predictable reaction than it seemed at the time. Recent documentary evidence suggests that the German chancellor's hesitation in ordering full-scale mobilization was merely a maneuver to precipitate the Russians into mobilizing first and thus ensure the patriotic support of the SPD. The last of the defiance of July 30th, when Ebert and Otto Braun were sent to Zurich with the party chest as a precaution against outlawry, had already dissolved by August 3rd. The Reichstag debate on the war credits was imminent. How would the 110 members of the SPD vote? Considering what later proved to have been at stake, the whole future of 20th century socialism, the discussion was flat and brief. The perspectives of the majority had narrowed. For them, it was now exclusively a matter of deciding whether, at a time when the enemy had already entered the country and that enemy anyhow was Russia, a party representing a full third of the German people could deny the means of defense and protection to those called upon to defend them and their families.
Impossible.
As against that, a small minority, between a sixth and a seventh, felt doubts, not an opposing certainty but doubts. Could one envisage the vote for war credits, when the information as to the events was one-sided, and anyhow came from the side of the enemies of social democracy? It would be in contradiction with itself, would make the worst impression on the workers of other countries and create confusion in the Socialist International. Thus, the majority were sure of their duty while the minority were not. The 20 strongest supporters of voting for war credits later declared that they would have voted for them, if necessary, against the party, while the 14 opponents could not bring themselves to break the long tradition of discipline, especially since the party had already resolved to speak and vote unanimously in the Reichstag next day, one way or the other. At the caucus meeting of the opposition, some suggested abstention, with the precedent of Bebel and Wilhelm Liebknecht in 1870. Others, including the grand old man's son Karl, wanted a loud negative vote. But finally it was decided to support the government. Ironically, Hugo Hasse, an opponent of the affirmative vote, was chosen to deliver the SPD declaration in the Reichstag, in his role of first chairman of the party. He did it in the spirit of the large majority, not his own. And the bourgeois deputies loudly applauded him. Today we are no longer surprised, for the decision was the inexorable consequence of 20 years of party history. The threads of inevitability have been drawn two ways, by objective historians who could evaluate material knowing how the story ended, and therefore emphasize what was real and show up what was false, and by the communists searching for ever earlier evidence of a great betrayal. With their different objectives and techniques, both came to similar conclusions. The vote for war credits was the end of a long process, not the beginning. A logical consequence of past actions, not a brutal aberration. But contemporaries did not see it like that. Those most affected saw a temporary wavering which would, indeed must, soon be corrected. Lenin in Switzerland, which he reached a few weeks after his release from custody in Austrian Krakow, could hardly believe it. For the German party was the jewel of the International. However unreliable the other parties might be, with their history of splits and wavering, the SPD had so often declared its solid hatred of the imperial state and imperial military policy, its determination to prevent or abort any war. Any moment now the executive, the Reichstag caucus, would call for action. But no. Since 20 years of history in which they had participated could not just be a lie, the minority of revolutionary socialists everywhere began to feel that the German socialist leaders had betrayed the cause. Nothing else could explain it. Now they must be garrote with their own string of words. We must not let hindsight, or the communists' tactical hammering on the fatal date, rob us of one of history's hard-earned dramatic effects. The real drama was not the vote itself. All dramatic emphasis is necessarily a form of simplification. It was buried in the motivation, the explanations, in the actions that followed. Where previously radicals and majority had communicated through a mist, but recognizably, there was now to be a soundproof barrier. The action of the other group was no longer mistaken but utterly incomprehensible. There was little contact, no communication. Words ceased to have the same meaning. There were totally different channels of responsibility. And in the middle, around Kautsky, Ledebour, and Hasse, a group emerged who hoped and believed that the obstacles were temporary, who elevated the truism that war was generically different from peace into a whole doctrine, and who exhorted both sides to leave their extreme positions and move inwards, so that communication with each other and, more important, with the real oracle of socialism could be re-established. But meantime, the vacuum of silence was filled by each side impugning the other's motives, and in the worst possible way. Martial law, censorship, the full pressure of conformity or silence all helped to make the misunderstandings complete. The executive instinctively knew that it was on parole with the government, for its own good behavior and for that of the party membership. The party truce, Bergfrieden, meant in effect suspending all worthwhile opposition for the duration, except for such minor concessions as could be negotiated amicably. Chief beneficiary of these concessions was not the party, but the unions. But at least the party and its organizations were allowed to exist unmolested. Members were able to speak in the Reichstag, however minute the chances of influencing the government. In return, the SPD had to prove that its continued existence kept labor aligned to the war effort. The discipline which the executive had once exercised for the benefit of socialist isolation was now wielded on behalf of the war cabinet, and had a twofold role: to quell opposition to itself and to the Bergfrieden, which became synonymous in all socialist eyes, and to plead the cause of minor, inadvertent offenders with the military, a dual responsibility to party and to state. On August 4, 1914, the SPD became, like the other parties in Imperial Germany, a pressure group which articulated special interests, though mutely in wartime, but without hope of taking or wielding power in the state. Not that everything divided and at once fell neatly into place. Whatever some of the local papers might say, they always tended to be extreme in either direction. The main leaders of the SPD were neither joyful revisionists nor chauvinists. They sincerely believed that they had done what they could, that it had failed, but they had to go on living in a situation that was not of their own making. The fact that good might come out of it was incidental. After all, war and the threat of invasion were realities. Most of the boys at the front were also working men. The leaders shouldered their responsibility as they saw it. They believed that everyone would soon come round to their point of view. Almost all the papers soon did so, with occasional lapses. The censorship twice suspended publication of Vorwärts during September. Sozialdemokratische Korrespondenz was one of the censor's favorite clients. Scheidman reported that every single day we had to plead for one newspaper or another. For the first few weeks, the main feeling among the center and the left was unease and shame, a knowledge that things had not gone as they should, yet without any clear notion of what more could have been done. Kautsky again took to his pen, producing historical apologias for his own position and incidentally a special wartime philosophy for the SPD that was to be truly socialist and yet conformist as well. Both Rosa Luxemburg and Clara Zetkin suffered nervous prostration and were at one moment near to suicide. Together they still tried, on the 2nd and the 3rd of August, to plan an agitation against war. They contacted 20 SPD members of the Reichstag with known radical views, but got the support of only Liebknecht and Mehring. Rosa herself naturally did not admit to despair as easily as Clara Zetkin, but she too could only emphasize her isolation and the difficulties of making an impact on a party besotted with war. The party life of the masses is completely stifled. Now the first task was to dissociate themselves from the Reichstag vote, both in the eyes of the masses outside in the country and of foreign comrades. Rosa at once called a conference of her close friends at her flat on the evening of August 4th, as soon as the news of the vote was out. Present were Mehring, Julian Marchluski, still under close police surveillance, Ernst Mayr, Hermann Dunker and his sister Kathy, and Wilhelm Pieck. Rosa sent 300 telegrams to local officials who were thought to be oppositional, asking for their attitude to the vote and inviting them to Berlin for an urgent conference. The results were pitiful. Clara Zetkin was the only one who immediately and unreservedly cabled her support. The others, those who even bothered to send an answer, did so with stupid or lazy excuses. The first public disclaimer of official SPD policy appeared in September 1914 in the form of a bald notice to the effect that there was an opposition in Germany. No more and no less. Comrades Dr. Sudacum and Richard Fisher have made an attempt in the party press abroad in Sweden, Italy, and Switzerland to present the attitude of German social democracy during the present war in the light of their own conceptions. We therefore find it necessary to assure foreign comrades that we, and certainly many other German social democrats, regard the war, its origins, its character, as well as the role of social democracy in the present situation from an entirely different standpoint, and one which does not correspond to that of comrades Sudacum and Fisher. Martial law presently makes it impossible for us to enlarge upon our point of view publicly.
Signet Karl Liebknecht, Dr. Franz Mehring, Dr. Rosa Luxemburg, Clara Zetkin.
The idea of sending the letter and its mild tone, in the vain hope of attracting further signatories, were particularly Rosa Luxemburg's. It was she who persuaded Clara Zetkin to sign during a short visit to Stuttgart in September, and also approached Mehring and Liebknecht for permission to use their names. "Would you authorize us?" Rosa wrote to Mehring, "to append your signature? You are so well known abroad that it would be of great moral value and a well-earned slap in the face orphage for the infamous protestations by the party executive. In the near future Karl L. Liebknecht will be coming here and I hope he will sign as well. Please reply by cable immediately on receipt of these lines." In private, Rosa gave full vent to the frustrations of getting the motley group of oppositionists together for any concerted and effective action. For their cohesion was a negative one, dislike of the attitude of the party, without any compensatory agreement on what to do instead. It was a rocking boat in which the foursome sailed into the official wind, and Rosa had her work cut out at the helm. "I want to undertake the sharpest possible action against the activities of the Reichstag delegates. Unfortunately, I get little cooperation from my collection of incoherent personalities. Karl Liebknecht can't ever be got hold of, since he dashes about like a cloud in the sky. Franz Mehring has little sympathy for any but literary campaigns. Clara Zetkin's reaction is hysteria and the blackest despair. But in spite of all this, I intend to try to see what can be achieved." The extent to which Rosa was the focal point of the opposition had been acknowledged by her opponents all along. Ebert had written of the effect of war on the Rosa group, which would inspire the latter to all kinds of new plans. In November 1914, Kautsky, writing to his friend Victor Adler, characterized the situation like this: "Karl Liebknecht's intended vote against the budget in the Reichstag certainly does not mean a split in the party right now. The only result could be that the unhappy boy Karl will not make himself a terror but a laughingstock. Could however be the beginning of a split. I am not in any contact with the far left camp, but from various indications I assume that Rosa is feverishly busy trying to split the party. She too prefers to be the first in the village rather than the second in Rome. If she cannot rule the big party, she wants a small one which swears by her. Soon she will have to serve her sentence and apparently wants to carry out the split before then. She is probably afraid that once she is behind bars, the present critical phase of the war will pass without a split, and when she comes out she will once more be faced with the solid and united class party of peacetime in which there won't be any room for her. How far the splitting tactics will be successful it is hard to say. Up to the present Rosa's following is very small. The group of David, Sudacum, Heine, and the trade unions are working for her, though unintentionally. If the Marxist Center appears as the ally of this group, then quite a few workers will go over to the Luxemburg group. If, however, we oppose the right wing openly, then they will in turn denounce us to the masses as Rosarier, as Ledebour puts it, people who only differ from Rosa in our lack of guts. There was at this stage little to choose between the official party view and that of the center in their view of the left, at least as far as ascription of motives was concerned. Among the many ligaments torn by the war was the benefit of doubt which socialists had always accorded to each other's motivations. In any case, neither the German government nor the SPD had any doubts that Rosa Luxemburg was the intellectual center of gravity behind the radical opposition. It has been the privilege of Stalinist historians to question the primacy of her role at this time. It was also decided to make personal contact with anti-war groups in other countries. At the suggestion of the British Independent Labour Party, Franz Mehring, Karl Liebknecht, and Rosa Luxemburg in December 1914 each wrote somewhat stiff, formal greetings to the newspaper labor leader in London. With joy and yet deep sorrow, every German social democrat who has remained faithful to the Proletarian International must take the opportunity to send comrades abroad a brotherly socialist greeting. Under the murderous blows of imperialist world war, our pride and our hope, the Working Class International, has shamefully collapsed, and its leading section, the German section of the International, most shamefully of all. An international which accepts its present terrible failure as normal practice cannot be anything but a caricature of socialism, a product of hypocrisy, exactly like the diplomacy of bourgeois states with their alliances and their treaties based on public law. In addition to the disastrous situation in Germany itself, the havoc caused by the war within the International had to be taken into account. Every party had voted for its belligerent government except two lonely Serbians and the Bolshevik caucus in the Russian Duma. But at least the Independent Labour Party was coming out against the war in England, if only for a time, and the neutrals in Switzerland and Italy were strongly in favor of the old International's opposition to war. It was vital for someone to raise the same flag in Germany. These protests, subdued and careful as they were, crystallized for the first time a sentiment that was to distinguish the left-wing opposition in Germany from this time onwards, a growing hatred of organized German social democracy, of the symbol SPD, which in time became far more virulent than the original opposition to capitalism and to the capitalist state. To some extent, it was the violence of juxtaposition, which had made the SDKPL hate the neighboring PPS most of all, which made the SPD concentrate its electoral fire on the liberals. Hatred, though blind, still sees enough to concentrate on the known, whether apparent or real. But there was also a strong personal element in it. The eternal, ill-suppressed impatience and frustration of émigrés like Rosa Luxemburg with the ponderous and official Germans. Not only émigrés, however. The same frustration motivated Karl Liebknecht and, dammed up by the grey negation of war, quickly turned to hatred. They were all of them strong and sincere haters in their different ways, Rosa, Karl Liebknecht, and Mehring. Only Clara Zetkin turned to communism from loyalty and love. Their reaction was all the greater for the obvious manifestations of party self-satisfaction in public. Yet why should they, who had so often in the last few years thundered against the decay of revolutionary ideals in the SPD, have been astonished now? Was it that, used to systematic exaggeration for political purposes, they had never taken their own warnings too seriously? Or did they think that they were dealing only with a few misguided or wrong-headed leaders, while the masses, those fabulous, sensitive, incorruptible working classes, would still know what to do when the time came? The masses, a word which had always served largely as a synonym for action, were now projected into something concrete and real. Myths are sometimes harder to explode than realities or even the ideology in which realities are mirrored, and so the myths remain when all else is shattered. The violent reaction of the Russian Bolsheviks is easier to understand, for they were always ignorant about realities in the SPD and merely had to overcome in a short time their many years of admiration and deference. Even today, the dispute as to the correct interpretation of SPD history, the classification of groups and their relationship with each other, still agitates party historians. For the German left, the war released a flood of pent-up resentment. It became a matter of honor to hate one's own traitors the most. In each country, the task of those faithful to the old principles of international socialism was to fight the enemy at home, as a dialectical reply to all those eager to find salvation by fighting the enemy abroad. In an illegal handbill issued by the Spartacusbund in the summer of 1916, entitled A Policy for Dogs, Hundepolitik, Rosa Luxemburg took up the remarks of Dr. David, an old revisionist, who characterized Liebknecht's attitude as that of a dog who barks but does not bite. A dog is someone who licks the boots of his master for serving him out kicks for many years. A dog is someone who gaily wags his tail in the muzzle of martial law and faithfully gazes up to his masters, the military dictators, quietly whining for mercy. A dog is someone who barks at a person, particularly in his absence, and who fetches and carries for his immediate masters. A dog is someone who, on the orders of the governments, covers the entire sacred history of a party with slime and kicks it in the dirt. Dogs are and always were the Davids, Landsbergs, and comrades, and they will get their well-earned kick from the German working classes when the day of reckoning comes. Similar comments flowed from the pen of Karl Liebknecht, in his writings for the Spartacus letters and particularly in his notes written during his imprisonment at Luckau. The left strove to love internationally and hate on home ground. Eventually, this culminated in the Liebknecht formulation. The main enemy is at home. There was therefore some basis for the accusation that the German radicals were hoping for the defeat of Germany, just as the Bolsheviks specifically counted on the defeat of Tsarist Russia. With the breakdown of the International, each party or oppositional group within it had the special responsibility of taking on the enemy at home. From this to revolutionary defeatism was a small step. Lenin, sitting in Switzerland, was easily able to take it. The Germans never quite took the final step. What prevented Rosa Luxemburg from openly celebrating the hopes of a German disaster was her immense and often repeated concern with the human loss involved. She was torn between two conflicting desires: the defeat of German imperialism as the most evil manifestation of all, but equally the ending of the war as quickly as possible to save further bloodshed, above all the slaughter of soldiers who were nothing but proletarians temporarily dressed in field gray. What prevented the German radicals from the cheerful adoption of Bolshevik revolutionary defeatism was precisely the legacy of optimism of a mass party in a highly developed capitalist country. The reaction from optimism is not pessimism but despair. The destruction of society by war, not progress but barbarism. The main effort thus lay at home. After initial hesitation, not what to do but how to do it, and a desperate if ineffective search for weapons, Karl Liebknecht determined to use his position as a deputy of both the Prussian Diet and the Reichstag. This gave him a better means of focusing opposition in his person than Rosa's relative isolation. He was not so much the obvious choice, the clearly destined leader, like Lenin or even Hitler. He was inevitable by being all alone. He had not been a disciple, much less a colleague of Rosa's. In the last 7 years they had clashed almost as often as they had agreed, and Rosa's opinion of him, if tolerant, was never flattering. In January 1915, a month after his lonely protest in the Reichstag, she wrote, "He is an excellent chap, but this fiercely opinionated lawyer, with his good heart and his passion for drama, had for years bombarded party personalities with heavily underlined good advice as to the line to be taken. The party leadership had clashed with him over his radical proposals for a youth policy from 1904 to 1907, and had never taken him seriously. They considered him an unbalanced and unworthy successor to his great father. To this apparently unqualified man now fell the public representation of his group, and he accepted the challenge wholeheartedly. He was apparently not present at the first meeting in Rosa Luxemburg's flat, nor did he stand out in the Reichstag caucus debate on August 3rd. But he signed the Declaration of September 10, 1914 together with Rosa Luxemburg, Franz Mehring and Clara Zetkin, and a tour to the Western Front as a Reichstag deputy in October seems to have decided him finally that a few cautious letters of protest were no longer sufficient. As far as Karl Liebknecht was concerned, he came in October 1914 to Liège. We clarified the situation for him, with which he was not familiar, and I accompanied him next day into the provinces, particularly to Wavre, where the damage was considerable. On leaving, he shook my hand and said, "Now I know what has happened. I shall do my duty." In November, he began his bombardment of the SPD Reichstag delegates for a negative vote in the next budget debate. He followed this with a personal campaign the week before the debate itself. But in the end, he was the only one who broke party discipline, the Bergfrieden, a complete break just as he had wished. He voted alone against the credits. His name instantly became the symbol of the things and people he stood for, to his enemies and to the watchers abroad for a break in the thick German mists. His written explanation to the Speaker of the Reichstag, which the latter refused to have entered in the written record, was distributed illegally and became the forerunner of the Spartacus letters. At first, these were part of the information circulars distributed to sympathetic party functionaries through the good offices of the local party organization in Niederbarnim, an electoral district of Berlin controlled by the radicals. Here Rosa Luxemburg had often spoken in the past. Here she now used all her magnetic charm and persuasion to build up a nucleus of protest. Its influence was at first confined to the capital, but gradually spread to other cities, with better distribution of material and more contacts. There were other radical centers in Germany, in Bremen, Stuttgart, Brunswick, Leipzig. Rosa Luxemburg was also working feverishly in her own field. In December 1914, she went into hospital for a short while. The long isolation and the disaster of the war were too much for her. She had violent changes of mood. At the beginning of November she had written to Hans Diefenbach that, "My first despair has quite changed. Not that things are rosier, quite the contrary. But one gets used to a hailstorm of blows better than a single one." Precisely the growing dimensions of the disaster call for objective judgment. The prison sentence passed on her in Frankfurt at the beginning of the year became due in December, but was postponed to March 31, 1915 on account of her illness. Nonetheless, she knew that time was short. The Sozialdemokratische correspondence had almost outlived its purpose. It could no longer whip up support in other papers since these were all censored, even if they had wanted to take material. What was needed was a broader, more theoretical paper, a central organ for the faithful, which could get by the censorship and yet announce as widely as possible the basis on which the party must meet the new challenge of war and the actions of a wrong-headed, if not yet treacherous leadership. Under Rosa's particular guidance, Die Internationale was prepared, with the collaboration of Franz Mehring and Julian Marchluski. Everything had to be found from scratch, money scraped together, a printer found. This proved very difficult, and with reason. Contributors, publisher, and printer were all later indicted. Even after her arrest, Rosa was able, through the visits of her secretary Mathilde Jacob, to keep abreast of the last-minute rush to get Die Internationale out. It is even possible that Rosa received assistance from one of the staff at the Barnumstrasse prison called Schrick, who was known among the Spartacus leaders to be well-disposed towards the prisoner. The fact that the conception and form were essentially Rosa's work was acknowledged by Mehring in the introduction when the one and only issue appeared in April 1915. The censor immediately confiscated all copies he could find and prohibited further issues. By that time, she had already been in prison for 2 months. In early March, she had planned to accompany Clara Zetkin to an international women's conference in Holland. Even a women's conference was now no longer to be despised. But on February 18th, she was suddenly arrested and taken to the women's prison in the Barnumstrasse. The arrest was entirely unexpected and carried out by the criminal police department, not the state prosecutor's office. The Deutsche Tageszeitung, with good official connections, reported that the arrest was due to the fact that Rosa Luxemburg, the Red Prima Donna, had organized meetings in Niederbarnim. Karl Liebknecht spoke in the Prussian Landtag in support of his close party friend. "It shows the nature of our Bergfrieden, the peace on the home front. But we don't even bother to complain that this highly political, in a party political sense, sentence imposed in peacetime should suddenly be carried out in spite of the Bergfrieden. I know that my friend Luxemburg can only feel honored by this execution of judgment, just as I do." Liebknecht's great one-man propaganda campaign had begun. For the first time, speeches in the Reichstag and Landtag were really being made through the window, not to convince the listeners in the room but the readers and listeners outside. The role which the old SPD caucus had publicly acknowledged but never in practice accepted was now carried out by one man, with a lonely and thorough obstinacy of which the Earl of Strafford would have been proud. With Rosa Luxemburg behind bars, his main intellectual stimulus had gone. He was now more alone than ever. However much she may have told her personal friends that she wanted time to write and think, it was a most unfortunate moment from a political point of view to be immured in prison. "Half a year ago I was looking forward to it. Now the honor falls on me much as an iron cross would fall on you." Rosa's attitude to the practical aspects of political life was always somewhat equivocal. She disliked the physical pressure of meetings and multitudes, yet at the same time these were a concrete manifestation of her fundamental political beliefs: democracy, the people in action. But at this moment her removal from the political scene was too great a blow to the opposition to be supported with her usual equanimity. Still, Die Internationale was ready. Now in prison would come the study of the war which she naturally wanted to write, and at last perhaps the outline of the book on economics from her school lecture notes. The study of the war became the crisis of social democracy, known more generally as the Junius brochure because of the pseudonym Junius. She also wrote an answer to the critics of her accumulation of capital, another job that had to be left for an unexpected period of peace and quiet in the midst of war. Rosa always loosened up in prison, as though her political personality were normally held together only by the pressure of life. It was almost as if everything now had to grow to fill the political vacuum, and the component parts of her personality became separated from each other in the process. Rosa the recluse, the thinker, the botanist, and the literary critic emerged and floated away as extensions of Rosa the woman. There was a sudden upsurge of letters to friends, all carefully tailored to suit the personality of the recipient. To her housekeeper, Gertrude Zlatko, Rosa wrote roughly in unsentimental peasant tones. Your resigned tone really doesn't go down with me. Pfui, Gertrude, no point in that. I like my people to be gay. Work is the order of the day. Do your bit, and for the rest, don't take things to heart. Keep your spirits up. To Louise Kautsky, she was a perpetually serious person from whom people always expected something clever, worse luck. I have to have someone who believes me when I say that I am only in the maelstrom of world history by accident. In fact, I was really born to look after a chicken farm. You have to believe it, do you hear? Not a line of her letters was wasted. Even the normal routine letters from prison include a factual account of her life, especially factual in this letter which was smuggled out, again through Mathilde Jacob. After 2 weeks, I got my books and permission to work. They didn't have to tell me twice. My health will have to get used to the somewhat peculiar diet. The main thing is that it doesn't prevent me working. Imagine, I get up every day at 5:40. Of course, by 9 at night, I have to be in bed. If the instrument which I jack up and down every day deserves the name. But political pepper was freely strewn about too. You're probably delighted by Hasse, for whom you always had a soft spot. He'd never have found that tone if Karl Liebknecht hadn't given him a dig in the ribs, which shows that it can be done. Already the octopus grip of Rosa's personality made itself felt in her letters. Rosa's feeling for and hold over her friends was to grow prodigiously during the isolation of the long months behind bars. But there was always another important aspect to her activities: her practical contact with the struggle outside. Following the effort of the previous months, this was at its lowest ebb during the first 9 months of 1915. Germany seemed to be winning the war, and a number of SPD members began to feel the itch of Germany's civilizing mission in French revolutionary terms, as something to be carried forward on bayonets. At the same time, the SPD executive inevitably mounted a counterattack against the party opposition, what remained of the old, and what had begun to manifest itself of the new. In Württemberg, the land organization had simply taken over the opposition Schwäbisch Tagwacht as early as November 1914 and, in view of the success of the coup, the Reich executive supported it gladly. Elsewhere, too, the last embers of independence on the part of local papers were stamped out as far as possible. Vorwärts was harder to tackle. The party's arbitration tribunal, the Control Commission, was well left of center. Its senior member was still Clara Zetkin, and it was no use appealing from the devil to the devil's own grandmother. But the executive merely bided its time before launching a coup against the remaining recalcitrants on the paper. Restraint in publication was no longer enough. The government wanted genuine and enthusiastic support for official policy. The French and English examples of socialist partnership in wartime government, which the SPD executive quoted with so much envy, were unfortunately misleading. No real share of power, at local or central level, was ever offered by the German government, only verbiage and trappings. But in the absence of spontaneous enthusiasm for the government, the need for disciplined labor support was all the greater. Against the monolithic majority, the opposition could only muster individual protest, the impact of private conscience. To start with, a whole opposition group was a rare accident in any locality. Between Luxemburg and Liebknecht on the one hand and the executive majority on the other, stood the center. These men were unhappy about the majority's unanimous certainties, but they were also repelled by the violence, the doctrinaire intransigence, of the left, which seemed to them to ignore all wartime reality. They too were by no means a homogeneous group. Some, like Bernstein and Eisner, opposed the executive only because they were convinced English-type pacifists. Others were more revolutionary, but they felt they must wait for conditions to approximate once more to their beliefs. All were deeply attached to party unity. In March 1915 came a still more severe test of loyalty versus orthodoxy than in August or December 1914. For the first time, the Reichstag was now voting, not the special war credits but the normal annual budget, the obstacle at which the SPD had always balked as a matter of course. War or no war, this was the occasion for the traditionalists to speak their mind. Liebknecht was joined by Otto Rühl in his negative vote, but 30 others now abstained. A special amendment to the old rule of unanimity had been accepted by a reluctant executive on February 3, 1915, to avoid further defections to Liebknecht. Most of the centrists still saw Liebknecht as a cantankerous crank, of the same lurid hue as Rosa Luxemburg in her fight with Kautsky in 1910. Opposition there might yet have to be, they argued, but not this way. Not deliberate provocation to which there could be only one effective reply. In August 1915 once more there was the same grouping over the same vote, except that Rule now abstained instead of voting with Liebknecht. The latter was alone again. In April Die Internationale came out, a philosophy to clothe the action. In the strongest tone Rosa Luxemburg's leader, Der Wiederaufbau der Internationalen, the rebuilding of the International, laid down what would have to be done, and not done. The new version of historical imperialism, as amended by the leadership of the SPD, produces an either/or. Either the class struggle is the all-powerful raison d'etre for the proletariat even during the war, and the proclamation of class harmony by the party authorities is blasphemy against the very life interest of the working classes. Or the class struggle even in peacetime is blasphemy against the national interests and the security of the fatherland. Either social democracy will get up before the bourgeoisie of the fatherland and say, "Father, I have sinned," and change its whole tactic and principles in peacetime as well. Or it will stand before the national working class movement and say, "Father, I have sinned," and will adapt its present wartime attitude to the normal requirements of peace. Either Bethmann Hollweg, the German chancellor, or Liebknecht, either imperialism or socialism as Marx understood it. The International will not be revived by bringing out the old grind, Die alte Leier, after the war. Only through a cruel and thorough mockery of our own half-heartedness and weaknesses, of our own moral collapse since August 4th, can the recreation of the International begin, and the first step in this direction can only be the rapid termination of the war. August the 4th could no longer be forgotten or forgiven. It must be burnt out from the party, along with those responsible. As a functioning organism of social democracy, the Second International was dead. Its leaders had betrayed it. But the idea was alive as long as there were a few people who maintained its principles untarnished. The genuine International, as well as a peace which really corresponds to the interests of the proletariat, can only come from the self-criticism of that same proletarian conscience, by the conscious exercise of its own power and of its historic role. The way to power of this sort, not paper resolutions, is simultaneously the way to peace and to the rebuilding of the International. It was here that Rosa Luxemburg differed from Lenin. He saw the collapse not only in terms of a few treacherous leaders, though that too, but because the whole loose federal structure of the International had contributed to its undoing. The passion for size, for unity at all costs, had destroyed the real unity of discipline and of thorough adherence to revolutionary principles. There could be no question of reconstituting the old International under new leaders. A different International was required, containing only those who accepted its tight organization as well as its new ideals. Lenin's view was simpler, less sophisticated, than Rosa Luxemburg's complicated cataclysm. In his own mind he had long equated opportunism in matters of principle with opportunism in organizational questions. The failure of the SPD and of the International was simply due to a particularly virulent strain of the old disease of opportunism. Although shattered at first by the events of August 4th, he quickly recovered. Unlike Rosa Luxemburg, who groped for new and deeper causes hitherto unknown for a moral and political cataclysm on a unique scale, the mere understanding of which taxed her great powers to the full, Lenin was merely preoccupied by the size of the problem. Its nature was familiar enough. He made his diagnosis and through it passed on to the remedy, a split, a new organization. His old precepts for organizational integrity had been triumphantly vindicated. It was satisfying to have been proved right so completely. Thus, while Rosa Luxemburg suffered acutely, Lenin was cheerful and relaxed. Perceptively he commented on the Junius brochure, of whose authorship he was not then aware. One senses the outsider who, like a lone wolf, has no comrades linked to him in an illegal organization, accustomed to thinking through revolutionary solutions right to the end and to educating the masses in that spirit. But these shortcomings, and it would be entirely wrong to forget it, are not personal failures in Junius but the result of the weakness of the entire German left, hemmed in on all sides by the infamous net of Kautskyite hypocrisy, pedantry, and all the goodwill of the opportunists. Blandly he assumed that Junius's violent rejection of official SPD policy must inevitably lead to his own conception of revolutionary civil war. Junius nearly gets the right answer to the question and the right solution: civil war against the bourgeoisie and for socialism. However, at the same time he turns back once more to the fantasy of a national war in the years 1914, 1915 and 1916 as though he were afraid to speak the truth right through to the end. To have proclaimed the program of a republic or a legislature in continuous session, the election of officers by the people etc. would have meant in practice to proclaim the revolution, even though with an incorrect revolutionary program. In the same place Junius states quite correctly that you cannot make a revolution. Yet the revolution was on the program of history in the years 1914 to 1916. It is contained in this womb of the war, it would have emerged from the war. This should have been proclaimed in the name of the revolutionary classes. Their program should have been fearlessly developed. As though Junius's scream of anguish were no more than an interesting formulation of some highly theoretical problems of Marxism in the pre-war Neue Zeit, Lenin produced a leisurely and unconcerned review of the pamphlet, praising its violent rejection of social patriotism but attacking its blanket rejection of all nationalist aspirations. None the less, Lenin recognized the Junius pamphlet for what it was, the first lengthy and coherent reckoning, in a revolutionary sense, with the policy of the SPD. In one respect Lenin was bound to acknowledge Rosa Luxemburg's superior and earlier perception. In a letter to Shliapnikov in October 1914 he admitted, "Rosa Luxemburg was right. She realized long ago that Kautsky was a time-serving theorist, serving the majority of the party, serving opportunism in short. It was a curious admission, for Kautsky had so long been Lenin's weak spot. Both he and Trotsky had admired him greatly. The latter had frequented his house for some years after 1907, and had written him flattering letters of support. Lenin too had appreciated his support in the matter of the Schmidt inheritance, though this had not prevented him from threatening Kautsky with legal action when his interests demanded it. Both had found Rosa's quarrel with him absolutely unjustified at the time. Now they too discovered what Rosa had long known, that Kautsky used Marxism like plasticine to soften the contours of an imperialist war. Lenin turned violently and very personally against him, and thereby exaggerated his importance all over again. When Clara Zetkin was in Moscow in 1920, they had trouble with the lift in Lenin's apartment, which instantly induced him to exclaim angrily, "It is, just like Kautsky, perfect in theory but lets you down as soon as it comes to the point." Even after the revolution, Lenin still went on writing Kautsky out of his system. Rosa, on the other hand, soon realized the isolation and declining importance of her former friend. In Die Internationale, under the pseudonym Mortimer, she was a good historian. There was a review of Kautsky's latest book under the heading Perspektiven UND Project, where she had attacked him violently in her leading article for differentiating between socialist policies in peace and war. Her review was much less personal and finical. With brief contempt, she summarized his views, such hearty annuals as his praise for national states and democracy, and his resuscitation of the idea of a European Union. She pilloried his distinction between nice and nasty capitalism, between Switzerland and Germany. 20 years of Kautsky's theoretical elaboration were paraded in quick, mocking review, as though she and Kautsky had never met, as though there was no war going on. It was as remote an argument as their first polemic over Poland in 1896. Their public relationship ended as it had begun, impersonally, over matters of abstract theory. With the exception of a few fleeting references in future articles and in her private correspondence with Louise Kautsky, she never bothered with him again. Her political fire was concentrated elsewhere. The real leaders of the centrist opposition were not Kautsky, Eisner, and Bernstein, but Hasse, Dittmann, and Ledebour, a fact which Lenin did not realize until the end of 1917. If Lenin's views, as expressed in his articles at the time and in the policy statements of the Zimmerwald left, are mentioned here at some length, it is an admitted piece of hindsight. The history of the German left since the beginning of the First World War has been so firmly in the grip of Bolshevik party history, and still is, that a factual Lenin-Luxemburg confrontation becomes essential. One can either ignore Communist Party historiography or correct it. Ignoring it means to accept the flood of polemics from Russia after 1918 as a sudden act of God, without historical cause. Yet it must be said that until 1917 the opinions of the Bolsheviks on the war had practically no influence on Rosa Luxemburg and her friends. For purely physical reasons they were probably unaware of what was being said in Switzerland. The only personal contact was with Radek's friend Neef in Bremen, which first found some local expression in the pages of the Bremer Bürgerzeitung and from June 1916 in the weekly Arbeiterpolitik. Then there were the two meetings at Zimmerwald near Bern in September 1915 and at Kienthal at Easter 1916. At the first conference there were 10 German delegates, 6 from the center under Ledebour and Hoffmann, 3 from Rosa's and Liebknecht's group, which took the name of the defunct paper Internationale, and Julian Borchardt, representing a Minute splinter group and its paper Lichtstrahlen. Lenin proposed a new international and the thesis, "Turn the imperialist war into civil war." For this he got 7 votes against 30, and among the Germans only Borchardt supported him. He gave way under the pressure of his friends, and a compromise resolution was issued calling in general terms for class war against an annexationist peace and condemning those social democrats who supported the war. But Lenin went on trying behind the scenes. The Zimmerwald left was a potential splinter group. The importance attached to its views in Germany can best be judged by the fact that the Spartaku's letter of November 1915, which reported the conference, devoted precisely 1 sentence to Lenin and the Bolsheviks. At Kienthal the next year Lenin was prepared to break up the conference if the German centrist delegates again insisted that they could not be bound in their actions at home by any conference resolutions. Hoffmann proposed that the International Socialist Bureau, which had now moved from Brussels to The Hague, be called upon to meet, but this proposal was lost, with the 2 Spartakus delegates, Bertha Thalheimer and Ernst Mayr, also voting against it. In the end, a compromise was found which specifically called upon the representatives of socialist parties at once to abandon the support of all belligerent governments and specifically to vote against war credits. In the course of the debate, the German delegate from Bremen, Paul Froelich, criticized both the centrist group in the Reichstag and the Internationale opposition for their continued refusal to make a clean organizational break with the SPD. The later communists claim that the radicals had moved significantly towards the Bolsheviks by April 1916 is true only in part. They never joined the Zimmerwald left, and the idea of a new splinter international, however pure, repelled them. In November 1914 Rosa Luxemburg could still write to Camille Huysmans, "I congratulate you on the solution which you found for the Executive Committee to move to Holland. I beg you to keep at it and to stay at your post in spite of all attempts which might be made to take away your powers or to persuade you to give them up." By 1915 she had accepted the collapse of the old International. In her polemics against Kautsky in the Junius brochure she specifically mocked the hope of simply forgiving and forgetting. She called for a clean reconstructed International in the Junius brochure, one from which the old elements had been purged. The difference was between the expulsion of undesirables from a tarnished but still essential organization and the creation of a totally new one. Even at the end of the war she still could not face the creation of a new international under the auspices of the victorious Bolsheviks. Probably the question belongs to that large undefined area of problems which only the physical revolution could and would solve. Meantime, organizational wire-pulling was so much irresponsible self-deception. In such a situation, the individual opinions of delegates mattered more than in a disciplined party with a defined policy. At Zimmerwald and Kienthal, the German delegates voted according to their consciences rather than any briefs, and Rosa's conception of the radical conscience mainly consisted in having no truck with either official SPD or centrist policies. In collaboration with Liebknecht, she had worked out some guiding principles to be submitted to the first conference at Zimmerwald. They did not in fact reach the conference, either officially or privately. The last-minute arrangements for the meeting, the need for secrecy, above all the difficulty of communicating from prison, prevented the draft from being completed in time, which annoyed Rosa considerably. They were later printed as an illegal handbill, and first appeared as an appendix to the Junius brochure in 1916. As might have been expected, the outline was not a program or even a recommendation for specific policies, but a declaratory statement of principles, an International Socialist's Bill of Rights. As such, they served as a masthead to the Spartaku's letters, and provided, if not a platform, at least an affirmation of faith round which the left opposition could rally. If they seemed to be vague statements of principles rather than specific slogans or demands, and to avoid anything which might resemble a Bolshevik platform around which to assemble supporters, Rosa Luxemburg, who did all the drafting, had nevertheless to fight for such specific points as there were. Liebknecht wrote that her draft contained altogether too much mention of discipline, not enough spontaneity. It was too mechanical and centralistic. Rosa accepted many of his minor suggestions for rewording, but on the question of international discipline, her own version was anything but harsh even by contemporary standards. She remained adamant. The correspondence between Rosa in prison and Karl at the front illustrates the nature of their relationship, and that of the whole Spartakus leadership, much more like the old SDKPL than the SPD. Once more Rosa emerges, if not as the leader, at least as the main inspirer of the left opposition and of its ideas. The quality of intellectual self-discipline, of commitment rather than control, unmistakably bears her stamp. It was she who coaxed Liebknecht not to act, which he could do on his own, but to think and formulate, she who flattered Mering and soothed Clara Zetkin. After approval by Liebknecht and Mering, Jagesches got the theses printed and they were adopted by the meeting of Spartakus members on January 1, 1916. Rosa Luxemburg had completed the Junius brochure in prison by the end of April 1915 and succeeded in smuggling it out, though owing to the difficulties of finding a printer, it could not be published until early the following year. On her release from prison early in 1916, she found the manuscript still untouched on her desk. It took her 3 more months to bring it out. At first she insisted on using her own name but was dissuaded. The pseudonym finally chosen was meant to illustrate an historical parallel with the English 18th century. The pamphlet reflected the atmosphere of early 1915, when revolutionary socialists were in a vacuum of despair and self-abasement, as yet unfilled by any alternative policy. This title predicted its content, The History of a Disaster. But apart from her historical stalking of the origins of the war, Rosa carefully dissected the claim that Germany was fighting a defensive war. She also examined the causes of socialist failure. The Junius brochure is a curious mixture of scholarship and passion, unusual for Rosa Luxemburg in that it is almost entirely negative. Where she used to slash the surrounding jungle to make room for the construction of her own ideas, we now get nothing, only an epitaph sufficient unto itself. To this extent it is not history. Her evidence never builds up to a case but comes and goes as required like witnesses on subpoena. At the same time Rosa had the magic touch of making her material come alive. It sings and shouts and convinces because of the author's passion and historical self-confidence. Like the later essay on the Russian Revolution, it was a private purgative as much as a political tract. We must not forget that both were written in prison. This pamphlet also contains one of Rosa's clearest and most heartfelt statements of proletarian ethics. She never set out deliberately, like Plekhanov or Kautsky or even Lenin, to discuss one subject today, another tomorrow, the ant-heap approach to Marxism. The whole point of Luxemburgism, if there is such a thing, is not this or that variation from Bolshevism or any other neo-Marxist doctrine, but the totality of its approach at all times. Ethics are very much part of this totality, but unconscious ethics, not lectures about how to behave. The Junius brochure positively bristles with an indictment of imperialist ethics. Brutal, hypocritical, in which lives are the cheapest and most expendable commodity of all, especially proletarian lives. The railway trains full with reservists are no longer accompanied by the loud acclamations of the young ladies. The soldiers no longer smile at the populace out of their carriage windows. Instead they slink silently through the streets, their packs in their hands, while the public follows its daily preoccupation with sour faces. In the sober atmosphere of the morning after, another chorus takes the stage. The hoarse cries of the vultures and hyenas which appear on every battlefield. 10,000 tents guaranteed to specification. 100 tons of bacon, cocoa, coffee substitute, instant delivery but cash only, hand grenades, tools, ammunition belts, marriage brokers for the widows of the fallen, agencies for government supply. Only serious offers considered. The cannon fodder inflated with patriotism and carried off in August and September 1914 now rots in Belgium, in the Vosges, in the Masurian swamps, creating fertile plains of death on which profits can grow. Hurry, for the rich harvest must be gathered into the granaries. 1,000 greedy hands stretch across the ocean to help. The Junius pamphlet welds the general to the particular. In Rosa Luxemburg's persuasive historical style, the reader is helped over the small steps of historical fact and hustled at one and the same time over much larger assumptions. Having exposed the lie of the defensive war, Rosa Luxemburg went on to state a general proposition. In the era of imperialism there can be no more justified national wars since, There is complete harmony between the patriotic interests and the class interests of the proletarian international, in war as well as in peace. Both demand the most energetic development of the class struggle and the most emphatic pursuit of the social democratic program. In the last resort, it was a matter of personal commitment to the world around her. There is no tragedy without commitment, no negation, even without it. The opposite of love and hate is indifference, abstraction. And not for the first time. In their polemics 2 years earlier, Lenin had attacked her views on the national question by treating it, not as a universal proposition, but in the context of the constitution and tactics of his party. It is unprofitable to ask whether Rosa's negation of any wars of national defense did or did not apply to emergent colonial nations in Africa and India, since the pamphlet was not written with these in mind. The denial of all national wars at this stage was intended to prevent any more attempts to prove that Germany was engaged in a war of defense, to kill the argument not with denials, but by destroying the foundations on which it rested. Just as Polish self-determination was wrong because all self-determination was wrong, so the war was not a German war of patriotic defense because such things no longer existed. An excessive claim? Perhaps, but Rosa Luxemburg always put up the maximum stake. Lenin enlarged tactics into a philosophy, while Rosa reduced philosophy to a tactic. The Junius pamphlet was the last item Rosa was able to smuggle out of prison for some months. She probably had the assistance of an unknown member of the staff, and was later to have help again at the Ronk fortress. Perhaps her treatment now became more severe as a result of an encounter that she had with an insolent detective who came to examine her. What actually happened is not quite clear, but Rosa Luxemburg put an end to the interview by throwing a book at his head, and for this she received further punishment. In November 1915, the newly labeled Politische Brief, political letters, put out by the Gruppe Internationale, once more contained a piece which, though of necessity anonymous, came unmistakably from Rosa's pen. It was a farewell to yet another former friend, Parvis, who had gone to Turkey in 1910 and had now returned as a mysterious millionaire, settling first in Denmark and then in Berlin. There he appeared once more on the political scene with his own newspaper, Die Glock. The interesting thing, which made him particularly suspect to his former friends, was that he succeeded in collecting round him a group of former left-wing journalists who had all become patriots during the war: Kuno from Vorwärts, Lensch from Leipziger Volkszeitung, and Konrad Hainisch, a particular admirer of Parvis and later to become his biographer. Revolution in Russia and hatred of Tsarism, which had always moved him strongly, now became an almost exclusive mania. He may not have liked the Prussians, but they seemed sent by history to fulfill his personal ambition. His contemptuous indifference to means, his unorthodox appearance and morals, had by now made him incomprehensible to the majority of socialists, some of whom had long suspected that he might be mad. Through his money and his newly found entree to the German Foreign Office, he made at least Scheidman take his views seriously. With Kautsky, whom he despised as mealy-mouthed, he immediately fell into a literary duel. In prison, Rosa read his plan for aborting the Russian problem through revolution and devoted a special article to it, even though space in the illegal publications of Spartacus was precious. Rosa, perforce, totally rejected the conception of German militarism as midwife to a Russian revolution for 2 reasons. One was ethical: no good could come from evil, and this war was evil on a hitherto unmatched scale. It was the same negation as in the Internationale and the Junius brochure. Moreover, the dictates of morality applied particularly to newly hatched millionaires. Since Parvis presses himself on everyone's notice with his revolutionary personality, we will say this to him: whoever regards war against Russia as the sacred duty of the proletariat would be taken seriously if he were in the trenches. But first to make a fortune during a war in which many thousand German and Russian proletarians are being killed, and then to sit in the safety of Klampenborg in Denmark and run from there a limited company for the exploitation of the dialectic connection between these two national proletariats. For this superior revolutionary role we have little understanding. The other reason was perhaps more interesting. To the trained expert, the recognizable dialectic process of history does not permit accidents. Instead of Parvis's conception of a Russian revolution born out of a defeat by German arms, not far off Lenin's notion, and perfectly justified as events would prove, Rosa foresaw 2 alternative consequences of such defeat, neither of them revolutionary. One was that the Germans would let the Russians off lightly and return to the old concept of a triple alliance, Dreikaiserbund. The second alternative was a real defeat, pushing Russia out of Europe and towards the east, a solution bound to be followed by a new revanchist war some years later, with proletarian energy meanwhile diverted into the licking of national wounds. Now both these theses were historically valid, as well as perfectly possible. But for the victory of the Bolsheviks, either one might well have resulted. But in the event she was wrong, while Parvis, who had a curious elemental feel for the realities of power and weakness but no political ability to focus them on to any sustained policy, was proved absolutely right. And yet, as in 1898 and in 1905, his disdainful prophecies of history's later commonplaces made him politically impossible. For Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht Realpolitik was the personal and theoretical willingness to accept the full consequences of any situation. Clarity and thoroughness were their respective mottos. But for Parvis, even more than Lenin, the word meant a complete subordination of means to end, and a much wider perspective of means than those classically reserved to the proletariat, including bourgeois means, criminal means, sexual means, any means. Lenin could not swallow Parvis either, but he might have said to him in 1915 what Auer had said to Bernstein more than 15 years earlier. One doesn't say such things, one simply does them. Even words by themselves can have the force of deeds, as Lenin knew, and not only if they are carried out in action. The tone of Rosa's article shows curious restraint, the sarcasm much milder than that reserved for Kautsky or for Hasse. Even 5 months later, when Parvis finally returned to Berlin with an official fanfare of welcome, Rosa wrote to Clara Zetkin, more in amazement than in anger, "Imagine a Russian twice evicted from Prussia, once each from Saxony and Hamburg, gets citizenship in the middle of the war with the vociferous support of the police. Most odd. The bastard, lump, has registered as a childless bachelor. Did some of the old amused affection for fatty linger still?" Rosa had now lost many old political friends. Parvis, Kautsky, Lensch, Hainisch, Dittmann, Stathagen, Worm, all had become opponents. From her foreign friends she was cut off. This left Jagisches and Marchluski in Berlin. The latter was arrested in January 1916 before Rosa herself came out of prison. Clara Zetkin had been taken into custody in June 1915 and was only released early in 1916 on account of severe ill health. She spent some time with Rosa in Berlin during the first months of 1916, the last time the two friends were to see each other. The second echelon of the new left consisted of a younger generation to whom Rosa was never personally close. Mering, now 70, was an old, if delicate, friend. Rosa's relations with Liebknecht were politically close and destined to become closer still, but they were never personal friends. She admired his courage and despised his slapdash existence. To Hans Diefenbach, before whom no political pretense was necessary, she described the wartime Liebknecht. You probably know the manner of his existence for many years, entirely wrapped up in parliament, meetings, commissions, discussions, in haste, in hurry, everlastingly jumping from the underground into the tram and from the tram into a car, every pocket stuffed with notebooks, his arms full of the latest newspapers which he will never find time to read, body and soul covered with street dust, and yet always with a kind and cheerful smile on his face. But his courage, which was undoubted, contained an element of recklessness which made her and many of his friends apprehensive. At the end of October 1915, she asked a comrade who was acting as intermediary between her and Liebknecht to have a tactful word with him on this subject. As a result of a mysterious misunderstanding, some of Liebknecht's comments on the political situation, written from the Russian front, had appeared in her mail. "I consider it most dangerous for Karl to develop these literary activities at this distance, and you would be doing him a good turn if you could find a suitable way of advising him against it." Friends there were, but private ones, mostly women, and political admirers and disciples like Hugo Eberlein, the Dunkers, the Thalheimers, Pieck, her former student at the party school, and Paul Levi, who had defended her in court and was one day to succeed to her double position as leader of the party and later its most severe critic. It was from a trough of personal loneliness that Die Parvusiade was written. Tempi passati, as she herself had long ago taunted Jowers in happier, more forward-looking days. Without appreciating the personal as well as the political vacuum of those war years, it is not possible to understand Rosa in prison, and especially not the Rosa of the last hectic months after her release in 1918. Soon things were to look up, however, as the Spartacus Bund became better organized and extended the range and quality of its appeal, and Rosa's friends rallied round closely to lighten the mental and physical burden of her second long imprisonment. On December 29, 1915, 20 SPD deputies finally voted against new war credits, while another 22 abstained. Articulate opposition to the executive was growing. Loyalty to pre-war principles rotted the wartime discipline. Why? The war was no quick walkover, and nothing fails like failure. As long as the German government was imprisoned by the idea of a decisive victory, the war might continue forever. All this gave stifled doubts a chance to reassert themselves. The SPD leadership's commitment to the war now looked like an option, no longer a necessity. The opposition thought it could feel the disillusion among the rank and file, precisely that same rank and file whose acceptance of patriotic unanimity had so far kept the opposition quiet. The main feature of the centrists, the later USPD, was their essentially democratic base. They were never willing, then or later, to lose contact with mass reality by moving into heroic isolation. The left's idea of creating mass support with a revolutionary gesture was repugnant to them. They too were a revolutionary party, but only if the masses shouted their desire for revolution. On the left, the Gruppe Internationale began to exercise a pull. As their influence grew, there was a real danger that they would run away with the support on which the center relied. As one of their most sensible members, and a former friend of Rosa's, had written in April 1915, the editors of Neue Zeit, especially U. Kautsky, nonetheless have a duty to answer the attacks of the Gruppe Internationale. Silence will be taken as abandonment of the position Verstamen. The fact remains that the I Internationale is now being distributed throughout Germany. Thanks to the devoted work of Rosa's friends, Rosissen, it was being handed out at all the local meetings, Zollabend, in Greater Berlin last Tuesday. The masses are restive about the war and especially over the rising cost of living. They have no one on whom to vent their rage, and since they can't get at the government, the party becomes the scapegoat. That is the action which Rosa is screaming for. Some centrists went into opposition willingly, others with a heavy sigh. There was no unanimity about motives. The first abstention in the credit vote, in March 1915, had been justified by one of the leaders, not as opposition to the war effort, but as a means of avoiding a direct vote of confidence in the government. Thus, the break between center and majority led first to the eviction of the recusants from the party caucus on March 24, 1916, and finally in January 1917 to the formation of a new, oppositional socialist party, the USPD. The organizational break was a long and difficult process. Those who voted against the credits from March 1915 onwards believed that they were exercising the undeniable demands of their conscience. They had no wish to break with the SPD. It was the majority who gradually drove them out, from informal consultations as early as the summer of 1915, from official membership of the Reichstag delegation in March the following year. Had there been any party congress, a move might well have been made to expel them from the party altogether. The creation of an opposition bloc in the Reichstag and later of a new party was not what the dissenters wanted but the consequence of majority intolerance, as the left gleefully pointed out. And incidentally, it is significant that the emergence of articulate opposition in the SPD was from the top downwards, not the expression of local dissent against the center, masses against authority, nor was it even a party phenomenon. Everything sprang from the bosom of the Reichstag caucus, which officially had no constitutional significance whatever in the SPD. None of this narrowed the gap between the left, the thorough Entschieden opposition as Meyer called it, and the center, the Arbeitsgemeinschaft, as the loose association of expellees in the Reichstag came to be known. On the contrary, it became wider. The left had the same fear of the center as the latter had of the left, the stealing of each other's mass support, or, to use the combat phrase, the confusion of the masses. Liebknecht sharply attacked the December men of 1915 with historical echoes of the Russian Decembrists. Never had historical analogy been harder worked than by the German left, a sure sign of intellectual doubt and stress. Hitherto the center's doings and sayings had merely been quoted in the letters without much comment. But since Liebknecht had been evicted from the caucus on January 12, 1916, the left had become more confident and better organized. In spite of decimation, Mehring, Marchluski, Clara Zetkin arrested by the beginning of 1916, Meyer, Eberlein, Westmayer, and Pieck arrested or drafted, they now had their own network of agents, established at a secret conference in March 1915, largely to arrange distribution of Die Internationale. On January 1, 1916, an important meeting took place at Liebknecht's law office. Delegates arrived in great secrecy, in twos and threes. This was the real moment of decision for the left, and they agreed to maintain a nucleus of opposition to the party executive as well as to the newly created Arbeitsgemeinschaft, but also to work within the party for as long as possible. As a program, this conference adopted the 12 declarations and 6 propositions which Rosa Luxemburg had evolved for Zimmerwald and smuggled out of prison in December 1915. They read as follows. 1. The World War has destroyed the result of 40 years of work of European socialism. It has destroyed the revolutionary working class as a political instrument of power. It has destroyed the proletarian international and has chained the hopes and wishes of the broad masses to the chariot of imperialism. 2. By voting for war credits and by proclaiming the Bergfrieden, the official leaders of the socialist parties in Germany, France, and England, with the exception of the Independent Labour Party, have strengthened imperialism and have taken over the responsibility for the war and its consequences. 3. This tactic is treason against the most elementary lessons of international socialism. As a result, socialist policy has been condemned to impotence even in those countries where the party leaders have remained faithful to their duty. In Russia, Serbia, Italy, and, with one exception, Bulgaria. 4. By giving up the class struggle during the war, official social democracy has given the ruling class in each country the chance to strengthen its position enormously at the expense of the proletariat in the economic, political, and military spheres. 5. The World War serves neither national defense nor the economic or political interests of the masses anywhere. It is merely an outcrop of imperialist rivalry between capitalist classes of different countries for the attainment of world domination and for a monopoly to exploit countries not yet developed by capital. In the present era of unabashed imperialism, national wars are no longer possible. National interests serve only as deception, to make the working classes the tool of their deadly enemy, imperialism. 6. From the policy of imperialist states and from this imperialist war, no subject nation can possibly obtain independence and freedom. 7. The present world war, whether it brings victory or defeat for anyone, can only mean the defeat of socialism and democracy. Whatever its end, excepting revolutionary intervention of the international proletariat, it can only lead to the strengthening of militarism, to the sharpening of international contradictions, and to world economic rivalries. Today's world war thus develops simultaneously with the preconditions for new wars. 8. World peace cannot be assured through apparently utopian but basically reactionary plans, such as international arbitration by capitalist diplomats, diplomatic arrangements about disarmament, freedom of the seas, European communities, Staatenbund, Central European customs unions, national buffer states, and the like. The only means of ensuring world peace is the political capacity for action and the revolutionary will of the international proletariat to throw its weight into the scales. 9. Imperialism as the last phase of the political world power of capitalism is the common enemy of the working classes of all countries, but it shares the same fate as previous phases of capitalism in that its own development increases the strength of its enemy pro rata. Against imperialism, the workers' class struggle must be intensified in peace as in war. This struggle is both the proletariat's struggle for political power as well as the final confrontation between socialism and capitalism. 10. In this connection, the main task of socialism today is to bring together the proletariat of all countries into a living revolutionary force. 11. The Second International has been destroyed by the war. Its decrepitude has been proved by its inability to act as an effective barrier against the splintering nationalism during the war, and by its inability to carry out jointly a general tactic and action with the working classes of all countries. 12. In view of the betrayal of aims and interests of the working classes by their official representatives, it has become a vital necessity for socialism to create a new workers' international which will take over the leadership and coordination of the revolutionary classes' war against imperialism everywhere.
Proposition.
1. The class war within bourgeois states against the ruling classes and the international solidarity of proletarians of all countries are two indivisible and vital rules for the working classes in their struggle for liberation. There is no socialism outside the international solidarity of the proletariat, and there is no socialism without class war. Neither in time of war nor peace can the socialist proletariat renounce class war or international solidarity without at the same time committing suicide. 2. The class action of the proletariat of all countries must have as its main object the struggle against imperialism and the prevention of wars. Parliamentary action, trade union action, indeed the entire activity of working-class movements must be made subject to the sharpest confrontation in every country against its national bourgeoisie. 3. The center of gravity of class organization is in the international. In peacetime, the international decide the tactic of the national sections in questions of militarism, colonial policy, economic policy, the May Day celebrations, as well as the tactic to be followed in case of war. 4. The duty to carry out the resolutions of the international precedes all other organizational duties. National sections which go against these resolutions automatically place themselves outside the international. 5. In the struggle against imperialism and war, the decisive effort can only be made by the compact masses of the proletariat. The main task of the tactic of the national sections, therefore, must tend to educate the broad masses to take a determined initiative in political action. It must also ensure the cohesion of mass action, must develop political and trade union organization in such a way that rapid cooperation of all sections will be ensured, and that the will of the international be transformed into the action of the working masses in all countries. 6. The next task of socialism is the spiritual liberation of the proletariat from the tutelage of the bourgeoisie, which makes its influence felt through its nationalist ideology. The national sections must develop their agitation in parliament and in the press towards the denunciation of the out-of-date phraseology of nationalism, which is merely a means of bourgeois domination. The only real defense of genuine national freedom today is the revolutionary class struggle against imperialism. The fatherland of all proletarians is the Socialist International, and defense of this must take priority over everything else. All the stress was on internationalism against national sentiment. Rosa placed her faith in this against the fallible vagaries of national parties. A shift of emphasis rather than a new tactic. It was perhaps the high-water mark of the international ideal among the Spartacus group. Probably no one but Rosa Luxemburg would have envisaged an organizational structure in which national parties were made truly subservient to the international. National parties in this context was a pejorative term, and also a piece of loose thinking, the result of being dominated by the recent German experience. The RSDRP, for instance, as Rosa well knew, did not consider itself a national party. Neither did the Austrian Social Democratic Party. In any case, the intellectual and extreme international emphasis proved transient. From then on, the Liebknecht tactic that the main enemy is at home increasingly dominated, with its positive revolutionary tinge. The difference between Rosa Luxemburg and Liebknecht was admittedly one of emphasis rather than of policy, but it is noticeable all the same. The fact that her conception was adopted shows again how powerful was her influence on Spartacus thinking in the first 2 years of the war. But there was complete agreement between her and Liebknecht on sharpening the issues between Spartacus and Arbeitsgemeinschaft. The conference of January 1, 1916 decided to drive forward relentlessly with the clarification process of attacking the centrist leaders in order to steal their mass support. Rosa wrote her own comment on the Men of December, more personal and also more profound than Liebknecht's. These men had all at one time been her collaborators and friends. I know thy works, that thou art neither cold nor hot. I would that thou wert cold or hot. So then, because thou art lukewarm, and neither cold nor hot, I will spew thee out of my mouth. Rosa was released from prison on January 22, 1916, though the public prosecutor was still mulling over the leading article of Die Internationale with a view to an indictment. On the day of her release, she had to shake hundreds of well-wishers' hands. I have returned to freedom with a tremendous appetite for work. Karl Liebknecht was on extended leave from his regiment to attend the Reichstag session. Much as the high command and police authorities would have liked to lock him up, they could not touch him, yet. He was making use of parliamentary question time, the only chance for private members to make a nuisance of themselves. Each question was designed to needle the government and to reiterate his thesis of imperialist and aggressive war. The right-wing and liberal deputies even tried physical assault on him. They thought that he had gone literally out of his mind. There were insistent demands in the Reichstag and press that an end be put to his treacherous performance and to the machinations of his friends. The police reports of the time bristle with material about Spartacus, predicting the perpetual imminence of a revolutionary outbreak. Though based on real information, it is clear that the conclusions the agents wrote up were those which their superiors wanted to hear. To the authorities, Spartacus looked much more menacing than it really was, and it was good politics to keep it so. It was a period of intense activity for Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht. In moments snatched from meetings and editorial work, they walked throughout the spring on the outskirts of Berlin, light-hearted with the pleasure of action. Karl was emotionally less stable. It was he who did handsprings and unpredictably burst into song, while Rosa watched tolerantly, though herself unable to join in such transports. The friendship between Rosa and Karl's young Russian wife Sonia grew into an intense protective relationship. Later, when Karl was in the penitentiary and Rosa herself immured in a fortress, she bombarded Sonia with letters intended to cauterize the young woman's pain at the separation. As with others, Rosa undertook not only the moral protection but also the education of her friend, though these efforts did not always succeed as she hoped. The effect this correspondence had on Rosa herself was often that of a cracked glass. She saw all her friends, including Hans Diefenbach, now serving as a doctor on the Eastern Front. These 6 months were the last time in her life that Rosa was able to lead anything like a normal existence. But it would not have been normal if it had not also been crammed with political activity. Between the government and Spartacus stood 2 shock absorbers, which cushioned the necessary and ardently desired class struggle. These were the first obstacles to be removed. First, there was the majority SPD and its executive. The latter had taken the offensive. Now that the opposition was prepared to come out into the open, there could no longer, in Ebert's and Scheidman's minds, be any reason for half measures. Besides, the increasing pressure of the government and the military on the majority socialists, press censorship, restriction of discussable subjects on public platforms, in some cases prohibition of SPD meetings altogether, in turn made the executive press harder on the opposition whom it blamed for its troubles. Doubtful district organizations were simply taken over by suitable nominees from the center, and the silencing of oppositional party papers culminated in the executive's physical seizure of Vorwärts in October 1916, after various attempts to regulate its policy. This was a theft which the Berlin Party organization, which regarded Vorwärts traditionally as its own, never forgave. By March 1916, the irreconcilable hatred of Spartacus for the SPD executive was self-evident. It hardly needed repeating. Were these really the people with whom Rosa had once shared a party card, a common society superior to all tactical polemics? There were not only the old enemies Heine, Sudecombe, Fischer, and trade unionists like Hugh and Legion, but the officials, the heart of the party organization, Ebert, Scheidman, Braun, Ernst, Wissel. A few days out of jail, and Rosa took off on a short tour of West Germany to meet friends and, more important still, supporters. To one of them she put her policy succinctly: "The masses? I will not leave them to the executive like so much bankrupt stock." But the real struggle, the close infighting, was with the centrists themselves, by now in opposition to the majority in the party. The Spartacus brief contained one warning after another against mistaking centrist opposition for real opposition, and against confusing tactical maneuvers with struggle. What the 24th of March, the second centrist vote against the budget, offers in the nature of progress is precisely due to the ruthless criticism by the radicals of all half measures. Halfness, wholeness, Liebknecht's favorite words. It confirms the fruitfulness of this criticism for the general strengthening of the spirit of opposition too. And he concluded, "Whoever strays about between armies locked in battle will get shot down in the crossfire, if he doesn't seek refuge on one side or the other. But then he arrives, not as a hero, but as a refugee." The solution, however, was still not Lenin's. Democracy, not splits. Looser and not tighter discipline. Upwards from below. The broadest masses of comrades in party and trade unions must be reached in doing battle for the party, in the party. The handcuffs of the bureaucracy must be cracked open. No financial support, no contributions, not a farthing for the executive. Not splitting or unity, not new party or old party, but recapture of the party upwards from below through mass rebellion. Not words but deeds of rebellion. Though Rosa Luxemburg attended innumerable committee meetings of the party as well, in which a running battle for control was being fought with the centrists, she did so from loyalty rather than conviction. This was not the struggle she wanted. It was narrow rather than broad. Much better to forget about the formal bureaucratic structure and broaden the battle outwards and down to the masses. After a year in prison, her patience had anyhow worn thin. I cannot attach any importance to this pygmy battle, Frostmuskrieg. Within the official bodies, our proletarians grossly overrate this bureaucratic dogfight, she complained to Clara Zetkin. The activities of the radical opposition were strongest in Berlin. Only here, under the critical eye of the leadership, was it possible to achieve that precise theoretical separation of Spartacus from the Arbeitsgemeinschaft which was supposed to prevent working-class confusion. But any history based on the pronouncements of the leaders is misleading, for at regional and still more at local level Spartacus and Arbeitsgemeinschaft were largely indistinguishable, and to most local functionaries Rosa Luxemburg's either-or would have been meaningless, as it still was for a time after the war. The situation was very confused. It was hard enough to decide between official and opposition members of the SPD outside the Reichstag. Even in the Berlin organization there was confusion. On March 31st, a general meeting of the Greater Berlin Organization reviewed the Reichstag events of March 24th, the latest vote against the budget. A resolution was adopted favoring the Arbeitsgemeinschaft, which appeared in Vorwärts next day, fitfully blacked out by the censorship. Rosa Luxemburg, who was present, failed to obtain permission even to bring an amendment to the resolution. Her request to Vorwärts to print her criticisms of the resolution was refused, for did it not represent the unanimous view of the opposition? At about the same time, the executive made the first attempt to regulate the policy of Vorwärts. This time Rosa Luxemburg was able to bring a resolution in the local press commission more pointed than the one submitted by the centrist opposition. Her resolution was lost by a small majority, only because it had been submitted by Rosa. 8 days later, however, the executive of the Berlin Provincial Organization adopted Rosa's same rejected resolution verbatim, over the heads of its own press commission. Each side drew the wrong conclusion about the disarray in the opposing ranks. The disarray was universal. On April 22, 1916, Rosa Luxemburg moved to the offensive. She wrote that it was the majority who were tearing the party into shreds. They were disobeying the orders of past party congresses. She produced an ingenious, if impractical, financial proposal. Subscriptions should not simply be withheld, but paid to the party and destined for their real purpose precisely by keeping them from the destructive, disloyal bureaucrats. Usurpers. The alternatives are saving or destroying the party, all our strength for the party, for socialism. But not a man, not a farthing for this system. Instead, war to the knife. Deeds, not words, was the mounting refrain. It was decided to make a real, visible, tangible gesture, to call a demonstration for May 1st in the center of Berlin. Even the mildest May Day celebrations had been put away for the duration. May Day in Germany had anyhow never been what it ought to be and was elsewhere, in the wilds of Poland, for instance, a vast proletarian manifestation. All the more reason to make a memorable show now. There were negotiations with the Ledebour Group. It was either the Ledebour Group, the Hasse Group, the Kautsky Group, according to choice. These personal attributions were always derogatory, and the official title of Arbeitsgemeinschaft was rarely used in print. In the end, no joint action could be agreed. Madness, said the centrists. There was insufficient evidence of revolutionary feeling among the masses, no evidence at all of a desire for patent suicide. Failure could only make the opposition ridiculous. So Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht, with a few supporters, decided to go it alone, after much agitation and advertisement of their intentions. This naturally brought the police out in force. At 8 o'clock sharp, in the middle of the Potsdamer Platz, the sonorous voice of Karl Liebknecht rang out, "Down with the government, down with the war." He was instantly arrested, but apparently the other leaders were not molested. The arrest itself was followed by a larger, if quieter, demonstration for several hours, though it is never easy on such occasions to distinguish participants from spectators. The very presence of large police reinforcements increased the number of curious onlookers. Liebknecht was first sentenced to 2.5 years hard labor on June 28. Unexpectedly, for all concerned, this caused the first large political strike of the war. In due course, the higher military court, Oberkriegsgericht, increased the sentence to 4 years 1 month, An appeal to the Reich High Court was disallowed, and he began his sentence on December 6, 1916 at Luckau in Saxony. The Reichstag had hastened, within a few days of Liebknecht's arrest, to lift his immunity, and a majority of socialists had voted with the class enemy for this measure. Most of them had not the slightest sympathy with or understanding of his action. At least Liebknecht's arrest, if not his demonstration, brought him the personal support and sympathy of Hugo Hasse, the leader of the Arbeitsgemeinschaft and former party chairman. A new effort was made to collaborate with Spartacus. In July, Hasse reported to his wife that there was full understanding with the Rosa group. The arrest of Liebknecht had pushed all problems of personality into the background. This did not mean that he would encourage or countenance what he considered further foolishness. At the general meeting of the Berlin constituency organizations, Rosa made a very skillful speech with strong effect, the more so as she did not in the end insist on an embargo of membership dues, but her proposal was dangerous, all the same. It reeked of separatist organizational measures. The party executive would have risen to this at once, and therefore I fought against it with such success that only a handful of people remained with Rosa in the end. How right I was in practice became clear at once. The executive proved unable to attack the adopted resolution. I agree with you, the unity of the opposition in the country must be strengthened. But Rosa Luxemburg and her friends were not prepared to seize the proffered hand with conditions of sensible behavior. On the contrary, the original refusal to collaborate on May 1st made the present offers of unity and reconciliation the height of creepy shamelessness as far as Rosa herself was concerned. She administered a well-deserved kick in the pants, and Spartacus continued to draw the sharpest lines of distinction between the Arbeitsgemeinschaft and itself. In the 2 months of liberty that were left to Rosa, she continued to battle against the party authorities, particularly in the oppositional districts of Berlin. She appeared at all possible meetings and bombarded them with lively resolutions, everything to turn the centrists' common sense into something more positive. Politically, Rosa was almost alone. Only a few left leaders were at liberty, and this meant all the more work for her. Jogashes was there, unobtrusive and efficient. The technical processes of duplicating, distribution, and control of the Spartacus literature were almost entirely in his hands. After the arrest of Ernst Mayr in August 1916, he took over the formal leadership of Spartacus under the pseudonym of W. Kraft. From August 1916 onwards, he was able at last to make printing arrangements for the group. Henceforth the letters were no longer hectographed. A few of his circulars exist, laconic, matter-of-fact, unemotional, without any of the charisma of Luxemburg or Liebknecht. Flatter even in German than in Polish. But effective. He had never in the past taken any interest in German affairs except insofar as they impinged on the SDKPL. Other than as Rosa's friend and Eminenzgreis, he was completely unknown in the SPD. Nonetheless, it was he who did all the work of clandestine organization, and emerged in 1916 as the effective manager of the left opposition, a remarkable achievement which has not yet been documented. Without him there would have been no Spartacusbund. The scintillating figures associated with the intellectual leadership of the left were none of them capable of performing the dour conspiratorial work of building a vehicle for their policies. On July 10, Rosa was suddenly rearrested. She spent the first weeks at the women's prison in the Barnumstrasse where she had been before, but was then transferred to the interrogation cells at police headquarters in the Alexanderplatz, the famous Alex of Berlin satire and of grimmer memory under the Third Reich. Perhaps this transfer to harsher conditions was due to an incident in which she threw an inkpot at a detective and told him, "You are just a common spy and Schweinhund. Get out of here." The visitor's room. At the time, the police had still not decided whether to put her on trial or merely to keep her in custody. A decision for the latter course was made sometime in the early autumn. The 6 weeks at the Alexanderplatz were the worst prison experience of Rosa's life. The hellhole at the Alexanderplatz, where my cell was exactly 11 cubic meters, no light mornings and nights, squashed in between cold water tap, but no hot, and an iron plank. For a time she was held almost completely incommunicado. In October she was at last transferred to the old fortress at Ronki, in Poznan, slothful, comfortable, grass-infested. She had privacy and the privilege of walking up and down the same battlements as the sentries. Above all, she must have worked out an arrangement with at least one member of the staff. Her correspondence, both legal and illicit, reached flood level. She knew that it would be a long while before she would be released. A whole new way of life became necessary. She continued her output of illegal material, but, shut off as she was from the struggle outside, there was little development in her thought. For a year her writing was static, even repetitious. Only her temperament and her lively style prevented it from sounding stale. Within the new circumstances, she still found means of giving full rein to her personality. In the many letters written to friends during the next 2 years, her personality reached out of prison like an octopus, wooing, embracing, and scolding her friends, dragging them into the orbit of her intellect and emotions. It did not matter whether she was writing on politics, literature, or life. Prison life, instead of stifling her, in fact enabled her to reach a spiritual and emotional maturity which is remarkable, as are the means which she developed to convey the flow of feelings and ideas. For the next 2 years, the political aspect of her life was bound to cede primacy to the demands of a bursting personality confined in a relatively small space. 15. Prison in Germany. Revolution in Russia. On the surface of wartime Germany, the Liebknecht incident caused hardly a ripple. Neither our own preoccupation with this small group of revolutionaries nor the solemn prolixity of police reports can alter the fact that the great majority of Germans hardly knew that Spartacus existed. Though the euphoria of early victories had gone, the need to see it through durchhalten, the phrase which Spartacus echoed with such contempt, was still official SPD policy. The war was now bound to be a long and costly one. It was this realization which brought the first stirring, not yet of opposition, but at least of self-consciousness among the SPD leaders. They bethought themselves of the government's frequent protestations of peaceful and purely defensive intentions, and of their own commitment against a war of conquest. As a stiffener, a Reich conference was held. No properly constituted party congress could be envisaged for the duration, from 21 to September 23, 1916. For the last time, representatives of all shades of opinion met together within the old and ample bosom of the SPD, the last occasion that executive, centrists, and Spartacus confronted each other in one party. The Gruppe Internationale, as Spartacus was to be officially known until the end of 1918, sent Cathy Dunker and Paul Frasek as its representatives. In the restrained language required on public occasions in wartime, the hall was spattered with police. These two tried to put the views of Spartacus on the question of war. They marked themselves off so firmly from the centrist Arbeitsgemeinschaft that their strictures against the latter often drew laughter and approval from the majority. We cannot make our attitude to the war and the support of war credits dependent on the military position of the moment, as the Arbeitsgemeinschaft did in its declaration of December 21, 1915. If we were in the position of France, if considerable parts of Germany were occupied by enemy troops, God knows whether we would even have such a thing as a social democratic Arbeitsgemeinschaft. Great laughter. Ebert had no sense of humor and did not laugh. With almost ghoulish deliberation, the chairman of the conference attempted to impose the good old rules of formal politeness. The illusion that nothing had fundamentally changed in the SPD had at all costs to be preserved. I must ask the speaker to keep her remarks in the form which has customarily been observed in differences of opinion between party members. Ledebour, interrupting, you must take Heine as your example. Then the chairman will not call you to order. Chairman, I must ask for quiet. What I have just said applies to all party members and has always been a matter of course in our party congresses. Frasek submitted what was to be the opposition's last official declaration within the SPD. The Reich Conference has come together under the throttling conditions of the state of siege. The state of siege and the censorship make every free discussion of policy impossible from the start. The state of siege, in giving every advantage to the supporters of the so-called majority within the party, puts those belonging to the genuine opposition at a particularly heavy disadvantage, decimated as we are by prosecutions, arrests, and military service. In any case, the election of delegates has not been carried out by the members or delegates of individual constituencies, but through the local committees or executives of the party organization. Under these circumstances, it is clear that any resolutions adopted by this conference cannot have the least political or moral value. A further declaration by Spartacus at this conference, couched in stronger language, was not accepted by the conference chairman. and consequently did not even appear in the protocol. Spartacus could not expect that its speeches and resolutions at the conference would sway the majority of delegates. The real purpose was propaganda. Like all socialist representatives elected into hostile assemblies, the two Spartacists were merely speaking through the window to the, it was assumed, attentive masses outside. For their purposes, the SPD leadership was impugned as a mere stooge of the Reich government. In a circular issued by Leo Jagishes after the conference, copies of the Spartacus speeches, together with suggestions for further discussion and propaganda, were distributed illegally. The flat, rubbery, almost impersonal style was typical of the man whom circumstances had now put in charge of Spartacus. Finally, to current affairs. By separate mail you will receive the Spartacus letters, from now unprinted. This bald announcement signified the successful conclusion of 2 years' frantic efforts to find a printer. We ask you particularly, once you have given them consideration and discussed the matter with other comrades, to let us know how many copies you will be able to distribute so that we can judge the size of future editions. As resolved by a fairly large meeting of comrades, Spartacus is to be sold for 10 pfennig per number. It is hardly necessary to add that the largest circulation to safe comrades is desirable. In view of our growing and already considerable expenditure for printing items, handbills, etc., material support on the part of our comrades in the Reich is urgently necessary if we are to continue to meet all requirements. The courtesies of the SPD executive at the Reich Conference were more apparent than real. On October 17, 1916, a successful coup against Vorwärts was finally carried out. At last, that same kosher editorial board of which Rosa Luxemburg had been a member for a few weeks in 1905 was removed. On December 5, the Bremer Bürgerzeitung, and on March 30, 1917, the Brunswick Volksfreund went the same way. Among the major papers, only the Leipziger Volkszeitung remained under centrist control, while the left was confined solely to Der Kampf, which they had started in Duisburg on July 1, 1916 as their legal paper. With the executive counterattacking strongly on all fronts, there was no point in the Arbeitsgemeinschaft continuing within the SPD, deprived of all influence. An attempt was afoot to elbow its members out of the party altogether. To forestall this, on January 7, 1917, a Reich conference of the Social Democratic opposition took place in Berlin. This public defiance led to an open breach. The SPD executive formally decided to cut off all party connection with the conference participants, and there was nothing for the latter now but to start their own party. The founding Congress of the Independent Social Democratic Party of Germany, USPD, took place in Gotha in the first week of April amid nostalgic thoughts of the founding Congress of the old SPD held nearly 50 years earlier in the same town. Communist historians have strongly reproached Spartacus for failing to make an organizational break with the SPD before the war, but especially after August 4, 1914. Here was another obvious opportunity. With historical sleight of hand, they point to Lenin's coherent yet democratic organization, leaders and members in harmony, which was soon to make possible the capture of an entire state, unilaterally and without official allies. It is true that Spartacus gave little or no importance to purely organizational problems. There were strong historical reasons for this: the proud exclusiveness of a powerful mass party before the war, and the oppositional thesis so long advocated by Rosa Luxemburg of the need to maintain contact with the masses at any cost. Disputes within the party, from 1910, opposition to all party authority, were one thing, but contracting out of the organized working class of Germany was another. In Rosa Luxemburg's eyes, contact with the masses was emphatically more important even than any mistaken policy. She had strenuously advised her friend Henriette Rolandholst against such a move in 1908. A splintering of Marxists, not to be confused with differences of opinion, is fatal. Now that you want to leave the party, I want to hinder you from this with all my might. Your resignation from the SDAP, the Dutch Social Democratische Arbeiderspartij, simply means your resignation from the social democratic movement. This you must not do. None of us must. We cannot stand outside the organization, outside contact with the masses. The worst working-class party is better than none. Now, on January 6, 1917, the day before the planned conference of the party opposition, she wrote, "Understandable and praiseworthy as the impatience and bitter anger of our best elements may be, flight is flight. For us it is a betrayal of the masses, who will merely be handed over helpless into the stranglehold of a Scheidman or a legion, into the hands of the bourgeoisie, to struggle but to be strangled in the end. One can leave sects or conventicles when these no longer suit, and one can always found new sects and conventicles. But it is nothing but childish fantasy to talk of liberating the whole mass of proletarians from their bitter and terrible fate by simply leaving, and in this way setting them a brave example. Throwing away one's party card as a gesture of liberation is nothing but a mad caricature of the illusion that the party card is in itself an instrument of power. Both are nothing but the opposite poles of organizational cretinism, this constitutional disease of the old German social democracy. Nonetheless, this heartfelt appeal for remaining in the party and continuing the struggle against the treacherous authorities from within did not mean that Rosa Luxemburg modified by one jot her criticism of the insincerity of the men who had called the opposition conference. The sentimental longing of the Bog, the Marxist center, to return to the party as it was before the war is one of the most childish utopias to which this terrible war has given birth. Only one other attitude comes close to it in childishness: the heartrending political naivete with which the leaders of the Bog, Hasse, Ledebour, Dittmann, suppose that they can reawaken the old honorable social democracy, which they themselves helped to bury and on whose grave they danced a fandango for a year and a half. The sharpest criticism of the centrist leaders and their policy, but no organized split from the existing party. The policy of Spartacus towards the new Independent Socialist Party was the same as it had always been in the old SPD. In a circular to sympathizers on December 25, 1916, Jagesches made some proposals for the attitude to be adopted by Spartacus delegates at the impending opposition conference to which Spartacus had been invited. These stressed the need and means of exposing the SPD's policy to the masses by every available means: elections, meetings, handbills, etc. The emphasis was on mass propaganda, not on problems of separate organization. And Spartacus went to the conference to wait and see, insistent on maintaining its own political line but without distinct organizational conditions. It accepted the decision of the conference to separate from the SPD and form a new party. All that was required was the maintenance of its own identity. If those representing our direction decide on participation in a joint conference with the Arbeitsgemeinschaft, then we will of course do so as a separate, independent, and self-sufficient group. This from the pen of the most professional organizer on the left outside the ranks of the Bolsheviks. If the Arbeitsgemeinschaft had not constituted itself an independent socialist party, against Rosa's advice, Spartacus would have preferred to remain within the SPD, that stinking corpse of August 4, 1914, rather than set up on its own in what might well prove to be a political vacuum. The only ones to criticize Spartacus at the time were the Bremen radicals. This small group, with whom Radek had been associated until the beginning of the war, was alone in calling for a complete organizational break and thus earned the credit of Lenin and later communist historians. The dispute between Spartacus and the Bremen radicals continued intermittently throughout that year. At the founding Congress of the USPD in April 1917, the Spartacus representative characterized the opposition as follows: "We are not satisfied with the policy of the Arbeitsgemeinschaft. Rather, we base ourselves on the heads of the Junius brochure. In many questions our demands exceed those of the Arbeitsgemeinschaft, but under certain conditions we are prepared to work with them. Nor does our attitude correspond entirely to that of the comrades from Bremen either. Our main condition is this: the Gruppe Internationale insists that it will not give up the propagation of its views because it considers this to be a political necessity. Further, we demand that the attitude of individual local organizations must not be prescribed by the central organization. This would only mean another cartel. It has been stated here that the Gruppe Internationale will anyhow leave the Arbeitsgemeinschaft as soon as the war is over, but this we will only do if its policy doesn't follow the principles of the Gruppe Internationale." Spartacus then enumerated the various aspects of policy where its emphasis differed from that of the Arbeitsgemeinschaft, particularly the relative merits of mass action as against parliamentary efforts. The USPD leaders, and Hasse in particular, concentrated the attention of the conference on practical matters instead of first principles. They too wanted a new unity, and public debate of presently unrealizable principles was the best means of dividing the new party right from the start. Everything depended on how events would shape. It was precisely the absurd lip service to empty principles which in their view had bedeviled the pre-war SPD. The USPD was determined not to tie its hands in advance, and above all not to Spartacus. In the end, the latter joined the USPD without the clear definition which Jagishes had demanded. But Spartacus went on urging its own policy within the USPD, and Rosa Luxemburg continued to ridicule its leaders in public as hitherto. The relationship between them was uneasy, but less so than the tone of the Spartacus polemics might suggest. The fierce denunciations at the top did not penetrate far down into the amorphous socialist membership. Kautsky still saw the main function of the USPD as an honest David struggling against two Goliaths, the predatory SPD executive on one side and Spartacus on the other. Yet the centrist view of Spartacus had subtly changed. Instead of talking of the Rosa Group, a few arrogant, clever, intransigent Marxists whose ambition drove them to prefer a minute but devoted splinter group to a democratic mass party, the USPD leaders were now faced by a powerful myth, the hero worship of Karl Liebknecht. His demonstrations in April and May 1916 had not only closed the opposition ranks, but had provided the simplest rallying cry, a name. The boy Karl has become a real menace, Fürchterlich. If we in the Arbeitsgemeinschaft had not appeared and proved that we too exist, the irresistibly growing opposition would simply have gone over to Spartacus altogether. If a break has been avoided and Spartacus held at bay, that is entirely to our credit. The right wing has not helped us but has only helped Spartacus. Kautsky was right, at least in one respect. Liebknecht had become a byword in the farthest corners of Europe, which Spartacus did its utmost to keep alive. Some French soldiers talk in the trenches about the futility of their own part in the war. And yet, said one, look, there is one person who has risen above the whole beastly war, who stands illuminated with all the beauty and importance of great courage, Liebknecht. Once more Bertrand emerged from his frozen silence. The future, the future. The work of the future will be to wipe out all this as something abominable and shameful. Lenin, too, increasingly identified opposition to the war and the revolutionary movement in Germany with the name of Karl Liebknecht. It became a convenient shorthand which everyone would understand. The future belongs to those who brought forth a Karl Liebknecht, who created the Spartacus group, whose point of view is in the Bremer Arbeiterpolitik. As the embodiment of Spartacus, Liebknecht became one of those political bogey wheels on which Lenin's ideas could move along smoothly and comprehensibly. The revolutionary propaganda of the Spartacus group becomes more and more intense. The name Liebknecht becomes more popular in Germany every day. This identification of Spartacus with the person of Liebknecht was to have important consequences. A dead martyr can be manipulated by his heirs. A living one is apt to drag his colleagues with him to the extremes dictated by the contingent pressures of his martyrdom. The search of Spartacus for its distinct identity, of which Karl Liebknecht became the symbol, was most clearly articulated by Rosa Luxemburg. It went well beyond mere politics. Between Spartacus and the independents were two concepts of life which differed in their most fundamental aspects. It is impossible to understand Rosa Luxemburg as a political person without accepting her capacity for judging everything in the form of an extreme dichotomy, words or action, hope or desire, living or dying. Mere political differences were mealy-mouthed understatements. What was happening was a miniature private dialectic of her own, the birth of a new world amid the dust and ashes of the Arbeitsgemeinschaft. Rosa's contributions to the Spartacus letters were distinguished by this either slash or frenzy, infused with all the temperament of which she was capable. But it was only in her private correspondence that this essentially personal parting of the ways could be presented in all its stark relief. The following letter, to the wife of Emanuel Worm, speaks more for Rosa Luxemburg than any official document ever could. Ronk, December 28, 1916. My dear Tilda, I want to answer your Christmas letter immediately while I am still in the grip of the rage which it inspired. Yes, your letter made me absolutely wild, fuckstuffelswild, because short as it was, every line showed clearly the extent to which you are imprisoned within your surroundings. Im Band deines Milieux stest. This weepy tone, this lament for the disappointments which you have suffered, allegedly due to others, instead of for once looking in the mirror to see the perfect image of humanity's whole mystery. We, in your language now means the other toads of your particular sewer. Once upon a time when you were with me it meant my company and me. All right. Then I shall deal with you in your desired plural. Dan Wart. Ich word dich per behandeln. You are not radical enough, you suggest sadly. Not enough is hardly the word. You aren't radical at all, just spineless. It is not a matter of degree but of kind. You are a totally different zoological species from me, and never have I hated your miserable, acidulated, cowardly, and half-hearted existence as much as I do now. You wouldn't mind being radical, you say, only the trouble is that one gets put inside and can't be of use any longer. You miserable, pettifogging souls, you would be perfectly prepared to offer a modicum of heroism but only against cash, as long as you can see an immediate return on it. A straight yes. The simple words of that honest and straightforward man. Here I stand, I can do no other, God help me. None of it was spoken for you. Lucky that world history to date has not been made by people like you, otherwise there wouldn't have been any reformation and we would still be stuck with feudalism. As far as I am concerned, I was never soft, but in recent months I have become as hard as polished steel, and I will not make the slightest concession in future, either politically or in my personal friendships. I have only to conjure up the portrait gallery of your heroes to feel like caterwauling. That sweet Hassa, Dittmann with his cultivated beard and those cultivated speeches in the Reichstag, that limping shepherd Kautsky, whom your husband naturally follows through thick and thin, the magnificent Arthur, Stadthagen. And infinirai, I swear to you, I would rather sit here for years. I do not even say here, which is approaching paradise, but rather in the hellhole in the Alexanderplatz where in a minute's cell, without light, I recited my favorite poets, then fight your heroes or for that matter have anything to do with them. I would rather have Graf Westarp, the leader of the Conservative Party in the Reichstag. Not because he once spoke in the Reichstag of my almond-shaped velvet eyes, but because he is a man. I swear to you, let me once get out of prison and I shall hunt and disperse your company of singing toads with trumpets, whips and bloodhounds. I wanted to say like Penthesilea, but then by God you are no Achilles. Had enough of my New Year's greeting? Then see to it that you remain a human being. To be human is the main thing, and that means to be strong and clear and of good cheer in spite and because of everything, for tears are the preoccupation of weakness. To be human means throwing one's life onto the scales of destiny, if need be, to be joyful for every fine day and every beautiful cloud. Oh, I can't write you any recipes how to be human. I only know how to be human, and you too used to know it when we walked for a few hours in the fields outside Berlin and watched the red sunset over the corn. The world is so beautiful in spite of all the misery, and would be even more beautiful if there were no half-wits and cowards in it. Come, you get a kiss after all because you are basically a good soul. Happy New Year! The recipient must have defended herself as stoutly as she knew how, for on February 16th Rosa wrote again. Never mind, even though you answered me so bravely and even offered trial by combat, I shall always be well disposed towards you. That you want to take me on makes me smile. My dear girl, I sit firmly in the saddle. No one has yet unseated me. I would like to see the one who does it. But I had to smile for another reason. You do not even want to take me on and are much closer to me politically than you are prepared to admit. I shall remain your compass because your honest nature tells you that I am the one with the unmistaken judgment, since I do not suffer from the destroying minor symptoms. Fearfulness, being in a rut, the parliamentary cretinism which affects the judgment of others. My dear girl, disappointment with the masses is always the most lamentable excuse for a political leader. A real leader doesn't adjust his tactic in accordance with the attitude of the masses, but in accordance with the development of history. He sticks to his tactic in spite of disappointments and waits for history to complete its work. Let us close the debate on this note. I shall be happy to remain your friend. Whether I can remain your teacher too, depends on you. These words are the very core of Rosa Luxemburg's philosophy. Her attachment to the masses was not the formal postulate which in their different ways both Kautsky and Lenin shared. For them, party, leaders, and the masses were theoretical concepts to be maneuvered into correct juxtaposition. Theoretical analysis would in fact have provided the easy solution. Particularly in prison, one would not be called upon to put one's solution into brutal practice under the eyes of a competent and powerful police. Kautsky in his study at the editorial offices of Neue Zeit, Lenin in Krakow or in the libraries of Zurich or Bern, could make their arbitrary reckoning on paper or in the company of a few loyal comrades living nearby. In her prison, Rosa Luxemburg felt more firmly attached to the realities of political life, however disagreeable and hard, than ever before. Political life, not politics. An enlargement, not a contraction, that was the consequence of her dichotomies. Every act and interest became life writ large, and took its place in the composite but vital business of living. This was the message of optimism which poured out of prison at her friends. Cut off from the collective life of the community, the individual, instead of shrinking, had to grow large enough to speak not only for itself, but for everything. Things had to substitute for people, plants, flowers, animals large and small. The old fortress of Ronk became a universe with its own laws and purposes, strong enough to reach out into the consciousness of all Rosa's friends. They must have rubbed their eyes over the morning mail and wondered whether they were not the ones cut off from reality. Rosa Luxemburg remained at Ronk from October 1916 until July 1917. It was an easygoing routine. Conditions were spacious, even moderately comfortable. She had the run of the fortress, could walk along its grass-grown walls and give herself completely to the sight and smell of the surrounding countryside. Today it rained in torrents. Nonetheless, I spent 2 hours wandering round the little garden. As usual, without an umbrella, just my old hat and in Grandmother Kautsky's cape. Probably the one she had been given when she went to Warsaw at the end of 1905. It was lovely to think and dream while walking, even though the rain penetrated hat and hair and ran down my neck in rivulets. Even the birds were awake. One of them, with whom I have become chummy, often walks with me like this. I always walk on 2 sides of the garden along the wall, and the bird keeps step with me by hopping from bush to bush. Isn't this nice? We both brave every weather and have already walked our daily round in a snowstorm. Today the bird looked so blown about, wet and miserable, I probably too. And yet we both felt very well. All the same, in the afternoon it got so stormy that we just daren't go out at all. The bird sits on the bars of my window and tilts its head right and left in order to look in through the glass. I sit at my desk and enjoy the ticking of the clock, which makes a comfortable noise in the room, and so I work. With vigor she took up again some of the interests which had fascinated her some years earlier. How happy I am that 3 years ago I threw myself into botany with my usual intense absorption, with my whole self. So much so that the whole world, the party, and my work disappeared and one sole longing possessed me. To wander about in the spring fields, to stuff my arms full of plants and then, after sorting them out at home, enter them in my books. I spent the whole spring as in the throes of a fever. How much I suffered when I sat in front of a new plant and for a long time could not recognize it or classify it correctly. I almost fainted with the effort, so that Gertrude Zlatko used to threaten to take away my plants altogether. But at least I am now at home in this green world. I captured it, by storm and with devotion. For whatever you give yourself to with such intensity takes strong root in you. She was able to regale some of her friends not only with reports of her own collection but good advice as to what they should go out and find in the fields at any particular time. You see what enjoyment you got out of your visit to the botanical gardens and how enthusiastic you were about it. Why don't you go more often? I assure you that it means a great deal to me when you promptly record your impressions with such spontaneous warmth and color. Yes, I know those wonderful crimson flowers of the spruce fir. These are the female flowers out of which the great cones grow to hang with their points downwards as their weight increases. Besides them are the far less conspicuous yellow male flowers. Immediately after breakfast I go out into my little garden and occupy myself wonderfully, watering my plants. I have had them get me a pretty little watering can with which I have admittedly to run a dozen times to the well until the soil is damp enough. The water spray twinkles in the morning sun and the drops go on shimmering for a long time on the blue and red hyacinths, which are already half open. Why am I sad in spite of this? I almost believe that I have overestimated the strength of the sun in the sky. It can shine all it wants, but sometimes it simply doesn't warm me up when there is no warmth in my heart. For Sonia Liebknecht particularly, Rosa tried to reveal the relaxation and absorption of botany and zoology. I know the different kinds of orchids well. I studied them well for several days in the wonderful hothouse in Frankfurt. Their fantastic, almost unnatural form always made them seem over-refined and decadent to me. They made the impression of a dainty countess of the powder and patch period. The admiration I now feel for them thus had to overcome an internal resistance. By disposition, I am the enemy of everything decadent and perverse. A common dandelion gives me far more pleasure. You ask what I am reading, mostly natural sciences. I am studying the distribution of plants and animals. I feel so much more at home in a garden like this one here, and still more in the meadows when the grass is humming with bees than at one of our party congresses. I can say that to you because you will not promptly suspect me of betraying socialism. You know I hope to die at my post, in a street fight or in jail. But the real deep me belongs more to my butterflies than it does to my comrades. This is not because, like so many spiritually bankrupt politicians, I seek refuge and repose in nature. In nature I see so much cruelty at every turn that I suffer greatly. But the war was never far away. It loomed over Wasp and Watering Can indiscriminately. As soon as one was lulled by the ferocious microcosms of nature, the scene was brutally changed to the clangor of men at war. Sinichka, dear, I had such a pang recently. In the courtyard where I walk, army lorries often arrive, laden with haversacks or old tunics and shirts from the front. Sometimes they are stained with blood. They are sent to the women's cells to be mended, and then go back to the army for use. The other day, one of these lorries was drawn by a team of buffaloes instead of horses. I had never seen the creatures close at hand before. They are much more powerfully built than our oxen, with flattened heads, and horns strongly curved back so that their skulls are shaped something like a sheep's skull. They are black and have huge, soft eyes. The buffaloes are war booty from Romania. The soldier drivers said that it was very difficult to catch these animals who had always run wild, and still more difficult to break them into harness. They had been unmercifully flogged, on the principle of vi victis. There are about 100 head in Breslau alone. They have been accustomed to the luxuriant Romanian pastures and have here to put up with lean and scanty fodder. Unsparingly exploited, yoked to heavy loads, they are soon worked to death. The other day a lorry came laden with sacks, so overladen indeed that the buffaloes were unable to drag it across the threshold of the gate. The soldier driver, a brute of a fellow, belabored the poor beast so savagely with the butt end of his whip that the wardress at the gate, indignant at the sight, asked him if he had no compassion for animals. No more than anyone has compassion for us men. He answered with an evil smile and redoubled his blows. At length the buffaloes succeeded in drawing the load over the obstacle, but one of them was bleeding. You know their hide is proverbial for its thickness and toughness, but it had been torn. While the lorry was being unloaded, the beasts, utterly exhausted, stood perfectly still. The one that was bleeding had an expression on its black face and in its soft black eyes like that of a weeping child. One that has been severely thrashed and does not know why, nor how to escape from the torment of ill treatment. I stood in front of the team. The beast looked at me. The tears welled from my own eyes. The suffering of a dearly loved brother could hardly have moved me more profoundly than I was moved by my impotence in face of this mute agony. Far distant, lost forever, were the green lush meadows of Romania. How different there the light of the sun, the breath of the wind. How different there the song of the birds and the melodious call of the herdsman. Instead, the hideous street, the foetid stable, the rank hay mingled with moldy straw, the strange and terrible men. Blow upon blow and blood running from gaping wounds. Poor wretch, I am as powerless, as dumb as yourself. I am at one with you in my pain, my weakness, and my longing. Meanwhile, the women prisoners were jostling one another as they busily unloaded the dray and carried the heavy sacks into the building. The driver, hands in pockets, was striding up and down the courtyard, smiling to himself as he whistled a popular air. I had a vision of all the splendor of war. With flowers and plants, Rosa still had the professional touch acquired from the studies in Zurich long ago. The equally intense comments on art, literature, music, painting were those of a gifted amateur. But once again the reverberations of a solitary routine brought to the surface a more intense and systematic involvement with art. Rosa no longer saw or read. She reabsorbed and criticized and analyzed, and fed off art like a plant off compost, herself and her friends, who were regaled by her feast. This, too, was part of the foundation of her new self-sufficiency. As ever, Rosa had distinct preferences. Fulsomeness, excessive decoration, mere skill, indeed any excess, was repugnant to her. She was always attracted by simplicity precisely because social questions were essentially simple. I have just finished Ricarda Hutch's Wallenstein. In the end, the portrayal comes to naught. No complete picture emerges from so much detail and decoration. I cannot help it, German thoroughness makes it impossible to create a delicate, living portrait of an age or a person. She lacks, although she is a woman, the mental finesse which should have told her that the pursuit of every detail must ultimately tire and repel any sensitive person. Or on Hebel, he has high intelligence and a good style. His characters, however, do not possess sufficient life and blood. They are merely expressions of super-clever, over-refined problems. If you were thinking of sending him to me, could I perhaps swap him for Grillparzer? Pure Shakespeare with his sparseness, the certainty of his deadly aim and his popular humor, add to which a delicate poetical touch which Shakespeare doesn't have. Isn't it a joke that Grillparzer was a stiff-necked civil servant and a thoroughly boring person? See his autobiography, which is in almost as bad taste as that of Bebel. For artists as well as politicians, a close contact with real life was essential. Your idea that I should write a book about Tolstoy doesn't appeal to me at all. For whom? Why? Everyone can read Tolstoy's books, and if they don't get a strong breath of life from them, then they won't get it from any commentary. Can anyone explain what Mozart's music is? Can anyone explain of what the magic of life consists, if the smallest and most matter-of-fact things don't tell him, or better, if he doesn't have this magic in him? Far too many books have already been written. People forget to look into the beautiful world with so much literature all around them. It was natural that Rosa should prefer to translate a less well-known Russian author than write a commentary on one of the giants. Her interest in the Russian language, the language of the future, continued unashamed and undiminished. The choice fell on Vladimir Korolenko's autobiography History of My Contemporary, Istoria Migo Sovremennika. Her correspondence with publishers and with Louise Kautsky clearly shows the desire to help fill a gap in the study of modern Russian writing. But the value of this work was social as well as literary. Her preface to the translation emphasized the link. It placed Korolenko in the majestic tradition of Russian literature, and although Rosa Luxemburg never set up as a literary critic by allocating marks of merit and demerit, she emphatically claimed a high place for him among living writers. In addition, she analyzed Korolenko's writings in the context of social history. Here her judgments were uninhibited. Writers like Tolstoy and Korolenko himself, who were aware of what was and in what way it was changing, earned her approval over those who ran away from social realities into introspective and spiritual absorptions. Within the chosen group of socially conscious writers, Rosa particularly contrasted Gorky and Korolenko. The latter was still interested in the countryside, in peasants, while Gorky, the devoted follower of German scientific socialism, was already preoccupied with the town laborer and his shadow, the lumpen proletariat. Korolenko, like Turgenev, whom he so highly esteemed, had a thoroughly lyrical and receptive nature. He was a man of mood. Gorky, on the other hand, followed the tradition of Dostoevsky, a man with a thoroughly dramatic conception, bulging with energy, bursting for action. If drama is the poetry of action, then Korolenko's writings were only half poetry but wholly truth, like everything that is part of life. Korolenko combined an unassuming literary style, reportage but deeply felt, with an irrevocable attachment to society around him. These virtues are mirrored in her introduction. There were no blaring assertions, none of the catchwords of Marxism, only joy at the continuous social protest yet individually expressed. Rosa gave a brief biography of Korolenko, and the reader feels with her the unbearable necessity of protest and action rather than any rationalized thesis of opposition. Korolenko and she herself were no longer dealing with Russians, Poles, or Jews, but with people. It is one of the necessities of modern society that human society, whenever it gets a bit uncomfortable for one reason or another, should immediately find a scapegoat in members of another nation, or race, or religion, or color. Having stilled its bad temper on them, it returns refreshed to its own routine. And it is natural that the only suitable scapegoats are always economically, historically, and socially backward nationalities. Enlarged by Rosa's growing emphasis on wholeness, protest no longer consisted in doing but demanded being. Individual gestures of protest lost their significance and perhaps did more harm than good. Was not the obstinate Eper move, Galileo's pointless and empty gesture, without any practical result other than the revenge of the Holy Office, if indeed it ever took place at all? But what then of Liebknecht? He too was undergoing his enlargement in prison, though through a process of violent oscillation rather than Rosa's direct and well-proportioned growth. How could anyone imagine that either of these two could ever again fit into the personal and political limits of a pre-war SPD? Before her close friends Rosa Luxemburg went through a rather elaborate rigmarole of reluctance with regard to her own contribution. Kessenberg, the publisher, insists upon his pound of flesh, a preface from me, and I am making a desperate effort to gather the material for it. And no doubt the unwillingness to set up as a literary critic was perfectly genuine. But Rosa Luxemburg's interest in Korolenko accords very well with the whole process of deliberate self-examination to which she subjected herself in prison, turning inward upon herself all her formidable tools of analysis which could not now be deployed upon a society from which she was cut off. Korolenko, too, both as a writer and as a person, at times suffered from the enforced deflection of his outgoing sympathies and understanding back upon himself. Korolenko is almost unique in Russian literature, in that arid waste where, as Virginia Woolf says, the writer has to fall back upon the illumination of the soul and upon the brotherhood of man. For he was what we might call today an integrated personality who saw life steadily if not always whole. Like Rosa Luxemburg, moreover, he was essentially a persuader rather than a describer. He, too, combined an acute social sympathy with a somewhat legalistic manner of argument. It is no wonder that Rosa Luxemburg found in Korolenko someone who seemed to personify her suppurating dissatisfaction with the aridness of life as viewed from inside a prison. The translation of Korolenko and her economic writings in prison were a self-imposed discipline. She still pressed hard against the limits of her existence. Occasional visits and letters were the only form of communication with the living world outside. But she was determined to live, perhaps more fully than she had ever lived before, and her friends were turned into delegates, pressed and molded to live her life for her. Whether encouraging others to be brave and strong, whether insisting on a new closeness with Louise Kautsky or Marta Rosenbaum through an arrangement of symbols on paper which she had probably never sought in the intimacy of speech, whether binding a disciple like Hans Diefenbach close to her by perpetually displaying her scintillating personality for his benefit, it was her life and not theirs that was at stake. The choice of vehicles was so limited: literature, politics, the instant, timeless speck of life minutely observed and captured, broad-based judgments alternating with the ruthlessly critical penetrations of a needle. They follow on each other's heels in a bewildering and complex procession. The present and the past became welded into one flexible whole, where most other prisoners would choose to moan about the contrast. Some minute and fleeting vision in the prison yard was captured, made to conjure up a shared experience of the past. Yet such was Rosa's skill that she breathed life into her correspondence, so that they took on new and sharper dimensions. Louise Kautsky, much the same age as Rosa, needed only a hint, a snap of the finger, to drop everything and join Rosa in spirit at Ronk. In return, Rosa could be cold, even brutal. The reader knows or feels that Louise left more of herself in pawn to her friend than she received in return. For friendship is never equal, or for that matter just. In a passage which Louise Kautsky omitted from her edition of Rosa's letters, the latter ironically chided Louise for her sentimental refusal to look the situation in the face and honestly accept her emotional attachment to another man. This passage is revealing because it indicates a facet of Rosa's character which none of her biographers has mentioned, and of which perhaps only Louise Kautsky was aware. Rosa Luxemburg was not interested in any high-principled campaign for women's rights, unlike her friend Clara Zetkin. Like anti-Semitism, the inferior status of women was a social feature which would be eliminated only by the advent of socialism. In the meantime, there was no point in making any special issue of it. But disinterest in public did not mean private indifference. Since the breakup of her own marriage to Leo Jagish's in 1907, Rosa had undertaken a campaign for the possession of the souls of her women friends, especially against those husbands who were also her political opponents. This subtle enticement had been carried out with Rosa's usual blend of intellect and emotion. A war on two fronts. From prison the campaign moved into high gear, as the letter to Mathilde Worm shows, above, pages 661-2. Rosa now gladly committed further reserves of emotion to the battle. The same increase of pace is clear from the letters to Hans Diefenbach. This became a very special friendship, and in her letters to the young army doctor during the war Rosa unleashed a many-splendored offensive, with an emotional skill which she never surpassed. Nowhere is the mixture of emotion, ethics, politics, and aesthetics more skillfully and tidily woven. Past, present, and future more dialectically fused, than in these outpourings coming apparently straight from the heart. From the descriptions of contemporaries and from the few letters of his that remain, we know Diefenbach to have been a reserved, somewhat stiff young man who had difficulty in keeping his end up among all his highly verbal and incisive friends. The slightly cannibalistic streak in Rosa's friendships caused her to hammer unmercifully at Diefenbach's dilettantism. "Hanschen regrettably has more talent than knowledge," she told him. "And if your temperament is a little too much like over-refined white flour, semmelblonde, and your perpetually cool hands irritate me at times, I still say, blessed are those without temperament as long as this lack of temperament means that they will never trade on the happiness or peace of other people." And to his sister she wrote after his death. His weaknesses, naturally he also had these, were those of a child not equipped for life's realities, for the struggle and for the inevitable brutalities. He was always slightly afraid of life. "I always feared that he might remain an everlasting dilettante, buffeted by all the storms of life. I tried as far as I could to apply gentle pressure on him, so that he might eventually take root in life after all." She made a point of bettering each one of his literary comments. What he liked she promptly criticized. What he discovered she had known long before, and so, it was implied, should he have. What he did not know she insisted on his learning. Continual competition prevailed for possession of his person, not with a third party but with his own restrained temperament, the power of which, in order to satisfy her enormous talent for battle, she had infinitely to exaggerate. Even in her friendships Rosa could not live without conflict. What effect did these marvelous letters have on their recipients? In Diefenbach's case we do not know. She always addressed him as Sie, the polite form, but this was the only restraint. For the rest, the letters have an intensely provocative, erotic quality, almost daring this restrained young man to be shocked and to protest. Yet she could not have gone on in this vein if there had not been some response. "Good God, if I sense in the slightest that somebody doesn't like me, my very thoughts flee from his presence like those of a scared bird. For me, even to look him in the face again seems too much." Diefenbach's devotion to his volatile and fascinating friend was of long standing, though perhaps tinged with hopelessness, after all the years of Rosa willfully blowing hot and cold. Then, in 1914, the friendship was suddenly and mysteriously promoted. With Konstantin Zetkin gone and the circle of friends narrowed by political defection, who but the faithful, unromantic, but transparently decent and fastidious Hans Diefenbach, so often the object of amused pity and derision, should now advance to the grail of her close affection, surrounded by a glow of virtue? The need for a single, supreme confidant was greater than ever in the impersonal routine of Ronk Fortress. Rosa's friends were all delighted. The marriage of scarlet and alabaster, so suitable for both, became their fond hope for the conclusion of the war. But there was also nothing naive about Diefenbach's affection for Rosa Luxemburg. He may not have realized the circumstances of his own promotion, but he did know Rosa's weaknesses as well as her great strengths. With slightly mocking affection he provided for Rosa in his will, a sum of money to be held in strict trust, lest among other things she should spend it politically. The money must be managed by some responsible person, e.g. my sister, and the beneficiary shall get the interest annually until the date of her death. I make this disposition because my excellent friend may not prove as great a genius in her personal economy as in her understanding of the economics of a whole society. Despite her great grief, Rosa was annoyed rather than flattered when this came out after his death in action in 1917. Many of Rosa's letters from prison were published as an act of piety. They were meant to show that the Red Revolutionary, the enthusiastic propagandist of violence and destruction, was in fact a highly sensitive, easily hurt, kindly woman who suffered with every frozen wasp and had a deep love of life and of living creatures. What Louise Kautsky and her son Benedict have done is to say to us, choose between the public and the private Rosa. At least observe the contrast between the two. Rosa herself would probably have laughed at this attempt and poured scorn on such sentimentality. For what is implied is that we must take these letters as evidence of another Rosa, a spontaneous and much more human Rosa, to set against the intensely political being of her public writings. The error is to see her political writings as artifacts, the letters as natural, bursting through in a torrent of temperament. In fact, there was nothing spontaneous about these letters at all. They were written quickly, but writing them was as disciplined and deliberate an activity as any of her political work. Phrases, thoughts, run through them like sudden inspirations, but they are raw material, bait, not ends in themselves. Whatever spontaneity there may be in Luxemburgism, it is not here. Every syllable serves a purpose. The only spontaneity of which Rosa was ever capable was silence. When she was really moved, she could not communicate at all. But silence cannot be quoted or recorded, and so we must rely on her own occasional references to it. Thus, after the death of her father, Rosa wrote to Minna Kautsky, "This blow shook me so deeply that I could not communicate for many months either by letter or word of mouth, and after one of the worst blows of her life, the death of her devoted Hans Diefenbach, I have just received word that Hans has fallen. For the moment I am unable to write more. Brevity and frankness are the most merciful things, just as with a difficult operation. I am unable to find words." This was still the same woman who years before had shyly written of her own compulsive need for self-communion, and wondered if there was something peculiar about her on account of it, as though it were some terrible evidence of failure. Last but not least, there was the imperceptible recreation of Spartacus, quite apart from its political purposes, as an ideal peer group, very much like that comfortable if highly sprung sociological mattress, the original SDK Piel. While Kautsky's accusations of political ambition were absurd, they did make unintended sense in social and intellectual terms. Rosa's organizational commitment to the big party as late as January 1917 was actually a substantial personal sacrifice. Always and eternally the same elevated personalities around me. Adolf Hoffmann with his characteristic popular humor, and those unmentionables, forgive me, like two collapsing Doric columns, that perpetual brown velvet hat of Pop-up Fankuch. The thought of being surrounded to the end of my life by such phenomena makes me shudder. The world is upside down. Thrones overturned and empires split. And at the end of it all, I never get out from under that perpetual same dozen people. Plus say change, plus say rest out a fate la meme chose. She swore that after the war, whatever happened, she would not go back to the boredom and bureaucratic mincing machine of the pre-war party. No more meetings, no more conventicles. Where great things are in the making, where the wind roars about the ears, that's where I'll be in the thick of it, but not the daily treadmill. In the meantime, Rosa would deal only with real political friends, friends almost in the English sense of being like-minded. A selection made by circumstances and by herself. No more need for reservations, for tact, for all those political concessions which had disfigured the sociology of the old SPD. The new peer group mustered for Franz Mehring's 70th birthday. We honored the old man with speeches, all serious and suitable to the occasion. Quite different from that jamboree with Bebel, do you remember? A peer group imposes personal responsibilities. Even from prison, Rosa encouraged the old man with all the means at her disposal. For every member of that small band was immensely valuable. How wrong you are to think that your bad mood has anything to do with age. What better evidence of youthfulness than your indestructible pleasure in your work, in fighting and laughing? The way you still set about it every day, see nach jeden Tag in Dieb van Houen. You cannot imagine to what extent the example of your wonderful capacity for work, the thought of your mental flexibility, and even the hope of earning your approval egg me on. How I look forward to sitting again in your comfortable study at the small table to talk with you and laugh with you. Both Mehring and Clara Zetkin spent some time in custody during the war, and both were in very poor health. Rosa organized a complete almoner service for Clara Zetkin's benefit, nagging her friends to call on her or at least to keep writing. Rosa was not above berating Hans Diefenbach for visiting Stuttgart without making a point of calling on Clara Zetkin. The almoner-in-chief was none other than Mathilde Jacob, Rosa's secretary. Her wartime letters to Clara Zetkin are preserved, and while they contain little of political interest, Mathilde Jacob was not a very political person but was devoted to Rosa. They do reflect the stream of instructions, queries, and suggestions which emanated from Ronk and Breslau for the better preservation of Clara Zetkin. The latter was a hypersensitive, often obstinate woman who had to be coaxed, and this, under precise instruction from Rosa, larded with concrete tokens of regard like books and flowers, was Mathilde's job. In fact, Mathilde Jacob played an important role as Rosa Luxemburg's funnel for communicating with the outside world, and also as a means for carrying political messages in and out of jail. The best proof of Rosa Luxemburg's charisma is the loyal and devoted service of this fundamentally unpolitical person who was willing to add political functions to her private tasks for a cause in which she was not primarily interested. Indeed, her interest lapsed quickly with Rosa Luxemburg's death. Rosa Luxemburg's friends, however, were well aware that the woman engaged as her secretary had voluntarily promoted herself to being Rosa's kindly spirit. Apart from Mathilde Jacob's communication with Clara Zetkin, she conveyed Rosa's wishes and messages to all and sundry, Mering, Paul Levi, Hasse, and others. Most important of all, Rosa Luxemburg was able to unload on her faithful friend and servant some of the inevitable spleen that collected through the years of imprisonment, without fear that it would be resented. In a socialist society, for which the peer group was to be a skeleton, the strong must carry the old and infirm. In 1918, Mering suffered a blackout while walking in the street, and Rosa wrote to him, "I cannot tell you how much your last letter and the news of your accident have affected me. Normally I support my own almost 4-year-old slavery with the patience of a lamb. But now, under the influence of your painful news, I was seized by such a fever of impatience and a burning desire to get out to Berlin and see with my own eyes how you are, to shake you by the hand and spend an hour or so chatting with you. I am certain that next year at last we shall all be able to gather round you for your birthday." It is noticeable that Rosa's concern was largely with the older generation, with the small group of intellectuals who had broken loose with such agony after August 4, 1914. There are only a few references to younger sympathizers, the new shock troops of radicalism, later to dominate the KPD until many of them, too, were flung off the dizzy turntable of Bolshevization. To this extent, Rosa was anchored in the Second International. In her personal relations, she looked backwards to the past rather than to the future. Only when a different social organization was found to be required in order to make effective an old philosophy did the new men begin to come into their own. Not that the work of care and protection all went one way. A determined effort was made to cushion Rosa Luxemburg from the exigencies of prison, and the only reason this remained unsung was that its inspirer and director was Leo Jagesches, furtive as ever. Rosa had always suffered from a delicate stomach, and now more than ever, the collection of rice to supply her with the right diet was no easy task in blockaded, wartime Germany. Rosie Wolfstein, Rosa's ex-student, had helped significantly in this effort, and was summoned to a secret meeting with the redoubtable Dr. Kristolowicz, Leo Jagesches, at a station cafe to receive his formal thanks on Rosa's behalf. Indeed, Jagesches now devoted himself to Rosa in the most touching way, thus opening up the third and last period of peace in their long and often stormy relationship. The February Revolution in Russia was the first crack in the dishearteningly monolithic pursuit of imperialist war. But no one dreamt that the events in Petrograd would eventually end Russia's participation in the alliance against Germany. On the contrary, a more popular government was expected to release national energy into more effective prosecution of the war. No one quite knew what to make of the events, whether they were a good or bad omen for Germany, or for the socialists for that matter. Rosa Luxemburg's first reaction was personal. So many old friends, locked up for years in Moscow, Petersburg, Orel or Riga, now walking about free. How much easier that makes my own incarceration. It is a strange change of roles, isn't it? But I am satisfied and don't begrudge them their freedom, even though it means my chances have got so much the worse. In July 1917, and again the next year, the question arose as to whether Rosa might claim Russian citizenship and benefit from deportation like Marchluski. Another alternative was a special exchange of distinguished revolutionaries. Such a move was at one time envisaged for Karl Liebknecht. Rosa was undecided, perhaps, maybe, a difficult question. In the end, she declined. What mattered was the inevitable German Revolution, and she wanted to be on hand for it, even if it meant longer imprisonment meanwhile. For her information about events in Russia, she necessarily depended on the newspapers, and the newspapers were cautious. Right from the start, the German government had worked out precise directions to the press about its reporting of the events in Russia. No discussion of the new constitutional forms which had emerged from the Russian Revolution was permitted, since they only indicate how one should proceed here in case of an upheaval. Even after the October Revolution, which was clearly to Germany's advantage, the German authorities would only permit such comments on the Soviet state as served as a frightening example. All that explains or praises the proceedings of the revolutionaries in Russia must be suppressed. Rosa's first official reaction in the Spartakus letter of April 1917 was also cautious. The analysis was historical, backward-looking, a sure sign of uncertainty. All that could be done was to hark back to the events of 1905 to 1906. Once more the liberals were shown as being on the verge of reaction instead of in the vanguard of revolution. The proletariat was warned that further advances would depend on itself and no one else. Almost syllabically, the next objectives are spelled out. No reason why that distinguished international tactician Rosa Luxemburg from inside a German prison should not give dialectical advice to faraway Petrograd Democratic Republic, 8-hour day, confiscation of large landed properties. Above all, an end to the imperialist war. It was a curiously formal and archaic program, as though the clock had really been turned back to 1906. Peace was just the first of several demands that must be put forward, less in the hope of achieving them than as a means of galvanizing working-class action. This was the old idea of a program, not as a political expression of wants but as a process of political stimulation. It is important to understand this if the reaction of Spartakus to the unexpected conclusion of peace by the Bolsheviks less than a year later is to make sense. The demand for peace was a weapon, not something which one could actually hope to achieve. The second part of the article was a reckoning with the claim of the German government and its SPD supporters that the war against Russia was a war of liberation from Tsarist absolutism. This was safer, more familiar ground. Events in Russia have also faced the German proletariat with a vital question of honor. Once the Russian proletariat has burst the solidarity of the home front through open revolution, the German proletariat unashamedly stabs it in the back by continuing to support the war. From now on, the German troops in the East do not fight against Tsarism any longer, but against the revolution. As soon as the Russian proletariat comes out openly for peace, the German proletariat, by remaining silent, will become the accomplice to an open betrayal of its Russian brethren, if it remains silent. Russia has liberated herself, but who will liberate Germany from military dictatorship, from Junker reaction, from the imperialist slaughter? In the next Spartakus letter of May 1917 there were 2 lengthy articles by Rosa Luxemburg. There had been time to read and think. Preoccupation with the past was pushed aside in favor of a more rigorous examination of the present. In the stuffy atmosphere of Europe, in which everything has been effectively stifled for 3 years, a window has at last been torn open, and a fresh and lively current of air is blowing in. But even with the greatest heroism, the proletariat of a single country cannot break the stranglehold of the World War by itself. Thus, the Russian Revolution inevitably grows into an international problem. The Russian workers striving for peace comes into the strongest conflict not only with their own middle class but with that of England, France, and Italy. The socialist proletariat of England, France, and Italy has the unavoidable duty of unfolding the flag of rebellion against the war, in the form of effective mass actions against the ruling classes at home. As for the German bourgeoisie, it only wants to use the Russian proletariat to get itself out of a war on 2 fronts, seeing how unfavorable the strategic situation is abroad and how poor the supply position at home. This is the same machination by German imperialism to make use of the Russian Revolution for its own self-interested purposes as that attempted by the Allied powers, only in the opposite way. The Western powers want to harness the bourgeois liberal tendency of the revolution in order to defeat their German competitors. The German imperialists want to use the proletarian tendencies of the revolution to avoid a military defeat. And why not, gentlemen? German social democracy has served so faithfully and long in dressing up mass slaughter as liberation from Russian Tsarism. Now the Russian Social Democrats are called upon to assist by helping the liberator out of his unhappy involvement in an unsuccessful war. Scheidman's role as a go-between for Russia and Germany had been engineered by Parvis's string-pulling behind the scenes, with the blessing of the German Foreign Office. Some of this was known to Spartacus, though they did not yet realize the full purpose of the originators of the plan. Rosa sensed that Ebert's and Scheidman's initiative in Copenhagen was part of an official flirtation with Russian revolutionaries against the Russian liberals who had declared their support for the war. She was certain that such a mission could only get a kick in the pants from Russian socialists of all shades. But she was wrong. Parvis short-circuited the SPD at this stage and got the German authorities to deal with Lenin direct, instead of with the Workers' and Soldiers' Soviet in Petrograd. Having all too correctly analyzed the interests of the belligerent governments and their supporters, Rosa turned once more to the interests of the Russian and German working classes. In her view, it was now possible at last to talk of a real war of liberation, the kind of defensive struggle she had indicated in the Junius brochure. The question of peace for the Russian proletariat is not as simple as would suit Hindenburg and Bethmann, the German chancellor, at this particular moment. The outbreak of the revolution and the powerful position of the proletariat as a result have changed the character of imperialist war in Russia to something akin to that claimed in the propaganda of the ruling classes in all countries: a war of defense. The liberals, with their dreams of a Russian Constantinople, have had their plans stuffed down their throats. The solution of a patriotic war of defense has suddenly become reality. The Russian proletariat, however, can only end the war and make peace in good conscience when their work, the achievements of the revolution and its unhampered progress, is assured. The Russian workers are today the only ones who really defend freedom, progress, and democracy. Already the analysis diverged sharply from that of Lenin. Looking outwards from Russia, it was the same old imperialist war, now carried on by Kerensky and Schkeets instead of Nicholas and his ministers, to be combated by exactly the same means. Any means, including German help. Looking out from Germany, however, the Russian Revolution had achieved something worth defending against the strong and unrepentant German reaction, which might want peace with Russia for tactical reasons, but in the long run would want even more to destroy the revolution. This, in essence, was to be the Spartacus position for the next 18 months. They recognized the need for peace as the only way to open up further revolutionary horizons, but not a peace which left Imperial Germany triumphant. The X in the equation was the German Revolution. What prescription for the German workers under these circumstances? Who guarantees that tomorrow, after the conclusion of peace and as soon as German militarism has got its paw out of the trap, it will not attack the Russian proletariat in order to prevent dangerous undermining from that quarter? The throttled assurances of the former heroes of the SPD are not enough. The danger of German militarism for imperialist England or France is truly rubbish, myth, the publicity of competitors. The danger of German militarism for Republican revolutionary Russia, however, is real enough. There is only one guarantee against future danger to the Russian Revolution: the awakening of the German proletariat, the seizing of power by German soldiers and workers at home, the revolutionary action of the German people in the cause of peace. To make peace with Bethmann and Hindenburg is a damnably difficult risk for the Russian revolutionary soldiers. The question of peace is indeed a part of the unhindered and utterly radical development of the Russian Revolution, but this in turn is tied to parallel revolutionary action in the cause of peace on the part of the French, English, Italian, and particularly the German proletariat. The turgid phrases so untypical of Rosa were no accident. There was nothing but vague hopes and generalizations to offer. Not a hiccup of revolution in Germany. It was the beginning of that intellectual paralysis that was to befall Spartacus increasingly as the war went on, and the Russians acted in a German vacuum. Even before the pact between Lenin and Trotsky, in which the one accepted Bolshevik organization and the other armed insurrection as the motor of the permanent revolution, Rosa Luxemburg in her German jail had announced the complete dependence of the Russian Revolution on revolutions elsewhere. To succeed, the revolution in Russia had to spark off revolutionary outbreaks, above all in Germany. This was the key. Scheidman's negotiations for a possible peace between the Russian Revolution and German imperialism were only mentioned in order to show them as grotesque absurdities. Rosa knew nothing of the assiduous negotiations between Parvis, Karl Mohr, and the German Foreign Office, of the impending journey of Lenin and his entourage through Germany in a sealed train provided by the German government. She believed such eventualities to be not only undesirable but impossible. Her task and that of her friends now lay in bringing about a revolutionary outbreak in Germany. Every effort of Spartacus from now on was directed to achieving this aim. If only the masses could be awakened and made to see their own interest. To that end she now directed her efforts, with an increasingly bitter and sarcastic tone as her words scattered like useless autumn leaves among passers, by preoccupied with other worries than saving the Russian Revolution. In Rosa's mind, the pattern of the Russian Revolution was set in February, not in October. The unpredictable product of history, unpredictable in time, and therefore the more important, was the February Revolution. The events of October were merely the logical consequence and as such had already been placed within their historical context in April and May 1917. This was to be the real issue between her and the Bolsheviks, more than any dispute over the tactical details of the next 12 months. For Rosa, the achievements of February would last while those of October were a transient success, valuable only as an experience. As we shall see, she in no way belittled the Bolshevik achievement. But while October was the achievement of the courageous, determined Bolsheviks, February was the achievement of history, base and superstructure, unless of course the German working class came to the rescue. And to some extent later communist attacks on her judgment suffered from the awkwardness of the following choice. Either they had to accept the October Revolution as a natural consequence of the earlier February Revolution, in which case like Rosa they had to admit the historical primacy of the earlier events, or the October Revolution was indeed an act of will, an arbitrary determinant of history, and only then could Rosa Luxemburg justifiably be accused of misunderstanding when she failed to recognize its special significance. After her death, it was said that she had simply changed her mind and recognized her errors. We shall have the opportunity of examining the case for this later. What matters here is that in outline Rosa's ideas had already taken shape before October 1917. Spartacus openly greeted the events of February and propagated them as widely as possible in Germany. The Spartacus letter in which Rosa published her 2 articles contains a collection of documents and proclamations issued by the All-Russian Soviet. Certainly Spartacus' articles written by other comrades followed Rosa Luxemburg's analysis very closely. In August 1917, the unknown author of an article entitled Burning Questions of the Time foresaw in Russia the emergence of a dictatorship of the proletariat, but added, "Here begins the fatal destiny of the Russian Revolution. The dictatorship of the proletariat in Russia is destined to suffer a desperate defeat compared to which the fate of the Paris Commune was child's play, unless the international proletarian revolution gives it support in good time. But just as the Russian Revolution required the help of the German working classes in order to survive, so, true to the internationalism of the Spartacus group, did the German left appeal to the successful Russian revolutionaries for support against their own Mensheviks, the majority SPD. The agreement of our Russian comrades to admit Messrs. Sudacum, Scheidman, Legion, etc. to the Stockholm Conference would be a heavy blow to the international socialist idea in Germany and to our common cause. It might be taken as a recognition and legitimation of these gentlemen by international socialism and would greatly confuse once more the already well-advanced process of clarification among the German workers. Here, too, were the first traces of that profound pessimism for the short term which characterized Rosa's thinking about the Russian and later the German revolutions. It was not an easy point to make in public, especially while the war was on. As early as April 1917, Rosa wrote to Marta Rosenbaum, "Of course the marvels in Russia are like a new lease of life for me. They are a saving grace, Heilsbotschaft, for all of us. I only fear that you all do not appreciate them enough, do not recognize sufficiently that it is our own cause which is winning there. It must and will have a salutary effect on the whole world. It must radiate outwards into the whole of Europe. I am absolutely certain that it will bring a new epoch and that the war cannot last long." But this enthusiasm was for a distant future. An epoch was a long-term concept. As soon as her friends began to cast favorable horoscopes for the immediate political scene, Rosa blew cold at once. "We must not count on permanent success in Russia, though in any case even the attempt to seize power is already a slap in the face for our Social Democrats and the whole miserable international." And to Louise Kautsky she predicted even more baldly that, of course, the Bolsheviks will never be able to maintain themselves. Once more she reflected and also created Spartacus' opinion. though both Franz Mehring and Clara Zetkin were to prove more optimistic after the events of October. Neither the circumstances of the October Revolution nor the implications of Lenin's policy of peace and land distribution to the peasants were clear to anyone in Germany, except perhaps to the German government. The left, particularly the leaders in prison, were unable to distinguish the inevitable from the peculiar, the historical from the man-made, in the events in Russia. That was why they could not see the factors making for Bolshevik survival. Their disapproval of these factors once they knew them, and their ability to pass judgment on them, which the Bolsheviks later questioned precisely as being ill-informed, was, as we shall see, quite a different matter, for by that time survival was no longer a revolutionary factor but one compounded of non-socialist concessions which carried within them the dialectic of their own peculiar problems. It was that or repression, on an ever-growing scale. In July 1917, the wheels of the German Security Administration ground out Rosa's transfer from the fortress in Ronk to the town prison of Breslau. This was much closer confinement in terms of physical space as well as visits and facilities. There is no evidence that the transfer was a punishment for any breach of discipline or that the smuggling of illegal material through Mathilde Jacob and Marta Rosenbaum was suspected. Here I am leading the existence of a proper convict, i.e. day and night they lock me into my cell, and all I can see outside is the men's prison. I limit my presence, in the yard where I can see all the other prisoners running about, to the minimum prescribed by the doctor for health reasons, and during my walks I look around as little as possible. The difference from Ronk is in every respect a sharp one, though this is not a complaint but merely an explanation if for the time being I do not write letters woven out of the scent of roses, the azure color of the sky and the wisps of cloud to which you have hitherto been accustomed. In addition, Rosa's health had worsened again. My stomach has been rebelling strongly for several weeks, and I actually had to spend part of the time in bed. Even now I exist mainly on warm bandages and very thin soup. The cause is uncertain, probably nervous reaction to the sudden worsening of my general circumstances. At the beginning of 1917, an effort had been made to obtain Rosa's release on the grounds of ill health, but this failed owing to lack of liaison between her own doctor and the local medical practitioner acting on behalf of the authorities. In addition, her new lawyer, Dr. Pinner, bombarded the commander-in-chief, under whose orders Rosa Luxemburg was detained, with complaints and appeals. The Second Senate of the Military Court, Reichsmilitärgericht, heard the appeal and refused the military prosecutor's motion that proofs of treasonable activities confidentially obtained should be submitted against her. The prosecutor also argued that her divorce from Gustav Lübeck automatically cancelled her German citizenship. On February 22, 1918, the High Court, Reichsgericht, heard a final appeal against detention but dismissed it. For once Rosa Luxemburg had been wholeheartedly behind the attempt to force the German authorities to release her. Her severe depression at the beginning of 1917 and again in Breslau were in part the consequence of these protracted but unsuccessful efforts. From the end of 1917 onwards, Rosa Luxemburg's influence on the tactics and policy of Spartacus undoubtedly suffered a decline. Various factors contributed to this, partly on Rosa's side, partly arising out of the situation. With her transfer to Breslau, she was more cut off, her state of mind more self-absorbed than ever. The Spartacus letters had largely been her inspiration and effort. Without her frequent contributions, they lost much of their luster. Moreover, her immediate circle of political friends, for whom she had acted as the fountainhead of strategy as well as tactics, began to lose its grip on events. Leo Jogashes was arrested on March 24, 1918. The authorities knew that with his arrest they had captured the main organizer of Spartacus' activities as well as the willing vehicle of Rosa Luxemburg's ideas. This left Franz Mehring, now 70 years old, Ernst Mayr and Paul Levi in charge, of whom only the first was a member of the peer group. More important still, the development of the opposition in Germany was temporarily moving against Spartacist influence. There were two waves of strikes, one in April 1917, another far bigger in January 1918, the first to have distinctly political overtones. But although these events had full Spartacus support with handbills and appeals, they were not under its direction nor had Spartacus exercised any significant influence on them. Not even recent East German history claims more than propagandistic participation for Spartacus in either of these events. Out of these strikes, and leading them, there emerged an elusive organization of workers based on the larger factories of Berlin, and with it the first traces of workers' councils. In spite of arrests and the military draft of thousands of restive workers, the organization remained more or less intact throughout the war and found its political expression in the revolutionary shop stewards, Revolutionär Oblat, who were to play such a significant role in the period from November 1918 to March 1919. Spartacus was following rather than making events in Germany from the end of 1917 onwards. The intellectuals, who provided Spartacus with its sophisticated program and the necessary Marxist analysis of the situation, now had no significant function to fulfill, especially not from prison. Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg were too honest to claim for themselves a leading role which at the time they did not play. Liebknecht, whose correspondence was very restricted by prison regulations, merely noted down a continual commentary on events, while Rosa's letters gave no more than fleeting, desperate references. There was remoteness, self-absorption. Her remaining efforts were concentrated on the one event on which she could speak with unchallenged authority, the Russian Revolution. Among the first public commentators on the Bolshevik victory at the beginning of November 1917, Rosa Luxemburg was noticeably absent. This may have been due to physical difficulties. The most enthusiastic support came from Radek's old friends in Bremen and from Clara Zetkin. Both these articles, while stressing the dangers and difficulties, pledged immediate and complete support for the Bolsheviks. But in private, Rosa Luxemburg asked Louise Kautsky on November 24, "Are you happy about the Russians? Of course, they will not be able to maintain themselves in this witches' Sabbath, not because statistics show economic development in Russia to be too backward as your clever husband has figured out, but because social democracy in the highly developed West consists of miserable and wretched cowards who will look quietly on and let the Russians bleed to death. But such an end is better than living on for the fatherland. It is an act of historical significance whose traces will not have disappeared even after many ages have passed. I expect great things to come in the next few years, but how I wish that I did not have to admire world history only through the bars of my cage." To Mathilde Worm she had written a week earlier, "My heart is heavy for the Russians. I don't expect the continued victory of the Leninists, but still, such an end is better than living on for the fatherland." By the middle of November, the impending peace negotiations with the Bolsheviks had been written up in the German press, and Rosa's private comments became much more incisive. "Yes, the Bolsheviks. Of course they don't please me either with their fanatical determination to make peace at any price, Friedensfanatismus, but after all they are not to blame. They are in a cleft stick and have only the choice between two sets of troubles, and are choosing the lesser. Others are responsible for the fact that the devil is the beneficiary of the Russian Revolution. Consequently, let us first sweep before our own doors. On the whole, the events there are glorious and will have immeasurable results. If I could but talk with you and Eigil, Karl Kautsky's brother, Hans, about all these things, and especially if I could only get out of here. But complaining isn't my strong suit. For the present I am trying to follow events and am in good hope of participating one of these days." Doubts about the wisdom of a Russian revolutionary peace with German imperialism were expressed in the first public Spartacus comment on the events of October. A curious reversal in the roles of USPD and Spartacus had taken place. The former now hailed the prospect of negotiations and attempted to use the events in Russia for bringing pressure on the German government in the direction of Kautsky's old scheme for a just peace without annexations. They had thus inherited Spartacus's slogan of peace at any price, first and foremost, if there was to be anything left of the proletariat. Spartacus, on the other hand, now saw in the conclusion of peace with Russia nothing but benefit for German imperialism and its wish to destroy the Russian Revolution. The article Historical Responsibility in the Spartacus letter of January 1918 was sour and unhappy in tone. The anonymous author could see no good from any of the probable alternatives in the near future. Now that an armistice had been concluded, a separate peace treaty between Germany and Russia was only a matter of time. Not even the irony of seeing the hated and despised Bolshevik revolutionaries elevated to the status of equal negotiating partners by the German government could alleviate the harm. Only the rock-like certainty of its reliance on the hopeless backwardness of the German people could have brought German reaction to make the experiment of shaking the hand of the Petersburg murderers and pyromaniacs, who have just thrown on to the rubbish heap throne, altar, interest payments on foreign bonds, titles and various other sacrosanct items, who have strung up unrepentant generals from the windows of railway carriages and put the useless scions of the royal house in prison. According to the press, Trotsky has made several speeches about the international situation in which he presents the effect of the Russian Revolution on other countries in a very rosy light. If these press reports are correct, then we must regrettably pour water into Trotsky's champagne. It is psychologically understandable that the Bolsheviks should see a prestige success in that most important question of peace and should present themselves as successful to the Russian people. But a second look shows the Bolsheviks in another light. The immediate effect of the armistice in the east will merely be that German troops will be moved from there to the west. Already the last bloody German advances in Flanders and in the south, the new marvelous successes in Italy, are the direct results of Bolshevik victory in Petersburg. The mask of virtue and restraint which was forced on German imperialism by its precarious military situation up till now will be thrown into the lap of the Scheidemans. With the help of God, who is undoubtedly on the side of the big battalions, a German peace will be dictated. This is how the situation really is, and the Bolsheviks are only deceiving themselves and others if they hear the melody of peace on earth. The last laugh about the Russian Revolution has hitherto been exclusively enjoyed by Hindenburg and the German nationalists. January 1918, the lowest ebb of confidence and hope. The unknown Jeremiah could not even offer any good advice, for every avenue of progress was blocked. In fact, the article has all the makings of an epitaph. The German workers continue to watch the spectacle good-naturedly, continue to be mere spectators, and so Soviet rule in Russia cannot find a fate different from the Paris Commune. This connection between Germany and Russia is already visible in the deterioration of Bolshevik policy. Only the desperate search for some sign of proletarian action in Germany can, for instance, explain, even if it does not excuse, the fact that the Bolsheviks even for one moment allowed themselves to carry on negotiations with the German official socialists. Their negotiations with Hindenburg and Hertling, the new German chancellor, may in their eyes be nothing but sad necessity which merely illuminates the evil German circumstances, but at least they do not cast any reflection on those in power in St. Petersburg. The fact that they find it necessary to spread revolution into the German masses through such dirty channels as Parvus-Scheidman proves that they too suffer from a lack of principle Zweifelsfreiheit, which is completely at variance with their usual severe morality and intolerance of compromise. It was the severest public criticism of the Bolsheviks ever to be uttered by the German left, typical of the profound pessimism and the deep self-hatred of this black period. For the first time since 1914, the issue of self-determination, Rosa Luxemburg's old bone of contention, was raised again. More important and even graver is another mistaken attitude of the Bolsheviks, the right of national self-determination, which the Soviet government brandishes around. In reality, there is only one form of national self-determination which is not a mockery of this right. That is the revolution of the proletariat, the mass of people in each nation. Other than this, the right of self-determination within the framework of the bourgeois state is nothing but a hollow phrase which in practice delivers the people into the hands of their ruling classes. The bitter polemics of 1913 to 1914 still rankled. After the conclusion of the Peace of Brest-Litovsk in March 1918, public comment by Spartacus surprisingly became more favorable again. Lenin had gone to great trouble to explain and excuse the separate peace. He felt, quite correctly, that it would certainly be misunderstood and resented in Germany. It was, he declared, to the accompaniment of stormy applause, the only way out for the survival of the efforts of the proletariat and the poor peasants, however hard the conditions it has imposed. In return, he excused the inaction of the German working class. Was it perhaps a veiled form of moral bargain? It is unjust to accuse the German workers of not making a revolution. Things don't go like that. Revolutions cannot be made to order. They ripen as part of the historical development. The soothing use of Rosa's old phrase of 1904 against Lenin's disciplined revolutionary will was possibly unconscious irony. Nonetheless, the German working masses will understand, will say, the Bolsheviks have acted correctly. Apart from the emotional enthusiasm of Clara Zetkin and the concurrence of the small Bremen group, historical justification of the Bolsheviks was chiefly provided by Franz Mehring. Already at the end of 1917, he had adopted in public the long view which Rosa Luxemburg was content to express in her private letters. Revolutions have a long wind if they are real. The English Revolution of the 17th century, the French Revolution of the 18th, took 40 years to impose themselves on history, and yet how the tasks of these revolutions shrink, one might almost say into minutiae, compared to the enormous problems with which the Russian Revolution has to struggle. At the beginning of 1918 and throughout the year, Franz Mehring continued his propagation of the long wind of history. It was not only the need to justify the Russian events in public at any price, which Spartacus and, though reluctantly, Rosa Luxemburg accepted. Even Karl Liebknecht, almost completely isolated in Luckau jail. Unable once again to get a proper grip on Russian problems, he complained bitterly, had marked an early outburst against the Bolshevik peace policy in his private notes. Not to be printed, with all reserve, owing danger of misdirection. Only intended as basis for discussion. We must avoid any basic tendency to anti-Leninism. Greatest care and tact in all German criticism of Russian proletariat. Mehring was more positive. He had never been interested in tactics. In contrast to all his hatreds and self-hatreds, he had a real love for the impersonal processes of history. Where Rosa had primarily abhorred the physical annihilation and suffering of the working classes during the war, where Lenin had seen the value of death and destruction for revolutionary purposes, Franz Mehring merely saw abstract history in the making. His increasing support for the Bolsheviks, though he too had criticized the separate peace, and his faith in their survival had a highly personal coloring and certainly does not provide any evidence for the later Bolshevik thesis that their action actually served the best interests of the German proletariat. Mehring apart, Spartacus's increasing commitment to the Bolsheviks was inevitable if the German working classes were not to be boxed in by the sort of negatives implied in the Spartacus letter of January 1918. Following the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, German troops occupied the Ukraine in spring and summer 1918, together with large parts of the Baltic states and Finland. Violent opposition to what were practically annexations of large parts of Russia was intended to help the Bolsheviks in spite of themselves. To all intents and purposes, Germany was once more at war with Russia, and the problems of conscience posed by a separate peace were things of the past. Moreover, the USPD, which had welcomed the February and October events in Russia, was now becoming sharply critical of the Bolsheviks. On November 15, 1917, Kautsky had analyzed Russian conditions and found them wanting. According to the best Marxist standards, conditions in Russia were not ripe for socialist rule. This thesis produced an immediate reaction from Franz Mehring in Der Sozialdemokrat on January 5, 1918. It also induced Rosa Luxemburg to mock Kautsky in public as well as in private. If it was a matter of fighting the USPD leadership or arguing with Kautsky, Rosa at once took up arms on behalf of the Bolsheviks. The long wind of revolution in Russia crippled the chance of any German version in the foreseeable future. Rosa was not willing to say this in public, but Franz Mehring was. In an open letter to the Bolsheviks he wrote, "If only I could send you better news from the internal life of the German working-class world. But official socialism grows like an oil stain, even though it may be close to moral and political bankruptcy and daily continues to come closer to it." By declaring bankrupt all German revolutionary potential, Mehring necessarily admitted the failure of the whole Spartacus policy. With him it was intellectually in for a penny, in for a pound. We have made one big mistake, namely that from an organizational point of view we joined the independents in the hope of driving them forward. This hope we have had to give up. As late as September 5, 1918, Ernst Mayr wrote to Lenin in much the same vein. "You will have waited and still be waiting impatiently, as we are, for signs of a revolutionary movement in Germany. Happily, all my friends are considerably more optimistic. We cannot unfortunately report large actions at present, or even in the near future, but we have plans for the winter and the conditions in Germany support our work." In the Spartacus letter of September 1918, Rosa thus broke a considerable period of silence. The essay was the result of a long discussion between her and the leaders of Spartacus still at liberty. The latter had by now pronounced an embargo on any criticism of the Bolsheviks. Only Rosa's special status made them include this article in the current issue. Nonetheless, the editors added a note of caution. This article expresses doubts which are widespread in our circles. Doubts which arise from the objective circumstances of the Bolsheviks, not from their subjective actions. We are printing it largely on account of its conclusions. That without a German revolution there can be no salvation for the Russian Revolution, no hope for socialism after this world war. There remains only one solution: mass rising of the German proletariat. Starting from the beginning, Rosa examined the prospects and results of the Russian Revolution after 8 months of Bolshevik rule. Far from any ignorance or misunderstanding, she showed very real knowledge of events, as well as of the intentions of the Bolsheviks. The policy which has guided the Bolsheviks is evident: peace at any price, to obtain a respite, meantime to build up and strengthen proletarian dictatorship in Russia, to realize as many socialist reforms as possible, and thus to await the outbreak of the international proletarian revolution, to hasten this event with the Russian example. So far not very different from the current or subsequent Bolshevik self-image. But, Rosa went on, the Russian Revolution was in an unhappy dilemma. Two notions stood godmother at its birth: the unshakable belief in the European Revolution and the determination to defend its existence within Russia. But the evil godmother was left out of account: German militarism, to which Russia has delivered itself for good or ill by making its separate peace. This peace was in reality nothing else but a capitulation of the Russian revolutionary proletariat before German imperialism. Naturally, Lenin and his friends deceived neither themselves nor others. They openly admitted their capitulation. Where they did deceive themselves was with the hope of buying a real respite, the hope of escaping once and for all from the hellfires of the World War. They did not take account of the fact that Russia's capitulation at Brest-Litovsk would stiffen the hopes of the German militarists, which in turn could not but weaken the chances of a revolutionary rising in Germany. Far from bringing about the end of the war with Germany, they merely hastened the beginning of a new phase of it. Rosa Luxemburg's severe indictment was on 4 main counts, the same that she later elaborated in her pamphlet, The Russian Revolution. 1. The victory of counter-revolution in all the revolutionary outposts of Russia, for Finland, the Baltic, Ukraine, Caucasus, all these are Russia, namely the territory of the Russian Revolution, whatever the hollow middle-class phrases about national self-determination may claim. 2. Separation of the remaining revolutionary areas of Russia from its granaries, coal mines, iron ore mines, and oil supplies, in fact from all the most important sources of life. 3. Encouragement and strengthening of all counter-revolutionary elements inside Russia. 4. Making Germany the arbiter of the political and economic destinies of Russia and of relations with its own provinces: Finland, Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, Caucasus, even neighboring states like Romania. All 4 problems were indeed to prove great enough almost to overturn the Russian Revolution, and to lead with a vengeance to a reversal of the policy of national self-determination, to the repression of Stalin and Dzerzhinsky, while the encouragement of the counter-revolution brought about the Cheka and the Terror. For Rosa, it was no longer a question of the damage the Bolsheviks were doing themselves and others during their short period of survival, but of choice. The choice of surviving, this was by implication recognized to be possible, with grave blemishes, or of not surviving, this time, with an unstained record for the future. Rosa did not specifically recommend the latter course, but she did elaborate the 2 alternatives. Russia was the last small corner where revolutionary ideals still had some value, where the eyes of all honest socialist elements in Germany, as in all of Europe, were turned in order to find relief from the disgust with the behavior of Western working-class movements. We hope that Lenin and his friends will answer such suggestions with a categorical "so far, but no further." Any and every political defeat, even the ruin of the Bolsheviks in honest struggle against superior forces and in the teeth of the historical situation, might be preferable to such moral collapse. Rosa Luxemburg had no easy advice to offer. It is the fatal logic of the objective situation that every socialist party which comes to power in Russia today must follow false tactics, as long as this advance guard of the international proletarian army is left in the lurch by the main body. As ever, the only solution was a mass rising in Germany. But unfortunately, this was not practical politics, merely a mixture of moralizing and self-flagellation. Rosa Luxemburg had announced her intention of publishing her criticisms of the Russian Revolution in the form of a pamphlet and was trying to get Franz Mehring to do the same. All efforts to dissuade her seemed doomed to failure. She wrote a further article containing a still sharper attack on the supplementary protocols to the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, and this time Levi, Meyer, and Levine decided not to print it. After the second article was delivered in Berlin through the usual good offices of Mathilde Jacob, Paul Levi traveled to Breslau to have it out once and for all with the impenitent critic. The only record of this meeting is his own, and then only a brief reference. They had an obstinate and lengthy argument, but in the end he succeeded, perhaps the only occasion in the last decade that Rosa had been talked out of an intention to publish. Even then, it was only the argument that her remarks would be misused by enemies which convinced her. But after Levi's departure, she nevertheless sat down at once and wrote out a draft which she sent him in September 1918 through an intermediary. "I am writing this pamphlet only for you, and if I can convince you, then the effort isn't wasted," she assured him. Rosa Luxemburg could afford to be more forthright and detailed in what was practically a private discussion, just as Karl Liebknecht in prison had poured himself without reserve into his private notebooks. She now went back to first principles. Her pamphlet was not only a comment on the Russian Revolution but a critique of the very notion of socialist revolution. The pamphlet was rigorously divided into heads and sections like a legal brief. Bouquets first. Thereby the Bolsheviks solved the famous problem of winning a majority of the people, which has always weighed on the German social democracy like a nightmare. Only a party which knows how to lead, that is to advance things, wins support in stormy times. The determination with which, at the decisive moment, Lenin and his comrades offered the only solution, transformed them almost overnight from a persecuted, slandered, outlawed minority whose leader had to hide like Marat in cellars, into the absolute masters of the situation. This passage has always presented a problem. The Bolsheviks see it as a rather involved way of presenting a blank check of approval, slightly marred by the ill-informed criticism immediately following. But for social democrats, it is the example extraordinary of a deep-down democrat who insists on seeing democracy even in the arbitrary tyranny of Bolshevism, though not without doing violence to every demand of logic and evidence. And in formal democratic terms, the idea of a Bolshevik majority is nonsense. But that was not what Rosa Luxemburg meant. There was no question of elections or mandates. Winning a majority was the same doctrine of revolutionary action as a solvent for static opposition, movement against rigidity, as she had preached in the SPD from 1910 to 1914. By acting instead of reacting, by moving and not talking, the Bolsheviks had utilized their revolutionary period to the full and swept the masses along. For the moment. But there followed a bill of particulars which cut sharply into the general plethora of praise. 1. Land policy. The fact that the Soviet government had not carried out full-scale nationalization of large and middle-sized estates could not be made the subject of reproach. It would be a sorry jest indeed to demand or expect of Lenin and his comrades that in the brief period of their rule they should already have solved or even tackled one of the most difficult tasks. Indeed, we can safely say the most difficult task in a socialist transformation of society. But a socialist government must at least do one thing when it comes to power. It must take measures which lead in the direction of a later socialist reform of agriculture. It must at least avoid everything which may bar the way to those measures in future. Now the slogan launched by the Bolsheviks, immediate seizure and distribution of the land to the peasants, necessarily tended in the opposite direction. Not only is it not a socialist measure, it even cuts off the way to such measures. It piles up insurmountable obstacles to the socialist transformation of agrarian relations. In short, the Leninist agrarian reform has created a new and powerful layer of enemies of socialism in the countryside, enemies whose resistance will be much more dangerous and stubborn than that of the large aristocratic landowners. 2. The nationality question. This chapter was a classic restatement of Rosa's lifelong view of the essential economic and political unity of the Russian Empire, and the error of hawking the concept of national self-determination to all and every constituent member of the Russian Empire, large or small. It is exactly as if the people living on the north coast of Germany should want to found a new nation and government. And this ridiculous pose of a few university professors and students was inflated into a political force by Lenin and his comrades. To what was at first a mere farce they lent such importance that the farce became a matter of the most deadly earnest. Not a serious national movement for which there are no roots at all, but a single and rallying flag for counter-revolution. At Brest, Litovsk, out of this addled egg crept the German bayonets. This much could have been written against the PPS. But then the argument became more fundamental. The right of national self-determination constitutes the battle cry of the coming reckoning of international socialism with the bourgeoisie. It is obvious that the entire nationalist movement, which at present constitutes the greatest danger for international socialism, has experienced an extraordinary strengthening from the Russian Revolution and the Brest-Litovsk negotiations. From all this, the terror and the strangling of democracy followed directly. Neither the particular nor the general statement was new. But what was brilliant was the sudden intuition at the end, which linked this problem specifically to that of terror. Because of the weak edges of the revolution, because of the mistaken tactic which permitted the creation of strongly inimical movements and regimes in the Ukraine, the Baltic states, and elsewhere, the government at home was obliged to resort to the fiercest measures in order to maintain itself on that territory to which, by its arbitrary acceptance of national self-determination, it had been confined. In this she was right. The centrifugal pressures of nationality were in the end to bring out the repressive policy of Stalin, Ordzhonikidze, and Dzerzhinsky, three non-Russians, whose practical views on national self-determination differed totally from those of Lenin and against whose rigid terror his last impotent efforts were directed. 3. Constituent Assembly and Suffrage. The next two items in the Russian Revolution dealt with Bolshevik policy with regard to the Constituent Assembly and suffrage. Rosa Luxemburg criticized the Bolsheviks' action in dispersing the Constituent Assembly, which they themselves had called, and in restricting the suffrage. The details were not important, and these, but only these, she later retracted. But again she was concerned only with tactics as examples of principle. She took issue with Trotsky's theory. He too was quick to elaborate theories, that institutions tend to lead a life of their own and, if they did not reflect the particular reality assigned to them, must be destroyed, a fear of reification which strongly survived in Soviet constitutional practice. To this she opposed her own long-held view about mass influence on institutions. The living fluid of popular mood, continually forced round representative bodies, penetrates them, guides them, even in bourgeois parliaments. Similarly, on suffrage, freedom of the press, the rights of association and assembly all have been outlawed for all opponents of the Soviet regime. On the other hand, it is a well-known and indisputable fact that without a free and untrammeled press, without the unlimited right of association and assembly, the role of the broad mass of the people is entirely unthinkable. On the face of it, this could only mean that the existing institutions should have been preserved, full freedom of the press and of assembly guaranteed, and so on. No doubt Bolshevik rule was to be an example for the future, for the eventual and final socialist revolution in Germany, and not simply a means of clinging to power at the price of deformation and compromise. Therefore, purity of socialist principles needed emphasizing continually, at the expense of tactical success. But more important still, Rosa Luxemburg was not putting forward concrete alternatives to Bolshevik mistakes. She was not writing for the Bolsheviks at all, but for the future, for German revolutionaries. In the last analysis, the present was unimportant. Present, past, and future had equal weight. Rosa Luxemburg learnt things, unlike the Bourbons, but she too never forgot anything. The opponent here was the Lenin of 1903, not the Trotsky of 1918. She was wrong in supposing that a kind of mass pressure on a constituent assembly in Russia, moving it forward and keeping it socialist, was available. Quite the contrary. She did not realize the extent to which the Bolsheviks were a minority in the country. She caught only a glimpse of the fact that Bolshevik rule was possible only by toleration of the peasants, who were more interested in peace and land than in socialism. But this was secondary to the more general proposition that arbitrary curtailment of inconvenient institutions and popular processes after a revolution was bound to be self-generating and repetitive, bad habits which would lead the government farther and farther away from contact with the masses. 4. Dictatorship. The same feeling of malaise was expressed in the last sections dealing with the problem of dictatorship. Freedom only for the supporters of the government, only for the members of one party, however numerous they may be, is no freedom at all. Freedom is always and exclusively freedom for the one who thinks differently. Not because of any fanatical conception of justice, but because all that is instructive, wholesome, and purifying in political freedom depends on this essential characteristic, and its effectiveness vanishes when freedom becomes a special privilege. Of course, this was not a plea for bourgeois democracy, but for the democracy which socialists had always believed to be possible only after the success of a revolution. No doubt it assumed mass enthusiasm for the Bolsheviks which did not exist, but more important was the feeling that the Bolsheviks were imposing democracy from above rather than building on it from below. Lenin is completely mistaken in the means he employs. Decree, dictatorial force of the factory overseer, draconic penalties, rule by terror, all these things are but palliatives. The only way to rebirth is the school of public life itself, the most unlimited, the broadest democracy and public opinion. It is rule by terror which demoralizes. Rosa Luxemburg, who did not mind in the last resort whether the Bolsheviks maintained themselves or not, and this perhaps was the major difference between her and them, was far more afraid of a deformed revolution than an unsuccessful one. She took Lenin's organizational abilities and objects seriously enough and extended them through time to their inevitable consequences. With the repression of political life in the land as a whole, life in the Soviets must also become more crippled. Life dies out in every public institution, becomes a mere semblance of life, in which only the bureaucracy remains as the active element. Public life gradually falls asleep. The few dozen party leaders of inexhaustible energy and boundless experience direct and rule. Among them only a dozen outstanding heads do the leading, and an elite of the working class is invited from time to meetings where they are to applaud the speeches of the leaders, and to approve proposed resolutions unanimously, at bottom then a clique affair. A dictatorship to be sure. Not the dictatorship of the proletariat, however, but only a dictatorship of a handful of politicians in the bourgeois sense. Yes, we can go even further. Such conditions must inevitably cause a brutalization of public life. Khrushchev could have used these words in his speech denouncing Stalin's regime at the 20th Congress if he had thought of them. They contain all that he said. If one substitutes one man for a few leaders, admittedly an important difference, only much more concisely than his own long speech. Finally, Rosa Luxemburg turned once again to the remedy for these tendencies. Lenin and Trotsky and their friends were the first who went ahead as an example to the proletariat of the world. But in Russia the problem could only be posed, could not be solved there. In this sense, the future everywhere belongs to Bolshevism. How far then was Rosa Luxemburg right? The fact that she accepted the notion of Soviets, workers' and soldiers' councils, in Germany and fought bitterly against the calling of the German Constituent Assembly, her willingness to draw a line under the old Russian polemics during the German Revolution and not to haggle with Radek over this part of the past when he arrived on December 19, 1918, her admission to Warsawski that she had changed her mind about a lot of things, unspecified. All these later caused communist historians to talk of a general withdrawal of her criticisms. But this seems to me to be a one-sided judgment. No doubt she changed her mind about details, though even here she herself pointed out in her speech to the KPD's founding Congress in December 1918 that her opposition to the Constituent Assembly was based on the fact that Germany still had an anti-communist government, and that a comparison with the Russia of November 1917 was therefore incorrect. More significant than changing her mind was her unwillingness, in the middle of the German Revolution, to grub around in the Russian past. But most important of all, the pamphlet on the Russian Revolution was not primarily a discussion of detailed policies. It was an examination of the basic propositions of revolution, and in fact the only glimpse from Rosa's pen of how she envisaged the future. Her general conclusions had little or nothing to do with the details she was criticizing. Rather, she was applying well-established, systematic conclusions to a new set of facts. The Russian Revolution happened to be the title of the particular frame passing through Rosa Luxemburg's mental epidioscope at the time. In this sense, her argument was highly deductive. She was arguing from an attitude, her particular attitude, to the facts and not, as appears at first sight, using the facts available about Russia to construct a theory of revolution. Unlike Lenin, Rosa Luxemburg did not accept a difference between party life and eventual public life, between party and post-revolutionary society. For her, the socialist revolution was nothing more than the expansion of socialism from the party to the whole society. The idea of socialists in control of capitalist society was hardly thinkable. The idea of accepting and temporarily even strengthening such a status quo and calling it stability could only be lunacy. If this last is a necessary condition of Bolshevism, then Rosa was truly anchored in the Second International. Lenin, on the other hand, did make the sharp distinction. He evolved a theory of party discipline and organization which he put into effect with every means at his disposal. His approach to public life after the revolution was, however, highly empirical. Provided the party was properly organized, it could afford every change of tactic, survive every maneuver, could fortify or discard at will, if necessary, every single institution in society. Only the constitution of the party mattered. The Bolshevik view of society did not change much before and after the revolution, except in terms of their power within it. There was still we and it. Party discipline could not relax, but rather became tighter. Only in this way could rapid tactical changes in government policy be undertaken without lack of cohesion. It was Stalin who later completed the picture, first by making society conform to the graveyard discipline of the party, from the center towards the periphery. Then, finding alteration of policy a course too brusque for party cohesion, he reversed the thrust of power and made the party as empty as society, from the periphery towards the center. In balancing society and party, Stalin was closer to Rosa Luxemburg than to Lenin, though their methods were somewhat different. Rosa Luxemburg's pamphlet on the Russian Revolution has become famous as an almost clairvoyant indictment of the Bolsheviks. In part, this is justified, but its purpose will be better served if we see it as an analysis of ideal revolution based, like so much of Rosa Luxemburg's work, on a form of critical dialogue, in this case with the Bolshevik October Revolution. Those who are made joyful by criticism of the fundamentals of the Bolshevik Revolution would do better to turn elsewhere.
16.
1918, the German Revolution begins. Politically, Spartacus was at a very low ebb in the summer of 1918. Most of the leaders were immured in indefinite confinement while the war dragged on, incapable of decision. Judging from the bulk of the press and from official German reactions, the outlook for the revolution in Russia was gloomy, the Bolsheviks unlikely to maintain their position in spite of the very policies which had helped to prolong the radical agony in Germany. "Oh God! My nerves, my nerves! I cannot sleep at all," Rosa wrote to Louise Kautsky in July 1918. "Clara too has been silent for too long, has not even thanked me for my birthday letter, a thing quite unheard of in her case. I cannot contain the fear within me. For myself I am full of courage. To bear the sorrow of others, for that I lack courage and strength. All these are merely thoughts, ghosts." Then, unexpectedly and spectacularly, the Western Front collapsed in September. The worst fears of the German High Command soon communicated themselves to the capital. As so often, people were overtaken by events, those committed to the status quo as well as those who aspired to overthrow it. In September 1918, a new wave of strikes broke out. On September 28, the German General Staff informed the imperial government that armistice negotiations were essential if a catastrophe was to be avoided. On October 1, Lenin notified his colleagues that the situation in Germany was sufficiently ripe for action by the Russian government. The executives of the SPD and the USPD had to consider their position now that the German government belatedly tried to associate wider political groups in the liquidation of the unsuccessful war policy. On September 23, 1918, the SPD executive and the Reichstag group of SPD deputies jointly stated their minimum demands for participation in any government. Quicker off the mark, the USPD leaders and the revolutionary shop stewards had begun to meet regularly and discuss how the impending situation could be turned to good account. They too issued an appeal to the population, which contained their immediate demands from the government, more extreme in tone and content than that of the SPD. Spartacus issued two final letters, in September and October 1918. In neither of these was there any optimistic prognosis for the coming months, any signs that the long-predicted collapse of the imperial government was imminent. The September letter contained Rosa Luxemburg's gloomy analysis of events in Russia, which we have already discussed. Though Spartacus had already indicated some of the methods and techniques of the future revolution in outline, taken over from the Russian experience, there was little evidence that the group foresaw any imminent application of these ideas. Though the conception of calling for workers' and soldiers' councils as a means of furthering the revolution goes back in Germany to the beginning of 1918, their function as a form of state power on a more permanent basis was first promulgated in a handbill in the summer of 1918. But these were anyhow no more than theoretical formulations. The later investigations of the German Reichstag into the causes of the German collapse, as well as modern historical research, both show how little Spartacus was able to contribute in the summer and early autumn of 1918 to the development of events in Germany. Interesting evidence from a source most unlikely to denigrate Spartacus comes from Lenin, who had an extremely sharp eye not only for revolutionary potential but equally for weakness and ineffectiveness. On September 20, 1918, he wrote to Vorovsky, one of his representatives in Stockholm, Is it to be tolerated that even people like Mering and Zetkin are more concerned to take issue with Kautsky from a moral, if one may use this term, point of view, rather than a theoretical one? Kautsky, they say, really ought to have better things to do than to write polemics against the Bolsheviks. Is this any kind of argument? Can one weaken one's own position to such an extent? This means nothing else but to arm Kautsky gratuitously. Lenin went on to order an immediate theoretical campaign in the sharpest terms against Kautsky, in which he himself proposed to participate strongly. He ordered Vorovsky to procure for him immediately as many of Kautsky's current writings about the Bolsheviks as possible, to enable him to reply. This criticism of too much Spartaku's morality, instead of aggressive theoretical combat, was based on articles in Leipziger Volkszeitung and other legally appearing papers, and clearly showed that Lenin had somehow sniffed out the exhaustion of Spartakus and its unpreparedness for coming events. By early October, the German government was visibly beginning to disintegrate. Spartakus and the left radicals from Bremen had finally decided to collaborate closely. Both recognized at last the impending revolutionary possibilities. The first thing was to break the existing government and in particular the state of martial law. An appeal by the Spartakus group in October 1918 therefore called on the people to rise, to create conditions of freedom for the class struggle of the workers, for a real democracy, for a real and lasting peace, and for socialism. Shortly afterwards, a more positive appeal was launched calling upon the workers as well as the soldiers to organize. But the form of organization was not yet specified. The spontaneous mutinies among the soldiers must be supported by all means and be led towards an armed uprising. The armed uprising for the struggle to gain the entire power of the state. For the workers and soldiers. On October 7, Spartakus held a national conference, the first for nearly 2 years. Nothing is known of the discussions at the conference, but a report, together with the resolutions and an appeal to the workers, was circulated illegally, and part of it appeared in the last Spartakus letter in October. The joint conference itself produced a lengthier analysis of the world situation and more strenuous and precise demands, but again they were confined to an attempt to obtain particular concessions from existing authority rather than the destruction of that authority itself. Clearly, it was not a program within the normal political context of that word, to be achieved by all available means. Rather, it was to serve as a rallying cry for bringing the masses into action, if possible behind Spartakus. Once revolution was on the move, further goals could always be set. The whole process was intended as a continual raising of revolutionary sights, so that the ponderous and reluctant dragon of the German working classes could finally be induced to snort and move. But there was still nothing about the organizational forms of the coming struggle, much less about the way to implement any future working-class victory. On October 12, the Prussian government and some of the other provincial governments declared an amnesty for political prisoners. 3 days later, the Bundesrat, the upper house of the Reich legislature, officially announced the participation of both Bundesrat and Reichstag in the coming bid for peace. The German government was still hopeful of saving its authority by broadening its base, even though the Allies had already declared that the emperor at least must be sacrificed before any armistice negotiations would be entertained. Karl Liebknecht was among the first to be released under the amnesty. He returned to Berlin on October 23 and was escorted by a crowd of workers from the station straight to the Soviet embassy. Nothing is known in detail of the discussions he had there. A short and somewhat ominous sentence of Karl Radek's merely confirms complete agreement. The night after Karl Liebknecht's release, Bukharin told us that Karl was in complete agreement with us. If he had at that time been able to come to us, no king would have been welcomed as Liebknecht would have been welcomed by the Russian workers. From the moment of his release, Liebknecht automatically took over the leadership of the Spartakus group. His reputation and moral authority had never been higher. On October 25, the executive of the USPD offered to co-opt him, but Liebknecht stipulated that he would only accept if the USPD altered its program and tactics and fell into line with Spartakus. Though not refused outright, this stipulation cooled USPD enthusiasm, as it was meant to do. While these discussions were going on, the revolution itself broke out at the naval base in Kiel, the same place where in August 1917 the only significant mutiny of the war had taken place. The inability of the government to do more than send a negotiating commission brought the ferment out into the open everywhere. From the beginning of November onwards, soldiers' councils appeared at the front and workers' councils sprang up in most of the major cities of Germany. As yet these were demonstrations of revolt rather than instruments of revolution, and in most places they had no clear program except to attempt to impose their authority, or at least their right to exist, on local authorities and army commanders. The Sailors' Council at Kiel sent a radio message to Moscow from which the Russian leaders deduced that revolution in Germany was now underway. For a short time, the situation in the provinces was more revolutionary than in Berlin. Representatives of the USPD, the Revolutionary Shop Stewards, and Spartacus represented by Liebknecht and Peak, Fatal Partnership, began to plan an organized rising and fixed the day for November 4th. However, in full meeting the Revolutionary Shop Stewards, though they accepted the principle, refused to accept the early date agreed by their negotiators. A few days later, on November 6th, in view of the evident success of the mutiny in Kiel and the ferment in the provinces, the Revolutionary Shop Stewards finally settled the 11th as the day. Liebknecht's immediate proposal to bring this date forward to the 8th was lost by a considerable majority in the meeting. Was it the hope that events would overtake them after all? Meantime, the SPD too had been drawn into the impending negotiations for a change of government. However, the executive was treating with two sides, with those who planned an uprising, and also with the government itself about a peaceful handover of power. Notes passed backwards and forwards. The negotiations with the government appeared to reach deadlock when the SPD insisted that the emperor must abdicate. In order to reinforce its position during these negotiations, the government brought in troops on November 7th to occupy the main factories, and forbade a proposed mass demonstration to celebrate the anniversary of the Russian Revolution. Finally, on the same day, the SPD leaders sent an ultimatum to the chancellor. If he refused it, they were determined to join the rising. In the end, all these elaborate plans came to nothing. On November 9th, 2 days before the deadline, a general strike took place in Berlin and large groups of armed workers and soldiers thronged the streets. It was the effective end of the empire. The chancellor, Prince Max of Baden, formally handed over his power to SPD chairman Ebert. But even then, the SPD's advent to power was not the result of its own efforts. Liebknecht had gauged the potential of the demonstrations correctly. In a speech from the balcony of the Imperial Palace shortly after midday, he proclaimed the Socialist Republic. When the news of these events reached the Reichstag, where the SPD caucus was in permanent session, Scheidman was persuaded to declare the Democratic Republic then and there to prevent a complete Spartacus takeover. Now I saw clearly what was afoot. I knew Liebknecht's slogan, supreme authority for the workers' and soldiers' councils, and Germany would therefore be a Russian province, a branch of the Soviet. Nu, a thousand chimis nu. Scheidman has proclaimed the Republic. Ebert's face turned livid with wrath when he heard what I had done. You have not the right to proclaim the Republic. What becomes of Germany? Whether she becomes a republic or something else, a constituent assembly must decide. Immediate negotiations took place between the two socialist parties with a view to forming a joint government based on equal representation. The concession of parity by the SPD was generous, but in return almost all those radical conditions posed by the executive of the independence to which the SPD took exception were withdrawn, to cement the revolutionary socialist achievements. Now that the day had come, pressure for unity among the leaders was strong. The new Reich executive, known as the Council of People's Commissars, Rat der Volksbeauftragten, consisted of 3 SPD and 3 USPD delegates. The Spartacus group, which of course was an organized pressure group within the USPD, had called for the Russian example on November 7th, the anniversary of the Bolshevik Revolution, at least for the Russian spirit if not yet for the Russian facts. This meant no compromises, but all mention of Russia frightened the leaders of the two socialist parties to death. On November 9th, Spartacus issued a special supplement to the new Rote Fahne in which it called for a more advanced and detailed program of revolutionary steps. 1. Immediate peace. 2. End of martial law. 3. Opening of prisons. 4. Disarming of all the police, of all officers and soldiers who did not accept the basis of this program. 5. Takeover of all military and civil authority by representatives of the workers' and soldiers' councils. 6. Handing over of all military establishments and armament factories. 7. Handing over of all transport facilities, factories and banks to the representatives of the workers' and soldiers' councils. 8. Cessation of military tribunals. 9. Dissolution of the Reich and all provincial parliaments. 10. Dismissal of the Chancellor, all ministers and state secretaries, as well as all officials who would not serve the socialist people. Replacing of these by representatives of the workers. 11. Removal of all royal dynasties as well as corporative class institutions. 12. The election of workers' and soldiers' councils everywhere in Germany, in whose exclusive hands legislation, executive decisions, administration of all social institutions, funds and public property should be placed. The entire working population in cities and on the land should participate in the election of these councils without distinction between the sexes. 13. Immediate contact to be made with socialist parties abroad. 14. Immediate reopening of the Russian legation in Berlin. Already Spartaku's demands were far exceeding the realities that were in process of achievement. The intention was quite clear. With the first release of revolutionary activity, the goals had at once to be set higher, and so on in continuous progression. This then was the situation when Rosa Luxemburg was released from the city jail in Breslau. Apparently the amnesty of October 12 had been deemed to apply only to those serving a specified sentence. The large number interned under administrative order were either forgotten or had been deliberately ignored at some stage in the administrative chain. Only when the revolutionary wave reached Breslau on November 9 were the gates of the prison opened. The last few weeks had tried her nerves and patience to the utmost. She had refused all visits since. My mood is such that the presence of my friends under supervision has become impossible. I have suffered everything patiently, and under other circumstances would have remained patient for a long time. But the general situation has wrecked my psychological detachment. These conversations under supervision, the impossibility of talking about things that really interest me, have become such a burden that I prefer to renounce every visit until we can meet as free people. Cannot take long. Her first task on release was naturally to address the expectant crowds in the central square of Breslau, from the balcony of the old Rathaus where the judgments of the city elders had long ago been given to the citizens. She was no stranger to the city or to them. Now she was able to judge the new temper from which she had been cut off for so long. And late that afternoon she hastened to Berlin where she was greeted with joy by all her old friends, but with concealed sadness, for they suddenly realized what the years in prison had done to her. She had aged terribly and her black hair had gone quite white. She was a sick woman. The outbreak of revolution in Berlin, whose extension was only prevented by the speed with which the joys of government were accepted by SPD and USPD alike, had established a pattern which was already set when Rosa Luxemburg arrived on the scene. There was no question of altering the arrangements that were being made on the 9th between the leaders of the official Social Democrats and the independents. Indeed, Spartakus accepted this solution as fulfilling the immediate needs of the present. In the words of Rosa Luxemburg, the image of the German government corresponds to the inner ripeness of German conditions. Scheidman Ebert are the proper Berufene government of the German Revolution in its present stage. The task of Spartakus, which ceased to be the Gruppe Internationale and finally adopted Spartakus as an official title on November 11, 1918, now was to prepare and hasten the conditions in which the next stage of the revolution could take place. There had been no question on November 9 of hustling aside the SPD, much less the USPD, and taking over power itself. Even Liebknecht's proclamation of the Socialist Republic from the palace had been a declaration of intent rather than a practical proposal for action, a means of pushing the independence. Spartakus was barely equipped to provide an organized and coherent ginger group within the USPD. Its immediate preoccupation was the growth of its influence and support, and the formation of a tactic to act upon the masses. To take over the government was out of the question. They had far less chance of success than the Bolsheviks in October 1917. Thus, the situation set objective limits to the possibilities of the group. However, there were also severe subjective limitations to its policy. Liebknecht, whose personality and attitudes dominated the activities of Spartakus for the next 2 months, was quite adamant in his refusal to make any compromise with either SPD or the independents. He refused participation both in the government of November 9, which had been suggested by the negotiators on both sides, and, as we have seen, would not even serve on the executive of the USPD. This policy of abstention from any commitment to parties which did not accept the total Spartacus program was no doubt shared by all his colleagues. But the program itself had also been set. No constituent assembly, all power to the workers' and soldiers' councils. This was the policy borrowed from the Russian experience. It was concerning the wholehearted acceptance of this tactic that Radek reported that Liebknecht and we are in complete agreement. There is no reason to suppose that Rosa Luxemburg disagreed either in her evaluation of the situation or about the tactics to be adopted. Just as she had taken over the leading role in interpreting the Polish Revolution in 1905 to 1906, she now took on the same task in Germany. Her special skill consisted as always in analyzing events in revolutionary Marxist terms and in emphasizing the role of Spartacus within the necessities of the situation. This meant constant review of that situation. She was a superb propagandist. All her writings were directed towards persuading a proletariat assumed to be more aware than ever of its needs and possibilities, waiting only to be guided in the required direction. Her emphasis was above all on clarity. As it had been necessary for so long to dig a demarcation ditch between the PPS and the Polish social democracy and to refute the false appeal of the seducer, so it was now essential to demarcate even more clearly a correct working-class policy when the false siren calls were legion. The militant crowds were being harangued from all sides: SPD, USPD, Spartacus, revolutionary shop stewards, last but not least by middle-class interest groups. Soon, moreover, there developed a further complication in the shape of a younger group of ultra-radicals who wanted complete dissociation from the melee, a disdainful withdrawal till history placed its chance before them on a silver platter. In practice, this merely amounted to foregoing all the possible opportunities of revolution, like the brief refusal of the Bolsheviks to participate in the 1906 Duma elections. As confusion increased, so necessarily did the temper of the voice of clarity. Rosa's inflammatory tone was in the first instance due to a desire not so much to create positive revolutionary action as to provide a firm and unmistakable channel for the streams of advice and proposals unleashed by all the various socialist parties. Clarity came to mean volume and pitch as much as correct analysis. Any search in Rosa's writings for specific approval or disapproval of the Russian example during these months is based on a misunderstanding of her attitude and her situation. The sharp criticism of Lenin and the Bolsheviks contained in her writings in prison has been contrasted by communist historians with her tacit acceptance of the Russian program after November 1918, the result of a conversion. Rosa Luxemburg's few specific statements have been carefully culled as valuable evidence of a definite change of mind. Thus, a few years later, Warsawski reported the receipt of a letter at the end of November, brought to Warsaw by a German soldier. This was Rosa's answer to Warsawski's questions about the attitude to be adopted towards the Russian Revolution. If our party SDKPL is full of enthusiasm for Bolshevism and at the same time opposed the Bolshevik Peace of Brest-Litovsk, and also opposes their propagation of national self-determination as a solution, then it is no more than enthusiasm coupled with the spirit of criticism. What more can people want from us? With most of the old SDKPL leaders now in Russia and working closely with the Bolsheviks, Dzerzhinsky, Hanecki, Unslicht, Leder, Radek, as well as Marchluski, the split had long been healed. There was naturally great pressure on the local Polish party headed by Warsawski with its still official links with Rosa Luxemburg and Jagishes in Germany. "What shall I do?" Warsawski had asked, and Rosa continued, "I shared all your reservations and doubts, but have dropped them in the most important questions, and in others I never went as far as you. Terrorism is evidence of grave internal weakness, but it is directed against internal enemies, who get support and encouragement from foreign capitalists outside Russia. Once the European Revolution comes, the Russian counter-revolutionaries lose not only this support, but, what is more important, they must lose all courage. Bolshevik terror is above all the expression of the weakness of the European proletariat. Naturally, the agrarian circumstances there have created the sorest, most dangerous problem of the Russian Revolution. But here too the saying is valid. Even the greatest revolution can only achieve that which has become ripe through the development of social circumstances. This surtout can only be healed through the European Revolution. And this is coming. It will be noted that Rosa made the same reservations, with the same emphasis on matters of primary and secondary importance, as in her writings for Paul Levi, without the polemical tone. Where was the conversion? Similarly, Clara Zetkin reported that Rosa's two urgent requests to her in the summer of 1918 to get Mering to arrange a scientific and critical analysis of the Russian Revolution on the basis of her own work were not pursued, and that she made no further reference to these requests or to any need for them. Both conclude that Rosa Luxemburg was wrong about certain aspects of the Russian Revolution in the first place, and that in any case she changed her mind after her release from prison. The criticism of Bolshevik suppression of other parties Clara Zetkin ascribed to Rosa's somewhat schematic, abstract notion of democracy. She claims that Rosa misunderstood the discriminatory electoral laws in Russia, the dismissal of the Constituent Assembly and the refusal to elect another, that she failed to grasp the essence of proletarian dictatorship, the need and nature of terror, and the Bolshevik relationship between party and masses. Wersowski's conclusions were identical. Nonetheless, he qualified the errors of his old and brilliant comrade. We have seen that the opinions which Rosa Luxemburg stated in her pamphlet were no longer her opinions from November 1918 and until her death. All the same, in spite of all the errors and incompletions of her work, it is revolutionary work. Rosa Luxemburg's criticism differs from opportunistic criticism because it can never harm the cause or the party of revolution, it can only enliven it and help it, because it is revolutionary criticism. Thus both Adolf Wersowski and Clara Zetkin deduced, admittedly on instructions from the executive of the KPD and the Comintern in its dispute with Paul Levi, a fundamental revision of Rosa's attitude to the Russian Revolution. Whatever she did not revise were alleged to be errors. However, like so many discussions which involve the projection of someone's views from one period to a totally different one, especially after their death, the problem is largely irrelevant. Rosa was never quick to change her mind. She was obstinate and had considerable confidence in her own powers of analysis, and in this case there was anyway no real need to recant. New circumstances could always invalidate the practical relevance of ideas, though not necessarily their validity in the past. There is no reason to suppose that she now approved of those aspects of the Russian Revolution which 3 months earlier she had criticized. In fact, she took pains to reiterate some of her criticisms. In any case, she had always postulated most strenuously that most of the bad features of the Russian Revolution would dissolve in the melting pot of a European revolution. The advent of that revolution automatically altered the context of most of her remarks. With this, the problems that had bothered her in the summer of 1918 simply became irrelevant. Possibly the only factual error to which she ever admitted was her support for a constituent assembly in Russia at the beginning of 1918. For the rest, she had always insisted that the problem of terror and the suppression of democracy were phenomena of isolation, and a worldwide, or at least European, revolution would do away with them. But they were no less reprehensible for being temporary. In any case, all the evidence shows that she was willing and anxious to collaborate with the Russians, to learn from their experience, and to agitate as strongly as possible for a link between revolutionary Russia and revolutionary Germany. Right from the start, Spartacus demanded that the Soviet legation, which had been closed on November 5 after allegations that it was abusing its diplomatic immunity by smuggling propaganda material, should be reopened as soon as possible. But this did not imply any admission of Russian precedents, or the subordination of German tactics to the dictates of Moscow. As we shall see, she resisted this possibility to the end of her days. In November 1918, this problem simply did not exist. Lenin and the Bolsheviks were still willing to admit, if not the primacy of the German Revolution over the Russian, though there is some evidence of this, at least the critical importance to the Soviet Union of communist success in Germany. The Bolsheviks were prepared to make real sacrifices for this. In short, the whole dispute between Spartacus and the Bolsheviks was for the moment drowned in the call for action in Germany, and Rosa was the last to prefer abstract criticisms of other people's activities to the exploitation of her own immediate possibilities. This was Kautsky's speciality. By November 9, 1918, the rights and wrongs of the Russian Revolution had for the moment become irrelevant. As in the spring of 1916, the leadership of Spartacus was once again in the hands of Karl Liebknecht, Rosa Luxemburg, and Leo Jogashes, released from his Berlin prison on November 9. With them in the executive were Meyer and Levi, who had between them run Spartacus after the arrest of its other leaders, Lang H. Dunker and his sister Kathy Dunker, A. Thalheimer, Peek, Eberlein, and Paul Froelich, back in the fold after his Zimmerwald left period during the war. Clara Zetkin was in Stuttgart and Mehring was too old and ill for active participation. On November 10, Spartacus issued its new program based on the events of the previous day. More strongly than ever, it emphasized the need to get rid of all parliaments and to substitute workers' and soldiers' councils everywhere in Germany, with all administrative and legislative power. The need was for centralization, the slogan the Unified Socialist Republic of Germany. Unlike the Russians, with their fetish about nationality rights, federalism had no place in a Spartacist Germany. Semi-autonomous provinces were merely a guarantee of reaction. No one apparently considered that the decentralization accompanying hundreds of councils, each supreme, would be far more chaotic than provincial governments. At the same time, the appeal underlined the poverty of what had been achieved to date. Nothing is gained by the fact that a few additional government socialists have achieved power. See to it that power, which you have captured, does not slip out of your hands and that you use it for your own goal. No Scheidman must sit in the government, no socialist must enter government as long as a governmental socialist is still in it. No cooperation with those who betrayed you for 4 years. Already the fatal weakness of Spartacus had made its appearance, the incitement to remove the present government without the stipulation of a clear alternative. While this was based on a definite tactic and not merely unclear thinking, it was a tactic that led, as we shall see, to confusion and not to clarity. On November 10, a joint meeting of all the Berlin workers' and soldiers' councils took place at the Circus Busch, the traditional place of assembly for large popular gatherings. This meeting elected an executive which, pending the calling of a national congress of workers' and soldiers' councils, was to act as its trustee and representative. Its functions were not clearly defined, but given the spontaneous nature of the councils, it was a miracle that anything as concrete as an executive emerged at all. The meeting confirmed the 6 People's Commissars as the Provisional National Executive, but its own functions and role vis-a-vis this latter body were left unclear. The Commissars considered themselves legitimately, if provisionally invested with supreme authority, responsible only to the Constituent Assembly to be elected in January, or as soon as practicable. Spartacus, on the other hand, which considered the executive of the Workers' and Soldiers' Councils as the supreme authority, responsible only to the coming National Congress of Councils, immediately agitated against any resignation of power into the hands of the Commissars. Thus, the differing conceptions of revolutionary power immediately led to a tactical divergence between the two extreme socialist camps. Both fastened their slogans onto institutions, Spartacus on the councils, the SPD on the coming Constituent Assembly. The independents swung in between, accepting the Constituent Assembly as inevitable. They always had a clear sense of the limits of revolutionary possibilities. Pending the election, however, which they wished to put off as long as they could, the revolutionary power of the councils was to be built up as much as possible. They accepted the duality, which the groups on either side would not. Spartacus opposed any parliament, while the SPD expected the councils to wither away once a legitimate government came into being. These articulate opinions existed, we must repeat, only at the top. They were by no means reflected in the membership of the Workers' and Soldiers' Councils in Berlin, still less in the rest of Germany. In Berlin and in most of the Reich, SPD members or soldiers and civilians unattached to any party but conservative on the whole, formed the majority on the councils. The USPD provided a consistent and sometimes substantial minority, though in a few places it dominated the councils, and its left wing, Spartacus, for a period controlled a few councils in Brunswick and Stuttgart. The Spartacus call for all power to be given to the councils was therefore not primarily intended to promote institutions which they did not in fact control, or in which they did not have even a substantial minority. No doubt they hoped that more power for the councils would make the membership more radical, that the slogan itself would sharpen the situation generally without too much immediate institutional emphasis, just as it had done in Russia. But for the moment, while agitating strongly on their behalf, Spartacus was not even able to get its main leaders co-opted on to the provisional executive of the councils in Berlin. The demand of Rote Fahn on November 10, 1918, that Rosa Luxemburg be asked to join this executive was ignored. Later attempts of Spartacus leaders to join or influence the meetings of the executive, or of the National Congress of Councils in December, all failed, on the fine legal point that Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg were neither workers nor soldiers. German precision and orderliness lent its particular flavor even to the revolution. Had Rosa Luxemburg forgotten all her expletives about the psychology of German social democracy? Another immediate preoccupation of Spartacus and of the USPD was to get their papers published. Spartacus in Berlin adopted, at Jagish's suggestion, the technique of the SDK-PL in Warsaw during the 1905 revolution. A small group, with Liebknecht at its head, occupied the offices of the Berliner Lokalanzeiger on November 9, while raids were also made on other papers in Berlin. The occupiers insisted on the production of the newspaper under the title Die Rote Fahne, the Red Flag, and the second evening issue of Friday, November 9 carried this title for the first time. But the loyalty of the printers to their management and their threat to down tools jeopardized the chances of any further such issues. Rosa Luxemburg had just arrived from Breslau by train and had gone straight to the newspaper offices. Her first physical contribution to the German Revolution was an eloquent appeal to the printer's proletarian conscience, never in the past famous for its militancy. Even this was no use. Next morning the printers, under instructions from the old management, firmly refused to print any more. Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg, now in charge of all Spartacus publications, were turned out on November 11. Reference to the local Workers' and Soldiers' Council produced a directive that the occupation was illegal. On November 12, however, the executive of the Berlin councils authorized the use of printing and distribution facilities for the production of Rote Fahne, the authorization being signed by Richard Müller, one of the leaders of the revolutionary shop stewards, and by Captain Bierfeld, an officer with left-wing sympathies. Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht, accompanied by an escort of workers, personally carried the authorization back to the firm's offices. But the management was now adamant in its refusal. The fear of Spartacus was not so great when commercial interests were at stake, and turned to Ebert personally. Our firm has been suffering twinges of conscience in case this authorization is really to be followed. We are determined to trust the government program for peace and quiet and the assurances for the safety of private property. This authorization, however, would place the vast resources of the firm at the disposal of quite the contrary tendency. The People's Commissars thereupon consulted with the Council of Workers and Soldiers. A brief, laconic comment across the firm's protest states, "The order against the publishers will not be carried out. Further orders of this sort will not be given." Rosa Luxemburg thereupon tried to make a more commercial arrangement with the firm for bringing out Rote Fahne, but, assured of government support, the management refused this as well. After this, Rote Fahne did not appear again until November 17. An unfavorable contract had finally to be made with a new publisher, which was expensive for Spartacus. This, and the small ration of paper allocated to the radicals, greatly hampered the range of their distribution. The USPD also had difficulties, and their main organ, Freiheit, first appeared only on November 16. Thus Spartacus could not hope to influence the main organs of government directly. All it could hope to do was to direct and influence the genuine revolutionary potential of the masses with the limited means at its disposal, and on this objective all its efforts were henceforward concentrated. It was freely admitted that the Spartacus organization was embryonic. But, contrary to the assumption of some later anti-communist historians, Spartacus was well aware of these limitations, even if it conveniently did not admit them in public. The agitational policy was adopted partly because it suited the political philosophy of Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg, but particularly because they and their colleagues knew well that their situation permitted no other form of action. On 9, 10, and November 11, the leadership of Spartacus was in almost continuous session to formulate policy and to review negotiations with both revolutionary shop stewards and USPD. The agitational demands of Spartacus on both these groups were still being consistently refused, just as the revolutionary shop stewards had overruled Liebknecht with regard to the date of the proposed uprising. If anything, the USPD, who had allowed Liebknecht to formulate their demands in the correspondence with the SPD after November 9 and had wanted him on their executive, were more susceptible to Spartacus' influence than the revolutionary shop stewards. From the USPD side, at any rate, there was still a fund of old comradely loyalty. If only Spartacus were prepared to negotiate seriously instead of resorting constantly to demagogy. Spartacus, however, negotiated by means of abuse. Its terms were nothing less than the complete adherence of Goliath to David. They were determined to preserve it. They stressed the necessity for keeping the revolutionary demands in line with the organizational possibilities, as opposed to the USPD's more political preoccupations. Liebknecht's conception of continuous mass action was mere revolutionary gymnastics. Spartacus in turn accused them of suffering from a mechanical conception which places far too much emphasis on technical preparations. Monotonously, Spartacus dinned its only lesson, mass action, into unreceptive ears, at least as far as its potential allies were concerned. The Spartacus leaders knew they had no effective mass organization. The main historical burden of the German communists to this day has been their failure to build up an organization during and particularly at the end of the First World War. But it certainly was not due to any oversight. The Spartacus leaders deliberately decided to forego any sustained attempt to create an organization in November 1918. They held that the revolutionary possibilities made this an unnecessary dispersal of effort. By concentrating on organizational work and neglecting the inspiration and leadership of an existing if uncertain mass movement, they might miss the bus of revolution altogether. The fact that the rising of November 9th had taken place spontaneously, that the organized parties had followed and not led, seemed to justify this decision. At the meeting of November 11th, Rosa Luxemburg particularly stressed the need for Spartacus to remain within the organizational network of the USPD as long as possible, so that the masses might be captured for the Spartacus program or possibly the independent leaders be removed by democratic processes. After all, here was an organization ready-made, the USPD. To achieve all this, a full USPD party congress was considered necessary, and this Rosa immediately demanded. Jogashes, who knew the organizational possibilities better than anyone, supported her wholeheartedly, and the meeting once more adopted a program whose main emphasis was on propaganda. Rosa laid down as immediate tasks the reissue of their daily paper, the production of a more theoretical weekly, special papers for youth and for women, a soldier's paper, syndication of leading articles to be offered to other newspapers, shades of socialdemokratisch correspondence. Finally, the creation of a special department for propaganda in the army. Never had a revolution had such a paper base. Organizationally, therefore, Spartacus was slow to develop. In most of the important provincial cities it evolved an organized center only in the course of December, and in many cases not until February or March 1919. The remarkable exception was Stuttgart, where there had been an important Spartacus center since the summer of 1918, which had, among other things, acted as a collection point for deserters from the German army. By the same token, Spartacus had no means of bringing direct and personal pressure to bear in the workers' and soldiers' councils. Attempts to arrange caucus meetings of Spartacus sympathizers within the Berlin Workers' and Soldiers' Councils did not produce satisfactory results, and an independent communist caucus within the Berlin Council was formed only on February 20, 1919. Attempts to have well-known Spartacus leaders co-opted to the Workers' and Soldiers' Councils in Berlin failed with monotonous regularity. By mid-November 1918, Spartacus had exhausted its capacity for direct influence on the USPD leadership and was openly quarreling on tactics with the revolutionary shop stewards. It now adopted a wholly oppositional attitude and had to rely exclusively on mass action to bring its program to fruition. Rosa Luxemburg did not participate in the early decisions which had produced this configuration, but there is no reason whatever to suppose that she disagreed with it. Certainly any reservations she may have had in September and October with regard to the revolutionary potential in Germany, and any consequent lowering of revolutionary sights, had now given way, if not to optimism, at least to the demands of a fully revolutionary solution, and its corollary, the application of the dictatorship of the proletariat against the class enemy as well as his working-class allies. Whether she understood by this what Lenin understood, and what Radek later gruesomely elaborated with his graphic illustrations about knives and gallows, may be doubted. None the less, technique apart, firmness and the full Marxist treatment as then understood in Germany were accepted by all the Spartacus leaders. The only question was how to bring about the heightened situation, so essential for Spartacus' plans. All Rosa Luxemburg's thinking for the past 10 years had led her to emphasize the revolutionary possibilities of the masses, as against the possibility of influencing reluctant leaders. Since Spartacus possessed no effective organization, this policy was not only theoretically desirable but practically inevitable. So for the next 4 weeks Rosa Luxemburg's talents and energy were devoted to justifying the Spartacus position, to analyzing events as a guide to the revolutionary masses, and finally to keeping in being the revolutionary potential of November 9th, on the grounds that what had been achieved that day was only a beginning and a poor one at that. When reading her articles in Rote von, it is essential to bear in mind the circumstances we have described, all resulting from the positive tactical decisions forced on Spartacus on the one hand, and from its isolation, partly deliberate, partly circumstantial, from both majority socialists and independents on the other. The revolution has begun. Not joy over what has been achieved, not triumph over the beaten enemy are the orders of the day, but the strongest self-criticism and iron conservation of energy to continue the work that has only been initiated. Our achievements are slight, and the enemy is not beaten, she wrote, as early as November 18th in the first issue of Rote von after the printing hiatus had been overcome. As usual, Rosa's first reaction to a situation was the broadest possible analysis of general conditions. But soon enough she dived into more tactical considerations. Now that there was a movement wholly in sympathy with her ideas, the old pre-war habit of creating policy out of criticism no longer applied. Something more positive was needed. But old habits died hard. Even now, the existence of the independents was to serve Rosa Luxemburg as a beak sharpener. As we shall see, this pre-war style of policy formation did not suit everyone, and there were many youngsters in the group who preferred to ignore rather than waste time attacking the USPD. The proposal of the Provisional Executive of People's Commissars to call a Constituent Assembly as soon as possible was the first point of attack. Constituent Assembly as the bourgeois solution, councils of workers and soldiers as the socialist one. Among the open or disguised agents of the ruling classes, the slogan of a Constituent Assembly is natural. With the guardians of capitalist money hoards, we never argue in the legislature or about the legislature. But now even the independents take their place among the guardians of capital on this vital question. As yet Rosa still made some concession to the good intentions of the independent leaders. It was their mistaken and feeble application of Marxism which led them to misunderstand the real nature of a constituent assembly. They have forgotten that the bourgeoisie is not a political party but a ruling class. But once profits are really in question, private property really in danger, then all easygoing talk of democracy immediately comes to an end. As soon as the famous Constituent Assembly really decides to put socialism fully and completely into practice, the battle begins. All this is inevitable. This battle must be fought out, the enemy destroyed, with or without a Constituent Assembly. Civil war, which they are so anxious to cut out of the revolution, cannot be cut out. For civil war is simply another name for class war, and the thought that socialism could be achieved without class war, that it follows from a mere majority resolution in Parliament, is a ridiculous petit bourgeois conception. Thus, the very conception of a Constituent Assembly was a negation of the class war and therefore unacceptable to socialists. A week later, the last illusions about any muddle-headedness on the part of the independent leaders had disappeared. We never did think much of Messrs. Hasse, Dittmann and Kautsky. Often during the war we found that they suffered from verbal diarrhea, but from time to time, particularly when action was required, from the other kind as well. They merely long for conditions of peace and quiet. Some of them to be able to digest party Congress resolutions peacefully like spring vegetables, the others to avoid getting out of breath in a situation which is greater than the horizons of their conception. We do not need to accuse the independents, like Vorwärts, of a policy of dubious compromises. What they have recently been carrying out is no policy of any kind. The clearest statement of the alternative was made a month later. It was Liebknecht's ascending revolutionary progression in literary terms, when the Reich Conference of Workers' and Soldiers' Councils in turn adopted the proposal of the People's Commissars for elections to a Constituent Assembly. History was pressed into service, the history of the English Revolution, not in the debates of the Long Parliament in Westminster Abbey, though it may have contained the intellectual center of the revolution, but on the battlefields of Marston Moor and Naseby, not in glowing speeches, but through the peasant cavalry which formed Cromwell's Ironsides, was the fate of the English Revolution decided. And of the French. And what was the result of the National Assembly? The Vade, the emigration, the treason of the generals and the clergy, a revolt by 50 departments, the coalition of feudal Europe, until at last the only means to save the revolution. Dictatorship and, as its final form, the terror. Parliaments were thus useless as means of ensuring revolution, even bourgeois revolution. They were merely the end product of revolutions achieved by other means, in physical and social battle. Parliaments were only arenas of class warfare for the proletariat as long as bourgeois society ruled in peace and quiet, They were the tribune from which the masses were called by socialist deputies, to the banner of socialism and trained for the coming battle. Today we are in the middle of the proletarian revolution and we need to axe the very tree of capitalist exploitation. Lassalle's famous words are more true today than ever. The real revolutionary states what is, and today this is, here capital, their labor, here constituent, assembly, their democracy in the form of workers' and soldiers' councils. And so it went on with ever-increasing violence. The creation of a deep cleft between constituent assembly and councils had all the impact of a geological upheaval. Although the distinction between these two forms of institution served as a useful means of dividing Spartacus from the rest, this was not the only means of achieving clarity. Rosa loved history. The present was real only as the reflecting surface of the past. She constantly related the events of the present to what had happened since August 4, 1914. The ghost of August 4, 1914 reigned in the meeting place of the Council Congress. The old pre-revolutionary Germany of the Hohenzollerns, of Hindenburg and Ludendorff, of martial law and the mass executions in Finland, in the Baltic and in the Ukraine, all were unashamedly present in the hall of the Prussian Parliament, where the council meeting took place, in spite of the events of November 9. But the revolutionary tension, the revolutionary consciousness of the masses must become more acute every day. Every event, particularly the Congress with all its mistakes and reactionary resolutions, has in fact contributed considerably to the clarity and education of the masses by heightening the contradiction in the attitudes and feeling of the masses. Only lack of clarity, heavy-heartedness, only veils and mist can harm the cause of revolution. Every clarity, every unveiling of disagreeable facts is so much oil on the flames. But just as the masses had to be clear about their situation, so it was from time to time regrettably necessary to defend Spartacus in the eyes of the masses. This was where Rosa Luxemburg made her own particular contribution to the writings of the time. Here especially she left statements which rose above the immediate necessities of revolutionary action and have remained as a valid commentary on what is best in proletarian revolution for all time. More perhaps than any other member of Spartacus, she was at all times concerned with the ethics of revolution, both as an essential part of revolution itself and as a tactical reminder to all its detractors of the moral purposes of revolution. She poured scorn on the rumor-mongers. Liebknecht has killed 200 officers, has been killed himself, has looted the shops, has distributed money among the soldiers to incite them to destroy the revolution. Whenever a window pane crashes onto the pavement or a tire bursts in the street, the Philistines at once look over their shoulders. Their hair standing on end and pimply with goose flesh, they whisper, "Aha, here comes Spartacus." A number of people have been writing to Liebknecht with touching personal requests to save wife, nephew or aunt from the coming mass slaughter, which Spartacus has planned. We have come to this in the first year and month of the glorious German Revolution. Behind these rumors, ridiculous fantasies, and shameless lies there is a serious purpose. The whole thing is planned to create an atmosphere of pogrom and to shoot Spartacus politically in the back. They, the official Social Democrats, Scheidman, Ebert, Otto Braun, Legion, etc., consciously and deliberately misrepresent our socialist aims as banditry. They yell against putsches, murder, and similar rubbish, but they mean socialism. But the game will not succeed, though yet vacillating sections of workers and soldiers may be inveigled into opposing us. Even if a momentary return of the counter-revolutionary wave should throw us back into those prisons which we have only just left, the iron course of revolution cannot be held up. Our voice will sound loud and clear, the masses will understand us, and then they will turn all the more fiercely against the propagandists of hate and pogroms. Against the constant accusation of being a party of terror, Rosa had this to say: "Those who sent 1 million German men and youths to the slaughter without blinking an eyelid, those who supported with all the means at their disposal for 4 years the greatest bloodletting which humanity has ever experienced, they now scream hoarsely about terror, about the alleged monstrosities threatened by the dictatorship of the proletariat. But these gentlemen should look at their own history. The revolution that had brought them into power long ago had used its fair share of force. Terror and fear were the weapons of bourgeois revolution with which to destroy illusions and hopeless resistance to the mainstream of history. The socialist proletariat, however, thanks to the theory of scientific socialism, enters into its revolution without illusions, with a clear comprehension of the ultimate consequences of its historical mission, of the unbridgeable contradictions of society, of the bitter enmity to bourgeois society as a whole. It enters the revolution not in order to follow utopian illusions against the course of history, but to complete the iron necessities of development, to make socialism real. It therefore does not require to destroy its own illusions with bloody acts of violence in order to create a contradiction between itself and bourgeois society. What it needs is the entire political power of private capital, of wage slavery, of middle-class domination, in order to build up a new socialist society. But there are others who need terror, anarchy, and the rule of violence today. The middle classes who are shaking in their shoes for their property, their privileges, and their profits. It is they who fabricate the myths about anarchy and putschs, and pile all these on to the shoulders of the proletariat, in order to unleash their real putschs, their own real anarchy, in order to stifle the proletarian revolution, to drown socialist dictatorship in chaos, and to create on the ruins of the revolution a class dictatorship of capital forever and ever. Rosa Luxemburg's conception of terror, which she developed in the coming weeks, was later to be attacked both by the communists, for not being radical or clear enough, and by neutral historians who claimed that this was mere phraseology to disguise planned and necessary terror in all its consequences. Certainly Rosa Luxemburg's formulations differ substantially from those of the Russians, particularly Radek, who for some years to come was to be the spokesman of the official Russian view in German communist affairs. When the independents like Hilferding and Ledebour said that they accept dictatorship but without terror, without force, they show that they do not accept dictatorship of the working classes at all. Dictatorship without the willingness to apply terror is a knife without a blade. Other members of Spartacus did not find it necessary to write on this question at the time. Those who survived only denounced Rosa Luxemburg's conception much later, on Stalin's orders. When Radek arrived in Berlin illegally on December 20th, this was one of the first subjects he discussed with Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg. Had the comments in the Spartacus letters struck home to them more than the Bolsheviks were openly prepared to admit? Our argument was mostly concerned with terror. Rosa was hurt that Dzerzhinsky had accepted the post of heading the Chaika, the Russian security police. After all, terror had never beaten us. Why should we have to depend on it? But with the help of terror, I answered her. By persecuting us, they throw us back a full 5 years. We plan for world revolution, we need a few years' grace. How can you deny the need for terror under those circumstances? Anyhow, terror is valueless when applied against a young class, representing the future of social change and therefore full of enthusiasm and self-sacrifice. The case is quite different with classes whom history has sentenced to death, and who in addition bear the responsibility for the crime of the World War. Liebknecht supported me warmly. Rosa said, "Perhaps you are right, but how can Joseph Dzerzhinsky be so cruel?" Tishka Jagashes laughed and said, "If the need arises, you can do it too." Once again, there is no need to isolate Rosa's conceptions from their context. She had strong personal reservations about terror, but had necessarily accepted Russian events as being the result of particular circumstances. The revolution in Germany was improving those circumstances and making the use of terror unnecessary in both countries. She naturally believed in the slow, if irresistible, advance of revolution from that moment onwards. Taking this long but optimistic view, she did not envisage any need to return to the harsh exigencies of isolation. Out of earshot of the daily propaganda bulletin, the founding members of the German Communist Party heard her declare that, in the long view, the working-class revolution needs no terrors for its ends, it hates and despises cold-blooded murder. At the same time, she was fully conscious that terror would be applied as a weapon of defense by the opponents of the revolution, that many socialists, including possibly herself, would yet fall victim to it. She was not squeamish. Mass action in all its forms must result in frequent destruction of life as well as property. The more armed resistance to revolution, the greater the clash and the damage. Revolution was not a drawing-room game or an abstraction. It was simply inevitable. This view differed, however, from the organized and deliberate terror on the part of the revolutionaries which she had condemned in Russia. While it is therefore correct that Rosa Luxemburg never occupied herself with the technique of terror, her attitude cannot be described as clever sophistry, or as an attempt to avoid a clear confrontation with this issue through self-deception, and with the help of subtle dialectic. Finally, Rosa supported every available means of keeping the masses awake and on their toes. Spartacus organized repeated demonstrations, not only in reply to what it considered major provocations by the government but as a constant check on its own ability to call up mass support. Thus, on November 21st, there were big meetings in Berlin at which, among others, Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg addressed the crowd. On December 1st, there were a further 6 big public meetings. From then on, Spartacus was continuously mobilizing support in the streets. Rosa Luxemburg analyzed these mass movements as Acheron on the move. They console the masses with the promise of golden rewards from a future democratic parliament. But the healthy class instinct of the proletariat rises up against this conception of parliamentary cretinism. The strike movement now unleashed is proof that the political revolution has crashed into the basic structure of society. The revolution returns to its basic roots, it pushes aside the paper props of ministerial changes and resolutions, and enters the stage on its own behalf in the present revolution. The recent strikes are not trade union agreements about trivial details. They are the natural answer of the masses to the enormous tremors which capital has suffered as a result of the collapse of German imperialism. They are the early beginnings of a general confrontation between capital and labor in Germany. Acheron is on the move, and the dwarfs who carry on their little games at the head of the revolution will either be thrown off the stage or they will finally learn to understand the colossal scale of the historical drama in which they are participating. This joyful indulgence in mass movement, this persistent call for action and clarity, helped to create the conditions for the hopeless January Rising in which both Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg were killed. Her writings, with their heightened tone and sharp revolutionary formulation, are often considered to have whipped up the unjustified and premature action. But this judgment assumes first of all that the Spartacus appeals in general and Rosa's writings in particular, certainly the best writing and the most provocative challenges of the day, received wide publicity and were acted upon. No direct evidence of the effects of Spartacus propaganda on the masses is available. We do not know whether the mass demonstrations took place because of appeals by Spartacus or USPD sympathizers in the factories, or as a result of public announcements in the press, or spontaneously, or all three. The confusion of political allegiance in factories, councils, and other organizations make a clear identification of Spartacus' influence almost impossible. Moreover, there is no substantial evidence that the mass actions which had overtaken the leading organizations before and on November 9th had ever been brought under any effective control. The case for connecting Spartacus propaganda directly and causally to the popular manifestations in November, December, and January has still to be proven. Direct incitement to action was anyhow not the prime purpose of Rosa Luxemburg's writing. Today this is obvious enough. In the revolutionary situation at the end of 1918, Rosa Luxemburg was thundering for clarity precisely because there was confusion in the ranks and crossing of lines. If the official Social Democrats were really the agents of temporarily frightened capitalists, revolutionary Shabsgoyim, and if the independents were unconsciously assisting them in that role, then the continuous exhortations to be on guard could only be taken as calls for action by the masses, if they read them. Her essays, full of historical parallels and scientific analyses, may have been intended as rather emphatic commentary on events, but not to an excited mass of half-demobilized soldiers and unemployed workers. It was the situation which made Rote fun inflammatory, not its content. The only alternative was out of the question, adjusting the tenor of one's appeals to the tactical demands of the moment, hot and cold, stop and go, like the Bebel leadership of the SPD before the war. The answer to this apparent dilemma is simply that Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg, both of whom had already paid for their revolutionary determination during the war, accepted the full consequences of what they were doing as a part of historical necessity. If indeed the masses rose and were defeated, then this would clarify the situation still further. It was part of the inevitable process of education in a revolutionary situation. In the last resort, leaders who are themselves willing to accept the sacrifice of their liberty and life are probably the only ones who can justifiably call upon their supporters to do the same, particularly when these sacrifices are a necessary part of distant though inevitable victory. That the whole conception of revolution may have been mistaken, that there was really no prospect of long or short-term victory in Germany, is another question. Given the circumstances and traditions of the Spartacus leaders, it is not meaningful to ask why they did not act Russian during this period. The independence policy of compromise, accepting the inevitable constituent assembly and hoping to develop a revolutionary tactic within it, was anathema to Spartacus. When Kurt Eisner came from Munich to Berlin at the end of November for the Conference of Provincial Prime Ministers, he had by this time been elected Prime Minister of Bavaria, he had a long dialogue with Liebknecht. He attempted to persuade the latter to make common cause with the more moderate revolutionaries, even to form joint governments with them, in order to ensure that present revolutionary achievements might at least be maintained and a decent peace obtained from the Allies. But he was answered with a stern no. The achievement of socialism is only possible if everything is pulled down completely. Only after the destruction of the entire capitalist system can reconstruction begin. If anything, the membership of Spartacus was even more revolutionary than the leaders. The pressure for action came from below, just as Rosa Luxemburg had always predicted. In December, several mass demonstrations led to attacks on public buildings by groups of young Spartacus members. On November 21st, an attempt, with resultant casualties, had been made to storm police headquarters, in spite of the fact that the Berlin police president was a left-wing independent, later a communist, and probably the only senior official in the capital who sympathized with Spartacus. On December 8th, detachments went once more from a public meeting to the military headquarters and stormed it. Almost each day there were rival meetings called by the different groups which sometimes clashed. Rosa Luxemburg knew that in revolutionary times irresponsible elements attached themselves to the revolutionary parties. The proletarian revolution will always have to reckon and fight with this particular enemy and tool of the counter-revolution. In the crowds there were no doubt some footloose criminals, but the bulk were young uncompromising radicals, who wanted the constant warnings against any truck with the enemy translated into a complete personal break with all the coattails of society, and into action above all action. It was the unreal hysteria of Hervé all over again. During these stormy weeks, and particularly at the founding Congress of the German Communist Party, the leadership collided with some of these elements, and was sometimes overruled by them. But they were part of the stuff of proletarian revolution. There were more important things to do than to condemn them for their impetuousness. That task can be left to German middle-class historians anxious to pick over the dung heap of the 1918 national disgrace.
17.
Irresistible force and immovable object. Having obtained confirmation of their authority from the Berlin Workers' and Soldiers' Council, the Provisional Government of People's Commissars quickly set about making it real. Legitimacy was no limitation on power. Ebert, though the phrase "I hate social revolution like the plague" cannot be attributed to him with certainty, decided that order and a return to normal were the immediate priorities of the situation. He was willing and able to accept all the responsibility. More than his two Social Democrat colleagues in the government, Scheidman and Landsberg, he had a strong sense of legitimacy, with regard both to the institutions he had inherited from his predecessors and the new forms of power which had tentatively emerged on November 9th. Ebert was a literal man. Most of the demands put forward by the pre-war SPD under Bebel's leadership and his own, as an unrealizable slogan, had unexpectedly become reality. The notion of revolutionary progression, in which the present stage was but a small step, seemed nonsense to him. What was needed was a bout of revolutionary digestion. Accordingly, the government asked for and obtained from the executive of the Workers' and Soldiers' Councils increased powers to cope with the situation. And on December 21, 1918, the National Congress of German Workers' and Soldiers' Councils set the seal of its confirmation and approval on Ebert's government. This same preoccupation with legitimacy, from which followed the urge for peace and quiet, made him resort without hesitation to any available means of achieving his mandate. The most obvious and convenient tool was the army. The High Command had sworn allegiance to the Republic, and this commitment was sufficient guarantee for Ebert, a man for whom an oath was an oath. He considered the delicate negotiations with the army as his personal function, and did not deem it necessary to submit them to the approval of his USPD colleagues. For, after all, they were only intended to achieve an object that had already been agreed on by all the people's commissars. As far as he was concerned, any over-eagerness on the part of the army to intervene was only a reaction to Spartacus's encouragement of revolutionary excesses, the inevitable results of a disturbed situation. The course of events in December and January hinged largely on a number of incidents which appeared to disturb the slow process of consolidation by the government. On December 6, troops occupied the editorial offices of Rote Fahn and attempted to arrest the executive of the Berlin Workers' and Soldiers' Council, and were only with difficulty persuaded to leave. At the same time, there were calls to make Ebert president. There is no conclusive evidence that Ebert inspired this or wished it to happen, but he did nothing to issue any denial or to denounce and punish the instigators. Nonetheless, these events were followed by mass demonstrations and strikes. Then, on December 21st, the government attempted to deal with the People's Naval Division, Volksmarine Division, a unit of revolutionaries and mutineers who had installed themselves in the Marstal, the stables of the imperial palace, and were pressing their somewhat mercenary services on the revolutionary government. Their idealism for the government of the revolution was heavily tinged with concrete demands for pay and privileges. The negotiations with the government, partly over these and partly over the continued presence and even existence of the unit, came to an abrupt end when troops under the command of Otto Wels, the Social Democrat commandant of Berlin, made an unsuccessful assault on the stables. This incident, and particularly the sharp manner in which the negotiations had been broken off and an attack mounted without warning, caused the 3 independent members of the provisional government to resign. Henceforth, the USPD was wholly in opposition once again. Finally, the government's attempt to remove the left-wing police president of Berlin, Emil Eichhorn, on the 3rd and the 4th of January, led directly to the events of the January Rising, as a result of which Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht were murdered. Each of these incidents provoked a reaction which was in no proportion to its actual importance. The situation was largely beyond the control of both the government and its opponents. Having decided for itself that the government and its independent supporters were mere agents of the counter-revolution, Spartacus saw all these events as signposts along a predicted road, and called out its troops on each occasion. Though it continued, at any rate until the end of the year, to call for the advance of the revolution, it was soon obliged to call its supporters not so much to advance as to defend existing achievements against the attacks of the government. These rallying cries for defense were actually a more effective tactic than any call for further advances. Spartacus was on its own in demanding rapid and total advance on all fronts, but it could and did find ready allies for the defense against counter-revolution, real or imagined. The workers of Berlin, the revolutionary shop stewards, as well as the USPD leadership, particularly after their members left the government, were much more disposed to support action of this kind, for it was precise and not vague or irresponsible. At times, the People's Naval Division signified its support, especially when its own interests were threatened. But although events more or less forced cooperation on these groups, it was not too effective. Spartacus always mistrusted the intentions and good faith of its allies. While cooperating with them in practice, it went on demarcating its own position from theirs, and continued to show them up in public as cowards and weaklings. The rapid tactical realignments of Lenin had never taken hold in Germany, not even among the radicals. Spartacus was imprisoned in the limitations of its commitment to purity and principles as public weapons instead of a private hoard of strength. This made tactical adjustments impossible. Now that the independents were in opposition to the government once more, they began to split on the issue of cooperation with Spartacus. On December 8, one of their right-wing members, Strobel, had stated openly that Spartacus and the USPD were irreconcilably separated by the difference between German and Russian methods. He saw Spartacus as the slavish imitators of Russian methods and the Bolshevik program. The preoccupation with giving exclusive power to the councils seemed alien and remote to Germany. He and others advocated for the USPD a clear separation both from left and right. Too many compromises on both sides were responsible for the fact that the independents were being pulled apart. The alternative was to make a decision between the two extremes. We have no policy. We have appeals and leading articles, we have speeches and resolutions, but we have no policy. There are only 2 possibilities for the USPD: exit from the cabinet and adherence to Spartacus, or continuation in the government and sharp demarcation from the left. This emphasis on German tactics for a German revolution, as opposed to foreign and alien methods, plagued the leadership of the USPD. They too wanted revolution, but by indigenous means of unexceptionably German manufacture. At present they were in a blind alley. As Breitscheid had said, the party had either to evolve a policy of its own or to make a clear choice between left and right. We have already seen that the accusation of slavish imitation of Russian methods could not really be justified against Spartacus. The notion of workers' and soldiers' councils had taken root in Germany spontaneously, even before Spartacus had become committed to the system. While Spartacus made no bones about its attachment to the Russian Revolution and friendship for the Bolsheviks, Rosa Luxemburg had gone out of her way to emphasize the international aspect of the German Revolution. Her appeal of November 25 to the proletarians of all countries had strongly hinted that it was the German Revolution which provided the pivot of the international movement and was the most important factor in the world situation. As regards direct Russian assistance, there was none. Since the departure of the Russian diplomats following the closing of the legation on November 5, there had been no official Russian representatives in Germany until Radek arrived illegally in December. The notion of Spartacus as a Russian agent who had blindly adopted a foreign program for application in Germany was grossly exaggerated. For the independent leaders, however, the assertion of a German road to revolution was a matter of national pride, left-wing variety. They felt they had inherited the pre-war position of the SPD in the International. Unable to convert these aspirations either into a policy of their own or into a choice between their neighbors, the independent leaders went on vacillating. The internal struggle between Spartacus and the independent leadership for the control of USPD policy and the direction of its substantial membership came to a head in December. Spartacus had been pressing for a party congress, and it was this issue which dominated the general meeting of the USPD of Greater Berlin on December 15. An influential group of the USPD had altogether lost interest in discussing the problem of councils or constituent assembly as alternatives. They considered it a waste of time. At the meeting, Hilferding brought a resolution to the effect that the next task was to accept the elections as inevitable and to ensure the greatest possible success for the independents. At the same time, he stipulated the tasks as to ensure the safety and increase of our revolutionary achievements with complete decisiveness and without feeble compromise. Rosa Luxemburg made an impassioned speech against this whole conception. She and Hasse appeared as main speakers on the question of policy and presented their different views. She sketched the history of the last few weeks. 5 weeks have passed since November 9th. The picture is totally changed. Reaction is much stronger today than on the first day of the revolution. And Hasse tells us, look how wonderfully far we have come. His duty should have been to show us the advance of the counter-revolution, supported by the government of which Hasse is a member. We are still prepared to enter the government today if it carries out socialist policy based on proper principles. Precisely the adherence to the policy of the existing government had cost the independents votes in the elections for the first All-German Congress of Councils. Hasse has also accused us of bowing to the views of the masses. According to him, we are not prepared to take over the government without the agreement of the masses. We do not bow, but we also do not simply wait around. Yes, conditions within the USPD are intolerable, since there are elements in it who do not belong together. Either you agree to go the same way as the Social Patriots or you join Spartacus. Only a party congress can decide this question, but in demanding a party congress, we find Hasse's ears just as closed as we found those of Scheidman when we made similar demands during the war. Rosa Luxemburg submitted her own resolution against Hilferding's. She demanded the immediate exit of the USPD members from the government. It was 6 days before the Marstal incident. Resolute opposition to the Constituent Assembly, the immediate seizure of power by the Workers' and Soldiers' Councils, the dissolution of the Council of People's Commissars, and finally the immediate convocation of a USPD Congress. Her resolution was lost by a large majority, 195 votes against 485 for Hilferding. The Berlin members did not want to accept the choice which Rosa Luxemburg and Breitscheid wished to impose on them. They felt that the middle position of the USPD could be maintained against both alternatives, and that it was the correct policy. This vote also showed Spartacus how illusory for the moment were its hopes of discrediting the USPD leaders in the eyes of the membership, or of forcing them at least to submit to a vote of confidence by a party congress. The fact that Rosa really believed in the possibility of sweeping aside the USPD leadership is borne out by her private assessment of the situation for Clara Zetkin's benefit. Rosa explained that people were really behind Spartacus. They admired and followed Rote von far more than Freiheit and actually felt that Spartacus did not take the independent leadership to task sharply enough. Only Hasse and Hilferding defended their paper weakly. That is why we insist on the Party Congress. Not that a Party Congress would, in the event, have produced an alignment different from that at the Berlin members' meeting. The delusion that negative votes of this sort were the result of the leaders' narrow manipulations, and that a broader discussion would also produce a more radical attitude, died hard. For the moment Spartacus was balked, and there was no point in continuing as an ineffective ginger group within the USPD. At once the leaders made preparations for the founding of a separate party of their own. It was the organizational break at last, but even now not without grave doubts on the part of Rosa and Leo Jagishes. If they could not have a USPD Congress, at least there was the National Congress of Workers and Soldiers' Councils 4 days later, on December 20th. Here was another opportunity of testing the masses. Spartacus placed great hopes on the Congress, called for welcoming mass demonstrations, which would show the delegates how radical the masses were. The majority socialists' analysis of the situation used many of the same words as Spartacus, but with strangely different meaning. When William the deserter himself deserted, and the Junkers and middle classes took refuge in their rat holes, the entire working population of Germany looked hopefully towards the only political power which was left, the power of the labor movement. The Congress which begins today has the proud task of justifying this confidence, and of reinforcing it where it has already begun to weaken. Certain quarters have been pressing the slogan, "All power to the workers' and soldiers' councils." The Congress has supreme power today, for it is the parliament of the revolution, which can break the revolution's government or give it the strong support which the government needs to master the incalculable difficulties before it. The majority of the Congress will be sensible enough to recognize the weakness of its composition. The elections which brought it into being were regrettably neither general nor equal nor direct, in many cases not even secret. Such as they were only an expedient. For all these weaknesses, the only remedy can be found in the spirit of the new orderly system of liberty, and in that strong sense of right which is part of the basis of the German working-class movement. The discussion, constituent assembly or councils may have led to qualification even before its final discussions here. Social democracy does not recognize these alternatives, since its sacred duty lies in giving the entire population as quickly as possible a full and democratic possibility of self-determination, thus bringing forward the elections for the Constituent Assembly to the earliest possible date. Until then, the government of the Reich, supported by the confidence of the people, must have liberty of action. Additional governments must not be tolerated. It depends on the left independent Spartacist movement, whether the sittings of the Congress are carried out in a spirit of dignity and in full cognizance of the importance of the matters in hand. As far as can be seen, the Social Democrats, with which we equally count the right wing of the independents, have a vast majority. The far left can be no menace at any elections. But was it not they who announced all power to the councils? All right then. They have recognized the workers' and soldiers' councils as the highest power and will have to submit to the decision of the Congress, even if they do not like it. How easy it must have seemed to the leadership to hoist Spartacus with its own petard. The recommendations to the delegates concluded with the following sentence. The men who have the enormous task of leading the people in these troubled times must be restrained, clear, quiet, and decisive. We need men of action, not men of words. This declaration is quoted at length because it highlights the different conceptions of revolution held by SPD and Spartacus. Part of the confusion arose from the absence of a distinct revolutionary vocabulary, and both sides had to use the same old words. As regards program, the SPD was for consolidation. They recognized the revolutionary achievements as real, and believed that the socialist society of their conception was at hand. They would go on clinging to this idea until in the 1920s they were pushed out of power by the same democratic system they had created. Even when a Nazi government, as indifferent to classifying its opponents as the old imperial governments of Russia and Germany, had been, persecuted socialists indiscriminately with communists, they still believed that the appearances of 1918 had been realities, and that only the Spartacus excesses had revived forces which history had already pronounced dead. But the differences between left and right-wing socialists were not only programmatic. The Social Democrats saw themselves as men of action, restrained, quiet, decisive. Spartacus were cheap manufacturers of revolutionary phrases, without any sense of responsibility. They were by definition cowards, fighting with words but risking the lives only of others. The members of the SPD, on the other hand, saw themselves as courageous, serious, sensible, above all as responsible. Ascriptive phrases like calm deliberation and worthy abound in party speeches of the time. There was a strong sense of inheritance, not only of power, but of a tradition of rule which retrospectively made all the pre-war denunciations sound like envy. It was no longer the system which was blamed, but individuals, the Kaiser, Ludendorff, Bethmann Hollweg. The class lessons were thrown to the winds. And yet, to the fury of the left, the old words still served. There were no others, causing confusion and an almost hysterical fury at such theft. More than any differences in program, this quarrel over an inheritance made any cooperation impossible, even in the future. In France and Italy, in spite of the same ideological splits, there was never the same sharp social differentiation. Under certain future circumstances, a popular front cooperation between communists and socialists proved possible. In Germany, this was not the case, and the two groups were unable to cooperate even against the rise of National Socialism, which menaced them equally. For this reason, too, the intermediate position of the USPD became impossible, so that inevitably its own right and left configurations soon split and joined the more natural habitats of SPD and KPD respectively. The choice was not only ideological but social, and therefore harsher. The Congress did as Vorwärts had predicted, in spite of every effort by Spartacus to impose its program from within and without. Wrote Fahn reprinted resolution after resolution at public meetings against Ebert and against the SPD majority of the Congress, but all to no avail. A resolution submitted by the delegation of the Stuttgart Council, which was largely Spartacus-orientated, for the admission of Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg as guests with a consultative voice, was defeated by a considerable majority. It may well be that Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht had tried to get mandates for the Congress but failed. There was in Berlin a rule with regard to the elections that only those who work in some industrial undertaking should be admitted to the Congress. In the rest of the country no such restriction was imposed, but rather we based ourselves on the idea that, whatever happened, all the various representatives of socialism of the revolution should be present at the Congress. An Orthodox SPD speaker from Berlin reposted that there was no point in admitting Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg since we in Berlin at least, but I think all over the Reich, know very well exactly what we have to expect from these comrades. As it turned out, the workbench qualification for attendance had been imposed on the Berlin organizations under pressure from the independents and Spartacus precisely to avoid a mass delegation of right-wing trade unionists. It was this fact, though it now worked against Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht, which in part decided the majority socialists at the Congress to get their own back by voting against the admission of the two Spartacus leaders. When the vote was taken, one of the delegates called upon the Congress to rise for a man who has sat in jail for 4 years, but he was shouted down with the traditional German pfui. Had they not all suffered, if not like lions, then at least like lambs? The Soviet government had attempted to send a delegation to the Congress. Although the executive of the Berlin Workers' and Soldiers' Councils had recommended the government to admit this delegation, the local commanders in the East had refused to let it pass, and indeed the SPD/USPD government had decided after lengthy discussions not to allow the Russian legation to return to Berlin for the time being. There was complete agreement between majority and independent socialists on the dangers of Russian intervention in the German Revolution, if on nothing else. When the delegation was turned back by the German military authorities in Kovna, Radek, a member of the delegation, obtained the agreement of the Soviet Council of People's Commissars to try and cross the frontier illegally. He arrived in Berlin on 19 or December 20th. Though he could have attended the last 2 sessions of the Congress, the Spartacus leaders told him that his presence there would be useless. Everything was going against them. He arrived just at the time when they had definitely decided to found their party without further delay, and he assisted in the preparations. As a good, if recently converted Leninist, his first questions concerned the Spartacus organization. How many people had we at the Congress? There was not even a Spartacus caucus. Laufenberg and his Hamburg group occupied an intermediate position. Rosa spoke of him with great suspicion. And in the Berlin Workers' and Soldiers' Council? There too we had no organized group. In the provinces things were better here and there. In Bremen we had managed to capture a substantial portion of the council under the command of Neff. In Chemnitz, Brandler was working. "And how large is our organization in Berlin?" I asked. "We are only collecting our forces. When the revolution began, we did not have more than 50 people organized in Berlin." I drove with Paul Levi to the offices of the Central Committee to meet Jagesches. It was like an apiary. The old secretary Mathilde Jacob met me. She led me to Jagesches. He had aged a lot, my old teacher. There was still a certain amount of tension between us. Since the split in the Polish social democracy in 1912, we did not talk about these old matters. He asked after Lenin, Trotsky, Zinoviev, Dzerzhinsky. After a few minutes, we were back to our old relationship, open and simple. A curious moment, Radek's arrival in Berlin, the official delegate of the victorious Bolsheviks. A moment of mixed feelings and memories, even in the midst of a hailstorm of present events. Radek, the outcast of Polish and German social democracy, the snide journalist with the poison pen who had clutched Lenin's coattails in 1914 for protection against Jagesches and Rosa Luxemburg. Radek, the genus whore who had poisoned Rosa's relations with her Bremen friends, had deepened the split in the SDKPL, had written that the Tishka and Luxemburg clique is finished, Lenin's plenipotentiary. Radek himself glided elegantly over the personal undertones of the first meeting. And we may well believe that Jagesches, who had really mellowed during the war, soon let the past remain buried. As with Lenin, actual revolution simply buried old personal feuds under its majestic rubble. But Rosa? Radek said nothing. But she stayed with him that first day not one moment longer than was necessary, and would not join them for dinner. The coldness of their encounter became proverbial in the Communist Party. The program for the new party was entirely written by Rosa Luxemburg and had been published on December 14th. Rosa wrote a draft of a party program. It was discussed among the leaders and caused no argument at all. The only argument arose over the relationship to the Constituent Assembly. Liebknecht said that he woke up in the morning opposed to participation in the elections, and by the evening supported it. It was a very tempting suggestion to oppose the conception of a Constituent Assembly with the slogan of the councils, but the Congress of Councils had itself opted for the Constituent Assembly. This fact could not be overcome. Rosa and Liebknecht admitted it, and Jagesches emphasized it continually. But the youths in the party, like the youths in the SPD of 1891, were bitterly opposed to it. "We shall chase them away with machine guns," they said. Since she had taken over the elucidation and writing of Spartakus's policy in November, the early incessant hammering on tactical demands could now at last give way in part to a broader, more congenial analysis, anchored in history. The intellectual stomach of the masses was supposed to be strong enough for such a diet. Now she could elaborate this idea, untrammeled by any tactical slogans. Liebknecht, too, admitted this, at least in private. But while he was much more influenced by the apparent revolutionary reification of his surroundings, he spoke at meetings almost daily and was in closer contact with the leaders of the USPD and revolutionary shop stewards. Rosa Luxemburg maintained her stable, almost philosophical vision intact. Her draft program reflected this. She talked continually of a tough, inexhaustible struggle over a long period of time. For the benefit of her immediate party audience, she also contrasted sharply the alternatives of chaos and victory, challenging the easy notion that victory was inevitable, irrespective of socialist mistakes. There was an alternative, chaos, and while it might be good propaganda for the masses to demonstrate an optimism of historical inevitability, the new party itself needed a jolt out of its intellectual self-satisfaction. She had frequently hinted at this in Rote Fahn. Now she spelt it out for the young radical optimists in the movement who were piling on pressure. She warned them solemnly that the counter-revolution would prefer chaos to admitting a socialist victory. Naturally, there were practical proposals too, divided into 8 immediate measures for the safety of the revolution, 8 for the next steps in the political and social field, and another 8 economic demands. The program was part offense, part defense. But the headings alone showed the leaders' defensive posture against the infantile disease of left communism. The core of Rosa's ideas was contained in the summary at the end. This is what Spartacus stands for. And because it stands for these things, because it is the moving spirit, the socialist conscience of the revolution, it is hated, persecuted, and slandered by all the open and secret enemies of the revolution itself. Crucify it, Cry the capitalists, trembling for their hoards. Crucify it, cry the lower middle classes, the officers, the anti-Semites, the newspaper satraps of the bourgeoisie, trembling for the fleshpots of class domination. Crucify it, the misled and deluded sections of the working classes and soldiers echo, those who do not yet realize that they are raging against their own flesh and blood when they rage against Spartacus. In hate and slander against Spartacus, all the counter-revolutionary, antisocial, dubious, dark and dangerous elements combine. This alone shows clearly that the real heart of the revolution beats with Spartacus, that the future is with it. Spartacus is not a party which wishes to obtain power over the working classes or by using the working classes. Spartacus is no more than the self-conscious part of the proletariat, which points out to the broad masses their historic tasks at every step, which represents at every stage of the revolution the final goal and acts in the interest of proletarian world revolution in all national questions. Spartacus refuses to share the government with the servants of the middle classes with Scheidman Ebert because it considers such cooperation treason to the very foundations of socialism, a source of strength to the counter-revolution, and the crippling of the revolution itself. Spartacus will also refuse to accept power merely because Scheidman Ebert have gone bankrupt and because the independents find themselves in a blind alley as a result of their cooperation with them. Spartacus will never undertake to govern other than through the clear and unmistakable wish of the great majority of the proletarian masses of Germany, and never without their conscious agreement with the ideas, aims, and methods of Spartacus. Government by the proletariat can only battle its way to complete clarity and readiness, step by step, through a long valley of sorrows, of bitter experience, of defeats and victories. The victory of Spartacus is not at the beginning but at the end of the revolution. It is the same thing as the victory of the great masses of the socialist proletariat. To the well-ordered tranquility of the historian, this appeal must seem naive and highly romantic. And so, perhaps it was. She had waited so long for the revolution, had defended its coming against so many powerful and learned detractors. And here it was, the apparent result not of party maneuvers, but of conscious proletarian action in its own interest and on its own behalf, just as she had always claimed. But it would be absurd to dismiss this declaration of faith as an attempt to cover ice-cold calculations with a little attractive warmth. It was not just a mantle thrown over hard organizational realities, as so much of later Bolshevik propaganda. This was what Spartacus had to offer instead of organization. It was optimistic in the sense that there opened up enormous vistas of a better life, but at the same time the distance of the projection and the warnings of defeats and sorrows convey an aura of profound pessimism in practical, immediate terms. Contrary to appearances, the historical belief in objective situations tends to be pessimistic. Those who rely on their own action, who draw the circle of their world tight enough to encompass only the range of their own personal possibilities, these are the real optimists. This declaration of faith, tacked on to a party political program, reads like a testament. Lenin, too, pinned such a testament to the wall before dying. When the years of tactical polemics, of firm proposals for action, suddenly opened out on an objective situation almost beyond remedy, at this late moment he challenged his two powerful lieutenants. I shall fight great Russian chauvinism to the end of my life. The Spartacus program was Rosa's testament, just as it is also the concise summary of her life's work. Here was the famous statement that Spartacus would take power only with the support of the majority of the masses, which has led to such bitter squabbling between social democrats and communists over Rosa's intellectual corpse. It was this idealism, this apparent commitment to orthodox liberal democracy, which later brought a powerful section of the German Communist Party under the leadership of Ruth Fischer to diagnose Rosa Luxemburg's influence in the German working-class movement as syphilitic. We already know that to look for vestigial traces of orthodox or mere majority democracy in Rosa's thought is misleading. Emphatically, she did not believe and continually fought against the idea that the genius of a central committee and a lot of power sufficed to establish a correct policy. But equally, there was no question of waiting for or soliciting the masses. The masses meant action in the right situation, through action to a majority and not, as in orthodox democracy, consensus first and maybe action later. Rosa Luxemburg had no doubt that the support of the masses must come with action and could come in no other way, but that it was a sporadic and not a continuous process. Finally, that it coincided with the seizure of power and the advent of socialism. The creation of only two alternatives, Bolshevism or social democracy as they developed, retrospectively narrowed the area of choice. At the time, Rosa's ideas were a lively third alternative. Nor is there any need to suppose that Rosa's formulation was merely a propaganda move to attract mass support. Quite the contrary. The whole program, though it made concessions to the immediate requirements of Spartacus, was a declaration of faith, included more for the party members than the masses. If anything, it contradicted the urgency of the Daily Blare in Rote Fawn. The most important evidence for the claim that the incitements in Rote Fawn were intended as situational analyses, albeit optimistic, rather than tactical directions for action, can be found in the official Spartacus program itself. The decision to found an independent party was not taken lightly, as we have seen. In spite of the failures at the USPD meeting and the Council Congress, Rosa Luxemburg in particular was still preoccupied with the need to remain inside an existing organization and so keep contact with the masses. In isolation, even doctrinal purity was no good. Isolation meant not merely an organizational vacuum, it meant leaving the real world of socialism for a void. Here, and here only, there is some justification for an analogy with social democracy as against Bolshevism. The idea of splitting and reforming without any apparent loss of contact with the masses was unknown and held to be selfish and absurd. But even then, the distinction from Bolshevism can be carried too far. Once in power, the Bolsheviks adopted the same, if not a more rigorous, attitude to splits, as being a descent into the darkest void. In the end, however, Rosa Luxemburg accepted the majority's decision to organize a separate party. Of the leadership, only Jagesches actually voted against it, and he the organizing expert. Only the delegates from Brunswick voted with him. Nevertheless, Clara Zetkin was persuaded by urgent letters from Rosa and Jagesches to remain in the USPD for the time being. There were still right-minded members to be stolen, and it was her job to steal them. Jagesches' doubts about the wisdom of the organizational break merely confirmed the doubts of no less a Leninist than Radek. Even at the party congress itself, I still did not feel that I was in the presence of a party. But by an overwhelming majority, a preliminary all-German conference of the Spartacusbund decided on December 29, 1918 to go ahead with the creation of a new party. The founding congress of the KPD followed on immediately in the reception hall of the Berlin City Council, from December 30, 1918 to January 1, 1919. The political situation was very tense. After the incidents with the People's Naval Division on December 24, groups of Spartacus members had again occupied Vorwärts and forced the production of issues sympathetic to their own cause. The independents had left the government a few days earlier and were now officially in opposition. The first groups of Freikorps, volunteer associations of soldiers and officers to combat the revolution, had been formed, and leaflets calling for the murder of the Spartacus leaders were already in circulation. There were persistent rumors that Karl Liebknecht had been killed, and on December 7 an attempt had in fact been made to kill him. It was in this atmosphere that the KPD was constituted. Reports were made by various members of the executive on the major questions of the day. The Congress laid down the conditions for further cooperation with both USPD and the revolutionary shop stewards. In theory, this still depended on their unqualified adhesion to Spartacus policy. A telegram of greetings and solidarity was sent to the Soviet government. When Radek spoke in the name of the Russian Party and officially welcomed the founding of the KPD on its behalf, there was a minor sensation. All the journalists reporting the Congress, which was held in public, rushed off to telephone the news that an illegal Russian representative had arrived, and what a representative. But sly and cautious Peake had temporarily had the doors locked. Then came the climax of the proceedings. Shortly after 2:30 on the last day of 1918, Rosa Luxemburg made a long speech on the subject of our program and the political situation. The bellyful of compromises, of submissions to the organizational exigencies of large parties, of loyalty to an old though ruinously betrayed idea, all this had finally come to an end. For the first time, Rosa Luxemburg was able to weave a German party directly into the very tissue of Marx and Engels, unadulterated by the glosses and dilutions of their patrician disciples. Her speech was full of references to the Communist Manifesto. In a famous passage, she referred to the introduction which Engels had written to the second edition of Marx's Class Struggle in France. Engels seemed there to deny the validity of armed struggle in modern times, Rosa had wrestled with Engels's interpretation of this before, and appeared to emphasize the primacy of legal action. Here Engels added a lengthy criticism of the delusion that in modern conditions of capitalism the proletariat could achieve anything by revolution in the streets. I think it is time, seeing that we are standing in the middle of a revolution, and for that matter in a street revolution with all that goes with it, to take issue with the conception which was the official one of German social democracy right up to the last, and which is entirely responsible for the events of August 4, 1914. I do not wish to imply that Engels, through his statements, bears the responsibility for the developments in Germany. I only say that what he produced was a classical text for the notions which flourish in German social democracy, or rather which have helped to kill it. And when the introduction says that with today's development of armies it would be madness to suppose that the working classes could deal satisfactorily with soldiers equipped with the latest arms, then it assumes that these soldiers are anyway, and will always be, a pillar of the ruling classes, an error which would be incomprehensible in the light of today's experiences for a man at the head of our movement. But we know under what actual circumstances the particular document was written. To the honor of our great masters, and particularly of Engels, who died much later, it must be emphasized that Engels wrote his introduction under the direct pressure of the socialist deputies in the Reichstag of the time. In order to deal with radical elements in the SPD Bebel and other comrades nagged Engels, who lived abroad and had to rely on their view of the situation to save the German working classes from going off the rails into anarchism. Engels did not live to see the results, the practical consequences of the use of his introduction. I am certain that if one knows the works of Marx and Engels, just as if one knows the living revolutionary spirit which breathes from all their work, one is bound to be convinced that Engels would have been the first to protest with all his power against the interpretation which led to total reliance on parliamentary means. He would have pulled back the coach with all the means at his disposal to prevent it slipping into the mud. It was an interesting argument because this introduction had in fact been used by Kautsky and the SPD leadership to justify their antagonism to mass action, and never more so than during the 1910 mass strike debates. 5 years after Rosa Luxemburg's death, Ryazanov, then head of the Marx-Engels-Lenin Institute in Moscow, published the original full text of Engels's introduction, and it was found that the SPD executive had actually left out those bits referring to the positive aspects of armed revolution, and had thereby tailored the sense to fit with their conception of what was tactically required. Rosa, like everyone else, had no idea that the original had been edited. Nonetheless, she found time in the middle of her revolution to reinterpret at least the sense of the document, because it remained a clear obstacle to the desired radicalization of policy. One of the aspects of the new party was that greater respect would be paid to the texts of the old masters. In this sense, the founding of the KPD was the Marxist Reformation, against the indulgences of Pope Kautsky. The Bolsheviks never admitted that such a thing was needed. Kautsky the renegade had turned away from truth. They were the worse historians for it. Rosa's speech was, oddly enough, one of the least propagandistic and most philosophical that she had ever made. Apart from the impatient rank and file at the Congress, here she was at last in a circle of people who had surmounted all the hurdles of the last few years, who really were devoted to the same ideals, to whom one could talk straight. This meant that there was no reason now to compromise with the real language of Marxism. We are at a moment when the social democratic or socialist program of the proletariat must be put on a totally new basis. Party comrades, we shall now take up the thread which Marx and Engels first spun 70 years ago with the Communist Manifesto. Consciously and in contradiction to the results of the last 70 years, together with the entire conception on which the Erfurt program was based, we liquidate all of this and with it the consequences that led directly to the World War. There is no longer a minimum and a maximum program. Socialism is both of these at the same time, and is itself the minimum that we have to achieve. But the spiritual echo of like-thinking friends led even Rosa to a degree of charismatic optimism at one moment. The hopes of Ebertscheidmann of controlling the proletariat with the help of brutalized soldiers have already been largely destroyed. Instead of her more usual, will fail. The proletariat has lost all its illusions that the government of Ebertscheidmann-Hasse is a socialist government. The government daily loses the support of great masses of the proletariat. Apart from the lower middle classes, there remain only bits, sad bits, of the proletariat to support them, and it is very doubtful how much longer any will continue to support them at all. Finally, Rosa Luxemburg again elevated the masses into the mainstream of the revolution. The battle for socialism can only be carried on by the masses, directly against capitalism, in every factory, by every proletarian against his particular employer. Socialism cannot be made and will not be made by order, not even by the best and most capable socialist government. It must be made by the masses, through every proletarian individual. Precisely there where the proletarians are chained to capital, the chain must be broken. That is socialism. Only in this way can socialism be created. And what is the form of the struggle for socialism? It is the strike. And that is why we have seen that the economic phase has now moved into the foreground in the second period of the revolution. Nothing shows more clearly that Rosa Luxemburg had retained her basic concept of revolution since 1906, and was far from adopting Bolshevik methods in Germany. But the less one forgets, the less one learns, and this doctrine of mass confrontation was central to her thought. The Congress murmured approval of the Marx formulations, of the commitment to the masses, of the rather arid and formal remarks about agriculture. The most important conception of the socialist economy is to remove the contradiction and the division between town and country. Industry cannot even be reorganized in a socialist direction without a live connection with an equally reorganized agriculture. The storms of applause came when Rosa attacked the SPD and USPD leaders personally. She pointed to the buildup of troops in the East, to the government's horse trading with the military leaders in Germany. The Congress had applauded Karl Liebknecht too when he said, "We only remained in the USPD to drive it forward, to keep it within reach of our whip, to steal its best elements. We may not have captured the leaders, but a good part of the masses." But in other matters, Rosa Luxemburg and her immediate friends did not find things so easy. The Congress turned down the executive's proposal to participate in the elections for the Constituent Assembly. On the first day, Rosa's appearance had been met with the enthusiasm befitting a distinguished revolutionary leader. But her speech in favor of participating in the election was met by weak applause. Paul Levi, who had presented the executive's resolution on the subject and supported it at length, had to face repeated dissent, while the floor speakers who fulminated against participation were greeted with great enthusiasm. Participation was finally lost in a vote of 62 against 23. Rosa mildly rebuked the delegates, with the memory of the Duma boycott in her mind. We understand and value the motives from which stems the opposition to the executive's point of view. Our pleasure is, however, not wholehearted. Comrades, you take your radicalism rather too easily. With all our stormy impatience, we must not lose the necessary seriousness and the need for reflection. The Russian example against the Constituent Assembly does not apply. When the Constituent Assembly was driven out, our Russian comrades already had a Trotsky-Lenin government. We still have Ebert Scheidman. Leo Jageshes, on the other hand, who alone had opposed the creation of a separate party on such very weak organizational foundations, now proposed to his colleagues that in view of the leadership's defeat on such a vital question of tactics, the whole KPD project in Congress should be abandoned, though he was soon persuaded to withdraw this suggestion. An SPD historian later underlined the essential contradiction of the Communist Party Congress. If the Communists considered that the immediate removal of the government was out of the question as a political aim, they should have avoided raising the hope among their followers with all the means at their disposal that the government could be overthrown. Under those circumstances, it was frivolous to drive the workers into the streets. Neither then nor later did her opponents understand the difference between a speech to party members and an appeal to the masses, which in Rosa Luxemburg's eyes were two fundamentally different things, and yet were both halves of the truth. When Radek challenged her about the extreme tone of her articles, far in excess of the real potential of Spartacus, she said, "When a healthy child is born, it struggles and yells and doesn't bleat." Strong language was a fatal habit in Polish and Russian politics. In spite of the pressure of events and the admitted infancy of the new party, it was a great occasion. If the new party was not the result of Rosa's ardent wish, here it was none the less. At least the like-minded now shared a communal yet exclusive organization. Now that the decision had been made to go it alone, Rosa had no regrets or doubts. She was more optimistic than at any time since 1914. The separation from the USPD had become absolutely inevitable for political reasons. She wrote to Clara Zetkin, Even if the people in it are still the same as they were at Gotha, the USPD's founding Congress, the situation has entirely changed. And she berated her absent and easily despairing friend for taking the negative vote against the executive over participation in the Constituent Assembly elections far too seriously. Our defeat was merely the triumph of a somewhat childish, half-baked, narrow-minded radicalism. In any case, that happened at the beginning of the conference. Later contact between us, the executive, and the delegates was established, an entirely different atmosphere, resonance, than at the start. Spartacusan are a fresh generation, free from the cretinous traditions of the good old party. We all decided unanimously not to make the matter into a cardinal question Kabinettsfrage, and not to take it too seriously. We have already speculated on the valedictory note in the program and its accompanying speech, and it would add drama if we could show some awareness in Rosa that these were the last weeks of her life. But, hindsight apart, the evidence suggests the contrary. Rosa was always conscious of the possibility of death in action, and repeatedly mentioned it to her friends, though not always without a touch of rhetoric. But this was a general, almost abstract preoccupation, not even heightened by the events at the end of 1918, except perhaps in the very last days. On December 25, Rosa wrote to Clara Zetkin that she had received urgent warning from official sources, that the assassins are looking for Karl and myself, and we shouldn't sleep at home. It finally got on my nerves, and I simply went back to Sedend. And on January 11th, perhaps the last actual letter from Rosa's pen. Right now the battle is raging through Berlin, a lot of our brave boys have fallen. Now I must close. There was of course plenty of very real danger, only Rosa was not fully conscious of it or simply ignored it. Perhaps she did not take Rote von literally. Little is known of how Rosa Luxemburg lived during these 2 months. The work of writing and editing Rote von, of drafting the program and appeal of Spartacus, would have been a full-time job under any circumstances. Rote von was her main worry. Will it come out, will it not come out? At last, here it is, technically not yet up to much, she wrote to Clara Zetkin on November 18th. She insisted on seeing every word that appeared. All the Spartacus leaders, but particularly Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg, were living 2 or 3 full-time lives at the same time. While Rosa was writing and editing, Karl Liebknecht was negotiating continually within and on behalf of Spartacus. There were long and regular meetings of the Spartacus executive. Both made continual appearances at public meetings. Apart from the large open gatherings, which took place several times a week, there were meetings in factories in various suburbs of Berlin. By the end of December, it was no longer possible for Rosa and Liebknecht to remain safely in their own apartments. At first Rosa lived for a few nights at a time in various hotels, calling at the flat only for mail and clothes. During and after the January risings they were billeted with different sympathizers and changed lodgings every night. Mathilde Jacob was her post office once more. Occasionally Rosa was able to walk anonymously among the crowds of Berlin, to obtain the feel of the revolution as an outsider as well as a participant. Radek describes a dinner with Liebknecht, Jagisches, and Paul Levi on the day after his arrival in Berlin. The owner of the tavern regarded Liebknecht with special affection, and gave him far more to eat than us. Afterwards we went for a walk. Great masses of people in the streets. Not pedestrians and strollers as usual, but swarms of people talking about politics, their faces full of interest and joy. We talked politics with one of the drivers in another cafe. Later that night Radek spoke at a meeting, and was challenged as a reactionary when he spoke of the hardships in Russia. Some worker had misunderstood my remarks about conditions of the battle. They could not imagine what a revolution was really like. I spent New Year's Eve with Liebknecht. In spite of his exhaustion, he was as happy as a child. During these hectic weeks Rosa made a sporadic effort to maintain her connections with at least a few of her closer friends. On November 18th she wrote to Adolphe Jeck expressing her sympathy on the death of his son, who had died in the last battles of October in eastern France. Even after the new year, Rosa found time to write to Martha Rosenbaum, with whom she had developed such a close friendship while in prison. Berlin, January 4, 1919. My dear, dear Martin, I am finally sending you, with 1,000 best wishes, the first number of Rote von. the effort for which has been keeping me at full stretch from morning to night all these days. I feel a desperate need to see you, to put my arms round you and to talk with you. Kurt Rosenfeld told me that you felt hurt through me. I felt as if a brick had dropped on my head. Have I not generated, through all the time of our friendship, sufficient confidence to make misunderstandings out of the question? I feel terribly hurt. Well, I will have to accept that too. We will have to talk, and no shadow must remain between me and my dear Marta with her golden heart. I tried to reach you on the telephone yesterday, but I was unable. Later, I did not have a free second. I will try to make it today. Meantime, I embrace you with all my old love and loyalty 1,000 times, and with the best regards to you and your husband, your Rosa L. She did not see Louise Kautsky or any of them again. There was no time and the world was too divided. But Rosa hoped that all would be well again later, during the inevitable ebb. Meantime, her universe was public meetings, the editorial staff of Rote Fawn, including faithful Mathilde Jacob and Fanny Jezierska, and the colleagues of the Spartacus executive. A narrow universe but warm, kept warm by the events outside. No doubt this was the way that Rosa had always wished to live, all her natural impatience and energy absorbed in the manifold activities of real, not theoretical, revolution, with a few intimates only. Rock-like though reserved as ever was Leo Jogish's, still her oldest, closest friend. The glimpses of him during these weeks are of the briefest, but there he was, his main preoccupation the support and protection of Rosa, to whose preeminence he at last almost subordinated his own strong personality. And perhaps his presence helped her to develop that extraordinary reserve of nervous energy. It was as though the forcible contraction of effort during the years in prison now catapulted her forward more fiercely than ever. Those who knew her in these weeks all spoke of her inexhaustible energy, of her disregard for tiredness and the constant headaches and nausea. What price would she have paid with her health if she had survived? The event that sparked off the January fighting began in a small way, like all the others since November 9th. The continuous large crowds on the move in Berlin, the demonstrations and uncontrolled mass meetings, the many minor and more serious incidents, finally caused the government to take action against the police president, Emil Eichhorn. Under his command, the police seemed to be turning into a revolutionary institution. The SPD was determined that this sensitive post should no longer be occupied by one of its independent opponents. The government put in Ernst, a right-wing social democrat, someone reliable. The last straw was Eichhorn's refusal to submit himself to the authority of the Prussian Ministry of the Interior. He claimed that he was responsible in the last resort only to the executive of the Workers' and Soldiers' Council. Vorwärts had been running a campaign against him since January 1st, hinting that he was a Russian agent since he had once worked for a Russian news agency. It was a handy and effective denunciation, even though it was entirely unfounded. There was no reason to suppose that this legitimate, if inadvisable dismissal would lead to more than the usual protests and demonstrations. On January 4th he was officially sacked, but refused to leave his office. On the evening of the same day, a routine meeting of the executive of the USPD organization of Greater Berlin reacted to the news with a unanimous resolution that the attack on Eichhorn must be repelled. But what to do or how far to go was not settled or even discussed at any length. For once, the USPD decided to put the potential of the masses to the test, before deciding on any course of action. But while the independents merely called for a protest demonstration on January 5th, Rote Fawn, in line with its usual practice, called for the strongest popular reaction. Spartacus could not afford to admit the need of a popular thermometer. A meeting of the KPD executive specifically rejected any attempt to take over the government. We can hold out for 2 weeks at the most. But a call was made for the usual arming of the workers and disarming of the troops. The demonstrations of the 5th turned out to be larger than anyone had expected. The revolutionary leaders, particularly the KPD, now saw complete justification for their policy. If such a turnout did not call for action, nothing ever would. It was reported, wrongly as it turned out, that the troops too were ready to join in. The great moment seemed unexpectedly to have struck, and the revolutionary groups bowed to it. A fatally loose organizational cooperation was worked out. On January 5th, the Berlin USPD leadership, the revolutionary shop stewards, and the executive of the KPD issued a joint proclamation, calling on the masses not to accept the attempt of the government to stifle the revolution with bayonets. With the attack on the Berlin police authorities, the entire German proletariat, the entire German revolution is at stake. A similar call for further demonstrations was made on the 6th. By this time, the Vorwärts offices had been occupied once more by demonstrators, and a revolutionary issue appeared on the 6th under the anonymous sponsorship of the Revolutionary Workers of Greater Berlin, specifically calling for the removal of the traitors Ebert and Scheidmann, seizure of power by the council, and arming of the masses. Almost simultaneously, that same Workers' and Soldiers' Council, the object of the revolutionaries' affection, announced to the population its own confirmation of Eichhorn's dismissal and thus removed the last ground of legitimate complaint. The first fruits of the cooperation of the three revolutionary groups was the formation of a revolutionary executive of 33 members. This in turn created a directorate of 3, Liebknecht, Ledebour, and Scholz, representing the KPD, the Independents, and the revolutionary shop stewards respectively. Much doubt exists as to the exact purpose of this executive, whether it was merely to direct the movement, as its participants later claimed, or whether it was to take over the government once the existing incumbents had been removed. This was the classic unmade revolution as propounded by the German left. Let the events dictate the institutions. Mass pressure on institutions could make them infinitely flexible. The concept may have been peculiarly Rosa Luxemburg's, but for the moment it was accepted even by her personal opponents in the USPD. The exact motives of each group and the precise connection of events have never been entirely clarified. At the meeting of January 5, consisting of delegates from all three groups, the decision to overturn the government had been approved against the opposition of a strong minority from among the revolutionary shop stewards, precisely the group that had been most active in bringing their organized workers out on the streets. Nor had the executive of the KPD by any means committed itself to the removal of the government. Indeed, most of the evidence shows that the representatives of the KPD in the joint meetings, Liebknecht and Pieck, agreed to the sharp resolutions and maximum demands against the specific instructions of their party. Apparently, the news of the occupation of Vorwärts and other newspaper offices reached the revolutionary executive after it had made its non-decisions about the future, and caused considerable surprise. This in turn gave rise to a general wave of euphoria. The Volksmarine Division, the People's Naval Division, whose continued existence had been assured by popular support during its conflict with the government at the end of December, now refused to come in on the side of the insurgents. They remained neutral, their leaders making themselves conspicuous by their absence when attempts were made by revolutionary emissaries to enlist their aid. Thus, the insurgents lost the services of the only body of armed revolutionary troops. Already by the afternoon of the 6th, the revolutionary executive was in some doubt as to its ability to control events, and began to support the initiative of the official USPD leadership for negotiation with the government. It was clear probably by the evening of the 6th, certainly by the morning of the 7th, that there was no chance of overturning the government, and troops were known to be moving steadily into Berlin. But having been carried along like everyone else on the wave of events, the Communists saw negotiations at this stage as a complete betrayal, the old SPD executive tactic of 1910. Rosa Luxemburg wrote of the complete neglect of the most elementary rules of revolutionary action. Instead of occupying the real positions of power, only a few newspapers and news agencies had been captured. For this, however, she blamed the leadership, not the masses. In any case, when one is in the middle of the sharpest struggle against the government of Ebert Scheidmann, one does not at the same time start negotiations with the government. Such negotiations can only lead to one of two results, either to a compromise or, far more probably, to a dragging out of the situation, which will be used by Ebert's men for the most brutal measures of repression. The masses are ready to support any revolutionary action, to go through fire and water for socialism. But they need clear guidance and ruthless, determined leadership. Germany has always been the classic country of organization, and still more of the fanatic organization mentality, but the organization of revolutionary actions can and must be learnt in revolution itself, as one can only learn swimming in the water. The lesson of the last 3 days calls loudly to the leaders of the workers. Do not talk, do not discuss endlessly, do not negotiate, act. Almost quixotically, Rosa Luxemburg and the KPD were springing to the defense of a revolutionary effort which they had not initiated, whose aim they could not support, but which equally must not be allowed to fail. The lesson was clear, and it was the old lesson of 1907 to 10. You cannot manipulate the crowds into revolutionary action and then manipulate them out again. For that reason, she and her colleagues had initially opposed the insurrection designed to remove the government. But once the masses were out on the streets, you could not negotiate over their heads, even though the result might be a bloody defeat. The same lesson was repeated more emphatically in her other articles. All turned on this question of commitment to the masses, irrespective of tactical results. The emphasis is continually on the leaders and their failures. Nor was this unjustified. The revolutionary leadership was able neither to drive the movement forward nor to negotiate wholeheartedly to bring it to a rapid end. Thus the government was able to mount its counteraction undisturbed, to turn stalemate or disengagement into victory. Radek had all along been firmly against the whole thing, and especially against communist participation. He now advised complete about-turn and withdrawal. The KPD must propose formally to the revolutionary shop stewards that fighting must cease. If necessary, the armed workers must give up their arms. At the same time, a manifesto was to be issued justifying the retreat and calling for new elections to the workers' and soldiers' councils. This was the Leninist tactic of liquidating mistakes brutally and quickly. The proposal was supported in principle by the KPD executive. How to make it effective? Next day, the 10th, the KPD Central Committee claimed that it wrote to the revolutionary executive withdrawing its 2 representatives, even in their consultative capacity, since the clarity and strength of the revolutionary movement demands an immediate revision of our relationship with the revolutionary shop stewards. We are always available for an exchange of views, and will fight shoulder to shoulder, if a really thorough revolutionary action is envisaged. The letter, signed by Pieck himself to give the appearance of solidarity, did Liebknecht refuse to sign? Could not be delivered by hand as intended owing to the practical disintegration of the revolutionary executive. It was printed instead in rote font on January 13, 1919. Thus it had no practical value, and perhaps was never intended to have. The editorial comment accompanying it in rote font suggested that it was part of the clarity process by which the KPD executive dissociated itself from the vacillating leadership of the revolt. Was the letter ever sent or meant to be? We do not really know. Little is known of the details of the internal discussions. In any case, a tradition later grew up in leading communist circles according to which the KPD delegates to the revolutionary executive, Liebknecht and Pieck, acted against the instructions of their party executive, and the KPD leaders tried unsuccessfully to end the participation of their representatives in the disastrous venture. Pieck in his memoirs glided over his own part by painting a picture full of objective difficulties. The executive of the KPD could not be kept informed about these decisions, nor was it possible to inform them of what was decided by the revolutionary executive. Only at a later meeting of the KPD executive it appeared that they were in agreement with the struggle against the government's measures, but not with the aims of the enterprise, the fight for government power. Out of this arose considerable differences of opinion with regard to the activities of Liebknecht and myself among the revolutionary shop stewards during the enterprise. The cause of this was the lack of decision and lack of clarity on the part of the USPD and the revolutionary shop stewards, as a result of which the USPD leadership began negotiations with the Social Democrats and naturally had not the least interest thereafter in intensifying the common effort. The KPD executive none the less supported the action with all its strength, and enormous masses followed its appeal for demonstrations. A later historian put it more bluntly. On January 10th, the Spartacusbund tried again to end its connection with the shop stewards. Again it forbade the participation of Liebknecht, but without effect. The KPD leadership disapproved both of the putsch mentality of the revolutionary executive and of the tentative negotiations attempted both by the USPD and a section of the revolutionary shop stewards. What it advocated instead, however, is not clear. According to Rosie Wolfstein, the rapporteurs of the KPD founding Congress, who was not in Berlin during the January events, Rosa taxed Liebknecht with the following reproach when he returned to the party offices after one meeting of the revolutionary executive. "But Karl, how could you, and what about our program?" Rote font certainly did not reflect Radek's advice to write off the action as ill-advised and premature, and to withdraw from it in as good order as possible. Instead, The mass action was reported as a victory. Only the negotiations were clearly labeled as a betrayal and capitulation of the revolutionary workers. The Communist Party naturally does not participate in this shameful policy and refuses any responsibility for it. We continue to regard it as our duty to drive the revolution forward and to warn the masses with the sharpest criticism of the dangers of the shop steward's policy of hesitation and the bog-get-down policy of the independents. The constant hammering on clarity, at a time when the mass action had failed and the city was being occupied by troops bent on revenge and repression, contained more pathos and courage than good sense. To analyze the situation on January 13th as though profound historical insights were being opened up by current events, as though history itself was now writing the indictment of the independent leaders as the working class's false friends, can hardly have contributed much to keeping up the spirits of defeated workers. Emphasis on the perspective of history at a moment of defeat is typically the consolation of an intellectual elite. But leaders who sincerely believed that the long-term prospect could carry any amount of present failure could naturally resort to this kind of analysis on the grounds that it could actually contribute to greater success next time. The implication was clear. It was the cooperation with the shop stewards and the independents, both indecisive elements, which had brought about the failure of the present action. Next time, the masses must follow the lead of the only organization able to recognize reality beneath all the fictions and pretenses, the KPD. What of the glaring contradiction between the desire of the communists to disengage and the public castigation of the revolutionary leadership for negotiating? Negotiations of this sort were a betrayal of the masses, and deliberately both Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht in their last articles preferred once again to commit Spartacus in public to the action of the masses, however disastrous. In future, it would be possible to show that Spartacus, which had not wanted or called for the overthrow of the government, had still supported the people, while the other leaders, who had first set themselves and the masses impossible goals, soon betrayed their followers once it was politic or necessary to do so. There was no time to develop this idea. By the evening of January 15th, both Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg were dead. But already the outline of the future apologia was clear. As for the differences within the communist leadership, these could await serious self-criticism as soon as the situation was calmer. The attempt to negotiate had anyhow not succeeded. On January 11th, the government insisted on acceptance of all its conditions. Otherwise, their counterattack would begin with an assault on the captured Vorwärts building. Although by this time mass support for the whole action had ebbed considerably, the government troops under Noske formally paraded into central Berlin from the suburbs on January 13th and took the Vorwärts building by storm. On January 12th, the senior military leaders had informed the government that they did not wish to have further negotiations with Spartacus under any circumstances. This might make their own troops unreliable. This was pure military propaganda, since Spartacus itself deliberately refused to participate in any of the negotiations. In fact, it was the only group to do so. It is to be noted that the name Spartacus had now become the invariable synonym for all insurgents, used by the government, SPD, and military alike. Delegates sent to negotiate with the government, who consisted largely of revolutionary shop stewards and independents, were invariably referred to as Spartakists. At the same time, the government's determination to impose its will in exemplary fashion on the left was not matched by similar toughness towards the army. Whatever the truth of the story of Ebert's sellout to the military as early as November, by the beginning of January the government had placed itself formally in the hands of the armed services. Kautsky wrote, "From a purely military point of view, the government could permit itself to refuse more or less outright any further negotiations. It may truly emerge victorious from this battle and indeed have gained in strength, but only by ceding larger powers to the middle class and military factors, with whose help it was able to triumph. And indeed victory in the January fighting made the government undertake a wholesale offensive against even the relatively harmless workers' and soldiers' councils as undesirable revolutionary institutions, still under the guise of dealing with Spartacus, of securing law and order. In the eyes of the public, the blame for the revolt appeared to lie largely with Spartacus. The revolutionary shop stewards, who had never had either the talent or the means for propaganda, remained largely anonymous and now went underground in their factories. Ledebour had already been arrested on the night of 10 to 11 January, and the USPD leadership fell into the hands of less committed right-wing leaders. Spartacus as a group was easily the most exposed. Middle-class organizations and Freikorps leaders encouraged the belief that if the communist leaders could be dealt with personally, the end of all these troubles would be in sight. This notion, which led to the production of handbills calling for the killing of Liebknecht, was never discouraged by the SPD. Such personal attainders had been appearing since November, but now reached a crescendo. On January 13th, a poem appeared in Vorwärts under the name of Arthur Zickler, a regular contributor, which roundly accused the Spartakus leaders of cowardice by skulking in their hiding places while honest workers were being killed. Many hundred corpses in a row, proletarians, Karl, Rosa, Radek and company, not one of them is there, proletarians. The atmosphere in Berlin at this time can therefore be imagined. Both Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht, the best-known figures of Spartakus, were particularly exposed. At least unofficially there was a substantial price on their heads, offered by right-wing private enterprise, and Scheidman may well have known of this and encouraged it. Both were now on the run, moving from flat to flat every night. Whatever their differences over the tactics of the revolt, their situations were identical, for in the eyes of the world they were Spartakus, two halves of a hermaphrodite whole. The offices of the KPD were occupied and ransacked by the military. Even then, it took persuasion and the arrest of 3 leading colleagues to convince Rosa and Karl to take better measures for their own safety. They still insisted on continuing the editing of Rote Fahne. On the 12th and 13th, they stayed in the working-class district of Nettl. Apparently the comings and goings in connection with Rote Fahne made this hiding place too conspicuous, and on the 14th they moved to a middle-class district in Wilmersdorf. It was from there that Rosa Luxemburg wrote her last article, Order Reigns in Berlin, and Karl Liebknecht in spite of all. Order Reigns in Berlin was a bitter attack on the rule of bourgeois order, with all its brutalities and repression. But even in the middle of the battle, amid the triumphant screams of the counter-revolution, the revolutionary proletariat must make its reckoning with recent events and measure these and their results on the scale of history. Revolution has no time to lose, it marches on, over the graves, not yet filled in, over victories and defeats, towards its great tasks. To follow its direction in full consciousness is the first task of the soldiers for international socialism. Could a final victory of the revolutionary proletariat and the removal of Ebert Scheidman have been expected? Rosa asked. Could a revolutionary dictatorship have been established? No, if the degree of ripeness of the German proletariat is taken into account. The permanent victory in this context was not yet possible. Not that the revolt was pointless or unnecessary, for it was the provocation of the government that had brought it about. It was a matter of honor for the revolution to ward off this attack with all its energy, if the counter-revolution was not to be encouraged to further efforts. It is an inner law of revolution not to stand still on its achievements. Attack is the best form of defense. The revolutions so far have brought us nothing but defeat, but these inevitable defeats are themselves one stepping stone on top of another to the final victory. But the leadership has failed. Nonetheless, the leadership can and must be rebuilt by the masses out of the masses. The masses are crucial. They are the rock on which the final victory of revolution will be built. The masses were up to the mark. They have forged this defeat into the chain of those historical battles which are themselves the strength and pride of international socialism. And that is why a future victory will blossom from this defeat. Order rules in Berlin. You stupid lackeys. Your order is built on sand. Tomorrow the revolution will rear ahead once more and announce to your horror amid the brass of trumpets. I was, I am, I always will be. The next day Karl Liebknecht added his own valediction. Hold hard. We have not fled. We are not beaten. For Spartakus, that means fire and spirit, heart and soul, will and deed of the proletarian revolution. For Spartakus, that stands for all the longing for achievement, all the embattled resolution of the class-conscious proletariat. Whether or not we shall survive when all is achieved, our program will live. It will dominate the world of liberated peoples. In spite of all, the farewell was intended to be temporary, actors whose play had come to the end of the run, whose backers had withdrawn. But in fact the two leaders were saying goodbye to life itself. On January 15th a section of troops arrested Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg towards 9 o'clock in the evening. No one knows how their hiding place was discovered, but it may well be that the presence of these two strange guests in this respectable middle-class block of flats caused some other tenants to notify the military or one of the anti-revolutionary defense organizations. Peake was present by accident. On the instruction of the communist executive, he had brought them false papers and the latest information from party headquarters. Her sunken cheeks and the dark rings under her eyes from so many sleepless nights were evidence of her physical exhaustion, but her strength of will remained unimpaired. When the soldiers came, she was resting. She now suffered constantly from headaches. She packed a small case and took some books. A further spell in jail was inevitable. An attempt to give false names was of no avail. The soldiers knew well with whom they were dealing. Karl Liebknecht was taken away first, then Rosa Luxemburg and Peake followed in another car which drove to the Eden Hotel, the temporary headquarters of one of the paramilitary divisions in the center of Berlin. Their arrival had been notified in advance, for Rosa Luxemburg was greeted with sarcastic taunts and much abuse. She was taken to the first floor of the hotel, where a Captain Pabst went through a formal interrogation. It was already late at night. It has never been entirely clear how premeditated the subsequent murders were, and how many people knew of them before and immediately afterwards. Pabst himself, who survived all the subsequent events in Germany with profit though without much honor, stated in 1962 that in practice the authority of the state was in the hands of the Freikorps, but they had the full support of Noske, then a member of the government and People's Commissar in charge of military affairs. Possibly Rosa's stinging replies helped to enrage the officers still further. According to investigations carried out shortly afterwards by Jagisches and published in Rote Fahne during February, the whole plot was worked out in advance. As soon as it was known to the leaders of this particular division that Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht had been apprehended and would be brought in to their headquarters. The obvious participants were later brought to trial before a military court in which the soldier Runge was sentenced to 2 years and 2 weeks imprisonment, while Lieutenant Vogel got 4 months. The other accused were acquitted. Reference to these events, particularly as far as knowledge and approval of them were concerned, was made in a number of libel actions 10 years later. There is little point in going through the mountains of conflicting evidence, but within certain limits the course of events is moderately clear. The government certainly did not issue express orders for the murder of any of the Spartakus leaders. At the same time, Noske did nothing to restrain his bloodthirsty auxiliaries. The Freikorps members, at the time and later, felt they could rely on Noske's support in any subsequent proceedings, should these arise. In addition, a number of precedents for unpunished summary action had already been set. The negotiators on behalf of the group that had occupied the Vorwärts building were shot down on January 11th while carrying their flag of truce, and some of the other occupants were severely beaten up. No proceedings were ever taken or envisaged against those responsible. The maltreatment of individual revolutionaries had by then become a common occurrence. Nonetheless, the officers of the Gardkavallerie-Schützen division, of which Pabst was first staff captain, knew that the murder of these two well-known Spartakus leaders was an event of greater importance than any shooting of hostages in the course of street fighting. Probably when the news was telephoned through that the two leaders had been captured, the problem was discussed, and it was decided to deal with them summarily. Soldier Runge, who later felt that he had been shabbily treated by his superiors and unloaded his own version in the newspapers, was persuaded or bribed or ordered, or all three, to stand by the side door of the Eden Hotel and to hit the emerging Spartakus leaders over the head with his rifle butt. For the sake of appearances, the official instructions were to take Liebknecht and Luxemburg to the civil prison at Mobit, where all the other leaders of the revolt so far captured had been taken. Peake, waiting in the passage outside the interrogation room, heard the officers say to each other that not one of the three would leave the hotel alive. Karl Liebknecht was led out first before the curious and unsympathetic eyes of the soldiers and a few hotel guests. So this was what the legendary Spartacist looked like. As he emerged from a side door into a deserted street, nothing indicates premeditation more than this complete absence of passers-by. Runge carried out his instructions and hit him hard over the head with his rifle butt. Liebknecht was then half dragged, half hustled into a waiting car, which went off in the opposite direction to that of the prison. In the Tiergarten he was made to get out of the car and was shot within a few yards. The fatal shot was actually fired by Captain von Pflughartung. The body was delivered to a local mortuary as that of an unknown man found by the roadside. On return to the Eden Hotel, this section reported to their chief that Liebknecht had been shot while trying to escape. Shortly afterwards, it was Rosa Luxemburg's turn. Already in the lobby of the hotel, some of the soldiers had been exercising their muscles on her. Peake heard one of the maids say, "I shall never forget how they knocked the poor woman down and dragged her around." The transport of Rosa Luxemburg was in charge of a Lieutenant Vogel. Runge punctiliously performed again and, half dead, she was dragged into another waiting car. There the messy proceedings were quickly brought to an end inside the car by a shot in the head from the officer in charge. The car stopped at a bridge over the Landwehr Canal and the body was thrown over into the murky waters, where it remained until May 31st. Here the story was that an angry mob had stopped the car and carried Rosa Luxemburg off to an unknown destination. The soldiers were unanimously sorry. They had nothing definite to report about her fate. Although the communist leaders knew that the report that Liebknecht had been shot while attempting to escape was a lie, they had no facts as yet to set against the story of his death and Rosa Luxemburg's disappearance. Since Rote Von was out of action for the moment, it fell to the Independence Freiheit on January 17th to challenge the official government announcement regarding the two deaths. This was of course based on the agreed version of the murderers. However, long before her body was found, the real facts began to emerge and were published in Rote Von. Certainly by April the government knew the facts if not the motives, but still refused publicly to amend the statement of January 16th. For a time a Barbarossa-type myth about Rosa Luxemburg was in circulation, that she had gone underground to direct operations and would emerge once more in due course. However, Rote Von made it its business to scotch this false hope. There was a widespread feeling of horror, even in SPD circles. When Rote Von began its disclosures, Vorwärts wrote on February 13th that the full force of the law must be invoked against the murderers. Representatives of the Berlin Workers' and Soldiers' Council for a time sat in on the judicial proceedings against the murderers. But no prosecution could be made to stick. Demands for a civil as opposed to a military court to try the murderers were refused by the government on the grounds that this would interfere with the process of justice already in motion. The old socialist conviction about the class justice, handed out by the imperial courts, had withered away into a more anemic respect now that 6 socialist ministers were the Reich government. Besides, the regiment claimed jurisdiction. The allegations referred to acts committed on duty. The minimal sentences actually handed out were based on the derisory charge against Lieutenant Vogel of failing to report a corpse and illegally disposing of it, and against Runge of attempted manslaughter. The latter maintained that he had indeed hit Rosa Luxemburg. Unexpectedly, there were witnesses, but not enough to inflict serious injury. Vogel's role did not emerge at all. The military court did make an attempt to penetrate the regimental solidarity of the murderers, don't knows, but to little avail. Even then, Vogel was hurried away by his friends with false papers after a very short period of arrest and waited abroad for the inevitable amnesty. By the end of February, Jorns, the investigating magistrate, had succeeded in maneuvering the representatives of the Workers' and Soldiers' Council into a state of impotence. By the time the trial itself took place, they renounced their participation, and there was no one except Rote Von to ask awkward questions. Besides, other trials were waiting. There were fresher murders to tickle the public palate. Eisner assassinated in Munich in February, Hasse shot at the end of 1919. Hardly a year passed without at least one sensational political murder. The death of Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht very soon lost its flavor of tragic immediacy. This attempt to stifle the real story of the murders, with all its political implications, should not merely be seen as an attempt of a small if powerful and obstinate clique operating behind the scenes. The January fighting represented a high water mark of the revolutionary tide in Germany. Afterwards there was a strong reaction against disorder, which found expression in widespread if tacit support for the government. The waivers came down on the side of law and order, that very order which Rosa had pilloried in her last article. In reporting the death of the Spartacist leaders, the bourgeois press did not even attempt to mumble the usual hypocritical phrases. Totally incomprehensible in life and actions to the vast majority of middle-class Germans, the death of the Spartacist leaders seemed no more than the inevitable consequence of their madness. Taglish Runshaw wrote that the deaths of Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht were the proper expiation for the bloodbath which they unleashed. The results of her own action killed the woman from Galicia sick. The day of judgment on Luxemburg and Liebknecht is over. Germany has peace. It can breathe again. And the Deutsche Tageszeitung on January 16 took the line that newspapers always did when reporting murder trials. The fate of Spartacists was that of criminals pure and simple, who without any self-restraint had long lost all power to distinguish between good and evil. With the reassertion of such opinions under the aegis of the socialist government, no enthusiasm for punishing what were considered to be society's executioners could have been expected. Though the issue was settled in the capital, Spartacists, at least in the eyes of their beholders, were still flickering wanly in the north and in Munich. There was little point in public sympathy for those who, though dead, were still kicking fitfully. The news of the murder naturally did evoke sympathy and immediate outrage against the government from the articulate sections of the working population. Telegrams of protest came in from the Soviet Union and many other countries. The executive of the Communist Party, now underground, issued an appeal on January 17 written by Leo Jagesches, in which they asked their supporters to avoid terroristic attempts at revenge against the leaders of the treacherous government. The moment for the final battle has not yet come, and we warn you against rash attempts. The independent leaders also issued an appeal, calling for a protest strike and warning their supporters that what the government was doing to the Spartacists today, it would do to all workers tomorrow. A meeting on the same day of the plenum of the Berlin Workers' and Soldiers' Council expressed their deep disgust for the murders and protested against the government's excessive use of terror following their successful defeat of Spartacus. But the workers were exhausted. The strike was feebly supported. After the defeat of January, a new chapter in the relationship between Spartacus and the rest of society had begun. For with these murders, the abyss which the communists had pictured in theory had become real and, unmistakably, it was the abyss of the grave. Above the arguments about revolutionary theory and tactic towered the inescapable responsibility for the murder of the two great leaders, condoned if not actually encouraged by the SPD leadership. Among Rosa's few close friends there was an irreparable sense of loss and tragedy. Outwardly tough, as befitted a veteran revolutionary, Leo Jagesches sent Lenin a laconic telegram on January 17. Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht have carried out their ultimate revolutionary duty. Clara Zetkin in Stuttgart wrote a letter on January 18 to Mathilde Jacob. She had read of Rosa's arrest in the papers on the 16th, of Rosa's probable death on the morning of the 17th. This good-hearted, loyal woman could hardly find words to express her sense of personal and political loss when the brightest star on the socialist horizon was extinguished. Franz Mehring was in a sanatorium on the outskirts of Berlin, old and very weak. His friends hardly dared to bring him the news. Finally, one of his and Rosa's mutual friends was charged with the terrible task. You can imagine how he reacted to the terrible news. The old man did not want to believe that such a thing was possible. He wandered up and down his room for hours, until his old body sank exhausted into a chair. But then he immediately got up again and continued his restless pacing. His eyes were dry but his face marked with scorn and hatred. "No government has ever sunk lower," he kept murmuring. His wife was ill herself and could not help him. A few days later Mehring contracted pneumonia and had not the strength to survive it. He died on January 29, 1919, in large part the victim of the death of his friends. Jagesches was less demonstrative, but he more than anyone must have felt the whole point of his existence crumbling. As much as was possible for such a highly political person, he had lived these last weeks mainly to keep Rosa going. There was no longer a trace of discord between them. He himself had been arrested on January 14, but had managed to escape without being identified. Karl Radek saw him late in the evening of the 16th when he appeared at the secret flat looking 10 years older. Feverishly he began to speak of the past, of our old quarrels. Now that Rosa is no longer with us, we must reassemble all our old friends. He was waiting more anxiously than ever for the return of Marchluski from Russia, which had been requested in December by Rosa Luxemburg and the KPD executive to help them in their work. The two men met again next day. Radek asked him whether he had not thought of leaving for the south in safety, but Jagesches answered with a smile, "Somebody has to stay, at least to write all our epitaphs." Jogashes and Clara Zetkin went to work on Rosa's papers, or such as were left after the soldiers had finished their searches in Rosa's flat in Sedend. Though Jogashes now took over the leadership of Spartacus, his heart was in the past. He was above all concerned with the identification and punishment of the murderers and the saving of as much of Rosa's writing as possible. "Now that she has gone, we must all stick more closely together," he told Clara Zetkin. They discussed the future almost exclusively in the context of the past. Much of this stuff could be thrown away since Rosa changed her mind on all that. He is reported to have added his mind on her certain immortality. Jogashes himself had not long to live. His own safety hardly mattered to him any longer. On March 10th he was arrested and this time identified at once. At police headquarters in the Alexanderplatz, one of the detectives in charge was an ex-Sergeant Major Tamschik, a notorious bully who had once been the terror of his recruits. He knew Jogashes as one of the leaders of Spartacus and shot him in cold blood at the first opportunity. No attempt to punish him was ever made. Peake himself managed to escape after a few days. He was carrying false papers when arrested together with Liebknecht and Rosa, and was apparently not identified. Indeed, he was hardly known. There was never any suggestion that he was in any way concerned with the arrest of the two leaders, but Pabst stated later that he was released because he had supplied information about other Spartacus personalities, which facilitated their arrest. Pabst's own statements are confusing and contradictory. However, there were sufficient grounds for suspicion to enable Thalmann, later the leader of the KPD, to bring charges against Peake in retaliation for participating in an unsuccessful attempt to wrest the KPD leadership from him in 1928. A party court of honor was constituted in 1929 under the chairmanship of Kiepenberger, who was in charge of the communist military apparatus and a member of the Reichstag. The findings were not disclosed and no further action was taken at the time. Kiepenberger later fell out with Ulbricht in exile in Paris and was among the first of many German communists to be quietly executed in Russia in 1936. On January 25, 1932 comrades killed in the January fighting were buried with Karl Liebknecht. An empty coffin was placed at his side. Only on May 31 was the body of Rosa Luxemburg washed up unexpectedly at one of the locks of the canal, and was taken to its last resting place on June 13. The government feared large-scale demonstrations, and Noski ordered the body to be kept at a local army camp pending burial. Although the train of mourners was large, the demonstration was silent and orderly. The funeral was at the Friedrichsfeld Cemetery, which in time became a common shrine for all prominent communist leaders. On June 13, 1926, a memorial was unveiled to commemorate their last resting place. Rosa Luxemburg, Karl Liebknecht, Franz Mehring, Leo Jogashes, and Julian Marchluski, who had died in 1925 in an Italian sanatorium, a respected senior Bolshevik official. The cemetery was razed to the ground under the Nazis and rebuilt after the war by the East German government. Party members make organized annual pilgrimages at which they see much of Ulbricht and less of the shrine. Both Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht had considered death in action to be the highest honor for a social democrat. For Rosa, it was a fitting end which helped to preserve her from Stalin's special form of Bolshevik dishonor. There was something larger than life about her ideas and the rigid prescription she had set herself in a life devoted to revolutionary politics, yet always combined with a deep respect for human values and culture. She died in the firm belief that her cause would win in the end, that she could advance it by dying as much as by living. At the time of her death, she recognized a temporary defeat in Germany, but in the context of great advances there and in Russia. A truly Marxist party had been created under her auspices in Germany and, as far as she could, she had set guiding lines for its future development. Her eyes closed on a German revolution at last beginning to come into its own as the centerpiece of the international revolution in which she so fervently believed. Her presence in Germany for so many years, in a milieu basically antipathetic to her, seemed fully justified. Although she recognized the success of the Bolsheviks in Russia, she was not willing to accept their direction of the international movement or to subordinate her party to the Bolsheviks. In the last 2 months she treated Lenin as a friend and an equal, no more. A hasty letter she wrote him in Russian on December 20, 1918 shows the respect of an equal but no deference. Eberlein carried it in his pocket.
Dear Vladimir,
I am profiting from Uncle's journey to send you all hearty greetings from the family, from Karl, Franz Mehring, and the others. May God grant that the coming year will fulfill all our wishes. All the best. Uncle will report about our life and doings. Meantime, I press your hand. With best regards, Rosa. When the preparations for founding a new international were made in Moscow at the end of December 1918, she instructed the German delegates to vote against the creation of a new international at this time and in present circumstances. She considered it premature with only one socialist party, the Bolsheviks, precariously on top in one country, and was afraid that, if formed, the new international would be entirely under Russian domination, as indeed it was. After her death, German communist policy, in fact the whole party, was suspended in a vacuum for a time. The January Rising in Berlin was followed by successful local insurrections in Bremen and Munich, while attempts were made in other cities. The government was able to deal with all these in turn. Only in Munich had the forces of the Bavarian countryside to be thrown against the revolutionary capital, and here too the communists took over a hopeless situation which they had originally opposed, and suffered the consequences. Eugen Levine, who should have gone to Russia with Eberlein, was sent to Munich instead, and executed in June 1919. The leadership in Germany went underground. Only in February was Rot von able to appear again. Its first concern was to identify the perpetrators of the murder. For a time, communist political activity was confined to the periphery. Marchluski worked in the Ruhr, and Clara Zetkin in Württemberg. After the death of Leo Jogashes, the leadership of the party passed to Paul Levi, and his main task for the next 12 months was the creation of an organization and the regrouping of communist forces. Levi, at any rate, had learnt his lesson in January. When the activists made another attempt in March 1920 to raise the banner of revolt, this time with more careful planning and better organization, but less popular support, he opposed them bitterly and eventually threw the weight of Rosa Luxemburg's words against them by publishing her pamphlet on the Russian Revolution and hinting at the disputes within the communist leadership in January. Another in the series of dramatic exits from the KPD took place. Both Levi and the Central Committee claimed the authority of Rosa Luxemburg for their point of view, and fired suitable quotations from her writings at each other. This too was to become a habit of left-wing politics for the next 10 years. Communist leaders in Russia and elsewhere were well aware that German revolutionary socialism had lost its outstanding leaders. In Leningrad and Moscow meetings were held at which the Bolshevik leadership paid tribute to their German comrades. Inevitably, this blow in Germany was bound to set back the hopes of international revolution. But for the Russians the event had its useful side, for with Rosa Luxemburg and Leo Jogashes there disappeared two determined opponents of Bolshevik control of international socialism. Henceforth the Russians were the more easily able to impose their will on the German party, and after the adhesion of the larger part of the USPD to the KPD in the summer of 1920, a real mass base was at last available to the communists. In spite of all the sects and personalities which were thrown off the main body of the party like sparks from a Catherine wheel for the next 12 years, as the Russians tightened their grip and oscillated the orientation of German communism to suit their present needs, the KPD never again lost its organizational hold on at least a part of the masses. What would have happened if Rosa had remained alive? There was no doubt that the January fighting had ended the revolutionary phase of German post-war development which nothing could have revived for the time being. The government used its victory to impose its will and weight on all the revolutionary institutions in Germany, and in its shadow the army stood waiting, swollen with the support of the Freikorps, enthusiastic volunteers against the revolution. Now both lunged forward into the power vacuum. Rosa Luxemburg's sarcastic prediction that the bourgeoisie would soon rid itself of its social democrat agents and assume power on its own account nearly came true in the Kapp Putsch of March 1920. Only the unexpected general strike called by the right-wing trade union leaders she had always so heartily despised actually prevented the success of the military mutineers. All this was inevitable after January. The fascinating question obviously is how a communist leadership under Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht would have utilized the mass strength which came through the adhesion to the USPD. The terms for the merger were in fact dictated from Moscow, and probably would have been similar if Rosa had written them. Rosa Luxemburg always dreamed of this particular eventuality, pushing aside the independent leaders and taking over their supporters. With such a mass base, she would have been better able to resist Zinovьev's takeover on behalf of the Third International and the Russian Party, But whether she could have revitalized the engine of revolution within Germany is another question. No doubt she would have resisted the further communist attempts to seize power in March 1920 and in 1923, both carefully engineered and prepared, and hopelessly unsuccessful. But this is as far as we can go. Why should she have been able to stand out successfully against Stalinization when no one else could? Or would she have left with Paul Levi if the March 1920 action had been imposed in the face of her opposition? What of the long run? SPD or KPD, Nazi concentration camp or emigration, and if so, west or east? In 1933, the world of Stalin would have been grotesquely unfamiliar to a woman of 63, and for this woman, dangerous. Would it have been Harvard, a special professorship, a thick black book of apologia, with all the aseptic admiration of young, neutrally academic professionals in their discreet bow ties? Or perhaps sociology, that refuge of clever European Marxists? Or suicide, the last resort, with Marta Rosenbaum and so many others whose hearts were broken? We cannot tell, for Rosa had something in common with them all. Apart from the seductive convenience, it may sometimes even be justified. The principles for which Rosa Luxemburg stood and the influence she exercised might not have survived even if she had remained alive. Without a successful German Revolution, the increase of Russian power and control over communist parties everywhere was inevitable. There was no reason why Germany should have remained outside this development. The painful dislocation of loyalties which this brought about for so many communist leaders was spared Rosa Luxemburg, though her ideas, largely the misrepresentation of her ideas, served as a football for the power game within the world communist movement. Having died orthodox, she exercised a claim to be heard. She could never be written off as someone who had consciously departed from what was to be the correct course, like Trotsky or Bukharin or Karl Kautsky. The long process of litigation over Rosa Luxemburg's intellectual and political heritage is itself a history of distortion. The truth, and Rosa's position in it, are simple enough. Marx left two great alternatives, one basic, one derived. The basic variable was revolution, formal or real, objective or subjective, an event that happened or one that had to be made. Extreme positions, these, with an infinity of possibilities in between. The irreparable break, which transformed possibilities into irreconcilable alternatives, took place in 1910 with Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Kautsky holding the two sawn-off ends. The revisionist controversy was about how, not what. About the small present, not the great future. Really a second-rate dispute. From this first break derived the second variable. Socialists making the revolution or leading it. The pull of the Russian October Revolution prevented any intermediate positions from developing and produced a new break right away. Only Rosa Luxemburg's death prevented her from developing and defending her leadership of an alternative revolutionary Marxist tradition against other claimants. But nonetheless, the position was rightfully hers, not the reward of those, including Trotsky, who later broke out of the Bolshevik collectivity, but of the forceful, perpetually foreign woman who belonged to many socialisms and to none. Only Rosa Luxemburg was actively concerned with both the great divisions of modern Marxism and partly helped to create them. That is her role in history and the reason for this book.
18.
Luxemburgism, Weapon and Myth. With the explosive murder of Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht in January 1919 and the bullet in the back that destroyed Leo Jogashes in March, the young KPD lost its effective leadership. Mering, too, was dead. The party, which was not a party but a group of intellectually incisive leaders looking for an enlightened and engaged following among the restless masses, had as yet no cadres, no collectivity, to roll forward the heavy stone of revolutionary Marxism on its own. The only thing was to carry on the policy of the dead leaders as closely as possible, in the manner in which it was understood. The men who took over the party were personally little known, and were wholly committed to the ideas of Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht. Most of the survivors of the KPD Zentrale had had some experience of clandestine activity during the war. In the second half of 1919, the situation was not unlike 1916, in the months after Liebknecht's and Luxemburg's arrest. Now, as then, it was a young leadership with Paul Levi at the head, supported by Ernst Mayr, Wilhelm Pieck, and Hugo Eberlein, then in Moscow to attend the Foundation Congress of the Third International. March 1919 did not bring an end to the casualties. Eugen Levine, one of the strongest youngsters, was himself executed after the Munich uprising in the summer of 1919. Of the older generation, only Clara Zetkin remained. Julian Marchluski had been specially sent from Russia to help and was dispatched to the Ruhr immediately upon arrival to supervise the incipient communist organization in that great industrial center. His old friends Rosa and Leo were dead. There was little for him to do in Berlin. All the new leaders fully subscribed the guiding lines of policy laid down by Rosa Luxemburg in the foundation document of the KPD and subsequent policy statements in Rote Fahne. On nearly all subjects her word was law. The messages of condolence from Russia all emphasized the outstanding importance and status of the dead leaders. In the very home of successful revolution, Rosa was held as a shining example to follow. And even after the personal element of tribute had gradually died away, her work was still the fount of all orthodoxy in Germany. In an evaluation of Rosa Luxemburg's theoretical contribution to communism, Thalheimer, writing early in 1920, lavished the highest praise on the entire corpus of her work. Her writings are the only ones which are still worthwhile and fully valid today. Even where she differed from Lenin, as over the national question, she was given full marks. The accumulation of capital still provided the key to imperialism. Her critics, unnamed, were merely Marxist Pharisees. Among them, even the good Marxist brains showed insufficient comprehension of her ideas. There was, of course, no question of confronting Lenin and Luxemburg. At a time when the communist movement was growing together, in France and Germany the left-center was about to be absorbed, it was unthinkable to dig up the remote polemics of the movement's infancy. The KPD leadership found itself pressed to the wall after the unsuccessful risings in Berlin, Bremen, and Munich, and had to go underground for almost a year. It used every means at its disposal to bring the murderers of Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht to justice. Under Jagisch's direction, Rote Fahne devoted much space and skill for 6 weeks to the unraveling of these crimes, in their personal as well as their political context. The consequence of finding itself outlawed and alone was that it laid the murders at the door of the SPD as the allies and protectors of the right-wing soldiers who had carried out the physical assassination. The SPD's policy accurately fitted this analysis. Noski's cold-blooded official dispositions for Rosa's funeral reflected reality more accurately than any hypocritical lamentations in Vorwärts or the sentimental tributes of Rosa's old political enemies, coupled as these were with headshakings at her incomprehensible solidarity with such blood-drenched propagators of brute force as the Bolsheviks. As a political weapon against the SPD and the independents, the murders overshadowed almost all other issues for a time. It was not until the end of 1919 that the leadership of the KPD tackled the problem of its future policy in a world in which immediate revolutionary perspectives had for the time being become obscured. The charismatic appeal of Karl and Rosa had gone. Their voices could now only be reproduced from the grave. But whatever new problems had to be faced, the authority of Rosa Luxemburg's views was automatically sought and cited. In Germany, she still provided the best, indeed the only, legitimation of the KPD. In the aftermath of the Bavarian Soviet Republic, to which the communists had committed themselves only when the situation already looked hopeless, a clear distinction had to be made between the self-conscious and rational policy of the new Communist Party and the confusion of the other participants in this disastrous experiment. What we need, wrote Hornell in 1919, are not anarchists like the Tollers and the Landauers, enthusiastic as they may be. What we need instead are clear heads and determined protagonists like Rosa Luxemburg, Leo Jagisches, and Levine. Probably the most pressing task was the creation of party organizations at grassroots level. The high-pitched and superbly written appeals which had issued from Rosa Luxemburg's pen, designed to influence the masses still organized in the USPD, were silent now and could not be replaced. The old policy of maximum publicity and openness at the center was bound to give way, in a period, moreover, of illegality and clandestine activity, to quieter, more conspiratorial efforts at the periphery. The KPD Zentrale ceased for a time to be the old, splendidly volcanic source of ideas, and instead turned itself into a hive of organizational activity. Even if the new German communist leaders had not appreciated the full stature of their dead comrades, they were still being reminded of it by the tributes which continued to flow in from all over the world. The dead leaders had achieved truly international stature. Everywhere in Western Europe, communism was now emerging as a closed, self-sufficient entity from the shattered womb of pre-war social democracy. It sought comfort from its traditions and now honored its first martyrs. For some 18 months after her death, Rosa Luxemburg's name and work shone with the luster of a twofold preeminence. the inspirer and theoretician of a European communism still struggling for mastery in a capitalist world, and for its separate identity among the tentacles of left-wing opportunism, and the martyr whose death in action would serve as a torch for those who remained to carry on the struggle. As yet, there was no conflict between these two roles. We shall see how subsequent history separated them and eventually brought them into conflict. The first occasion on which Rosa Luxemburg's name was used for controversial purposes came in the debates in the KPD during and after the Kapp Putsch in March 1920. The leadership had found itself in conflict with the enlarged consultative body representing party members, and the subsequent full party Congress endorsed the latter's opposition. The immediate issue of a temporary alliance with other left-wing parties against the military insurgents. It was still unthinkable for many to cooperate in any way with the SPD murderers of Rosa Luxemburg, had escalated. For the first time since the spring of 1919, the KPD had to face an issue with national implications. Some basic disagreements on policy, already reflected in the Foundation Congress of the KPD, now rose to the surface in acute form. Both sides in the dispute laid emphatic claim to the most valuable party heirlooms, Rosa Luxemburg's words. Paul Levi emphasized Rosa Luxemburg's well-known aversion from anything that smelt of putschism, to which Frolic replied, "The principle in the Spartacus program that we shall only take over power on the basis of the clearly expressed wish on the part of the great majority of the working classes, a principle the formulation of which I already opposed at the founding Congress, is now being used by Comrade Levi as a means of complete political castration. For Comrade Luxemburg its purpose was to avoid putschist tactics. Now, however, it is being used to hinder and weaken all action." Nobody would have contradicted such an unrealistic application of her phrase as sharply as Comrade Luxemburg, who herself stated with unmistakable clarity that, in one sense, revolutions can never come too soon but at the same time are always premature in another sense. Rosa Luxemburg, with all her critical reservations during the January risings, herself provided a shining example of the proper tactic. Meantime, Lenin himself had attacked the extreme and abstentionist radicalism in vogue among influential sections of the German and Italian Communist parties. With the now classic characterization of this attitude as an infantile disease of communism, he endorsed Levi's policy of making the most of the opportunities offered by society in order to increase popular support for communism. This salvo from Russia was useful but not, in those days, decisive. Polemicizing against Levi's opponents in Germany, Thalheimer himself made use of Lenin's splendid phrase but was careful to point out that he was not leaning on Lenin simply for justification, and certainly not in order to refute those who quoted Rosa Luxemburg against him. We are not in the least concerned merely to justify ourselves by using the due authority of Lenin. Far from it. But the occasion seemed to provide a necessary opportunity to take stock of communist policy in Germany on the basis of the recent events. Levi followed the best traditions of Rosa Luxemburg in providing a general and up-to-date analysis and sharpening of accepted doctrine, which harmonized the dialectic with the latest experiences. There is not one communist who does not regret that the creation of a separate communist party did not take place long before the war, that the communists, even though they were only a small sect, did not get together and found their own distinct army in 1903. Once the masses were in action, however, and the process of revolutionary clarification had begun, the Communist Party cannot be founded late enough. In a revolutionary situation, as opposed to the preparations for one, separation became sectarianism. It was an unacknowledged but subtle combination of Leninism and Luxemburgism, the first and last of such attempts on the part of a leader of the Communist Party, and one of which Rosa Luxemburg would almost certainly have approved. Historically speaking, both Lenin's insistence on separate organization at all costs and Rosa Luxemburg's doctrine of growing class consciousness in action, of organization as a process, were dialectically combined and reconciled. Levi was not to lead the party for long. He fell out with his colleagues over the preparations for the so-called March Action of 1920, when Brandler and Thalheimer, strongly urged by the emissaries of the Comintern, unsuccessfully attempted an insurrection. Not content with disagreement, Levi, convinced of his opponent's folly, moved on to open criticism and opposition and thus received the full weight of Lenin's, and consequently the Comintern's, hostility, even though Lenin admitted that Levi's factual assessment of the situation had been correct. The days when differences about party tactics could be fought out in public, which had been such a feature of pre-war social democracy, were over for good. In the continuing debate between Levi, now an outsider, and the communist leadership, Rosa Luxemburg's ideas for the first time became live ammunition. Among other things, Levi now published Rosa Luxemburg's draft manuscript on the Russian Revolution, which contained the most systematic criticisms of the Bolsheviks and their October Revolution, far more generally incisive than her various articles in the Spartaku's letters during the war. It was a moment of considerable embarrassment and annoyance not only for the German communists but for the Russians as well. The position of Rosa Luxemburg now became a central issue. No less an authority than Lenin was obliged to enter the field with a polemic against Levi in which a characterization of Rosa Luxemburg's role and importance could not be avoided. Typically, he made no mealy-mouthed concessions. Paul Levi now wants to achieve popularity with the bourgeoisie by republishing precisely those works of Rosa Luxemburg's in which her errors appear. We answer this with a short extract from a good old Russian fable. An eagle can sometimes fly lower than a chicken, but a chicken can never rise to the same heights as an eagle. Rosa Luxemburg was mistaken over the question of Polish independence. She was mistaken in 1903 in her evaluation of Menshevism. She was mistaken in her theory of the accumulation of capital. She was mistaken when, with Plekhanov, Vandervelde, Kautsky, and others, she stood for the unification of the Bolsheviks with the Mensheviks in July 1914. She was mistaken in her writings from prison in 1918. Although after leaving prison, she largely corrected her mistakes at the end of 1918 and at the beginning of 1919. But in spite of these mistakes, she was and is an eagle, and not only will she be dear to the memory of communists in the whole world, but her biography and the complete edition of her works, in the publication of which the German communists are falling incredibly behind, and they can only partly be excused by the enormous sacrifices of their struggle, will be a very useful lesson in the education of many generations of communists. Once more Lenin had produced a telling phrase. The homely parable of the chicken and the eagle was gratefully used by less talented communist writers for some 9 years. Rosa Luxemburg became the eagle, capable of plunging into surprising depths but always capable of soaring to the Olympian heights reserved only for very great Marxists. Levi and other opponents to follow were and would remain chickens scratching soullessly round their miserable, dung-filled yards. But the question was too important to be settled merely with an edict from Lenin's pen. This might by now do for the Russian Party and the Comintern. Rosa Luxemburg, however, was also a specific German problem, and it was necessary to answer Paul Levi on his own home ground as well. Accordingly, 2 old colleagues and friends of Rosa were now pressed into service to take issue with the revelations contained in the Russian Revolution. For the first time, German readers were treated to textual exegesis and criticisms of Rosa Luxemburg's views, albeit much of it shamefaced and apologetic. Adolf Warshawski, sitting in Moscow, managed his task by emphasizing Rosa Luxemburg's, and for that matter all the Poles, conversion to the Russian Revolution after the end of the war. If Rosa Luxemburg had criticized the Bolsheviks before, she was in good company, and in any case all her criticism was good revolutionary work. Clara Zetkin had recently returned from Moscow to Germany. Lenin had persuaded her with difficulty that Levi had to be punished as a renegade for his public opposition, however right his assessment might at one time have been. Moreover, Clara Zetkin was herself in trouble in the KPD as Levi's supporter and friend, and opponent of the Brandler executive. The choice between adhesion to the movement to which she had given most of her life and possible disloyalty to her old friend was agonizing. She solved it reluctantly by criticizing Rosa Luxemburg where she could not be shown to have amended her views before her death. Clara Zetkin, of all people, thus wrote of Rosa Luxemburg's somewhat abstract and naive view of democracy. She followed Lenin closely in his characterization of Rosa's mistakes. Above all, she admitted that Rosa Luxemburg had failed to grasp the essence of proletarian dictatorship with its now well-established theoretical enthronement of terror. But she too emphasized that Rosa Luxemburg had largely changed her mind, and this became the official communist interpretation from then onwards. Whatever Clara Zetkin's own feelings, the book earned her the contempt and hatred of Rosa Luxemburg's personal friends like Louise Kautsky and Henriette Roland-Holst. Angelika Balabanov, though never close to Rosa, and now retained in Moscow in conditions of growing disillusionment with the hitherto greatly admired Lenin, also thought Clara Zetkin's capitulation spineless. The best evaluation of Rosa Luxemburg, typical of this period, was made by one of the few men capable of grasping the implications of the whole and not merely an arbitrary selection of parts. In two essays published in January 1921 and January 1922 respectively, George Lukács confronted Rosa Luxemburg's most positive and most negative contributions. There was the author of Social Reform or Revolution, who had provided the best Marxist dialectical analysis and methodology to emerge from the flood of publications during the revisionist controversy. On the other hand, a fundamental critique was badly needed of the other Rosa Luxemburg, who polemicized against Lenin and the Bolsheviks in 1917 and failed to grasp the essence of the doctrine of proletarian revolution as it evolved and came to be applied in Russia. Lukács did not deal with Rosa Luxemburg's work of 1917 as a problem of limited cognition, excusable on account of the particular circumstances, as did Zetkin and Warsawski. He treated Rosa Luxemburg's ideas as a coherent whole with universal application. So for the first time Luxemburgism as a system now made its appearance, though not yet under that name. Lukács's work conceptualized the official, respectful view of Rosa Luxemburg in this period. He also provided a bridge to the future, when Luxemburgism would be acknowledged as a recognized but fallacious system of ideas, first to be paired with other deviations like Trotskyism and then to be almost totally confused with them. With these events, Rosa Luxemburg's status and authority in the German party began to change. The primacy of the Russian party in the International, and the growing deference on the part of struggling revolutionary parties in Europe towards the one and only successful revolutionary elite in Russia, all helped to invest Lenin's comments with the authority of dogma. Henceforward there were no more deliberate attempts to combine Lenin and Luxemburg into one single valid dialectic, much less any defense of her views against his. That she had made errors was now universally accepted. The question was, how many of them had she herself corrected, specifically or by implication? She could no longer compete with Lenin on any objective scale of wisdom or revolutionary righteousness. His only errors were those which he himself had admitted and corrected. Yet her errors were still only a small part of her rich heritage, relevant only because renegades like Levi chose to scratch them to the surface at this time. For the rest, Rosa Luxemburg was and remained an eagle. As Lenin had ordered, her works were to be collected and published in their entirety as soon as possible. Paul Froelich, Rosa Luxemburg's former opponent and now one of the more eminent theoreticians of the German party, was charged with this task to which he devoted himself with considerable enthusiasm. It was during this period, too, that Rosa Luxemburg's legacy in specifically Russian questions was finally eradicated. Many of her closest colleagues in the Polish party had joined the Bolsheviks after 1917 and had made important careers in post-revolutionary Russia. They accepted the Bolshevik thesis in all its variety except in one particular, the national question, more specifically the right to self-determination of the nations on the Russian periphery. The problem was still being strenuously argued at the highest level as late as the 8th Congress of the Russian Communist Party in March 1919, when Marchlusky, entirely unrepentant, still insisted that Lenin's nationality policy was wrong. In the end, the whole thing had been settled not so much by party debate as by events themselves. It can certainly be argued that the policy actually carried out by Stalin and Ordzhonikidze was much closer to Rosa Luxemburg's than to Lenin's, whatever the official line. In the Polish Communist Party, where the nationality problem was almost at home, it was not until the Second Congress of 1923 that the anti-national platform was specifically revised and the official Russian line adopted. In one sense, it was obviously easier to Bolshevize the Polish party than the KPD. Outlawed and persecuted at home, the Poles were almost totally dependent on Moscow, especially after the failure of the invasion, over which Marchlusky and Radek had been almost grotesquely wrong. The public washing of theoretical linen was largely unnecessary. Events themselves confirmed Lenin's gloomy prognosis about Poland's readiness to embrace revolution exported by the Red Army. On the other hand, the Poles had the most intimate connection with the Bolshevik leaders. It speaks more for the importance of so many of her Poles in the Russian movement than for any Russian sympathy with Rosa Luxemburg's views that the final and effective verdict on self-determination took so long. It was not until 1925, just before his death, that Felix Dzerzhinsky, hitherto the bitterest and most distinguished opponent of national self-determination, and one of Stalin's chief assistants in turning Lenin's national policy inside out, officially recanted, admitting that the Skpil's opposition to Lenin's policy had been an error. This period ends with the failure of the second and larger German insurrection in 1923. Lenin was now out of action and soon to die. A struggle was in progress for the succession in Russia. The victory of Stalin and his allies coincided with the temporary abandonment of revolution in Europe as a practical possibility and the acceptance of a period of capitalist stability. Accordingly, the international effort was replaced by more parochial preoccupations within the Soviet Union. Grandiosely, and certainly prematurely, these were to be called socialism in one country. As a consequence, the relationship between the Russian Party and European communism necessarily changed. The latter parties were Bolshevized. Not only was the Russian organizational model uniformly imposed, but the Russians obtained a tighter grip on the Comintern and threw it on the policy and tactics of their European allies. From this, it was but a small step to a fundamental change in the very nature of these parties. From being autonomous if junior colleagues of the victorious Bolsheviks, they became increasingly the foreign executive arm of the Soviet state. Once revolution ceased to be an immediate possibility, the purpose of their activity became closely tied to the foreign policy needs of the Soviet Union. After Rapallo, much of the heat went out of Russo-German relations. A secret dialogue with the hated German militarists even became possible. It was the bleak dawn of realpolitik. Both Germany and Russia were international pariahs. But we must not look too far into the future. The relationship between the KPD and the Russian communists was still a party relationship, not one between German party and Soviet state. Accordingly, the complicated internal developments in the Russian party, where a protracted struggle for power was to be fought for nearly 10 years, were mirrored with surprising faithfulness in the tussle for leadership and control in the KPD. Once more, Rosa Luxemburg played an important, if posthumous, part. She had left the German Communist Party equipped with a proprietary prescription for revolution, competing with and in part contradicting the experience of the Bolsheviks. This now had to be specifically undone if the German party was to be truly Bolshevized. More so perhaps than was necessary anywhere else. Most of the other European communist parties had already emerged in a state of theoretical as well as practical dependence on the Bolsheviks. All that was needed was to get rid of a few independent leaders and their fractious followers. Accordingly, it was inevitable that someone in Germany should sooner or later undertake a specific onslaught on Rosa Luxemburg's whole legacy. This task was to fall on Ruth Fischer and her close ally and friend Arkady Maslow. The ultra-left onslaught on and capture of the leadership in the main European parties, of which Ruth Fischer and Maslow were the German, and the most significant and violent exponents, used as its theoretical battering ram and adulation of Bolshevism which went far beyond anything attempted hitherto. For the first time since the events themselves, the entire history of pre-war social democracy was passed in critical review. Where previously the Bolsheviks had been seen to be right in their own context and with regard to their particular problems, organization, revolution, dictatorship of the proletariat, the national question, their actions and ideas were now blown up to universal validity and favorably contrasted with everyone else's contribution. It was no longer a question of individual problems but of whole alternative systems. The most important of these faulty systems was Trotsky's, the Russian contender for power. Ranking it closely, however, a new system or theory now saw the light of day, an edifice of error which would have amazed its alleged author and her contemporaries, Luxemburgism. As always in the political application of Marxism, the immediate tactical requirements of a given situation were closely but confusingly linked with quite fundamental theoretical formulations. This was the period of the great assault on Trotsky by the Stalin-Zinoviev-Kamenev Troika, and it was Stalin who first conceptualized his policy, socialism in one country, and then insistently hammered on its validity against the postulated version of his opponent, Trotskyism. A purely political contest for power was not respectable. One of Stalin's most important adaptations of Leninism was precisely the master's own well-developed habit of assaulting his opponents not so much as individuals but as spiders weaving a systematic web of errors. This massive confrontation of system against system rather than person against person was the essence of Stalin's elaboration at the 14th Party Congress in April 1925. It set in motion an echoing wave. The onslaught on Trotskyism in all its manifold shapes and forms was soon underway in Germany as well. What Trotskyism was to Stalin in Russia, Luxemburgism became for the Stalinists or Bolshevizers in Germany. The local version of Trotskyite indiscipline and error. Throughout the spring and summer of 1925, Ruth Fischer, and her immediate allies mounted a great offensive against the remnants of social democracy in the party. These were people who, however much they had deplored the chauvinistic collapse of the Second International and later fought against the official social democratic leadership as well as against the independents, had none the less done so in terms of upholding pre-war social democracy against its betrayers and not as allies and supporters of the Bolsheviks. Spartacus was alleged never to have made a really clean break with the Second International. The only genuine and untainted communists were the Bolsheviks, and since no one before 1917 in Germany could conceivably claim to have followed the Bolshevik line in every respect, this left a small circle of those who in fact had not even been in Germany before the war. Ruth Fischer came from medical studies in Austria. Maslow was a Russian who had lived in Germany but had not been active in the Spartacusbund. For all the others, only a complete denial of their own past could now undo the taint of adherence to pre-war social democracy. However important Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht may have been as personalities, the time had come to admit openly that even they have burdened us with great errors which we must eradicate. As Ruth Fischer hectoringly told the 10th KPD Congress. Writing for party workers, the new elite cadre which symbolized the process of Bolshevization, she was even more outspoken, and referred to Rosa Luxemburg and her influence as nothing less than a syphilis bacillus. And, wherever possible, Ruth Fischer's supporters made a point of drawing an entirely false analogy between Rosa Luxemburg and Trotsky, thus bringing the particular and local German struggle against Luxemburgism in the KPD within the orbit of the Russian struggle against Trotskyism. The mere statement that while the Russian problem might be Trotsky, the German one was Luxemburg was insufficient and undialectical. The relationship, if not proved, had to be at least constantly reasserted. It was necessary to show not merely that these were two historical versions of the same thing but that they were in fact logically and historically interdependent, two versions of the same evil. From the opposition to the Bolsheviks on the part of Spartacusbund and pre-war social democracy, which in many cases, not in all, corresponds precisely to the opposition of Trotsky to the Russian Communist Party, the main defects in the German revolutionary movement may be observed. The heat engendered by this onslaught was sufficient to singe even the hitherto sacrosanct personality of the dead leader. When one writer declared that there were still comrades much in demand as speakers at public meetings who nonetheless are not wedded organizationally to their movement to an extent which earns them the confidence of comrades in their daily task. He had intellectuals specifically in mind, and no one more obviously than Rosa Luxemburg. The technique of pairing opponents, however ill-suited they might be, had been established Leninist practice and was now resurrected with enthusiasm. Not only were Trotsky and Rosa Luxemburg paired, but they were joined by the discredited leaders, Brandler and Thalheimer, scapegoats for the unsuccessful uprisings of 1920 and 1923. Ruth Fischer, once more to the fore, wrote of the necessity for an unceasing struggle against similar opportunist deviations such as Luxemburgism, Brandlerism, and Trotskyism. It was a very loose and unjustified association. One thing they did appear to have in common was that their doctrines were all doctrines of action or further action, in contrast to Stalin's then official version of Leninism as a doctrine of discipline and stability. But neither then nor later could communists ever admit to such an antithesis. Officially, Leninism remained the doctrine of action par excellence. It was in the process of this campaign and the systematization of a deviant doctrine that Rosa Luxemburg's individual errors first became converted officially into Luxemburgism. As a system, it made its public debut in the course of 1925. The progression is easy to see. First, a faulty view on certain problems, i.e. different from that of the Bolsheviks. Then a distinct characterization of these differences into errors, i.e. judgment. Finally, the creation of a system of errors condemned by contrast with Bolshevism, then currently being refashioned into the autonomous dogma of Leninism. What exactly was Luxemburgism in this period? The accumulation of capital had already been identified as the cornerstone of a deviant philosophy. The German party based its theory and practice in the main on the accumulation theory of Rosa Luxemburg, the source of all errors, of spontaneity theories, of false attitudes with regard to the problem of organization. Bukharin undertook to demolish Rosa Luxemburg's economic arguments in detail, and with them the whole web of political mistakes which had been spun from this book. And the most important element of error in the accumulation of capital was the theory of spontaneity. This was the heart of Luxemburgism. Its discovery was an essential aspect of Luxemburgism itself, in the relationship of base to superstructure. For nearly all the manifold errors which were to be thrashed out in the next few years were, according to the critics, finally anchored in this theory of spontaneity. We have already seen in our own discussion of Rosa Luxemburg's book how this interpretation was possible. Briefly, the accumulation of capital, a logical vehicle driving inexorably to the destruction of capitalism as a system of economic relations, was interpreted in a political sense very much akin to Kautsky's inevitable socialism. Had it not been for Rosa Luxemburg's revolutionary actions and writings, the total analogy with Kautsky would have been irresistible. Instead of a theory of attrition, Rosa Luxemburg was credited with a theory of spontaneity in which the final steps in the long process of rational self-enlightenment would enable the masses to take the necessary and correct revolutionary steps when the situation demanded it. The party was a mere abstraction, neither distinct from nor related organizationally and politically to the proletariat, the class. Instead of a clearly defined relationship between party and class, a consensus of role expectations in sociological jargon, all Rosa Luxemburg had produced was diffuseness and overlap. Every man his own party. The construction of Luxemburgism with its essential theory of spontaneity became a convenient organ on which the individual notes of Rosa Luxemburg's individual deviations could now be piped out as a massively heretical harmony. Her dispute with Lenin in 1903 over organizational questions was related to Luxemburgism, the undervaluation of the party's role. Likewise, her critique of the Russian Revolution. Her false theory of capitalist accumulation fed a sustained base note of theory into this political composition. Her obtuse insistence on reconciliation between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks corresponded neatly to her failure to call for an open split between opportunism and radicalism in the German party, a neglect of the party's role once again. Finally, and most important, there were the masses, that essential harmonic construction without which no Marxist music could be played but which for Rosa Luxemburg had become a substitute for all the precise tactical and strategic definitions on which Lenin had insisted. It will be obvious that any serious analysis of Rosa Luxemburg's writings would have cast more than doubt on this interpretation, particularly on the concoction of a coherent system of error. Even less tenable was the identification with Trotsky. But for present purposes Stalin's example showed the way. Political identification of all enemies as rooted together in the same fallacious, even dangerous, theory. Extrapolation of all individual views into common systems. The process worked down from the top. Luxemburgism and Trotskyism were postulated as similar in origin and intent. There was then no more need to show correspondence in detail. As long as similar origins were authoritatively asserted, the elaboration of the various systems could be developed independently, for the moment. And, of course, these wrong systems were balanced by the correct system, Leninism. Each depended on the other for its very existence. Lenin himself would probably never have thought of ascribing to himself a distinct corpus of doctrine worthy of an ism in its own right. He considered his writings merely to be the current application of Marxism, ever flexible and productive. What he had to say, indeed the entire process of revolution in Russia, had to be admitted to have some fundamental significance on an international scale. Of course, it would be a great mistake to exaggerate this truth and to apply it to more than a few of the fundamental features of our revolution. We must not make the error of forgetting that once the proletarian revolution has been victorious in at least one of the advanced countries, things will in all likelihood change very considerably, i.e. Russia will shortly cease to be the model country and become once more the backward country, in a Soviet and socialist sense. But with the general struggle against errors in the communist movement, and the particular fight for the great man's mantle, the creation and claim to exclusive possession of a distinct body of doctrine which could be ascribed to Lenin became inevitable. In April 1924 Stalin delivered a lecture at the Sverdlov University, which he called The Foundations of Leninism. From then onwards, for nearly 30 years, he would revert again and again to the elaboration of the doctrines of Leninism as a distinct entity. Stalin was a sufficient dialectician to allocate a finite historical role to his invaluable asset. Leninism is Marxism in the age of imperialism. But this did not make it any less valid. Indeed, everything Stalin did with it was to make it more sharply distinctive. And the international communist movement accepted his thesis in proportion to his rise to power. Stalin was building on sound foundations of precedent once again. Systematization of his own and his opponent's views had been Lenin's own weapon. He had elevated opposing views into a system because in this way they could be demolished more easily and more impressively than as a series of isolated blunders. In Stalin's hands, the main features of Leninism became the necessity for communist organizational autonomy, the permanent institutionalization of the party under a centralized directorate leading the masses, and not merely the most advanced expression of proletarian activity, the elevation of the dictatorship of the proletariat into an essential stage of the dialectic, during which the power of the state must grow greater and not less, rather than simply some vague transitory stage between the inception of revolution and its completion. Finally, the notion of revolutionary egoism, socialism in one country and not some immediate causal linkage between revolutions in different countries. It is obvious that Luxemburgism could easily be shown to differ sharply from all this by implication even more than by actual quotation. The claim that Leninism was in fact the only valid Marxism of a new era consigned Luxemburgism at the very best to a lower stage of historical development. We shall see how the relationship between Leninism and Luxemburgism changed from a differentiation of stages, with the latter still justified as having limited but real historical validity, to the claim that Leninism had a timeless and ubiquitous validity which no longer admitted Luxemburgism even as a possible reflection of a particular historical situation. This made it a conscious, deliberate heresy. But in any case, it is essential to recognize that Luxemburgism was, right from the start, a function of Leninism, that as Leninism grew and changed, so Luxemburgism changed and diminished accordingly. All deviant doctrines were functionally correlated to Leninism. Indeed, it is possible, though probably excessive, to argue that Leninism, like Luxemburgism, was never an autonomous body of doctrine at all but merely the product of a need for a deterrent which in turn could only exist by conjuring up an opposing threat of the same magnitude. The ultra-left ascendancy was short-lived. With victory, the anti-Trotsky troika in Moscow broke apart. At the 14th Party Congress in December 1925, Stalin and Zinoviev met head-on, and the latter was defeated. Stalin's supporters now swarmed into the higher echelons of the party in increasing numbers. His new allies in the leadership were Bukharin, Tomsky, and Rykov. The so-called right now had its brief day. The realignment soon made itself felt in the Comintern and of course in Germany. Ruth Fischer's venomous assault on the German party's cherished traditions had been bitterly resented, and her opponents, encouraged by the change in Moscow, now openly hit back. At the meeting of the executive of the Comintern in February-March 1926, the German ultra-left, already censured privately by Bukharin and the Comintern leadership, now came under public attack. Ruth Fischer was not only to be defeated but soon to be expelled altogether from the KPD. Rosa Luxemburg was largely rehabilitated in the process. Instead of being the fount of all errors, she had been well on the way to creating a truly Marxist party in Germany, and she would have created it had her death not made this impossible. Ruth Fischer was paid out specifically for some of her grosser slanders, and no one was better qualified to do this than Rosa Luxemburg's old friend, Clara Zetkin. The campaign against Rosa Luxemburg had been nothing less than a combination of evil and slander. Comrade Fischer missed no opportunity to debase the tradition of the Spartacus Bund, to extinguish all memories of its revolutionary importance, to degrade it and to sully it. On the contrary, Rosa Luxemburg belongs to the best traditions not only of the KPD but of the entire world proletariat. Lenin called her an eagle, but Ruth Fischer a syphilis bacillus. Apart from the tastelessness and indecency of this remark, it is incredibly scurrilous in a political sense as well. Another speaker, himself at one time a member of the ultra-left but shortly to be expelled from the party for right-wing deviation, added that a leadership capable of stigmatizing Rosa Luxemburg as the syphilis of the working-class movement, the person who had that printed is sitting here in the room, all one can say is that such a leadership is utterly out of the question. But if Rosa's personal reputation was salvaged and restored, any rehabilitation of Luxemburgism was short-lived. For Ruth Fischer had not invented Luxemburgism. She had only exaggerated it and made it into a political battering ram with which to pulverize her enemies, a German version of Trotskyism. Stalin's international policy had not really changed, only the allies who helped him carry it out, and Bukharin, the new Russian Comintern expert, certainly had no sympathy for Rosa Luxemburg's theoretical ideas. Indeed, Bukharin had eagerly seized the opportunity of making his own substantial contribution to characterizing and demolishing the concept of Luxemburgism. Chapter 12, page 533. Ironically, the errors of Luxemburgism were now paired differently, with Ruth Fischer and the ultra-left instead of with Trotsky, albeit cautiously, and with subtlety instead of with the previous barrage of mudslinging. Luxemburgism was now presented as the pre-stage to the recognition of the superior theoretical and tactical basis of Leninism. Luxemburg and Lenin were presented as the two antipodes of revolutionary Marxism. A choice between them was held to be consciously necessary and possible. The left had chosen to develop not the correct possibilities of Leninism but the incorrect limitations implied in Luxemburgism. One must not use the errors and insufficiencies of a yet undeveloped situation in the revolutionary class struggle to create a wrong system of class policy. Now that 1/6 of the world is under the dictatorship of the proletariat, utopian revolutionary hopes and aims are no longer good enough. Luxemburgism is here presented as a system of ideas anchored in a particular situation. The right progress from it was Leninism, adoption of which was made all the easier by the subsequent historical developments which should have been plain for all to see. The pairing of the ultra-left with Luxemburgism was thus not an inherent logical necessity, which was the way in which the ultra-left had previously presented the relationship between Luxemburgism and the Brandler-Thalheimer leadership, but a deliberately wrong-headed development of Luxemburgism in unjustified directions. The concepts of Luxemburgism are the same, but the content has altered into counter-revolution, utopianism, and backsliding. The theoretical armament still has part of its old and brilliant fire, but it has lost its use and has become valueless. Ruth Fischer's ancestry could thus be traced to Rosa Luxemburg, but the latter could not be held responsible for the excesses and dangers of Ruth Fischer. The strong reaction against Fischer-Maslow and the ultra-left also proved of limited duration. By 1928, the temporary right course of the KPD gradually gave way again to a more left-wing one, without of course rehabilitating or justifying Ruth Fischer. By this time, Ernst Thälmann had emerged as the strong man of the KPD, the ex-protégé of Ruth Fischer charged with her political liquidation. The reason for the change was Russian, not German. Stalin began the Great Alteration, of course, which was to put an end to the relative liberalism of the new economic policy and tighten the screws for the coming great leap forward into collectivization and the first five-year plan. In Europe also a sharper confrontation with society was called for, and in particular the knife edge was leveled at social democracy once more. Within communist parties this meant greater vigilance, sharpness, and ruthlessness. Brandler and Thalheimer, previously shunted aside from the leadership, were now noisily expelled. Rightism was the main enemy once more, and in the new circumstances a new thesis emerged. With the party itself fully to the left, no still further left position was theoretically possible. Opponents who a few years before had been labeled ultra-left now indiscriminately became rightists, the only possible deviation. Ultra-leftism became identified with right-wing opportunism, a preview of the later pairing in Russia of both Bukharin and Zinoviev with Trotsky as a single and largely undifferentiated group of counter-revolutionary traitors. For Rosa Luxemburg and her system this meant the old wind of criticism once more. The notion of Luxemburgism as a half-step to Leninism was abandoned. A whole series of pseudoscientific articles reviewed Rosa Luxemburg's work in the critical light of the new requirements. For the first time, the well-established historical thesis of her change of mind during the German Revolution was challenged. Instead of raising herself painfully towards Leninism in the last weeks of her life, she was now shown to have refused to make the required adjustment. The final proof was that she and her friends had deliberately neglected the recruitment of allies among the peasants, so clearly postulated by Lenin long before, the first, but not the last, reference to this particular failing. In contrast to 1925, the task now was not to evaluate the importance of the left radicals as a whole but to pinpoint their weaknesses. The partial rehabilitation of 1926 had led by implication to a tendency to promote the German left as a system, naturally at the expense of the Bolsheviks. We do not want to diminish the importance of the honorable revolutionary work of the left radicals before and during the war. But we must avoid all demagogic confrontation of the left with the Bolsheviks. In view of the current, more favorable view of Spartacus, it was for the moment safer to play down the importance of Luxemburgism as a system. But this temporary phase of unsystematic discussion could not last. Without systematization, even the sharpest criticism of deviance was little better than opportunism. In actual fact, the stimulus for the whole discussion was provided by a recent book, No theoretical elaboration without a handy text to criticize. Radek had republished his essays on the German Revolution with a foreword in which he claimed that the object of the German left was to prepare the progressive workers of the left for the immediate struggle for socialism. They could have learnt much from Bolshevism, but they could not have been Bolsheviks. Owing to the war, the shape of the revolution in Germany was different from that in Russia. In the course of 8 months, Russia moved from the democratic to the proletarian revolution. The German situation, however, was one in which socialism had been imminent for some time, and the tactics of the left had therefore to be adapted to it. Considering the time and place, Radek's thesis was curiously heretical, and of course entirely accurate. It was instantly challenged in Russia as much as in Germany. For he implied that the German left recognized the imminence of the final revolutionary stage in Germany, while the Russians seized an unexpected opportunity to turn a democratic revolution, to which all their tactics had been adapted, into a socialist one. A combination of Russian politics and German loyalty to indigenous tradition, it is significant that beneath all the criticism Rosa Luxemburg had subtly acquired exclusive German nationality by this time, thus raised Luxemburgism to a new level of respectability, at least in the eyes of its enemies. It had all happened on the quiet. No one had dared to rehabilitate it officially. Perhaps, it was thought, Luxemburgism slipped in unseen with the ritual cleansing of the great revolutionary's personal reputation, a ceremony solemnly performed every January 15th and March 5th. More probably, however, the loyalty to indigenous tradition, especially among participants like Radek, Paul Froelich, and Ernst Mayr, was strong enough to reassert Luxemburgism whenever the official heresy hunt was not in full cry. Accordingly, the momentary state of peace and quiet could not be allowed to endure for very long. A return to a clash of systems became inevitable. Within a short time, massive Russian support even had to be mobilized against new disagreements about how to interpret history in the German party. In 1929, an authoritative article of Russian origin set out a new and, it was hoped, final version of Luxemburgism. Rosa Luxemburg herself was once more assigned an honorable place in the history of proletarian revolution. The thesis of choice up or down from her position was elaborated in a modified and critical form. One could either surmount her errors and reach Leninism, or follow an equally possible avenue down to the refuse pit where Kautsky reigned. But Luxemburgism, though still an historical stage, was no longer inevitable but deviant. Once more it became a system of errors, a blind alley, from which only a conscious effort of will could lead to Bolshevism. Any contemporary repetition of or insistence on her views led instantly to the pit of Kautskyism. For the purpose of current political requirements, this downward path had been taken by Brandler and Brandlerism, the former in the process of physical expulsion, the latter in the process of elaboration and simultaneous dialectical destruction. What more convenient than comparing Brandlerism with Luxemburgism in its degenerate form? At least Rosa Luxemburg herself had avoided the ultimate indignity of dissent. She herself has entered the balance sheet of history with a great profit balance. Person and system were shown as connected but still historically separate. But the position did not rest there. After Brandler and Thalheimer, it was the turn of the conciliators. Ernst Mayr, Ewart, Gerhard Eisler were winkled out of their positions in the party's Central Committee. The new left course was fully established in policy and personnel. By 1930, the Stalinist campaign for collectivization in Russia was in full swing. There seemed no obvious theoretical or political need for a new campaign against Luxemburgism as the scapegoat for current deviations. Yet it was Stalin himself who now put the cat among the puzzled pigeons. In 1931, he wrote an open letter to the editor of the Bolshevik historical journal Proletarskia Revolutsiya, in which he accused the editors, and particularly Slutsky, of fostering deliberate falsification of party history, clearly inspired by Trotskyites. The immediate political causes of this onslaught, which was to have far-reaching consequences, including Slutsky's own liquidation in the first of the Great Purges, are still obscure. Perhaps the official bridling of the excesses of collectivization signaled by Stalin's letter, dizzy with success, to Pravda on March 2, 1930, had once more produced a reaction greater than had been intended, at least in the suspicious minds of Stalin and his close collaborators. In any case, a new and hitherto unparalleled era of theoretical witch-hunting now began. The immediate question raised in the journal had been the attitude of the Bolsheviks and the German left to Kautsky and the center before the war. Slutsky had pointed out what Lenin had himself admitted, that Rosa Luxemburg's indictment of Kautsky as a time-serving theorist preceded Lenin's by 4 years. However correct the Bolsheviks had been in the context of their own party struggle against the Mensheviks, they could not claim to have recognized opportunism with equal vigor in all its different national manifestations. Stalin, however, denied this thesis most vigorously. Far from following the German left, the Bolsheviks had encouraged the German left to take their stand against Kautsky. Without such encouragement, Rosa Luxemburg might never have been pushed into her open polemic against Kautsky in the first place. The disagreements between Bolsheviks and German radicals before the war were due, according to Stalin, to nothing less than the recognition by Lenin and his colleagues that the German left were not sufficiently vigorous in their fight against opportunism. The honor of leading this fight belonged without doubt to the Bolsheviks and to no one else. Any other version was Trotskyite slander and falsification. At the same time, all the other mistakes of the German left were paraded once more with heavy sarcasm. So much so that Stalin felt impelled to remind his readers that the German left did have some important and serious deeds to their credit. Stalin supplemented this entirely absurd but none the less authoritative revision of party history with an even more spurious answer to 2 queries which reached him from within the Russian party. The first of his correspondents suggested that it would be logical to simplify the whole process of historiography by postulating that Trotsky and his colleagues had never been anything but Mensheviks. Stalin, who had no love of simplification, rounded on Olekhovich with the assertion that not only was this thesis untrue but that it implied that Lenin had permitted evident Mensheviks to join the Bolshevik Party, either because he had been absurdly tolerant or because he was blind. No, Trotsky had joined the Bolsheviks and had acted as a Bolshevik in order to destroy and weaken the Bolshevik Party with his clandestine opposition. On his eviction by Stalin, he had returned to his previous open Menshevism. Aristov, the other correspondent, had not even tried to make clever suggestions about simplifying party history. His point was one of detail. Surely Trotsky had invented the doctrine of permanent revolution and not Rosa Luxemburg, however enthusiastically she might or might not have subscribed to it. Stalin corrected this appeal to the demonstrable facts with almost purposeless cynicism. It had been Parvus and Trotsky who had campaigned against Lenin with the theory of permanent revolution. Rosa Luxemburg remained in the background and preferred not to enter the lists. But the theory of permanent revolution was thought up, Sakanili, by Rosa Luxemburg and Parvus. Not Trotsky but Rosa Luxemburg and Parvus invented the theory. Not Rosa Luxemburg but Parvus and Trotsky campaigned against Lenin in 1905. Later, Rosa Luxemburg too fought against Lenin's revolutionary concept, but that was after 1905. All that had been achieved was muddle, but muddle which perhaps effectively linked Rosa Luxemburg, Parvus, and Trotsky as joint creators and propagators of a heretical theory which happened to stand in the blackest contrast to the official enthronement of socialism in one country. By this time Stalin's word was law, on history as much as anything else. A chorus of welcome for this clear and brilliant interpretation of history dutifully arose in the KPD as well as in the Russian party. But it is interesting to contrast the effect of Stalin's letter on Polish and German party historians. Rather than engage in elaborate acts of self-flagellation by reinterpreting their current work, the Poles preferred to shut up shop. Confined to Moscow and largely dependent on Russian hospitality and aid, they were even more vulnerable than skeptical Russian party members. Marchluski, Dzierżynski, most of their Bolshevik ex-colleagues were dead. Accordingly, Z. Polowaki, their equivalent of Proletarskia Rewolucja, the 2 journals had interchanged materials and brought out similar articles simultaneously, decided to discontinue publication even though the current number had already been set in proof. Future Polish articles on party history were confined to Proletarskia Rewolucja and followed the new line though without specific acknowledgement of any change. Only impeccably meritorious Bolsheviks like Hanecki were allowed to go on writing at all. Then, and afterwards, the Poles raised the art of oppositional silence to most sophisticated heights. The Germans, on the other hand, indulged in a festival of self-criticism and adulation for Stalin's historical perception. 2 illustrations from the mass of current literature suffice to show what was at stake and how it was dealt with. Following Stalin's personal involvement in the minutiae of party history and his elevation of such matters into a major political issue, the question could no longer be left merely to party historians. The big guns of the Central Committee of the Russian Party fired off supporting salvos in all directions. On December 1, 1931, no less a figure than L. Kaganovich spoke specifically in support of Stalin's thesis. With all the strength and coarseness typical of the man, he hacked away at the remaining shreds of validity and authority which Stalin had left to Rosa Luxemburg. Where only 2 years earlier Martynov had still separated Luxemburg from Luxemburgism, Kaganovich now dissolved this artificial distinction. Soon afterwards N. Popov, author of the official short course of Bolshevik history, made his own contribution. According to him, Rosa Luxemburg had been simply a Menshevik in Russian matters, vide her intimate correspondence with the Menshevik leaders in 1905 and also her attitude on the national question. In Germany, the left did not have the courage to decide on armed uprising and preach the mass strike as the ultimate weapon. They did not as a result struggle for the capture of the party machine or the party masses. They accepted for themselves the role of a powerless literary opposition allocated to them by the centrist party leadership. Several important consequences followed. First, Luxemburgism was impugned not only as a postulated system of errors but as a living deviant tradition, deliberately propagated by Rosa's followers. Rosa Luxemburg was now indistinguishable from Luxemburgism. The role of the old German left had been grossly overvalued. In the process of debasing it to its proper historical level, the new historians took a sideswipe at hitherto respectable Bolshevik historians. Yaroslavsky's official history of the CPSU, in which Rosa Luxemburg had never wavered with regard to centrism, Volume 2, was now pilloried as an inadmissible concession to Luxemburgism. According to Popov, it was no wonder that a party led by pupils of Rosa Luxemburg, with Brandler and Thalheimer at their head, went bankrupt in 1923. Secondly, Luxemburgism was now no longer an important but specifically German deviant from Leninist orthodoxy but an international phenomenon which appeared to have validity, and therefore required destruction in Russia as well. For if Leninism had been universally valid since the beginning of the 20th century, then any doctrine specifically opposing it necessarily had equally universal, if pernicious, application. If, as Stalin said, Leninism is not merely a Russian but an international phenomenon rooted in the whole of international development, then Luxemburgism, too, had by definition to be equally broadly based. Thirdly, Luxemburgism now became a general term of abuse and not, as hitherto, a specific set of doctrines which might be linked or paired but was not identical with already established official refusebins like Trotskyism or Menshevism, or for that matter Kautskyism. Thus, the very intensity of the onslaught on Luxemburgism for a lurid moment elevated it to a unique level of significance, while at the same time debasing it with a lack of specificity which in practice robbed it of any particular meaning. It was a fate shared by all oppositional isms in the Leninist tradition, from economism to liquidationism. But Lenin's essentially analogical attempts at pairing became in Stalin's hands a process of emptying all contents with a stomach pump. It was to be peculiarly a feature of the Stalin epoch, and its excesses therefore finite. Unlike Trotskyism, which has, as yet, retained its Stalinist diffuseness to this day, Luxemburgism reverted to increasing specificity after the war. With such Olympian thunderbolts from Russia, the German Stalinists had a field day. Wrote Fahn reprinted substantial extracts from Kaganovich's speech and turned the new artillery on to the immediate political preoccupations in the German party. There was, commented Wrote Fahn, a close relationship between Leninist clarification of party history and the present tasks of the revolutionary movement. These were the Bolshevization of our party and the excretion of social democratic, centrist, and Luxemburgist remains within the KPD. The most significant German contribution was a book which in effect elaborated the thesis hinted at by Oleknovich in Russia, but expanded it with German thoroughness. Sauerland divided Marxism basically into two kinds: creative Marxism, Leninism, and dogmatic Marxism, which was everyone else. The unequivocal identification of all non-Leninist forms of Marxism with each other was elaborated into a specific thesis. The differences between opportunists, centrists, and the left radicals now became mere shades of temperament and attitudes. In doctrine they were fundamentally the same. The whole of the Second International was one long spasm of opportunism. No positive contribution to the class struggle had been made at all. With such a theoretical approach, however, the political element of error now became of secondary importance. Sauerland, an intellectual snob, was much more concerned with showing the lack of theoretical contribution made by the Social Democrats, whom he paraded in review, than their political mistakes. This was partly his undoing. Sentences like "Stalin thus facilitated my task," or "we must not confine ourselves to quoting what Lenin and the Bolsheviks had to say about individual problems," concerning the theoretical and tactical errors of the German left. We must go further and apply Lenin's criticisms also to those theoretical works of the German left which the Bolsheviks did not mention specifically, were not going to be passed over in silence. Such an extreme simplification suited the German communists as little as it had suited the Russians. The first criticism, which called Sauerland's work a political as well as a literary scandal, came from a man who had known the German radical leaders well. But he in turn went too far the other way, again reverting to objective conditions as a means of explaining, though not justifying, the divergencies from Leninism. The pendulum had now swung too far to left and right in turn. Sauerland's extremism is the direct cause of reformist outbursts like those of Alperi. The Russians had once more to define the correct median for the Germans. Nor was the Russian dictate of a correct center position an accident, or some objective search for truth. Unity in the German party had suddenly become at least as urgent as the exposure of error. This was the period of class against class, when fascism became a convenient word with which to belabor all class enemies indiscriminately, social democrats as much as right-wing nationalists and Nazis. The warning bugle calls of a Nazi takeover in Germany, from the lips of the communists' intimate enemies like Kurt Rosenfeld of the Socialist Workers' Party (SAP), were contemptuously dismissed with the snub, "Fascism? But don't we already have the fascism of Severing and the socialist government in Prussia?" There were some in the KPD, like Heinz Neumann, who began to question the official disclaimer that National Socialism presented any special danger. Others, like Sauerland, had carried Stalin's historical critique into the realms of practical abstentionism and political indifference. But officially the last hidden enemies and deviationists had been exposed and evicted in 1931. They were now all outside the party which could at last be pronounced united and pure. In its ideological assessment of itself and its past, the KPD now reverted to the 1929 position, the theory of choice between two alternatives. According to Martinov, there were two forms of true Leninist criticism of opponents. One, for revolutionaries who made opportunistic mistakes, which included Rosa Luxemburg, Karl Liebknecht, and the early Kautsky, and two, for non-revolutionaries who hindered the movement, Kautsky in his second period. Both forms of criticism were correct, but they were not the same thing and they had to be applied to the right opponents. The German left was full of errors, but it was revolutionary. It could not simply be equated with opportunism and centrism. Above all, one must not neglect its political activities on account of idealistic theoretical analysis. The SPD had followed the years of difficult communist interpretation of Rosa Luxemburg's work with glee and self-satisfaction. By this time, the German socialists were happy to renounce all claim on her as their political ancestor. For a time in the early 1920s, after the publication of her book on the Russian Revolution and Louise Kautsky's letters, she had been regarded as a misguided sheep who had strayed from the socialist fold and who, had she lived, might well have returned to it. After 1928, however, the communist policy of class against class, total and venomous opposition to social democracy, made the possession of joint ancestry uncomfortable. The SPD had become acclimatized to the habits of political power and to corresponding respectability. Vorwärts celebrated the communist battles over Rosa Luxemburg's legacy as a political dividend for itself. But social democracy, too, had its Luxemburgist nonconformists. In the early 1930s, a group of left-wing socialists formed an independent party, SAP, Socialist Workers' Party, which also claimed direct ancestry from Rosa Luxemburg. One of the prominent leaders of this party was Paul Froelich, editor of and expert on Rosa Luxemburg, himself evicted from the KPD for right-wing deviation in 1928. Here was a rival claimant for specific Luxemburgist ancestry. Whatever the errors of Luxemburgism, when it came to a question of linear descent, Thalmann and the leaders of the KPD wanted to make it clear that in spite of all criticism, Rosa Luxemburg belonged to the senior branch of orthodox revolutionary Marxism. Such a claim had been clearly authorized by the Russian adjudicators in the Sauerland affair. Once more and for the last time, Rosa Luxemburg herself, her personality, her career, and her martyrdom were separated from the whole indigestible problem of Luxemburgism. The confusion caused by Sauerland, and of course by Stalin himself, was authoritatively resolved at last. Ruthless confrontation with Luxemburgism would henceforth be combined with the enthusiastic acceptance of Rosa Luxemburg herself. Ernst Thälmann devoted a substantial part of his speech to the full session of the Central Committee of the party in February 1932 to this problem. Even though the legal KPD was to have less than 12 months of existence in Germany, the apostolic tradition of the party was still a matter of first importance. We have to speak absolutely clearly. In all those questions in which Rosa Luxemburg differed from Lenin, she was wrong. Moreover, it is impossible to justify Rosa Luxemburg's mistakes by reference to the objective circumstances in Germany before the war. But we have not the slightest intention of lowering the importance of Rosa Luxemburg, Karl Liebknecht, Franz Mehring, and the other comrades who formed the left wing of pre-war social democracy. We have not the slightest intention of denying the importance of these truly revolutionary fighters and leaders, and their fine revolutionary tradition, or of leaving them to the Social Democrats and other desecrators. Rosa Luxemburg and the rest belong to us. After this, the problem of Luxemburgism officially ceased to be a clear and present danger. It had little relevance to the conditions of hazardous clandestine activity during the Third Reich, or to the emigration and purges in Russia during the late 30s. The problem of deviation was drowned in the wholesale slaughter of the old German and Polish leadership. Only when the war was over, and the KPD crept into power in the wake of Russian arms, did it open its Pandora's box of old problems once more. The creation of the Socialist Unity Party in Germany at the end of 1946, out of progressive elements of the SPD and the surviving communists, raised the sensitive questions of deviation and social relationships in a very practical form. Germany was divided in two. The West German SPD, a reformist party in a bourgeois state, confronted the ruling SED in the East with the same venom and the same problems as in the 1920s and early 1930s. Though the division was now geographical, the old phraseology of international class conflict was refurbished as good as new. Both in Poland and East Germany, the memory of Rosa Luxemburg was honored with all the respect due to distinguished and martyred forebears. Streets and squares were named after her, several schools, and, in Poland, a large electronics factory. But matters did not rest with ritual honors. The struggle against the Old Germany continued across the dividing line created by the Allied military occupation. In communist terminology, it was the German version of July 1917 over again, the longest July in the history of the world. All that had changed since then was that German imperialism was no longer an autonomous pillar of strength, but merely an outpost of the new American imperialism. The analogy of conditions was carried to the extent that America's role in the destruction of the German Revolution in 1918 was examined afresh and suddenly found to have been substantial. It was anyhow easier to relate past to present if conditions were postulated as being as nearly as possible identical. In 1951, a selection of Rosa Luxemburg's work was published at long last, with careful annotations underlining her errors. Almost at the same time, a critical biography, carrying the seal of the party's approval, was written by a senior member of the establishment. Here, for the first time, was a specific and full-length analysis of the Luxemburgist system of errors, still treated, of course, as a system. The thesis of choices, up or down from a given stage of development, had survived. Luxemburgism had been in small part due to historical circumstances, in greater part to intellectual failure and perversity. Elsner made a double contrast: Lenin and Luxemburg, Leninism and Luxemburgism. In the process, Luxemburgism regained much of its specificity. It was no longer simply a synonym for Trotskyism, Menshevism, etc. More than this, the pairing, though still adumbrated, became a matter of positive analysis and not merely assertion. Subjective according to content and not just objective by the coincidence of deviation. But Elsner followed Thälmann 18 years earlier in distinguishing between Rosa Luxemburg's life and actions on the one hand and her writings on the other, as though these two led in different directions. The new generation of socialists had to absorb both Luxemburg and Luxemburgism according to their merits, the one as a shining example, the other as a false doctrine related to but not justified by a particular period of the past, in any case worthy of critical study. The danger of Luxemburgism as a present force hardly seemed to exist. The worst that could now be feared was misunderstanding and overvaluation. The younger generation of socialist voters knows the name of this outstanding workers' leader, but not her life and works. It is therefore an unavoidable duty to transmit this knowledge to the masses. Of course, there can be no question of only speaking well of the dead, in accordance with petit bourgeois habits. Our duty is to present the historical significance of people in their objective reality, to enable the struggling generation of today to learn the correct lessons. Great as Rosa Luxemburg's merits in the German workers' movement were, deeply as we bow down in tribute before her life of struggle, much as we love Rosa on account of her ruthless struggle for the cause of the workers, nonetheless we must never forget how great were her mistakes which led the German working class into error. Above all, we must not lose sight of the fact that this Luxemburgism is not a matter of individual errors but of a whole system of wrong conceptions. Much historical material has since been published in East Germany. Though the problem of Luxemburgism itself is no longer one of contemporary deviations, the interpretation of party history is still considered a narrowly accurate guide to ideological correctness. Thus, while no one is likely to be accused of Luxemburgism today, any historical overvaluation of Luxemburgism or spontaneity is likely to be indicted as opportunism or revisionism, both still serious crimes leading to expulsion. In being relegated to history, Luxemburgism has been finally encapsulated within the communist tradition, a once serious internal deviation on which the books have now been closed. Revisionism, however, is not internal. It is an invasion of orthodox Marxist territory by the foreign agents of bourgeois philosophy. In Germany, divided and ideologically at war, the danger of such an intellectual fifth column is still felt to be acute. In the German Democratic Republic, this leads to an ideological rigidity far stiffer than in other socialist countries. In Rosa Luxemburg's own words, the extreme opportunism in Western Germany results in a corresponding rigidity among revolutionary Marxists. Nevertheless, the post-Stalin thaw has had its effects. In Poland particularly, the discussion of Rosa Luxemburg's role and views in 1956 simply ignored 30 years of Stalinist prohibitions, though the full freedom of 1956 has not yet been achieved again. In addition, documentary material and objective analysis has been pouring out from the pens of a devoted group of Polish historians in Warsaw. Even in Russia, Rosa Luxemburg has recently become a proper subject of study. Snippets of her writings on revisionism and the mass strike have appeared, and a collection of her comments on literature. In the German Democratic Republic, however, new questions have recently been asked, or very old ones reconsidered. Among these is the whole problem of the SPD before the First World War and its attitude to the war itself. The 1931 excesses of Stalinist misinterpretation have partly been corrected, a function of the demolition of Stalin's own political role. With care and perception, it is possible to use chronology in reverse. The state of present official opinion on these questions corresponds to that of the KPD before 1928, before the Stalinist diversion. Though the answers on the whole are still orthodox, the very fact that these questions have been raised at all is in itself significant. Thus Kaczynski, a distinguished economic historian, in his own work on pre-war social democracy put forward the thesis that the betrayal of the masses by the leaders was to some extent a myth. The masses, regrettably, tumbled into chauvinistic support for the war largely of their own volition. For this Kaczynski was severely taken to task. But again, the very fact that he published his analysis at all is more reminiscent of the circumstances of 1926, when Radek wrote his version of these events, than of anything published in the 20 years after 1931. Behind this particular issue lurks the very purpose of writing labor history in the German Democratic Republic. Are German historians to solve problems in a spirit of objective analysis with only formal obeisance to the party line, or are the historians of the DDR exclusively to carry forward the great task of moving over to the ideological offensive in the permanent struggle with West German imperialism and militarism? It is not merely, as before, a question of a new line against established orthodoxy, but partly a matter of personal ambition and institutional rivalry as well. That is why the apparent neo-Stalinists are represented as much by young men like Dieter Frick as by the older generation of established party historians, and why particular institutions and university departments tend to follow a particular line. However exaggerated such a total mobilization of historians in the fight against West Germany might appear, the tense situation of two Germanys prevents and will continue to prevent the establishment of elbow room for historians with fewer political overtones, such as now visibly exists in Poland, in Czechoslovakia, and elsewhere. The motivation of East German ideology is still partly that of a bad conscience. History has obliged with the opportunity for a repeat performance. The 1918 struggle is being waged all over again. Consequently, the treatment of labor history is simultaneously both historical and contemporary. The bad conscience about previous defeats, even the very loss of Marxist supremacy to the Russians, still keeps the temperature at a relatively high level. Any partial victory in the present struggle dialectically becomes a victory gained in and over the past. We thus have in Germany as elsewhere the now standard form of anti-Stalinist revision. Sometimes this consists of individual trial balloons which meet or do not meet with the approval of the hierarchy. At the same time, however, and particularly in the last 2 or 3 years, the official party historians have themselves been engaged on a collective and authorized revision of their own. The product of the need for an official guide to all these problems of history was the outline of the history of the German working class movement, first published in 1962 and already twice revised. The importance of this document and its revisions can be seen by the fact that all the revision was submitted for approval to the full meeting of the Central Committee of the SED. Here the position of Rosa Luxemburg as the intellectual leader of the German left is re-established. Her system still has its errors. As long as Leninism continues to exist and represent the correct adaptation of Marxism in the era of imperialism, Rosa Luxemburg will always remain subordinate and, since she was a contemporary and not a predecessor of Lenin, in error. But the distinctive contribution of the German left in its unending struggle against opportunism is being increasingly acknowledged. From this follows the acknowledgement of the German left as the ancestors of German communism, to which Leninism supplied an organizational and theoretical corrective, though no longer the original spark of life. There are difficulties here too. The new preoccupation with Bebel makes the conflicts between Bebel and the German left at the end of his life difficult to explain satisfactorily. In part, the explanation is the legitimate though un-Marxist one of the great leader's senility. But since the elevation of one necessarily diminishes the other, an awkward either slash or remains. As recently as 1958, a distinguished survivor complained publicly that the Bebel cult was once more in real danger of subsuming the officially admitted role of the German left. In a recent official publication there had been a page and a half for Bernstein, Hilferding and Kautsky, but not a line for the German left. Not one line to show that there was a German left and not only right-wing socialism. We must acknowledge the great struggle of the German left against opportunism, and particularly that of Rosa Luxemburg. It is my heartfelt wish to recall the most wonderful period of my life when as a young man I knew and worked with Rosa Luxemburg, Karl Liebknecht and Franz Mehring. As long as these old men survived, Rosa Luxemburg had her personal defenders. Duncker even called for a new edition of her works, particularly Social Reform or Revolution. Problems remain, alive and unresolved. Future revisions of history can only help to justify Rosa Luxemburg still further, if not perhaps in her specific confrontations with Lenin, at least in her general attitudes. The whole notion of a spontaneity theory on which the concept of Luxemburgism is based is now, 1964-5, under agonizing reappraisal and may soon be officially denounced as a slander. If so, Luxemburgism as a system of errors will collapse. We shall be back in 1922. Either Rosa Luxemburg will be presented as a Leninist with minor and unimportant deviations, or possibly, though less probably, the old heretical thesis that there were after all specific German conditions different from those of Russia may yet get official sanction. Perhaps it is useless to speculate further. No one can say how far the problems of the Lenin-Luxemburg controversies, or anyone else's controversies with Lenin, will ever be genuinely re-examined. But Rosa Luxemburg is not merely the unquiet spirit which possessed German communists. Unlike Trotskyism, there is no formal Luxemburgist discipline in opposition to communist orthodoxy. No organized sect, however small, bears her name. But this testifies to her importance, not to any lack of it. Even without formal acknowledgement, many of those who adhere to revolutionary Marxism, yet reject the straitjacket of a communist movement that could produce a Stalin as well as the sectarian disputations of the Trotskyites, look to Rosa Luxemburg's work for inspiration. Her influence extends beyond Marxism. No uncommitted student of political thought can afford to ignore a corpus of ideas which combines without equal a complete loyalty to dialectical materialism with absolute insistence on the humanistic and self-liberating aspects of revolutionary democracy. Those who believe that the discipline of change and improvement must be largely self-imposed, that the modern industrial economy of the West is at once the harshest prison for the human spirit and the only key to its liberation. Those, in short, who hold that the revolutionary steps to progress must lead directly from highly developed capitalism to socialism without the historically retrograde control by a small elite which serves progress in relatively backward societies, will all find no better guide or inspiration than the life and work of Rosa Luxemburg. This is no outright denial of communist achievements. The present changes in Russia, which have partially dismantled Stalinism, may well erode some of the presumptions that gave it birth. Just as Rosa reconnected directly to Marx in 1918, so the Russian leaders or Mao and their successors may one day reconnect to an early or even pre-Leninist conception in which the process as well as the product of socialism is functionally related to the emancipation of humanity, with humanity that is not merely a collective abstraction but the sum of the participating individuals. This problem exists everywhere in all societies. Rosa Luxemburg's actual solutions may have been utopian. But if the validity of the European experience and its acceptance as a means to further progress are to be maintained, then her overall contribution is highly relevant. Appendix 1. Rosa Luxemburg as an economist. Rosa Luxemburg always said that, insofar as her talent lay in the field of the social sciences, it was in economics, and in mathematical economics at that. Mathematics may have been her violin d'angre, the thing at which she would rather have excelled than those in which she was in fact outstanding. It is quite a common nostalgia. The only evidence for her mathematical claim or wish are the recalculations of Marx's not very complicated compound reproduction formulae in Volume 2 of Capital. And here her calculations are capable both of fairly obvious refinement as well as fairly obvious contradiction. But what is probably true is that the thin end of the wedge of her interest in the problem of accumulation, which gave rise to her remarkable book The Accumulation of Capital, was the mathematical difficulty Marx experienced in the proof of accumulation, and which he left unresolved at his death. Rosa Luxemburg's main talent as a writer and, above all, teacher of economics, the latter was the more important and enduring function, was her capacity to enliven the subject with vivid, unusual, and convincing illustrations. Her textbook on economics, political economy, to use the Marxist phrase for the specific economics of capitalism, was essentially a conducted tour through the historical stages of economic relations, from primitive communism via the slave economy to feudalism and capitalism. As her friend and editor pointed out, these were lectures, written for oral delivery. They were incomplete. Rosa worked on the manuscript from 1907 to 1912, and again in prison from 1916 to 1918. They were intentionally simple. The fact that most of the theoretical problems, value, surplus value, reproduction, are missing may have been due to her inability to complete the manuscript, but more probably to her reluctance to complicate her lectures with material partially dealt with in The Accumulation of Capital. Whatever her preference for mathematical analysis, therefore, she was essentially an economic historian, naturally in a Marxist sense. Her facts were chosen to illustrate a fundamental thesis. The fact that she, and in her time she alone, succeeded in enlivening this potentially gray subject is eloquently attested by her students at the party school, and by the many extramural lectures for which friends and party organizations were forever pestering her before the war. Nor was clarity and strong coloring merely a mastered technique. One of the strongest points in her indictment of orthodox academic economics was its dryness, its obscurantism, its persistence in making an important and thrilling subject well-nigh incomprehensible, except to other professors. It is thus not surprising that Rosa Luxemburg's only piece of original academic research, in the formal sense of the term, was also a piece of economic history. Her doctoral dissertation for the University of Zurich not only gained her the required award of a degree but also achieved the much less usual distinction of instant commercial publication. It was widely reviewed in Germany, as well as in the Polish and Russian émigré press. Its originality lay in two distinct factors. Its thesis, a new one at the time, was Poland's economic integration into the Russian Empire since the beginning of the century, resulting in the dependence of the Polish economy on the Russian market, and consequently the logical necessity of this continued integration. Though rigorously dependent on economic evidence, this thesis provided a secure base for the political contest against Polish national independence in the future. Those socialists who argued for self-determination, no socialist could play down the primacy of economic evidence, were thus left with arguments that might proliferate frothily on the surface of reality but had no roots in its economic laws. Try as they might, none of her critics was able to demolish her case. And history, too, proved her right, as the situation of the Polish economy between the wars showed all too clearly. Chronic underconsumption and an oversized, unbalanced industry that tottered at the slightest whiff of crisis, with a laissez-mourir, not even a laissez-faire government in charge. The other original aspect of her work was her sources. In the West, no one had previously bothered with these, and Polish émigrés were far too politically minded for economics. At home, it was not a subject that was encouraged at Russian universities. In the Bibliothèque Nationale and the Czartoryski Library in Paris, Rosa dug up hitherto unknown material, and the use to which she put it opened up new lines of investigation into Polish and Russian economic history. Historians can and still do use her work with profit today. In addition, her early researches in 1893 and 1894 unearthed enough material not only for her own thesis, but for Julian Marczlewski's as well. His dissertation on the Polish physiocrats and subsequent work on the Polish economy were largely due to Rosa's suggestion and indication of sources. But all Marxists have to know a lot of economics. Had it not been for accumulation, Rosa Luxemburg's work would have remained merely a better and brighter than most dab at economic history. The accumulation of capital is a compound work of incidental genius. Incidental because it achieved fame and importance in quite a different way from that which the author intended. It was intended to clarify imperialism, but it did not. No more than the theory of relativity explains light, which Einstein did not of course intend it to. It was intended to solve compound reproduction mathematically, but did not succeed, though Rosa Luxemburg admitted that this was not perhaps as vital as she had at first supposed. Finally, it was meant to provide a rational as well as logical explanation of capitalist expansion in spite of the severely limiting parameters of Marxist economics, and at the same time identify the theoretical point of inevitable collapse. And though she did provide this, her analysis failed to find favor among contemporary or later economists, whether bourgeois or communist. Instead, it raised and partially answered a question about investment that was entirely new then and is still vital today. Instead of a tenable theory of imperialism, Rosa Luxemburg offered a theory of growth which at least some economists today hold to be vital and valid. Her political heirs have relegated the work to the Museum of Primitive Curiosities and have misused her economics to condemn her politically. It is her ancient enemies, on the other hand, the professional bourgeois economists, dressed up with much sophistication and technique since the days of Roscher, Schmaler, and Sombart, who have rediscovered the prophetic quality in her line of economic inquiry. The mathematics are of secondary importance and need not be discussed here. Nor do we have to pass judgment on how Marxist a work Rosa Luxemburg's accumulation really is. I would not presume to judge this in vacuo. An analysis by way of reference to later authorities is so politically loaded as to subsume the economic arguments completely. We are therefore left, first, with a confrontation of Rosa Luxemburg's intention against her achievement, and secondly with the incidental illuminations. I shall postulate neutrality between Marxist and non-Marxist methods of economic analysis, except to emphasize that Rosa's problems with Marx's own works were not merely technical, but fundamental. Accumulation. In Marxist analysis of the capitalist economy, production is the primary function, and predominates over consumption and its derivative, demand. Distribution problems are of a technical nature only, and the proper functioning of distribution is assumed, concepts and assumptions which incidentally have been taken over into Soviet economies, which in turn are actually rationalized capitalism but without capitalist criteria. Apart from the temporary dislocation caused by crises of boom and slump, from which Rosa Luxemburg deliberately abstracts, all production starts by being consumed, either literally by consumers or as replacement of fixed capital by producers or by the reinvestment of profits. As long as total production, annual national income, say, is consumed in this way, and the stock of capital remains constant, investment just equals replacement. The economy remains in equilibrium. This is Marx's simple reproduction. It is only a conceptual basis, however. Production dominates, not consumption. The point of capitalist enterprise is the maximization of profit, for reinvestment and further maximization. The stock of capital grows. The central point of Marxist economic analysis is that consumer incomes do not rise proportionately, the iron law of wages. It is the producer who has to absorb the bulk of the increased output as replacement of or addition to his fixed capital. The Marxist model in fact divides the economy into two departments, that of producers' goods and that of consumer goods. The one thus grows faster than the other. Since they are related, consumer goods produced for workers in producers' goods industries, producers' goods produced for the capitalists in consumer goods industries, disequilibrium results. Worse, it is progressive, not circular. It gets worse as accumulation proceeds. Accumulation proportionate to investment is consequently impossible, yet it happens demonstrably. Accumulation is the capitalist's raison d'être. But why does he invest in the first place? This then was Rosa Luxemburg's problem, as it had been Marx's, one of them. Before his death, he had indicated various possible approaches, but no definite or central solution. Initially, the mathematics come in here. But neither for Marx nor Rosa Luxemburg was this a question of mere mathematical elegance. What was needed was a function of demand which would furnish, not the need, but the effective means of consuming the cause of the imbalance, the additional output generated by the compulsive quest for profit. To start with, Rosa Luxemburg examined the various possibilities adumbrated by Marx himself. The most probable one, however, is referred to only in passing, as part of the problem itself and not of its solution. This is the thesis that the investment criterion is not the starting point of economic causality, but is a derived function of production, derived by that anarchic competition that enforces perpetual technical change, improvement, and expansion to reduce unit cost. Without it, a capitalist is forced quickly out of business and joins the haggard army of the proletariat. Thus, profits are still the object of capitalist activity, not by any act of will but from sheer necessity. It is either profits or economic death. Orthodox Marxist economists, both Soviet and anti-Soviet, have accepted this causality and have developed it into a sophisticated rationality that serves to explain the entire process of capitalist growth. Why did Rosa Luxemburg bypass this solution, which became and has remained the mainstream of Marxist orthodoxy? For her, it never rises above the level of being a minor constituent part of the problem, and also ran in the cause of competition and anarchy. Nor is it peculiar to the capitalist system, but has existed in all forms of productive relations from first to last. But if this is so, then it cannot begin to provide a solution to the specific problem of capitalist accumulation. Technological change and economies of scale were merely additional complications imposed by real life. Having searched in Marx, Rosa Luxemburg then looked at the Marxists, or rather at all the important economists from Sismondi and Ricardo to the Russian legal Marxists who were concerned with this problem. In the process of extracting what was relevant, they were unceremoniously buffeted about, called to account, and then contemptuously dismissed, for none of them provided the answer. It is clear that Rosa never expected that they would. She was much less than fair to many of their ideas, for she thought she had the answer even before she started on them. The balancing factor is the existence of pre-capitalist economies, and the pre-capitalist enclaves within capitalist economies, mainly agricultural. It is the capitalization of these areas which provides the justified growth drive of capitalists, the expectation of growing profits and continuous investment. The process, and with it the entire capitalist system, can continue just as long as such areas exist. When they have been gobbled up, capitalism will have to rely on its internal resources, accumulation will become self-defeating, capitalism will collapse. Voluntary abstention is impossible by definition. Those writers like von Kirschmann who appeared to suggest it are berated most severely by Rosa Luxemburg. Rosa Luxemburg asserts this solution and describes it convincingly. She does not prove it in the way she disproves the theories of her opponents. This does not, of course, invalidate it. Capitalist consumption goods go out to pay for cheap raw materials from colonies. Capital is also exported to exploit cheap labor. The process was then and is now familiar enough, the classic indictment of imperialism, before and since political independence, old political as opposed to new economic imperialism. The question is whether this is a feature of capitalism or the mainspring of its continued existence. And this problem remains open. But curiously enough, it remains open only in the non-communist world, among politicians as well as academic economists. At least it is an arguable case. Among orthodox Marxists, however, the thesis is a manifestation, not the cause, and the reasons for this demotion are in the last resort more political than economic. Imperialism. The only explicit political analysis in the accumulation of capital is the last chapter, which purports to prove the economic necessity of militarism, but fails to do so. By this time, the internal logic and beauty of Rosa's analysis made her overreach herself. It began to run wild. But of course, imperialism is the necessary consequence of Rosa's whole concept of capitalist accumulation. If one capitalist economy must capture and cannibalize pre-capitalist society in order to survive, then the other capitalist economies must be kept out of captured areas. The whole apparatus of militarism, the sharpened social tensions that were so typical of it, thus had two causes: the need to wrest colonies from their indigenous rulers, and then to keep and if possible extend them at the expense of other people's colonies. As a matter of logical causality, imperialism follows from the moment the problem of accumulation is identified and solved by Rosa Luxemburg. As already emphasized, the whole political and historical development of imperialism as a specific internal condition of society is absent from the analysis in the accumulation of capital, implied but not described. In Rosa Luxemburg's political writings of the period, it is the effects of imperialism on class relations that are stressed, again not described. The essence of imperialism, das Ding in sich, is absent, the missing step already referred to. This leaves an apparent vacuum for followers and critics to fill in as seems best to them. Lenin, at the time unaware of her political writings on this subject, assumed that for psychological reasons Rosa wanted to exorcise the problem of imperialism from home and export it to the colonies, thus belittling its importance among the manifold preoccupations of social democracy. This notion is nonsense, though a hostile and isolated reading of the accumulation of capital makes it conceivable. If anything, the opposite is true. Though the location of capitalism's center of gravity moves to pre-capitalist societies or areas, at least from the theoretical moment of internal repletion of imperialist societies, these are never anything but passive objects. They can neither arrest nor alter the process of their own transformation. The stimulus comes wholly from the colonizers, the imperialists. And though Rosa Luxemburg shared with Lenin the recognition of a need for political action to hasten the end of capitalism through revolution, she was much closer to the Mensheviks and Kautsky in her belief that the economic laws of capitalism should not be short-circuited, much less held up. Hence her emphasis on the inevitability of capitalist-agrarian relations after the 1905 revolution, which she considered progressive, while Lenin feared they would make revolution in Russia well-nigh impossible. The same reasoning applied to her consistent opposition to tariffs and duties in Germany. These would impede, not assist, full capitalist development. As with the Russian peasants, Rosa Luxemburg had no vision of eventual colonial independence in a capitalist world. Though she recognized the tendency for industrial investment in colonies, she saw this merely as an extension of home capitalism looking for cheap labor and the procurement of raw materials, without any local response other than misery and suffering. Thus, she did not look for any revolutionary potential in the exploitation of colonial peoples, however vividly she described that exploitation. She came very close to laying down the axiom that any colony fighting for independence did so because it had inherent imperialist ambitions of its own, an indictment similar to recent Chinese characterizations of Nehru's imperialist India. The honor of the incorporation of the nationalist colonial struggle into revolutionary Marxism, and the acquisitive peasant struggle, fell to Lenin. But again, it must be said, the accumulation of capital was intended as an economic theorem, not an analytical text of political revolution. This makes a confrontation between the accumulation of capital and Lenin's work on imperialism 3 years later, after the outbreak of the war, not so much impossible as pointless. And if one wants to extrapolate Rosa's arguments into a political context, as her later critics have done, a more meaningful result than theirs can be achieved. First, an objective case can certainly be made for the preeminent importance of colonial spheres of influence for thriving capitalist economies. The classical trade pattern of exports of cheap manufactures to colonial dependencies in return for imports of artificially cheap raw materials is accurate, though not of course complete. Physical domination is not necessary. Post-independence control is today called economic imperialism. Secondly, the classic economic theory that the rationalization of foreign trade which follows this pattern, expanded production of desirable staple exports with all the resultant internal economies of scale, enriches the exporting country is now seriously questioned. In spite of such trade and much aid, the poor countries get poorer and the rich richer, at least comparatively, and this divergence is linked, not discrete. This development, which incidentally is endemic in capitalism, and has only recently been discovered, follows from Rosa Luxemburg's accumulation far more naturally than some of the technical criticisms and assumptions made by orthodox Marxist-Leninists like Elsner, drowning in the minutiae of formal and politically loaded concepts. Thirdly, once the notion of colonial exploitation becomes central and is brought up to date, the basic confrontation between rich and poor societies, which is today's real dialectic, subsumes the old form of class conflict within society. In this context, we are witnessing a curious resurgence of nationalism in ex-colonies. To coin a suitable Leninist formula, neutralism is nationalism in the age of imperialism. Instead of conflicts within colonial societies against imperialist domination, linked to class conflict at home, there is a lineup of poor countries against rich, with the former assuming the role of the international proletariat. This alignment, moreover, cuts across the Leninist-Stalinist division into capitalist and socialist camps. What matters is wealth or poverty and the relative growth of wealth or poverty. This then is an international or class lineup that cuts across national boundaries, or rather makes these boundaries into mere markers of autonomy rather than absolute isolation, as Rosa Luxemburg actually advocated. This too follows from her emphasis on colonizers and colonies as basic protagonists in a developing capitalist world. Accumulation may be an abstract but is by no means a barren work. Though no reference is made to Rosa Luxemburg's work, modern Soviet writing on imperialism has perforce had to adjust in part to this redefinition of relevance. Imperialism is no longer the highest stage of capitalism, but a specific condition of distortion which cuts across the normal articulation of class relationships, with a specific colonial character. Or the European bourgeoisie by no means went into overseas countries in order to implant there the prevailing capitalist production relationships. Normal capitalism is represented by the domestic national bourgeoisie, which thus finds itself in conflict with foreign imperialism. The economic interests of the national bourgeoisie are inimical to the interests of imperialism. Everywhere the bourgeoisie tries to attain independent capitalist development, just what imperialism hampers. This is an apparent paradox, but imperialism cannot function without colonial or semi-colonial exploitation, and will try to keep the exploited countries in a state of rural backwardness, i.e. to preserve that very state of underdevelopment which all nationalist forces, including the bourgeoisie, are trying to remedy. Hence, the struggle between them will be sharpened. This is no longer either Lenin or Luxemburg. It is Leninist insofar as it relates to current strategy of focusing on American economic imperialism as the main enemy, and thus accepts the very un-Luxemburg notion of, temporarily, better and worse capitalisms. But it is Luxemburgist insofar as it retransfers attention to the third world of underdeveloped or colonial countries, and locates the final struggle of socialism and capitalism in that arena, thus once more connecting the future of capitalism with the colonial rather than the domestic scene. Soviet writers are making this concession painfully and slowly, under the pressure of Chinese competition. Investment and capitalist expansion. The confinement of Marxist economics has already burst apart in the previous section. We shall now leave it behind altogether in an attempt to identify the mechanism of Rosa Luxemburg's model. If production and profits rather than consumption and income are the prime motives of economic action, this is central to Marxism. Then the difficulties of compound reproduction necessarily lead to the question, why do capitalists continue to do something which is incapable of successful achievement? We have already seen what they do, exploit colonies and other pre-capitalist segments of the economy. The problem now is why. More specifically, whence do they anticipate a demand which leads them to increase production? In short, to invest. It is here that orthodox Marxist economics fails us, as it failed Rosa Luxemburg, otherwise she would not have written her book. Marx himself was aware of the problem, though he, and subsequently all orthodox Marxists, dealt with it by assuming that investment was a function of, and limited by, the needs of technology and size which would enable a producer to remain viable, to stay in the game. This minimal viability is not growth, But historically, growth has taken place in capitalist economies over the last 60 years. Growth, not merely concentration. And, though Rosa Luxemburg nowhere suggests even for a moment that genuine growth of capitalist economies, in our sense of that word, is possible or important to analyze, her analysis is in fact close to some modern growth models. It is only necessary to abstract from her two limitations: the lack of an adequate banking system to channel one man's savings to another man's physical investment, and the rather more fundamental assumption that effective demand cannot come from a rise in workers' real wages. Once this is done, the capitalists search for investment, and the whole analysis of cumulative growth of investable savings, surplus, in conditions of technical progress and of a rising rate of capital exploitation, provide the right basis for a modern growth model. Rosa Luxemburg asks, unintentionally, the right question. We can easily alter "why does he invest" to "how can he be induced to invest?" She also provides some elements of an answer by looking for a new and additional source of demand and defining its theoretical quantity. It is better than merely postulating investment, however illogical, and then measuring it empirically without explaining it. Instead of starting this problem at the end, Rosa Luxemburg begins at the beginning. Beyond all doubt, the accumulation of capital is a work of uneven, flickering genius, ill-confined within the strict limits of the author's self-imposed task. Its explicit quality is considerable, but the real impact comes from the incidentals. Given freer rein than in the immediate political polemics which occupied most of her attention, Rosa Luxemburg's mind plumbed hitherto dark or barely explored depths. The questions asked are more interesting than the solutions offered. But in economics, as in all social sciences, this is the bigger hurdle. One aspect that is frequently overlooked in discussing Marxist economics, and confronting it with the various economic techniques evolved since classical equilibrium theory began to be demolished, is the very fundamental difference in the ground covered. All too often we assume that we are merely dealing with a different set of techniques, that we shall get answers to what are essentially similar problems. This is not so. For the last 150 years, economics has narrowed, like a pyramid, towards increasing specialization, a concentration in depth. Marxist economics was siphoned out of the scientific mainstream of economics at a time when specialization had not passed beyond emphasis, a focus of interest on a particular aspect of the social sciences, but not an abstraction from them as irrelevant or different. It retained this quality of emphasis within totality. All Marxist analysis does. Marxism means scientific totality. The Marxist word for over-intensive specializing is vulgarization, and bourgeois economics are vulgar economics. Interlocked as they are, the techniques of Marxism have not plumbed any new depths in their particular spheres for many years, however much they may push forward the validity of the whole system. Rosa Luxemburg subscribed wholeheartedly to the interlocking totality of Marxism. All or nothing. Indeed, she went further in this than most contemporaries. She emphasized that the science of political economy, the name itself is a concession to totality, would become extinct when capitalism, its subject of study, disappeared. Probably the same fate would befall all the other tools of Marxist social analysis, originating from and confined as they were to the historical class dialectic they claimed to illuminate. Socialist revolution would wipe away the tools for studying reality when it destroyed that reality itself. It is this context of the function of science that lights up the accumulation of capital with a luridly nonconformist fire. Intentional or not, the work achieves, and, more important still, demands a validity for its analysis that has nothing to do with the author's usual acceptance of severe limitations of purpose. In spite of the handicap of loaded and often ill-defined concepts, blunt tools for a precision job, Rosa Luxemburg surrenders herself freely to the search for basic, objective causalities. For the moment, revolution and politics hardly matter. Not that this was deliberate. The point is that, given stimulus and the right circumstances, she was capable of thinking in this extended scientific manner. Marx certainly was. Lenin, for instance, was not. That is why Marx and Rosa Luxemburg, though not of course to the same extent, have provided scientific techniques quite separate from and valid outside their political doctrines, while Lenin and Kautsky and Plekhanov have not. It has nothing to do with ability, but with the depth of mind and analysis. And this may be ultimately why the accumulation of capital has been Rosa Luxemburg's lever maudit. It is unique among her own writings, in scope even more than in quality. Marxists have dealt with it either by making it subsume all her other writings, the fount of all her errors, or by treating it as a fascinating deviation into a blind alley. Among non-Marxists, it takes its place in the procession of contributions to scientific analysis. To enable it to do so, they have stripped it of its relevance to totality, emphasizing depth rather than breadth. In both cases, however, the book's unquiet spirit continues to haunt a world still inhabited by the obstinate problems with which it deals. That alone is the best measure of its importance. Appendix 2. The National Question. Rosa Luxemburg did not invent the notion that socialism and national self-determination might be conflicting ideas. The difficulty of finding the right emphasis and relationship between them in practical politics already bedeviled Polish socialists in the early 1880s. Chapter 2. In the Polish context, it is as old as socialism itself. It even goes all the way back to Marx and Engels. Though Marx hailed the re-establishment of Poland as progressive and worthy of the first international support, his motives were not simply based on some concept of abstract right or justice. Karl Marx, with his long-range vision of history, worked out a correspondingly long-range revolutionary strategy, aimed largely at defeating Russia, then the geopolitical heartland of European reaction. In general, Marx's and Engels's conception of the national geographical rearrangement of Europe was based on 4 criteria: the development of progress, the creation of large-scale economic units, the weighting of approval and disapproval in accordance with revolutionary possibilities, and their specific enmity to Russia. Their attitude to Poland, with all due allowance for the persistent intrusion of this particular issue, fits into their general framework and in fact illustrates it. In order to move the German Revolution forward, it was necessary to separate Germany from Russia. The creation of a democratic Poland was the first precondition for the creation of a democratic Germany. The fact that this formulation contradicted the absorptionist policies of the Prussian government with regard to non-German minorities suited Marx all the better. The fact that Marx stressed that Germany's honor was at stake in the need to recreate Poland may be taken as much as a propagandistic weapon as evidence of any genuine attachment to such unmaterialistic motivations. Once in exile in London, the stress on right and honor largely disappeared. The anti-Russian accent grew stronger. The desirable political constellation of East Europe became the celebrated anti-Russian cordon sanitaire of containment. Reflecting on the new post-revolutionary situation in Europe, Engels wrote to Marx in May 1851, "The more I reflect about history, the clearer it appears to me that the Poles are a nation fautu, useful as a means only until Russia herself is drawn into the agrarian revolution. From that moment on, Poland has absolutely no more raison d'être. This subordination of any autonomous interest to the wider strategical necessity of defeating or at least containing Russia was partly eroded by the widespread support for Polish national aspirations among many of Marx's associates, particularly in England. In the course of the Rising of 1863, Marx again came out more strongly in favor of an historical reward for so much revolutionary effort. But it is noticeable that even during this resurgence of interest in Polish self-determination, there is no attempt to broaden support for a reconstituted Poland into any general doctrine of self-determination. Nor did Marx's various attempts to commit the First International to a specific Polish policy meet with universal enthusiasm in that organization. Marx and Engels were interested in the 20 million heroes between Europe and Asia, not as a nation but as a revolutionary and strategical potential. Engels especially was concerned to emphasize the functional role of Poland as a vehicle for revolution, a role limited in time to the dawn of revolutionary incandescence in Russia itself. When in the late 1870s the Narodniks first gave signs of a revolutionary potential there, the importance of Poland rapidly declined in his conception. But at the same time, the very decline of Poland's functional role caused Engels to examine the specific question of Polish nationality somewhat more generously. As a separate Polish socialist movement began to emerge in the 1880s, Engels was exercised by the tactical problem of giving it as wide an appeal as possible. He developed a more precise thesis about the relationship between revolutionary progress and national states. The national unit was the normal political constitution of the European bourgeoisie, in which it could best develop. No great people can seriously discuss its internal problems as long as national independence is absent. In order to avoid any discrepancy between socialist policy and the obvious desire for national unity and independence, it was necessary for Polish socialists to place the liberation of their country at the head of their program. An international proletarian movement can only grow out of the existence of independent nations. Thus, both Marx and Engels established some sort of a tradition of proletarian support for national self-determination, at least of major peoples in general and for Polish self-determination in particular. This tradition was taken over and developed by the leaders of social democracy in Germany, Austria, and elsewhere. Wilhelm Liebknecht especially became the major protagonist of this thesis both in its general and Polish aspects. But in the course of time, the motivations changed. The revolutionary strategy, according to which Poland was a cog in the anti-Russian policy of containment and destruction, became emasculated. With the emergence of a socialist movement in Poland and following Engels's narrower preoccupation with the resurrection of Poland as desirable per se, the question of right and justice altered the wider strategy. Wilhelm Liebknecht, and to some extent his colleague Bebel, based the ideological legitimacy of his leadership of the growing German social democratic movement on specific negation of the expansionist policies of the Prussian state and German Empire. The occupation of substantial Polish areas was a flagrant example. It was thus natural that support for Polish self-determination became an integral part of the mortal enmity, which was ritually and annually hurled at existing society and its political superstructure. Liebknecht himself also subscribed fully to Marx's early views on Poland as a necessary bastion against Russia. For German social democracy, particularly after the end of the anti-socialist laws, the problem was not merely part of the permanent confrontation with the government. In the 1890s, the Poles in Germany were being organized by their own new Polish Socialist Party. The relationship between it and the SPD became a practical problem to which the intellectual commitment to Polish independence had to be accommodated, Chapter 4. The relationship between traditional commitment to a concept and its application to sensitive but intractable questions of organization at home provided a fruitful source of trouble in the future. At the end of 1892, the foundation of the PPS completed the emergence of organized Polish socialism in all three areas of occupation. Each of the three parties in Austrian, German, and Russian Poland was committed to fight for the revival of a Polish state. The fact that three separate parties had to be founded was no more than a temporary concession to the factual division of Poland. The three separate parties did their utmost to collaborate closely and founded an organization in London to coordinate their efforts. When Rosa Luxemburg and a small group of friends broke out of the PPS of Russian Poland in 1893, it was the national question which soon emerged as the main bone of contention between them. No doubt it had played a major part in causing the split, but there were other issues as well, more personal and less suitable for public polemic. The national question was as much a means of differentiation as its cause, the reason for digging a moat and also the tool with which it was dug deep and insurmountable. Ends and means snowballed until the national question had become the accepted touchstone of their differences. It was not until 1895 that the first full theoretical justification for the SDKP position on the Polish question was published. Between 1895 and 1897, in a series of articles, Rosa Luxemburg elaborated the theoretical foundations of her antinationalist position and extended it beyond the context of Poland. It was not yet a full-blown condemnation of national self-determination as an historically dated, and therefore reactionary, concept, but an extension of the Polish experience, and above all of the method of analysis to other areas. We have already discussed her case in some detail, Chapter 3. It was based on two main assumptions. First, that national and socialist aspirations were incompatible, and that a commitment to national self-determination by socialist parties must subordinate those parties to bourgeois nationalism instead of opposing one to the other. A program of national self-determination thus became the first of Rosa Luxemburg's many indices of an opportunism which tied socialism to the chariot of the class enemy, a concept that was to be elaborated and refined during the revisionist debate. To this extent, Rosa Luxemburg invented the concept of modern socialist opportunism, its characterization and its identification as a bourgeois, i.e. hostile influence within the socialist movement. Secondly, Rosa Luxemburg attacked the premises of national self-determination in the particular context of the Russian question. Far from being the bulwark of reaction, to be destroyed or contained by independent states carved out of the Tsar's empire by nationalist revolution, Russia was itself moving into the era of social revolution. Not yet the possible epicenter which it was to become after 1905, but already a link in the chain of growing European capitalism in which bourgeois and finally proletarian revolution could ripen. Russian Poland, as well as other non-Russian areas in the Tsarist Empire, now depended for their release, not on nationalist separation from Russia, but on the proletarian revolution within Russia itself. National separation was in fact a retrograde step. Revolution in Russian Poland would come more quickly if Polish industrial development could flourish in its all-Russian context. By cutting off Polish industry from its Russian markets, Poland's industrial development, and hence the development of the class struggle, could only be retarded. The furor raised by this argumentation was due not so much to the argument itself, but to the fact that it was a self-conscious amendment and revision of Marx and Engels, at least of the current conception of their views. According to her critics, Rosa Luxemburg grossly overemphasized the revolutionary potential of Russia. The revolutionary flicker of the later 70s and early 80s had largely died out. In any case, it had hardly been an organized mass effort of the type likely to endear itself to men like Wilhelm Liebknecht or Victor Adler. The PPS tried hard to contradict Rosa Luxemburg's economic argumentation. They asserted most tellingly that her policy played straight into the hands of the hated Russian autocracy. No one but the Russian police could benefit from it. The stigma of alliance between SDKP and Colonel Mark Groski of the Warsaw Gendarmerie, whether coincidental or more than that, was exploited to the utmost in the rumor-prone circles of Polish and Russian emigration. To the Germans, Rosa Luxemburg's analysis seemed, in addition to everything else, a betrayal of their moral obligation towards the underprivileged Poles in the Reich. On a deeper level, the argument turned on the general question of self-determination. Rosa Luxemburg claimed that it was not social democracy's duty to found minute new capitalist states that could never be viable. Contemptuously, she cited the example of the North German coast. If every group possessing its distinct dialect could now claim the right to its own state, Europe would lapse into truly feudal anarchy. The days when national self-determination was indeed progressive had long since passed. But it had had its historical importance. Correct application of Marxist techniques brought up to date must surely lead socialists to call for national self-determination in hopeless multinational units like Turkey, which had proved incapable of any economic development and progress, instead of helping to shore up these archaic monsters against Russia. However much Rosa Luxemburg stressed her own orthodoxy in applying Marxist techniques to a changed situation, Liebknecht, Kautsky, and Plekhanov all dismissed her amendments as inadmissible, if not downright sacrilegious. Rosa Luxemburg had turned Marxist strategy exactly upside down. Marx had called for an independent Poland and a strong Turkey in order to weaken Russia, while this argumentative hen in Zurich ridiculed the possibility and value of Polish independence and called for the breakup of the Turkish Empire instead. The fact that much of Marx's thinking had been strategic and abstracted from the development of a revolutionary situation in Russia itself was ignored. The independence of Poland had suddenly become a Marxist object unto itself, like a meteor falling into the deliberations of the astronomers. Rosa Luxemburg could not fully evaluate the dynamic process of Marx's and Engels's thought since she lacked most of the material available to us today. She felt herself to be the innate continuator of Marx's method, which did not in the least depend on retaining the concrete historical phenomena of any particular period. The issue thus confronted a dynamic conception against a static one. Marxism as a process of historical analysis versus a corpus of sacrosanct obiter dicta. In the heat of the argument, Rosa Luxemburg no doubt adopted an extreme and uncompromising position. Though publicly committed to autonomy for Poland, she began by confessing in private that even this was a concession. She would have preferred also to do without autonomy. Some of her colleagues, like Marchluski, though they shared her basic position, did not follow her all the way, especially not in her insatiable appetite for public polemics on the subject. But in general, Rosa Luxemburg provided both stuffing and framework for the view that social democrats must take the geography of Europe much as they find it, that self-determination is a tactical and intellectual concession to the bourgeoisie, and that Polish social democracy must find the satisfaction of its proletarian aims within the framework of a Russian revolution. To this position she adhered strenuously until her death. It provided the mainstay of 20 years of polemic against the PPS, the most important criticism of the Bolsheviks after the October Revolution, and a steady prop for the extreme internationalism with which she confronted the patriotic capitulations during the First World War. In the era of rampaging imperialism, there can be no more national wars. The assertion of national interests can serve only as a means of deception, of betraying the working masses of the people to their deadly enemy, imperialism. In 1908, Rosa Luxemburg's views on the national question in general, refined by many years of political campaigning in the German, Russian, and Polish parties, were treated to a systematic exposition for the first time. It was a self-conscious exercise in deduction, arguing from an established theory to the many scattered instances and facts. She put forward her thesis essentially as the product of the present historical epoch. Any other view was wrong because it was out of date. For in this one sector, the general advance of social relations and Marxist analysis of them in the course of the past 50 years had left a curious pocket of pre-scientific utopian idealism. Social democracy, which has based its entire policy on the scientific method of historical materialism and the class war, cannot make exceptions in the question of nationality. Now that the gap had been discovered, it had to be made good at once. The whole basis of Rosa Luxemburg's thesis on the national question was that, far from raising the dialectic to new and possibly insecure levels, she merely brought scientific socialism, as Marxism was usually called, up to the level it had attained everywhere else. Words like right, ethics, duties, and obligations were clear evidence of outdated modes of thought. The most telling analogy was with the right to work. In the 1840s, the formulation of a right to work was the dearly beloved postulate of French socialism, providing an immediate and total solution of all social questions. After the briefest attempt to put it into practice during the 1848 revolution, however, this right ended in a complete fiasco. The entire notion of abstract rights was contemptuously characterized as being like Chernyshevsky's right of every man to eat from golden platters, a notion to which only anarchists subscribed. The identity of socialists who propagated the right of nations to self-determination, with anarchists, who specialized in the achievement of so many other abstractions, was constantly asserted. This dashing method of pairing the unlikeliest opponents, in this case bourgeois nationalists and anarchists, puts Rosa Luxemburg right in the mainstream of classical Marxist polemic. She was herself to be a distinguished victim of the method a few years after her death, Chapter 18. One of the most interesting aspects of Rosa Luxemburg's argument was the hint that the very concept of nation was temporary. Instead of being an absolute and permanent standard of measurement, she suggested that it might be no more than the particular form in which bourgeois society encapsulated its structural arrangement, and that it would pass away with the end of the capitalist phase of history. This moment was coming closer, and it behoved Marxists to grasp the future and not cling to the past. Speaking of the right of nations to self-determination, we dispense with the idea of a nation as a whole. It becomes merely a social and political unit for purposes of measurement. But it was just this concept of nations as one of the categories of bourgeois ideology that Marxist theory attacked most fiercely, pointing out that under slogans like national self-determination or freedom of the citizen, equality before the law, there lurks all the time a twisted and limited meaning. In a society based on classes, the nation as a uniform social-political whole simply does not exist. Instead, there exist within each nation classes with antagonistic interests and rights. There is literally no social arena, from the strongest material relationship to the most subtle moral one, in which the possessing classes and a self-conscious proletariat could take one and the same position and figure as one undifferentiated national whole. The historical limitation to the concept of nationality and nation was only hinted at. Orthodox Marxism, Kautsky's as well as Lenin's, preferred to equate the national interest with that of the proletariat rather than, like Rosa Luxemburg. In any case, events proved Rosa Luxemburg's prognosis incorrect, at least in its application to the immediate future. The outbreak of war showed clearly that when the crunch came, class antagonisms were swept aside by national solidarity. Perhaps this is why Lenin preferred to equate rather than subsume, and why in 1914 Rosa Luxemburg felt that so much of her entire philosophy had shattered into 1,000 fragments. The claim that national self-determination was an historically superseded utopia seemed specious, but Rosa Luxemburg proceeded to clothe it with historical examples. Though unaware of the extent of Marx's and Engels's own strategic approach to the problem of Polish nationality, most of the private correspondence between them had not then been published, She was perceptive enough to recognize that Marx was far too good a practitioner of his own methods to fall into any sentimental commitment to abstract or natural rights. Rosa Luxemburg emphasized that particular predictions of strength and weakness for any of the national movements in the middle of the 19th century had proved extremely fallible, and that the validity of Marx's own analysis did not in the least depend on his, as it turned out, erroneous support for the hopeless Turkish Empire or his derogatory prognosis for Czech nationalism. By now, Rosa Luxemburg was careful not to rely too much on the Polish example. No one in the Second International would have accepted any general analysis based on Poland. But she did illustrate the progress from utopian nationalism to scientific internationalism from her own Polish experience. The mystic sentimental socialism which ran wild in Germany in the 1830s, represented by Karl Grun and Moses Hess, emerged in a suitably messy version after 40 years in the ideas of Limanowski, the Ludpolski at the beginning and the Pobudka at the end of the 80s of the last century, a striving for all that is fine and beautiful. Mr. Limanowski, the later leader of the PPS, united Polish socialism on the basis that socialism is undoubtedly a beautiful idea and patriotism a no less beautiful idea. Hence, why should not two such beautiful ideas unite together? All along, Rosa Luxemburg confronted idealism and beauty with the pessimism of historical necessity. Certainly the revolution would finally liberate the innate potential of human nature. But right now her task was not to stress the moral aspect of Marxist revolution against its bourgeois detractors and their law and order, but on the contrary to emphasize the often harsh necessities of historical laws. Cheap propagandistic appeals to potential but temporary allies of the working class could only prove fatal. In any case, it was strictly against the tradition of scientific socialism. Marx and Engels in reality paid no tribute at all to party or class egoism, and certainly did not sacrifice the needs of Western European democracy to the concept of nation, as might have appeared at first glance. It is true that it sounds far more big-hearted and attractive for the exuberant imagination of young intellectuals when socialists announce a general and universal amnesty for all presently subjected nations. But such an attempt to bestow on all nations, countries, groups, and on all of human creation the right to freedom, equality, and happiness with a single stroke of the pen typically characterizes only the adolescence of the socialist movement, and even more the boastful phraseology of anarchism. The socialism of the modern working class, scientific socialism, does not go in for merely generous-sounding solutions of social and national conflicts. Social democracy does not distinguish itself through the magnanimity of its programs, and is in this respect constantly outstripped by socialist parties which are not tied by any scientific doctrine. These always have their pockets full of attractive gifts for everyone. Thus, for example, in Russia, the socialist revolutionaries leave social democracy far behind in their solution for agriculture, seeing that they have at their disposal a recipe for the benefit of the peasants, the instant partial introduction of socialism into the countryside without any of our dull attendance on the growth of the right conditions for the elimination of industrial capital through revolution. In comparison with such parties, social democracy is and always will be a poor party, just as Marx was poor in comparison with the generous and all-promising Bakunin. This was perhaps the only occasion when Rosa Luxemburg underpinned the neglect of the peasants by the SDK-PL and the later Spartacusbund with full theoretical justification. Yet this position follows logically from her entire analysis of the national question. Just as nationalism was an unsuitable bedfellow for socialist aspirations, so peasant discontent could only divert the energy of working-class socialism into petit bourgeois channels. In Rosa Luxemburg's view, the primary role of the proletariat in the Russian Revolution of 1905 to 1906, a conception shared fully by the Bolsheviks, necessarily led her to refuse alliances with peasants and nationalists just as firmly as with the bourgeois liberals. It was a logical enough conclusion, but for Lenin its very logic made it abstract and dogmatic. He was to oppose Rosa Luxemburg's concept with logic of a different kind. Autonomous role of the proletariat, yes, but alliances with all elements who historically had to move forward in a revolutionary sense before they moved back. No alliance, on the other hand, with liberals who had already reached the fullest extent of their revolutionary push and who, whatever they said they were doing, were in fact already moving back. Rosa Luxemburg's argument was at its weakest when she tried specifically to apply it to Russia. The last section of her article is a curiously garbled reductio ad absurdum of the deep and personal impact which this question had made on the thinking of all those concerned with the revolutionary future of Russia. Each paragraph begins with "suppose that," evidence that abstractions are about to be substituted for realities. It is perhaps tactically significant, and no more, that Rosa Luxemburg quoted and criticized a Menshevik formulation of the national question rather than a Bolshevik one, even though on this there was for once little difference between them. And it certainly did not save her from a generous discharge of Lenin's wrath. Unerringly he picked out the weakest point of her argument, though not until 6 years later, when it suited him for other reasons to splash a little mud on the Berlin Poles. No doubt we have here the most extensive and extreme version of the denial of the right of national self-determination. The argument is sufficiently general and consistent to count as a doctrine, and as a doctrine it was to be attacked. Nevertheless, it was not a philosophic essay a la Kautsky or Plekhanov, but a theoretical superstructure to an urgent, continuing struggle in Russia, Germany, and Austria. Her thesis could never be divorced from its practical Polish application, however much she claimed universal validity for it. The extension into a doctrine was the consequence of an intellectual need to be respectable, to assert the universal rather than knit a pragmatic whole from the political needs of the moment. Another difference in emphasis between Rosa Luxemburg and Lenin, but not between Luxemburgism and Leninism. Even worse would have been practical action without any attempt at theoretical justification. Opportunism of the most classic kind. In practical terms, Rosa Luxemburg's opposition to the PPS and its policy of self-determination made her the most efficient ally of the SPD's policy of organizational integration for minorities in Germany, Chapter 5. She was equally committed to integration into the All-Russian Party, at least in theory. But here the state of the Russian Party itself and a reluctance to dissolve the SDKPL as a going concern prevented any application of this policy. Such failure to match words with deeds provided suitable ammunition to her PPS opponents, and much of Rosa Luxemburg's writing had to be devoted to an elaborate attempt to justify the SDKPL's continued independence as a party. But though her tactics fitted into the general orientation well enough, the precise relationship between party policy and national policy was never explored. As usual, Rosa was silent as soon as it came to the logic of organization. She might oppose the policy of self-determination and berate those parties advocating it, but she obstinately defended her own party's resistance, and by implication that of all other parties, to being submerged into supranational wholes. Thus she attacked the Austrian party and its leaders for advocating national self-determination in a socio-political context, while the Bolsheviks attacked them for the opposite reason, giving the national right of self-determination concrete organizational expression in party terms. The Austrians clearly succeeded in pleasing nobody. But more important is the fact that both the SDKPL's and the Bolsheviks' positions contained serious and self-destructive contradictions. The Bolshevik dichotomy party/society was to lead them into some very awkward adjustments after 1917, with Stalin almost destroying the old party in order to break the excessive traditional distinction between them. But at least Lenin recognized the need to justify the separation and hammered away at the dialectical unity between national self-determination in its social context and absolute organizational subordination to the center in a party context. Rosa Luxemburg saw neither problem nor contradiction, and merely combined party independence with its denial for aspiring nations. The notion that party organization could be functionally related to the theoretical or practical solution of social problems, could even set a precedent for post-revolutionary society, was entirely unreal for her. To anyone who believed that the most significant meaning of the revolutionary process was the equation, the fusion of party and society, the organizational subordination or independence of one socialist party from another could not be a matter of any importance, and therefore did not need to fit into any theory of revolution. Rosa Luxemburg made little attempt to distinguish between the positions of those who disagreed with her. As Lenin at one time dumped his various opponents into a few collective dustbins simply marked liquidators and opportunists, so Rosa Luxemburg created the oversimplified category of nationalists or social patriots. Just as the later communists steadily refused to see any significant difference between centrism and reformism after 1914, so Rosa Luxemburg refused to distinguish in the Polish movement between the open nationalism of the right-wing PPS and the policy of the PPS left, between those who in the wider context promoted national self-determination to an absolute priority and those, like Lenin and Kautsky, who gave it conditional and limited support. In her argument with Lenin, particularly, a number of entirely different questions became entangled. These can roughly be divided into two categories. First, the question of self-determination as an element of revolutionary policy, Secondly, the question of party relationships in a multinational situation. Until 1914, Kautsky acted as the chief interpreter of Marxism in the national question as in almost all others. In most of his substantial writing on the national question, Lenin based himself on Kautsky first and foremost, and Rosa Luxemburg, too, considered him the weightiest of her opponents. Her attempts to confuse their views with those of the PPS were often deliberate mystification. In fact, Kautsky and Lenin both differentiated sharply between overt nationalism and the socialist policy of self-determination which, though it admitted the validity of national aspirations, subordinated these formally and at all times to the demands of the class struggle. In 1903, Lenin and Martov, preparing a platform for the Second Congress, both stated clearly that their acceptance of the right of self-determination implied not one whit less attachment to, and concentration on, the socialist revolution. For Lenin, particularly, the national question had a twofold importance. It was an untapped source of revolutionary potential to weaken and destroy the Tsarist autocracy. He did not in the least accept Rosa Luxemburg's abstracted caricature of his policy as a utopian guarantee of national self-determination for ethnic groups who, for geographical and other reasons, obviously could never build a separate state and had never had one in the past, Chapter 7. But at the same time, Lenin certainly went further in his national policy than any mere canalization of revolutionary energy in this direction, as with the peasants. He had a real feeling for the iniquity of great Russian chauvinism which went beyond tactical considerations. The evidence suggests that on this subject Lenin was anchored to a personal view of right and wrong that did not just switch on and off as required. By insisting on the inclusion of the right of self-determination in paragraph 7 of the Russian Party program, where it remained for 15 years until it was incorporated into the Constitution of the Soviet Union, Lenin was following his deep convictions as well as the obvious tactical requirements of a Russian revolution. It was this point more than any other that had separated him from the Narodniks in the 1890s and was to bring him into continual conflict with the socialist revolutionaries in the new century. But there was a sharp difference between Lenin's views on the national question as a program for revolution and the relationship of different parties within the RSDRP. On this Lenin made no concession whatever. It was the Bund's insistence on party autonomy more than any claim for Jewish national separateness which inspired Iskra's maneuvers to force the Bund to withdraw from the Second Congress. Though prepared to accommodate the Poles temporarily, Lenin also refused to enter into any federal party commitment with them. In 1906 at Stockholm a compromise was reached, which left Poles and Lets intact as separate member parties of the RSDRP, but Lenin never found the situation comfortable. He was only too pleased to exorcise these sometimes useful but unreliable allies from de jure participation after 1912. There was thus a significant difference between self-determination as a propagandistic weapon of revolution and its application as a form of party structure. In party matters Lenin was and continued to be rigidly unitarian and centralistic. How were the two opposing views to be combined after the revolution, once the revolutionary potential of self-determination had played its required part? Lenin did not throw overboard the promised right of self-determination. Indeed, he insisted on it in 1917 and 1918 against the murmurings of many of his colleagues. The right of self-determination, if necessary secession, is an exception to our general policy of centralism. This exception is absolutely necessary in view of great Russian arch-reactionary nationalism. The slightest renunciation of this exception is equivalent to opportunism. It is a simple-minded capitulation into the hands of great Russian arch-reactionary chauvinism. But this did not give the formerly oppressed border nations the right to choose any loose form of association with the Soviet Union. Either they exercised the right of self-determination and seceded, or they stayed in the Soviet Union. No intermediate form of partial association, the best of both worlds, was possible. Where the communist parties of these countries were concerned, there could be no concession to the federal principle whatever. Democratic centralism was the only possible party relationship. If they came to power and chose to integrate with Russia, the logical step which Lenin freely expected them to take, then the relationship of party to society would solve itself. Bolshevik Russia's generosity could only help the fortunes of its local allies. The difference between Rosa Luxemburg and Lenin in practical matters was thus not nearly as great as the polemics over fundamentals indicated. Lenin insisted much less on the universal validity of his thesis than Rosa Luxemburg on hers. All he wanted was to be left alone to apply his own views in his own party. Though he believed in the universal right of national self-determination, he did not campaign for its adoption by every party. No Russian Marxist ever thought of blaming the Polish Social Democrats for being opposed to the secession of Poland. These Social Democrats err only when, like Rosa Luxemburg, they try to deny the necessity of including the recognition of the right of self-determination in the program of the Russian Marxists. 3 years later, between the First and Second Russian Revolutions, the permissive freedom for other parties to display whatever views on self-determination might seem most suitable to them was now sharpened into a dialectical alternative. They, the SDKPL, have a perfect right to oppose Polish separation, but they fail to understand that in order to propagate internationalism we need not all repeat each other's exact words. In Russia we must stress the right of separation for subject peoples, while in Poland we must stress the right of such nations to unity. The may had become a must. The pronoun we applied both to Russia and Poland. By this time a powerful group of Poles had joined the Bolsheviks for better or for worse, and it seemed natural to speak of we in both Russian and Polish contexts. Different tactics might still apply to different national areas, but one and the same policy clearly emanated from the single Bolshevik center. Of course, the Poles did not approve of Lenin's more sympathetic formulation either, nor would Rosa Luxemburg, imprisoned in Rank, have done so. Loyal Bolsheviks like Dzierżynski, Marchluski, and Hanecki continued to propagate the old unadulterated SDKPL thesis within the Russian party. Only the patent failure of the invasion of Poland finally put paid to this view in the Russian as well as the Polish parties. Dzierżynski, perhaps the bitterest opponent of all to self-determination for Poland, did not publicly recant until almost the end of his life. All this puts Lenin's onslaught on Rosa Luxemburg over the national question in 1914 into a particular perspective. The harshness of his attack on her compared with the tone of his simultaneous polemics with Radek and other Rozlomosi had little to do with the national question itself. Lenin was hitting not so much at Rosa Luxemburg but through her at second-rank opponents in his Russian orbit, a fact that he admitted quite deliberately in his article. Besides, Rosa Luxemburg's offending text had been written in 1908 and had certainly been read by Lenin long before 1914. It was the high point of their cooperation, and Lenin was writing for Przegląd Socjaldemokratyczny and pressing Rosa Luxemburg to write for Proletariat, chapter 13. Lenin himself admitted that Rosa Luxemburg's criticism of the Russian party program on the national question had no tactical significance at all. When the Poles entered our party in 1906, they never brought a single motion to alter paragraph 9, at the time paragraph 7 of the Russian program. This is a fact. And this fact proves clearly, contrary to all assertions and assurances, that Rosa Luxemburg's friends considered the debate in the Program Commission of the Second Congress as resolved by the resolution of that Congress, that they silently admitted their mistake and made it good when in 1906 they entered the party after having left the Party Congress in 1903, without making a single attempt to reopen the question of revising paragraph 9 in the proper party manner. Rosa Luxemburg's article appeared in 1908. Naturally, it does not occur to anyone to deny party writers the right to criticize the program, but even after her article no single official body of the Polish Marxists reopened the question of revising paragraph 9. As Lenin recognized, Rosa Luxemburg consistently loses herself in general comments about self-determination without ever posing the clear and precise question that is at issue, mere juridical definitions or the experiences of the national movements of the whole world. The harsh manner of Lenin's attack is no more than a significant instance of his pairing technique. Rosa Luxemburg as a means of demolishing other opponents, the national question as a stick with which to beat Jagish's and the hostile Polish Central Committee. Rosa Luxemburg was not popular in Bolshevik circles at the beginning of 1914. Thus, the Russian national question was organically divided into tactical considerations, which could be adjusted to the varying circumstances of different countries, and questions of strategy which would always be centrally controlled by a united, cohesive party. The dialectical connection between these two aspects was obvious as long as it was a question of preparing the revolution. But as soon as it had succeeded, the complementarities became paradoxes, and the theoretical paradox soon grew the sharp teeth of political incompatibility. Lenin obstinately retained his formulation and his assumptions in the face of all practical difficulties and opposition from his colleagues. But without these assumptions, his thesis, suitably interpreted, now provided a means of dealing with the national question quite differently from the way he had intended. In writing on the national question under Lenin's guidance and direction before the war, Stalin had attacked the Federal Party of the Austrians. In this way, a united class movement has been broken up into separate national streams. This only helps to aggravate and confuse the problem by creating conditions which actually favor the destruction of the unity of the working class movement, which foster national division among the workers and intensify friction between them. This emphasis on party cohesion, if necessary at the expense of national separation, was to be significant. By 1918, Stalin, now the established party expert on the question of nationalities, had redefined Lenin's thesis even more ominously, and almost like a caricature of Rosa Luxemburg. All this leads to the necessity of interpreting the principle of self-determination not as a right for the bourgeoisie but, exclusively, for the working masses of the nation concerned. The principle of self-determination must be an instrument in the struggle for socialism and must be subordinated to the principles of socialism. Self-determination had now lost its specific meaning. So many of Stalin's linguistic efforts emptied useful and fairly precise words into a series of flat slogans which all had the same generalized lack of content. Chapter 18, pages 803. Henceforward, it would not be difficult to label a demand for secession as bourgeois and contrast it with the progressive demand for unity with Russia coming from the assumed working masses, and call both the latter as well as the former self-determination. In this way, a minority could be held to speak for the masses and Russia could confidently refuse the desire for secession, or even too much autonomy, by any border nation on the grounds that such a demand could only be bourgeois and therefore not the will of the masses. And this is what happened in practice. But of course it is not what Rosa Luxemburg wanted. The abandonment of the national right of self-determination had to come autonomously from Poles and let's not be dictated by Russia. The Bolshevik encouragement of self-determination had produced a serious weakening of the revolutionary heartland in 1918, which Rosa Luxemburg repeatedly lamented at the time, chapter 15. In the Russian Revolution, she foresaw that just this self-imposed weakness might eventually lead to Bolshevik harshness and rigidity in order to overcome the problem they had themselves helped to create. Already the terror, the suppression of all other papers and parties, were the derived results of Lenin's fatal policy. She preferred an open campaign of argument against the outdated right of self-determination to Stalin's oversubtle but repressive reinterpretation of this right in the throes of necessity. The ultimate effects of both Stalin's and Rosa Luxemburg's policy might have been similar: cultural and local autonomy for different nationalities but administrative and political inclusion in the Soviet Union with central control. But certainly Rosa Luxemburg would never have accepted the methods by which this was ultimately achieved. It was in her acute, almost visionary characterization of the methodological consequences of Bolshevik nationality policy that Rosa Luxemburg rose to greater intellectual heights, not in her persistent denials of the strength and revolutionary potential of nationalism. Perhaps it was historically insoluble, like the peasant question. Probably Lenin's policy could only lead to Stalin's practical application, and Rosa Luxemburg's campaign for a revolutionary socialism without nationalism was doomed to the realm of theory. Rosa Luxemburg's extreme and assertive internationalism has puzzled many commentators. Communist history sees it as an aberration, one of many. An aberration, however, that can only be understood in relation to correct Leninism. The fact that it was not singled out for more precise attack in the early 1920s speaks as much for the importance of so many of her ex-colleagues in the Russian Party as for any sympathy with her views as such. Non-communist or ex-communist, writers like Paul Froelich have tried to connect Rosa Luxemburg's antinationalism with her social origin as a member of an underprivileged minority. Occasionally attempts have been made to discover a specifically Jewish aspect in her philosophy. This is not a simple question. First, there is the denial of a specific Polish right to self-determination, not the same as a denial of Polish nationality. She always recognized this distinct national identity. Chapter 6. Though Rosa Luxemburg herself probably gave more weight to Polish autonomy for tactical reasons than she initially wanted, the assertion of her own Polish background was a constant means of differentiation from the Germans whom she so disliked. This assertion was always Polish rather than Jewish. Though fond of using pithy Yiddish shorthand, she had no time for self-conscious Jewishness, either as a pattern of behavior or as a basis for personal identity. One of the first things to annoy her Sheikowski was the Jewish atmosphere of pointless stories and too much good food, chapter 9. In 1917, when many of her friends were looking for a rationalization of their despair, she rapped Mathilde Worm sharply over the emotional knuckles. "Why do you come with your special Jewish sorrows? I feel just as sorry for the wretched Indian victims in Putumayo, the Negroes in Africa." The lofty silence of the eternal, in which so many cries have echoed away unheard, resounds so strongly within me that I cannot find a special corner in my heart for the ghetto. I feel at home in the entire world wherever there are clouds and birds and human tears. So we must distinguish between national consciousness and patriotism. One was permissibly personal, a qualitative selection of characteristics which Rosa liked or disliked in others, and one presumes liked and disliked in herself. She was given to unrestrained generalizations in this. Person X was typically German, quality Y typically Russian. Scandinavians were hell. The English too on the whole, and such dissimulators into the bargain. Lenin's intransigence was Tartar Mongolian savagery, and so on. But this never interfered with politics, either overtly or subconsciously. None of her German biographers seems even to have been aware that she disliked the men and mores of a society for which she laid down her life. What turns national into patriotic consciousness is conceptualization of personal feelings into policy, connecting discrete personal sensations into a coherent system of beliefs and attitudes. The distinction may seem artificial because it is unfamiliar, but not in the case of Rosa Luxemburg. The notion of a national fatherland, even of a special cultural home, was entirely alien. Was Rosa Luxemburg then the first world citizen able to conceptualize an internationality with the same profound and personal meaning that nationality has for ordinary mortals? This has been the usual answer. I believe it to be false. Such internationalism, where it does exist, is usually a negative, not a positive quality, a revolt against national disappointment rather than an embrace of a wider, more diffuse unity. Most rebels of this sort seek a fervent new nationalism, some a millenarian or other religion, a few become citizens of the world, but always in negation. It is easier for Marxists new hatreds and new loyalties. Communists objectify their personal relations with a tight collective. The emotions that usually find fulfillment in patriotism become stunted, and in the resultant desert others proliferate instead. But many of the patriotic characteristics and attitudes remain. Lenin combined a precise and specific hatred of Russian chauvinism with full acceptance and manifestation of Russian culture and attitudes. Was he an internationalist? Rosa Luxemburg's patriotic emotions remain precise and concentrated, but they did not happen to be rooted in the gestalt of geographical boundaries or ethnic similarities. She, more than any other Marxist, succeeded in transposing her loyalties from nation to class intact. The public prosecutor went to town in his closing remarks on the subject of the German citizen, the patriot, whose function it is to guard the honor and decency of the German Reich against me, a creature without a home. As regards the question of being an expatriate, I wouldn't swap with the public prosecutor on any account. I have a dearer, greater home than any Prussian prosecutor. What other fatherland is there than the great mass of working men and women? What other fatherland is there than the improvement of life, the improvement of morality, the improvement of the intellectual strength of the great masses which constitute a people? Rosa Luxemburg transferred all the energy and satisfactions of patriotic consciousness to class consciousness, to the working class. This was neither an effort of the intellect nor a ritual of ideological purification, but a genuine objectification of class as a focus for personal loyalties. Loyalties must necessarily be limited in every person. Unless the human personality is totally reconstructed, there can be no reserve fund of loyalties to new concepts or structures. All that is possible is transference. Taking from one and giving to another, a form of substitution. Either some loyalties wither at the expense of others, or they are transferred intact to a different set of relations. This is what Rosa Luxemburg achieved. Not only she, but the whole group of her Poles, some Jewish, some distinctly not, with whom she was associated for so long. We see it in Marczlewski's periodic immersions in a working-class life so ill-suited to his patrician personality. We see it in Dzerzhinsky's persistent refusal to accept the Bolshevik policy of national self-determination in spite of his fervent embrace of all other Bolshevik doctrines. We see it finally in Radek's impish desire to epiter les bourgeois in the Germany which he hated and to which he always longed to return, with all its self-conscious stress on national virtue. In their various ways, they were all immediately sensitive to manifestations of patriotism, in institutions as much as in individuals. Their campaign against nationalism was as much against the latent, intangible, purely personal patriotism of their contemporaries as against any manifest policies of parties. Is it possible to be a Marxist without achieving not only a substitution of class consciousness for patriotic consciousness, but an immersion in class instead of nation? Have any of the leading Marxists in Russia or China achieved it today? Or is the whole substantial return to the national unit as fact and concept the most retrograde step of all? Rosa Luxemburg stands at the apex of the attempt to make operational the Marxist concept of class as the primary social referent, and to break once and for all the old alternative stranglehold of nation. In this respect, her contribution is second to none.